pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roll with planet. Flight downside, speed off.
Yikes. You bet. Okay. We don't need any more of these.
All right, y'all. You know the drill. Let me know if you can hear me. And we should have an absolutely beautiful feed from South Padre Island, Texas. This morning, it's December the 8th, and SN8 may get its first chance to fly today. SpaceX counting towards that first historic hop flight. We're going to be talking about that all day, but we will be bringing it to you live all day long, whatever goes on. We've got cameras all over South Texas so that we can share these views of Starship with you. Let me know if you can hear and see me. Give me a 5x5. Looks like y'all know the drill. I am getting a ton of people, 6x5 actually. Oh, that's one better. We do appreciate you joining in this morning, and we are going to be here for the long haul. So I don't actually know what else to say. There are already 5,000 people of you waiting for us to turn the stream on. And you know something? I took that pretty seriously, and for once we were right on time. It was 7:45. I don't know if I hit the countdown timer exactly, but we were pretty close. So y'all know the drill. This is one of the NSF Robot Army cameras. We've got a couple different robotic emplacements out there. We also have human camera operators. Both Jack and Mary are rolling out early this morning to get more cameras in more positions. So for now, we will be hanging out. The sun is just coming up down there in South Texas. Starship looks absolutely amazing. Let's cams on cams on cams. Nice. DYU, thank you so much for that right there. Starting it off with a super chat saying cams on cams on cams. And then Luke Adventures as well from Australia, it looks like, saying it's showtime. So without further ado, let's put this camera through some of its paces and see what we're going to be able to get from it this morning. I'm looking for like a moving palm tree. Okay, the lights are flickering. All right, good. This camera looks like it's online. Let's see if we can get a little bit closer to Starship. Again, this camera is mounted at South Padre Island. It's about 6 miles away from the Starship. And I'm not going to be talking the entire time here. We're going to run through some paces here and see what we've got. And then we'll just let it settle in and we'll watch the sunrise. So let's actually bring up some audio there. Like that. And y'all know how to make this camera zoom in? Is there a better, can anybody figure out how to make this thing zoom in? I hope I can. Sorry, I got Fleet Cam audio in my ears as well. I gotta mute Fleet Cam and making sure I'm just getting SPI audio here. Enhance? Is that what y'all want to do? You want to click enhance? And I hope this works, right? Let's see what we got. Look, I'm already a little bit shaky here, okay? I'm supposed to be clicking on things, and I'm supposed to be doing this, that, and the other, and I'm already a little bit, I mean, jittery's the wrong word, but maybe jittery. I'm excited. I'm excited to see this happen. I'm excited to see if our camera stays online. Cameras, question. But let me see if I can get this up. And this puppy get a little bit closer to Starship. Robot, you talking to me? Yeah, all right. So let's do a little bit of, engage is pretty close at least. Engage is pretty close to enhance. I think I set this up correctly. And let's bring that up as well. Focus in for me. There you go. It likes those trees there. There's a little bit closer view of Starship. And I'm not here alone this morning. Michael, do I got you on comms?
Yes, you do. How's it going, everyone?
How are you doing this morning?
I'm a bit tired, but I'm good.
Yeah, you're on the West Coast right now, so it's what, 4:50 your time?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. Well, thanks for joining us. Y'all, this morning, Michael and I will be keeping you company. Again, we're not going to be doing commentary the entire morning here, but we'll be watching what's going on with Starship and just letting everybody know what our plans for today are. But again, it is still hours away from launch, isn't it, Michael?
Yeah. We think the launch window opens at 9 a.m. and I doubt they will launch right at the beginning of the window, so we'll have to be patient.
Gotcha. But y'all, the views were so fantastic this morning. We wanted to share them with you here live. We know, again, it's hours away from even the beginning of the launch window, 6:51 a.m. Central Standard Time, down there at South Padre Island, Boca Chica, Texas. Across the water there, you can see Boca Chica sort of proper, looking into the state park, actually, which is there in and around Starship and in the background of Starship. And then far behind the camera is actually Mexico. We're looking down south from this view. So it was such a beautiful morning. We wanted to share this with y'all. And right out of the gate, Philip Whitehouse there saying, is that a boat inside the Notmar? Is it Notmar, Notmar? I don't know how to pronounce that. I learned it by reading.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But notice the Mariners does not extend into the ship channel there, if I'm not mistaken. The coordinates that were broadcast were not including the ship channel. They ended right there at the shore. And sort of as you look up and down, they end a little bit different places. So we do have some closer cameras. Paul John Lawson, there are definitely some closer cameras. We've got a couple robots online this morning. And then we also have some, I'm not going to call them meatbag camera operators, a human crew that hold cameras and point them using Mark I muscles and stuff like that, brains and muscles. So we do have a couple different views we'll be sharing with you as the day goes on. For now, sorry, Tom in space. Yeah, every now and then. Flesh, yeah, exactly. But every now and then we will switch around and look at some different camera views. Let's see here. I think we can get a little bit closer with this camera. Again, this one's about 6 miles away. Everybody just joining us. I am going to repeat myself a couple times here. But this camera is about 6 miles away, mounted on a hotel, one of the high-rise condos down at South Padre Island. This camera is about 120 feet up in the air, so you get a really nice sort of panoramic shot looking over. That's actually like a camper park down there, an RV park, where people come down to vacation. South Padre Island is a massive tourist destination, and that's why we sort of get a little sort of a higher view, I guess, here. Well, let me see if I can get this in a little bit closer, see if it's behaving for me this morning, and I may try to tweak the focus on this screen a bit as well. Well, let's see here, camera. Do you have any more focusing of the photons that can happen so that we get less photons focused onto a larger picture? Survey says. Dial that in. Wow. Folks, it doesn't look real. It looks like CGI. It's like somebody's superimposed this 50s style Starship onto the landscape down there in South Texas. And that is pretty darn good looking right there. Boca Chica, nice. Stephen O'Brien with the Boca Chica. Turns camera dials. It's actually clicking buttons. Hey, y'all, really quickly, massive thanks to our friends over at PTZ Optics. They make professional broadcast camera, and they actually shipped us this camera so that we could have another robotic remote camera online. They sent it out to me a couple weeks ago, and I integrated it into this. It's a suitcase deployable camera. It fits in a little carry-on Pelican case. We ship it wherever it goes. You could put it in the overhead of a flight if you were on one of those. And you slap it on a tripod, you flip the switch, and you get a fantastic feed like this. But that is PTZ Optics. This is a 30x SDI camera if anybody's curious. Massive thanks to the folks over there at PTI Optics. So it is a nice looking view this morning, especially with the sun rising there on the side of Starship. Also, the sun's allowing us to see the fins as well. So yes. Let me run through some super chats really quickly here. We're able to do this because of y'all's support. And I promise I'm not going to make it, oh, wow, super chats, constant. Geez, will this guy shut up about super chats? Bone Z says, let's go, with a lot of O's in it. Bone Z, I'm ready. I'm still shaking. I'm excited here to see what's going to go on with Starship. Hey, it's going to go today. Positive attitude here. We're going to go with a positive attitude. Let's see here. Lexi Phillips says, been waiting a long time to contribute like this. Here's to much coffee. I got my coffee here. Good space journalism and no RUD. Much love from England. Lexi Phillips, thank you so much for the 4.99 curly L's. We appreciate the support there from England. And we will continue to share this experience with y'all wherever you are across the globe. Marcin Haber says, I'm ready. Thanks for your amazing coverage. Godspeed SN8. Marcin, thank you so much for the support there. Robert Lundqvist says, what will the experience be today at that campsite? I imagine that campsite is going to be sold up today. And then they're also having a ton of people that will be over there on the beach. There's the amphitheater. Oh, there's a bird. A lot of different ways to watch this down in South Padre Island. Again, hoping everybody's being cognizant of the world we're living in these days, keeping safe and that sort of stuff. One of the great things here is with our live broadcast, we can share this with you all over the world. Probably nothing like seeing it in person, but for people who can't make it down there or maybe decided, hey, I'm in South Texas, but it's not safe for me to go down there, we are happy to share these live views with you. And then Blake Parsons sneaking through here as well, live from Australia, $7.99. Blake, thank you so much for the continued support. I'm always reading Blake's name out whenever we do these streams, and we really do appreciate you there, Blake. It really adds up, and every bit helps us continue to level up our coverage of whatever it is that's going on. Again, y'all, good morning. I'm John Galloway with NASA Spaceflight. We are looking at a live view from South Padre Island, Texas. This is a robotic camera mounted on a tall building over there, watching across the way down to Boca Chica at Starship SN8, which is on the pad and raring to go for its first test flight, scheduled for sometime later today. Mr. Morgan Kell sneaking through with Let's Light That Firecracker. I like it, Morgan. Welcome, good morning this morning. Jacob Janowski as well says, love your live stream and forums. L2 content. Jacob coming over from the forums, it looks like. The L2 is a fantastic way, a long time, that you can help support what we do here. L2 was actually the first way that you could support NASA spaceflight, by joining over there on the forums and getting access to some behind-the-scenes forum content. I say behind-the-scenes forum content like it's a couple posts. It's literally tens of thousands of posts and images and pictures and uploads and all sorts of stuff, just documenting a lot of shuttle stuff, but spaceflight history across the board. Rough Rider Show sneaking through here as well. Good morning. Are we activating DOS boat mode again? Godspeed, SN8. Look, I worked on it overnight, but I did not have time. I mean, just UPS was not participating this morning. Could not get the boat shipped in time, so no boat cam today. Maybe in the future we'll spool up the rowboat and get it. It's like a robot. Anyways, that was a joke yesterday. We don't need to beat it to death today. Rough Rider Show. Good morning there. Ben Brackenbury sneaking through with some curly L saying, thanks for the amazing coverage and work you all do. Forcing my family to watch this today. I imagine like a robot chicken sort of deal where your eyes are held open with toothpicks while you put the Starship on the screen in front of them. Ben, thank you for the support there. Let me have a look at this camera real quick and see if we can get it. It looks like that sun is coming up and it's getting a little bit brighter there. So I'm going to work on that for just a second. Stand by. Are we going to behave here? Yeah, there we go.
Super chat from Jared. Hashtag put Jack in a kayak.
Has that one come up? Where's that at? I'm scrolling. Put Jack in a kayak from DYU. There you go. Hashtag put Jack in a kayak. All right. Michael, do you want to talk a little bit about the road closures and TFRs? I mean, how do we know that that this is scheduled for today? It seems like it's been scheduled for every day for the last week and a half.
Well, I mean, for one, SpaceX officially announced that today was the target, which is something they have not done for the previous targets. So that in itself is a very good sign. There's also a TFR in effect from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Central Time, and a road closure to go along with that. So all of the necessary closures and whatnot are in place for today's possible launch attempt. And I say possible because it is a test flight, so there could be delays. Hopefully it's going to go today. But again, SpaceX did officially confirm that today was the target for the first time. And We know that the village was evacuated, so they are going through all the steps they need to do to conduct a possible test flight today. And again, the launch window, as you can see on our ticker, stretches from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Central Time. So the hazard zones go into effect an hour earlier, but they're not actually going to be able to fly until 9 a.m. at the earliest. So that's the current timeline we are looking at. Most likely, I think the launch will probably happen slightly farther into the window, but we're just going to have to wait and see.
Good deal. Again, y'all, we've been waiting for this for a long time. I mean, I can't even keep track of how many different dates we've thought, oh, is it almost the day? Is it almost the day? And this is an experimental test flight. This is the first time Starship in its final form. I don't know if I should say final form. The fully stacked Starship with the nose cones, with the aerodynamic surfaces, not just doing a little hop across the way, no 100, 150 meter hop. This going all the way up to 10, 12.5, 15, I don't know. It's going to go somewhere up there. The latest number was 12.5 kilometers that we were getting from Elon. Or Elon, it's wherever we got that from. I'm actually not sure. But whatever it is, this is the first time that Starship with the forward section attached will be attempting an actual flight. So it is a big deal, and this spacecraft has taken a lot of work by a lot of people over there at SpaceX. They're not going to just launch it just because just send it last Friday because it would be a great show if it crashed. They are looking to get a successful test here, whether that's launch and then the belly flop and then getting a relight of the Raptors and then also getting it back on the landing pad. However far that success goes, know that SpaceX and the employees over there at SpaceX who put their blood, sweat, and tears into making this vehicle a reality they're not just going to launch it if they don't think it's ready. So I know it's been super frustrating the last couple days. Hi, Bird. Waiting for this thing to go, but it'll go when it's ready to go, and hopefully we'll be here to see it. That's for sure. Grab some more super chats here real quick. Offer Zelig with a question. And tag us, y'all. If you got a question for us, you don't have to do a super chat. Tag us in chat at NASASpaceflight, and I'll try to get some of those as well. With, let's see here, almost 10,000 people watching. It's going to be hard for me to read all the chat, but I will try to get as many as I can. Makes it easier for me if you can tag us. And offer saying, are the residents of Boca Chica Village not annoyed by having their roads closed frequency, having to sit indoors during static fires, or even leave the village like today? So offer, the resident that I communicate most frequently with, Mary, Boca Chica gal, right? She doesn't come across as annoyed at all. She has a good relationship with SpaceX. SpaceX communicates with her quite often. And I think she gets excited about stuff like this. Sitting indoors during static fire, not something that usually happens. A, because Mary's always outside with a camera bringing us views and video and live streams of it, so she's usually not inside. But they do ask the residents to go outside sometimes with those warnings that the residents get. But this is one of the first times when we've had this big, and I say full-scale evacuation. I mean, very few people still live in Boca Chica Village. But I can tell you just from discussing with Mary that she is excited about what's going on over there. She is not grumbling like, SpaceX, oh, geez, now I got to leave again. This is ridiculous. That's not how it is. So appreciate the Australian there offer, but I don't get the impression from Mary that this is annoying to her. This is wonderful. This is exciting to her. Let's see here. David Foro, 2 European currency units. This shot is unreal. It is a pretty nice shot, isn't it? Mark DiMartino, $10, saying, good morning, y'all. Hey, good morning, Mark. So excited for this. Thank you to the whole NSF family for bringing all this coverage to us. Absolutely, Mark DiMartino. I mean, NSF started as a labor of love. Y'all know the story if you saw when Chris Bergen got on and talked about how he was so inspired, just loved shuttle. He started the forum about it, and everybody that participates, that works, I don't even know if work is the right term, because when you love what you do, never work at, et cetera, et cetera. We all really love what we do, and it's amazing to be involved with such a passionate group of people, such as NSF. Selena Postgate says, thanks for all the laughs and info. Absolutely, Selena. Appreciate the support there. Dwayne Sohn says, in memory of Chuck Yeager. Dwayne, thank you for that one. Y'all, if you saw the news late last night, General Chuck Yeager first human being to break the sound barrier passed away last night. Dwayne, thank you for putting that into chat. He lived a life, I'll tell you that much. He definitely lived a full life. So what was the, I saw something, what was it? It's like, in the future? All right, hang on a second. Chuck Yeager was serious. What was it? In the future, every time I hear thunder, I'll just remember that that's Chuck Yeager breaking the sound barrier in heaven or something like that. I saw that on Twitter, and I'm not too sentimental about stuff like that, but that one sort of got me. So, Dwayne, thank you for putting that there into chat. Absolutely right. In memory of Chuck Yeager. Mr. Morgan Kell says, time to activate Rowboat Jack. Nice, Morgan. People who watched the streams yesterday. Sam sneaking through as well, saying, what a time to be alive. Really appreciate the time and effort you guys put in. Let's go SpaceX. Martin Stensvahagen, you guys do great work. Here, have some North Korean dollars. We appreciate you, Martin. Thank you so much. Hef Williams as well, saying coffee money with 30 Australian. Appreciate you, Hef. We definitely need the coffee. We got a long way to go this morning. Happy Hacking video blog sneaking through. Is this stream on purpose, starting roughly 10 hours before the actual flight? That's what I call launch hype. I'm hyped about it as well. Anyways, happy hacking. I checked in with the robots this morning, and it was such a fantastic view. I had to share it with y'all. So the trick is I am manually running camera settings on this right now. Auto was overexposing it a little bit, so I'm manually trying to dial in the sunrise here. But I got to remember to change the exposure every now and then to dial it back down a bit. But look at the sun glinting off Starship SN8. You can see the fins and flaps, the forward and rear flaps there. And then the entire side of it just shiny stainless steel. You don't see rockets like that anymore these days. You used to get it off of an Atlas missile or something like that. But anyways, that's just, it's a cool shot. And we are excited. Hey, we don't know what time it's going to happen, but we wanted to share this entire experience with you. Thomas Schumann with some DKK, 209 of them. Thanks, guys, for doing this live stream. You're doing an amazing job. How would I get in touch with you guys for a post-flight interview for your space podcast in Denmark? Thomas Schumann, we can definitely get you an email address. You could DM me on Twitter. My Twitter is open if you want to shoot me a DM, and I can help route you to the right person. I'm on Twitter as KSpaceAcademy. Let me get that for you real quick. Twitter.com/K-Space. Can I spell my own handle? Space Academy. I think I typed that right. Yeah. If I didn't type it right, well, it highlighted my name, so I think that's right. If I didn't type it right, just ping me, let me know again. But thank you, Thomas, for the support. Shoot me a message. Happy to see what we can do there. We have a lot of fun doing this, and sharing how we do it and what we do is part of it. I didn't even see this one come through the queue. 100 Australian dollars from TC Mutt. Finished my shift in the gold mine in Kalgoorlie, Western Australia. Your shift in the gold mine? Fingers crossed for a successful test. You guys keep doing what you do. Really appreciate the coverage. TC Mutt, all the way from Australia. Michael, I didn't see that one come through. It snuck up on me in the queue. We really appreciate the support there, TC Mutt. Thank you so much for the 100 Australian dollars. Y'all keep showing up, and we will definitely keep doing what we do. That's for sure. It's too much fun, and with y'all's support, it's not going to stop anytime soon.
Yeah, thank you so much. We really appreciate that.
Y'all, I've been running Super Chats for quite a time here. We don't want this to be one of those streams where it's like, gosh, all they do is do Super Chats. I mean, we appreciate it. I'm going to let these marinate a little bit in the queue, and we won't let them get too far behind. But I'm going to keep... God, just seeing the birds in there. I'm going to back the shot off for just a second, and let's see when we look a little bit wider. There we go.
So SpaceX's live stream now says no earlier than 10 a.m. Central Time. I don't know if that's a sign or not, but take that for what you will. Their earlier live stream time was not realistic. That was a placeholder, but I don't know if that new one is a sign that 10 a.m. could be a potential target launch time or not, but that is something to keep in mind. No earlier than
Excellent.
10 a.m.
Oh, and I just got a message from Jack. Jack has actually rolled into the park down there. He's going to be a little bit below and to the right of the camera here on the shoreline there, spooling up another remote feed for us. Jack just saying he's setting up, so we should have another camera to share with you shortly. All right. And I backed this off a little bit. I love the contrast in the colors here, right? It gives you a sense of scale. When you zoom in on Starship too much, it's fantastic. You get this fantastic close-up view of this rocket, especially like when we get Mary out there and she's right on the side of the road and you're like, wow, look at that thing. But this context shot, this camera is 6 miles away. And looking out over the blue water, over the green palm trees and the white RVs down there, campers, caravans, there's a lot of different international terms for it. And then getting a little bit of gradient and the sunrise there, this is probably one of my favorite shots of Starship because it puts it in context. You know, it's not at a big facility hidden away out in the middle of the desert. It's literally just right there across the way. Whew. All right. Hey, Confucius242, thank you for the 32 months over on the Twitch side as well. Appreciate you over there too. Y'all, I'm going to be quiet for just a minute here. You don't need to constantly hear me talk. We'll bring up the sound of the waves, and NASA Spaceflight will be right back, continuing to run my mouth. We don't need that right now. Let's just listen to some ambient waves.
Morning, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, good morning, Chris. How's it going?
Morning. It's going well. How's everything going your end?
Well, I'm trying to see if I can peek into the high bay right quick. Look at that glint.
Oh, the preview hasn't loaded for me yet.
Gotcha. Y'all, we're joined here by Chris Gebhardt, Assistant Managing Editor for NASA's Spaceflight, as I was trying to pan the camera a little bit in there, but you think SN8 is ready to go. Look inside the high bay, the shimmer off the side of SN9, which is already stacked. SpaceX is lining them up out there at Boca Chica. How you doing this morning, Chris?
I'm doing well. Actually slept last night, which, you know, on the night before Launchmas, how can you, with all the excitement?
The night before Launchmas, I like it. There's got to be, somebody could come up with the words, the replacement words for the night before Launchmas. 'Twas the night before Launchmas, and all through the...
And all through the grasslands. Oh, I can do this today because we're in for like a marathon stream. I can do this.
Nice. Good deal. Again, y'all, I did see a lot of people asking, you know, what time is it? What time does it launch? What time does it launch? We do not have an official time for the launch here. It's just, it's not something that's published. We know that we have a window that's basically all day long, but we can't tell you at exactly this time it's going to launch. That's not how it works with these experimental test schedules. So,
and I'm just getting up. Did we hit road closure? Yeah, I'm making coffee, so if our thing is up on our screen, I can't see it yet. Have we hit road closure yet? As we were expecting?
We're at Village. Yeah, we're already past road closure to Village Clear. Go ahead, Michael.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, I was going to say they have fully evacuated the village.
Excellent.
Excellent.
It looks like a gorgeous morning too in Boca.
Oh, it is. It's fantastic. I don't know, Chris, when I was checking in with the Robot Army, if you saw some of the... Oh my gosh, I keep glancing at the other monitor. If you saw some of the photos I posted up of the Robot Army, it was fantastic. Oh my gosh.
I did. Sunrise looked killer out there this morning.
Yeah. I gotta turn off this other monitor. Sorry, can't look at that. Anyways, y'all, again, we're standing by. It's going to be a long time, just crossing 7:19, almost 7:20 a.m. Central Standard Time out there. This camera live from South Padre Island, Texas. This is where most of the public are going to be watching. People that are there watching publicly, South Padre Island, right across the ship channel. That ship channel, the body of water you see, off to the right, that goes into the port of Brownsville. So you'll actually get tankers and cargo ships going in between us and Starship on occasion. That is an active waterway, and it's an active shipping channel right there. So it may be, I don't know what the shipping schedule is today, especially with the Note Mars and the closures that are going on. Note Mars, not Mars. I don't know if I'm saying that right. But
I've always said it Note Mar. So
Note Mar?
Yeah.
Like notice to Miriam, not Mar. Like not
right.
Not it.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Kind of like it's a no tam, so a note mar, but I don't know why it would be pronounced differently, but it is in my head.
I agree. I think you're right. Yes.
I'm gonna go finish making my coffee. I'll be back in 2 minutes, guys.
I'm gonna keep drinking my coffee, Chris.
There we go.
All right, we'll be here. All right. Hey, chat, check in with me real quick. How is the ambient noise versus our voices when we talk? Do I need to spool down that ambient a little bit? Or what do we need to do? 5x5, noise is good. Ambient's okay. All right, good. I wanted to make sure that y'all could hear us just fine over that. We will be spooling up some other microphones and stuff as we get our other camera operators online. We'll have sounds from various locations around, but just wanted to make sure that we were not being drowned out there by the waves. Get it? It's too early. Hey, we're 20 minutes behind in the Super Chats here. Stuart Watson, am I the only one who reads SN8 as Snate? I've seen a lot of people doing that. It hasn't caught on for me personally, Stuart Watson, but appreciate the $5. I still go with SN8. Lucas M says, does this go to 11? 11 cameras? Not quite yet. Maybe at some point it'll go to 11 cameras. I don't know how many SpaceX has, but we just have one feed from them whenever it goes live. Appreciate you, Lucas. Jim FLP welcome. Thank you very much for the support. Noro Beach says, you guys are awesome. I am so excited. Up since 4:30 EST. Noro Beach, I didn't go to sleep. Oh my gosh, I was refreshing the command, like the heartbeat interface for all the different robots in the field. I was obsessively refreshing those. Hey, Michael, real quick, am I clear to update the overlay event? Yep. Okay. And we're on Starship there, correct?
Yes.
All right.
You can be on the main overlay right now.
Yeah, got it.
Southeast.
Did it work? Yeah, nice, it worked. I was just, since Chris went to get his coffee, I was removing his picture from his screen.
Good point. I was distracted.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. All right, Chris Baker says, views like this are why SpaceX picked steel. Never mind the heat performance. They literally chose the stainless steel because it looks cool when the sun hits it. I bet you, Chris Baker. I mean, Elon has an eye for social media likes, that's for sure. So appreciate the curly L's there. Martin, you just got warned by the bot for caps. Yeah, y'all, we do have, I mean, we get people in the live streams and we get up to 10, 15,000 people watching, 20, however many people are watching. And we do have some automated assistants. Camera robots aren't the only type of robots we use. But if you post a message and it's in all caps, Nightbot, our little automated watchdog, will probably remove it. It's just one of those things to keep people from spamming over and over again. But appreciate the $2 there. No need to apologize. It was just the all caps that caught you. CANP Railroad, welcome CANP. Good to see you again this morning. If this flies and lands, I'll eat my hat. Lol. Did you say what? Did you say LOL? Did you say lol out loud? Anyways, appreciate you there, CANP. Another name I've read out more than one time. PowerPoint with some euros. Greetings from United States PowerPoint. Hope you're doing well over there. Matthew Conrad says, here's hoping for a great launch. Thank you for your coverage, or thanks for your coverage. Matthew, thank you for making it possible. We appreciate the super chat. SpaceX News says, history will be made today if they don't scrub. It is going to be the most spectacular scrub that we've ever seen. Nope, keeping it positive. Not even joking about that. SpaceX News, thank you for the support. They're going for a launch today. Let's leave it at that. Although I do see, wait a second, enhance. Hang on a second. Is that a lift? Give me some focus. Oh, they are still out there. Look at that, folks. They have a lift up next to Starship. You can actually see it moving. That's a big nope from me. That lift, Starship at 50 meters, that lift is probably about 30, maybe 25 to 30 meters up. If you add in the stand, Starship's 50, you add a couple for the stand, right? But raise your hand if you would be up on that lift this early in the morning. Oh. All right. Here's another super chat. Ron Umpleby, Didi Harriman, and Robert Heinlein would be proud. Nice, some sci-fi writers there. Thank you, Ron, for the support. Rainbow Trout from New Zealand, it looks like. Launch window starts at 5 a.m. for us here in New Zealand. Looking forward to it. Currently 2 a.m. Hey, y'all will probably get right into the meat of the window when it's time to be waking up over there, Rainbow Trout. Thank you so much for the New Zealand dollars. Nathan Hartman saying, stoked in Longmont, Colorado. Thank you for all the great views and commentary. Nathan, thank you for the support. And Meek Brett, 123, great job, NSF team. It's nice to watch it. Thank you so much for the support. Got some euros there. We appreciate you. All right. I'm going to grab a couple questions real quick. This one from Dan Snelson. Will Mary be in a new spot with a restriction zone? I will tell you yes. Current plan right now is that Mary will be in a spot you have never seen before, a new angle of Starship that you have not seen, but we were working with SpaceX to make sure Mary would be in a safe location, and I think it's going to be a pretty unique view of Starship. So Mary is going to be safe, absolutely, positively. Number one thing for everybody is that we're safe, we keep everybody safe, we don't try, oh yeah, just get a little bit closer, just, oh, let's just get this shot, right? We always make sure that we're following the rules, following common sense. Mary will be in a probably pretty good good shot. I've seen it. We did a tech check from there. But a new angle of Starship that we haven't seen a lot of. So, like this one, Joseph Kanga saying, imagine Super Heavy with Starship over there. Y'all remember, Starship, what you see on the screen right now, what is it, like 30% of the total height of the full stack? This is small compared to Super Heavy. And when they stack this entire thing, it will barely fit on this camera at this level of zoom. We will have to zoom out probably to get, I don't even know what to tell you. We'd have to zoom out to get the Super Heavy booster, the big booster that stacks underneath this, and then Starship on top. Remember, Starship's a two-stage system. The Super Heavy booster, we've seen pieces of it over at the production site, but we have not seen a fully stacked booster rolling around yet. So this is going to be literally, I was going to use the term insanity, but it's not. It's engineering. That's not insane. It's going to be crazy to see. All right. Dennis Anderson, the sound levels are perfect. Thank you. You guys talking and waves crashing in the background. It's relaxing. Anyways, got to wish SN8 a good flight. Thank you, Dennis. We appreciate there. As well, wishing SN8 a good flight. Fair winds and following flops, or whatever we would say to SN8 today. And Theo over there in chat noticing that there is some tank farm venting. That is correct. There is some activity from the tank farm there. Again, normal for the tank farm to be active. There are cryogenic liquids being stored in the tanks that are off to the right-hand side cluster of tanks there. Some have water, some have cryogenic liquids. Remember, they use liquid nitrogen out there. They use liquid methane, the fuel for Starship. They also use liquid oxygen, the oxidizer. Remember, rockets carry their own oxygen instead of sucking it out of the air like a jet engine would. But they do have super cold liquids under pressure, and it's normal for the tank farm to have a little bit of activity. So that is a nominal shot. Stand by, y'all. Going to do one little technical thing really quickly. You'll see a brief blip on the screen. There we go. Yep. You saw that, Michael?
Yeah, that worked.
Oh, there's the update. You just added seconds to the overlay. Is that what that was?
Yeah, that was supposed to be completed by last night, but apparently my update did not deploy, and I forgot about it and went to sleep. But there we go.
Good deal. So y'all, Michael programs all the tech behind the interactive overlays and the graphics that sort of change on the screen and that sort of stuff. And apparently he just added seconds to the overlay, the clock up there in the upper left-hand corner. Of course, those times are Central Standard Time, right? That's the time down there in Texas. So we do like putting the clock on the screen. Michael, do you remember when I was like, why would we ever put the clock on the screen? We don't need the clock on the screen.
Well, that's how I was too, and then everybody demanded it, so we put it up, and now it makes sense.
Yeah, it makes it easy to scroll back and forth if you want to scrub back and see something that happened at, you know, 7:13 or something. You can scroll back a little bit. It does make life a little bit easier. All right, let's see here. I'm going to check in with Jack really quickly. Oh, Jack's video remote looks like it's currently loading. So I may work with Jack here for just a second. Did Chris come back from coffee yet? I'm going to go with no. That's all good. But y'all, again, Jack.
I literally just did. I was putting the headphones on as you called my name. I'm back. Yes.
No, all good, Chris. I was going to say if I need to do some tech support with Jack to get his feed up and running, I may have y'all talk a little bit there whenever.
Ah, gotcha.
That's why I was asking. No emergency right now. So.
Okay, cool.
Look, folks, I know this is sort of all Starship all the time, but I want to check in on the beach right quick. That's not the beach. That's test narrow. What we wanted to do was go wide. Let me see if I can use the robot and look over at the beach here in South Padre Island. And then I'll demonstrate exactly how much this robot is zooming in, right? This is going to be looking out to the, this would be the sun rises in the east. And over there you can actually get a view. Bless you so early in the morning.
Yeah.
We're gonna get you one of those emergency mute switches like I have, so you can dive for the mute switch right before you speak.
Which is what I was doing, and now I have to disinfect my keyboard.
Oh no! Oh, you got caught in between.
Oh yes.
Oh, y'all.
New bingo card for everyone. Chris
no.
sneezes on live stream.
A new bingo card. Anybody playing NSF bingo today? It's one of the jokes from the Discord server. We have there's like bingo cards, and you can play bingo along with the live broadcasts. But that is looking out some of the other hotels and condos at South Padre Island. The jetty there protecting the entrance to the ship channel. You can see the two rocky bits. There are people out there, aren't there? Look at the people out there on the jetty. How far out do they go? Y'all think they're already setting up to see Starship? Let's zoom in. Let me zoom in here and just see. Are those people or are those rocks? And bear with me again. We're not like, okay, switch to this camera while the PTZ operator.
Moving.
Yeah. Enhance.
Yeah, and the SpaceX stream, just FYI, has been pushed back to a start time of 11 a.m. Eastern time. So,
gotcha.
Probably a good indication that we're noon Eastern at the earliest, which would be 1700 UTC now.
Gotcha. Hey, that's good for us. As long as SpaceX isn't live, who are they going to watch? I mean, I'll take it, you know?
Yes, and this is one of the things they've actually told us to watch today is that start time on the YouTube stream, and also to pay attention to their Twitter feeds as well. They'll be doing some updates, and I sort of gather maybe they're updates that wouldn't necessarily be based on like the visual cues that we are watching for us. Right, because we have our own set of visual cues that we learned over the last year of what various things mean and about where they are in the timelines. But I think they might be hopefully giving us a little bit of a different update as between YouTube and Twitter today.
Gotcha. All right, I wanted to do this really quickly. This is exactly how far away we are. So if we bring the camera all the way out, that's our view there. And you can see in this view, Starship is way over there, but it's a 30x zoom on the camera. And just to give a little bit of context on how far away Starship is, if you were on the hotel balcony, this is actually on a hotel balcony, if you were on the balcony looking out, that is how you would see Starship, right like that. And when we zoom in, I'm going to go for the entire zoom here, y'all. I'm just going to click test narrow, and it's going to go all the way in. This is what the camera can do when we tell it to zoom in. And hit autofocus for me. There you go. So whenever you see, you're like, oh, geez, it's not quite in focus, or oh, wow, the camera tricks you every now and then. It's 6 miles away. The Starship is 6 miles away, and we have 6 miles of air and birds in between us and the Starship. So we do get a little bit of heat haze, and there is a lot of air in between us. So, okay, checking in with Jack here. Let me see if I'm getting a feed from Jack. Stand by. And Chris, I'm getting your keyboard typing there.
Oh, let me mute real quick.
Yeah,
then.
thank you.
Sorry.
Hey, Dus, getting set up over here.
Hey, Jack, how you doing?
Not bad. It's a beautiful morning here at Isla Blanca Park. I've got eyes on Starship. I'm getting my feet up and running. And you were talking about if those were people setting up out on the jetty already. I mean, I can say that there's a good number of people already out here. Parking lots are starting to fill up. At least the small one that's near me. So if you are planning to watch this, I hope you're already on the road to Isla Blanca Park. But definitely a beautiful morning, and I'm sure there's people out there on that jetty right now. I'm not able to get the preview, but I think you were seeing people, right?
Yeah, we were absolutely seeing people out there. That's for sure. So Jack, whenever you need some help, you know the drill for getting the remote online. Just let me know if you need anything from me, okay? And he muted out there, so he probably heard that. All right.
Yep, all good. Minutes away.
All right, y'all, that's Jack Beyer there checking in from the park down there, a little bit off to the side of this camera. Jack will be a little bit closer, about a mile closer, using a different camera to bring us a different view in just a bit here. All right, one technical thing real quick here. Actually, I think I'm running...
I'll take one question so far that I find wonderful, and it's directed at me, so why not? Randy Weinfeld or Weinfeld, depending on which culture that last name is. I'm sorry if I mispronounced it there, but is asking for Chris, is Starship the spiritual successor of the shuttle? So let's get the shuttle bingo card slot out of the way first today at 7:37:20 a.m. EST. Or CST. For me, yeah, I'd say it's the spiritual successor of the shuttle in that regard, for the amount that it's designed to take into orbit, for everything that it's designed to do, for its reusability. In many ways, I would say this is, if it comes to pass, which it certainly looks like it has a high chance of doing, it would be the vehicle that fulfills that goal from what was started back in the 1970s. So yeah, this is exciting for a few different reasons today for me, but yes, I would agree with that, Randy.
All right, and continuing with a couple little back-end technical stuff here. We'll be back with you and working on getting those other feeds spooled up. But again, you are watching Starship SN8 live, this camera at South Padre Island, Texas, looking across the ship channel there to Boca Chica, Texas, where Starship SN8 stands ready for its first flight attempt, hopefully coming up later today.
A question about, does that crane thing mean the launch is canceled? No, we do not. I was told that pad clear would be at 8 a.m. Central to earliest. That's still 20 minutes from now. And of course, they have a long launch window. So even if the pad clear happens slightly after that, you know, I think we're still looking good at this point. So that crane does not mean the launch is canceled.
And I see Jack's broadcast unit coming online. Everything sort of checks in with me here at the studio. But normally it's like, oh, you don't hear the news say that, but the way we do it here at NSF, I don't mind saying things like that out loud. I am getting a report from Jack's broadcast unit. He's working on connecting the camera to give it a feed, it looks like, but we may have Jack's camera on here shortly.
And for those of you who are actually just joining us, I'm Chris Gebhardt. I am the assistant managing editor of NASASpaceflight. Thank you so much to the 14,000 of you who are watching right now. We are live staking out Starship. As you can see, it's 7:40 a.m. Central Time at the launch and test facility now. And we will be live throughout the entirety of the day as they continue to push toward the anticipated liftoff of Starship SN8 for its 12.5 kilometer test flight later in the day. Right now, according to SpaceX, that will come no earlier than 11 a.m. Eastern Time, which is 1600 UTC. That is based on the start time of SpaceX's stream for this test, which they are streaming, and I think we can all agree that we're very, very happy for that. But right now, it does look like it is tracking no earlier than 11 a.m. Eastern, which would be 10 a.m. Central and 1600 UTC for those of you watching around the world. I am joined right now by Das in the studio, who's working with Jack, getting Jack's remote camera set up. And I am also joined by, there is Jack. Yes, how's it going this morning, Jack?
Not bad. It's actually a really beautiful day out. There's like no wind, a few light puffy clouds, but nothing that would obstruct view, in-flight abort style. Ugh. And then,
wow.
yeah, it's looking like a really nice morning. Hopefully progresses into a really nice day, and we see SN8 take its first high-altitude flight today.
And Jack, while you're on comms, I just sent a broadcast command to your broadcaster, your encoder, and you should be spooling up and seeing numbers shortly. You should see numbers right now. And I am going to see...
I've got 7,500.
Aha, fantastic. Y'all, let's check in with Jack's camera. I am seeing the feed from Jack's camera. So let's see what we're getting over there. And Jack, we're going to you here. I'd say permission to come aboard, but you know, whatever. It's
Yeah, I messaged you earlier. I mean, you know this, but the viewers don't. I messaged you earlier. Archers at the ready. We're coming up with all the different metaphors today.
Nice. You'll have my cam. And right there is the view that Jack has from the park over there right on the water.
I'm tempted to switch over to my 600 millimeter at some point, since we have a little bit to wait, since that, like Chris was saying, that webcast was pushed back by a little bit. Maybe as you guys are showing all our different views at some point a little bit later while we're waiting, I'll switch over to an even closer view. I have a lens that'll do about double this, but for now, this looks pretty good, huh?
It looks pretty good, yeah, that's for sure. There we go. That was me, y'all, trying to bring the wave sound up on this. No secret now that that's an audio loop, but that's okay. Hopefully that was our bug. Hopefully that was our bug. There we go. My bad on that one. Excellent. Bamboozled, I know. That's okay. Exposed. I told you we'd be getting other cameras online or other audio feeds online. I didn't say that one was a microphone. Wait, that's FleetCam. I don't want to bring up FleetCam. I want to bring up SBI Ambient. There we go.
And
do we have any questions, or what do you guys?
We have a lot of super chats that have come in over the last 15 minutes that I definitely want to get to, and I definitely want to start with this $50 super chat from Robert Hobson. Thank you so much, Robert. And Robert is asking, whatever happened to the Space Lab module, and could it be used again with Starship? Oh, so this is a question that harkens back to the shuttle program, when the shuttles used to carry a module called Space Lab in their payload bays that allowed them to become basically space stations in orbit for their mission durations. The Space Lab, some of the Space Lab modules do still exist. I believe there are a couple on display in museums, and if I'm not mistaken, if I'm recalling correctly, this isn't my biggest area of expertise, but I believe one of them still exists that isn't in a museum, that's back in Germany. But in terms of the question of could Starship carry it, I mean, Starship would certainly be capable of carrying something that size and mass into orbit. I mean, heck, it could almost take an entire fueled and payloaded space shuttle into orbit, space shuttle orbiter into orbit. But the biggest thing with Starship is that that probably wouldn't be the best allocation of space inside of it. So what they would probably end up doing is, if they were going to use Spaceship for something like that, is just configure the inside of it to be a space station in and of itself, for those up-down flights. But it's a great question and a good throwback to the beginning of the era of our other reusable launch vehicle. Another 10 euros here from Klaus. I for one welcome DOS and his robot army overlords. Very nice, very nice. Nice. DOS, is that what you're creating? You're creating your little robot army?
Yeah, the NSF robot army. I like it.
Yes, I like that too. T-shirt idea. Yes.
A T-shirt idea. Nice.
Mr. Morgan Kell with five euros as well, saying chance for success 33.3% it crashes, 33.3% it's successful, and 33.3% it's getting scrubbed. So the nerd in me has to ask, what about the remaining 0.1%? Anyway, that's the nerd in me. But yes, I don't know, guys. Josh, Jack, Michael, whoever wants to chime in here. That's kind of what I'm expecting today. I think it's equally possible in three parts that we get off the ground, and if we get off the ground, it either ends in a crash, more than likely, or it gets scrubbed for some technical reason today.
Yeah.
I wouldn't personally agree with the 33% chance of an outright success, meaning it lands under stable conditions on its landing legs and is intact by the time this is done. I'm not sure I agree with that personally, just based on all the firsts and all the things that have to go absolutely right that have never yet been tested. And I think that's a very important part of this flight is, yes, there are things that they're going to attempt on this flight that SpaceX is very good at, right? Like getting the engines up on the pad, getting the vehicle off the pad and into the air. And if it does somehow manage to relight its Raptor engine and stabilize itself with its aero surfaces and orient itself vertically in that hover death slam pendulum swing that it's supposed to do here as it comes back to the ground, I'm not really expecting that, because all of those things from the moment it reaches apogee are things that SpaceX has not done before, and things that a lot of companies have not done before in terms of bringing something this big back to the ground. So that would be my personal take on what the chances are today for what we could see.
Yeah, I think that's about right. That's what I would say.
Yeah. Alrighty. And here's a brand company with 10 New Zealand dollars. Thanks so much. It's saying it's hard to believe it will be over twice as tall with super heavy attached. Any idea when we might see that? I believe so. I know we have seen sections of the first super heavy boosters of the rings being constructed over at the production facility site, which is just off camera to the right here from what you're looking at now. This is a view from South Padre Island. But I don't think we've seen a timing estimate yet for when the first super heavy booster would first get hauled out to one of the test pads. And but I mean, in general, we're months and months and months and months away from a Starship being stacked on top of a super heavy and launch, because at that point they're ready for their big high altitude, high energy return tests or an orbital attempt at that point.
I do feel like as soon as we see Starship SN9 moved out of the high bay, which is basically as soon as SN8 does its thing, they will progress with stacking booster number 1, which has already started there next to SN9 in the high bay. So, I mean, the speed at which they're able to stack these things is quite remarkable. I could see booster number 1 being fully stacked by, like, I don't know, mid-January. That might even, I should actually go back and see, you know, statistically how long does it take them to stack, you know, 10, or how long did it take to stack 9? How many weeks or days? But that sort of number would be very useful in informing how long it'll take them to stack booster number 1. But either way, whatever that number precisely is, it's going to be fast. It's going to happen quicker than you expect, and it's going to be like, oh wow, there's booster number 1. Let's do it. Let's watch it do its thing. I mean, SN8 is the star of the show today, but there's a lot more upcoming, including SN9 and booster number 1.
Yeah,
Indeed.
Absolutely. Hey, y'all. So a little bit of a technical thing here. I need to sort of go around the horn and check in with the robots. So I have zoomed in as far as I can on this one. I think we need to bring up another feed we haven't actually showed yet.
Now, Das, this brings up a question, if you don't mind.
Yes?
A germane question.
A germane question.
From Harry Reddy asking, how many angles of Starship are you guys spooling up for today's feed? Prayer hands of thanks. Great work, guys.
A couple. We'll see how many stay alive. But we've been sort of jokingly talking about the NSF robot army, right? Of course, we always have our human camera operators out there. Mary always spoiling us. Yeah, beep, he says. Mary always spoiling us with those close-up views of Starship, and then Jack actually rolling out today. I should switch to Jack's camera while I say that, shouldn't I? Jack actually rolling out today to bring us this view, as well as some human brain, hand-eye coordinated tracking by an actual human being who has a lot of time operating cameras. So we've been talking about all the different cameras and feeds. Of course, Jack, thank you for being out there. But Jack is about as close as humans are allowed to be safely. Right across the water there is where that exclusion zone starts up. So Jack's distance is about as close as people are allowed to be.
Yeah, just shy of 5 miles.
Just shy of 5 miles, huh? So for the last couple days, we've been talking about, well, how do we get even more views of Starship? And what do we do? Once Boca Chica Village is cleared, once humans aren't allowed in the area, clearly there's still workers out there right now. But what do we do whenever we want to get closer views of Starship and no one can be in the village? No one can be where Mary normally is. So Mary has helped us deploy yet another robot out to the field. This is the first time we've shown this robot. I was going to do something cheesy, like once we get to some number of, maybe I should actually do that once we get to some number of likes. I don't know, how many likes do we have right now?
2.9 thousand.
2.9 thousand on 13,000 people watching. I mean, is that too cheesy? Should we not do that? Y'all, is that cheesy or what? Like,
I
should
think
we not
just make them spam enhance the chat.
We should spam enhance in chat. So I want to bring up this other feed, y'all. I want to show you the other robot. It is an uncrewed robot. It is out there. We've actually got we informed SpaceX that we were going to be placing it. We got instructions from them on what we could do and that sort of stuff. But this is not a crewed robot. This is it's an automated camera. It's an automated robotic camera that we've got out there. How many, I mean, can we get it to 5,000 likes, and can y'all spam enhance in chat? Well,
I'm so excited. I'm so excited for this reveal. Please switch to it, please. I'm so
Jack,
excited.
I looked at it when I woke up this morning. I looked at it like every 10 minutes last night to make sure it was still online. How are we doing on likes? 3,600, 3,700? It continues to skyrocket. Give me just 1 second. I'm doing one quick thing here. Let's see what we got. Oh, hey, there's a boat in the Jack cam. Nice, Jack.
I got you for all your boat and boating needs.
Your video of boat and boat related technology boats.
Boating and boating accessories. Tell you what.
Boating and boating accessories. Nice. All right, look at that. There's 4,100. You know something? 4,200 likes. That's the secret to life, the universe, and turning on this other robotic camera feed. I mean, turning on is sort of a misnomer. I've been watching it since late last night. There's 4,190. Do I see 40? There's 4,250. Folks, this robot is actually labeled in my world Robot 00. It is one of the first robots. You've seen its video before on my Hummingbird camera, but it is now deployed to Boca Chica Village out there close to Starship. And that is a live view. Good, that little twig is moving a little bit. Whew.
Yeah, I know.
It worked.
I was looking at that too. It looks like it's totally frozen, but there's just so little wind right now. It's a good thing.
So, Michael, you're on the controls of this robot right now, right?
Yeah, should we enhance some more?
I mean, I don't know. Chat. Y'all know us with the robots, and you know that we like to show how things work. Should we enhance this a little bit?
Enhance.
Enhance. 37, bring it up a bit at 43. Okay,
Nice Blade Runner reference.
Thank you.
We're gonna need some keyboard sounds from Chris. Chris, contribute keyboard sounds. Enhance. Enhance.
I can do that. Hang on.
Michael, take us in a little bit. Show us what we've got.
Let's see how well I can control this thing.
My heart is beating out of my chest right now. We can't touch this robot. If anything goes wrong with it, there's nothing we can do. This robot it's away. It's in the water.
Stay strong, little roots.
I know, we can't send anybody to fix it.
Okay, that's as close as we're gonna get.
Bring it down just a hair for the bottom.
It will go down.
Okay, there we go. So,
Look
folks,
at that.
this is going to be one of our views today. I hope this little robot is the little robot that can and keeps chugging along. It is out there. It is on its own. We cannot touch it. We cannot check it. It is well inside the safety zone. It is about 1.5 miles away from Starship, but it has been very well behaved. It is going to get so many electrons to charge itself up. Robot snacks or whatever robots eat. But this will be another one of our views. Now, I don't know how many of y'all watch our daily videos. Who watches our daily videos? Anybody? Raise your hands in chat if you watch our daily videos. Last night it was a nightly video, and we'll bring this up. Yesterday, this robot actually caught the flaps being tested. And I was dying because Michael and I were actually working on configuring the robot, and we saw the flaps being actively tested, and we pulled the video from it, and we shared it with the NSF team on the back channel, and we were not announcing this robot until today, but yeah. I don't know. We need to get a link to that video. We need to get a link to that video really quickly and show the robot video of the flap actuation real quick. Let me see if I can grab that for us and put that into chat. I was dying yesterday not showing that video.
The video is so cool, seeing the flaps wiggle like that and seeing them all after the wiggle, it like sort of extend simultaneously in unison. That was such a cool sight. Yep. And you'll notice I left Mary's watermark on those clips because one, we don't have a RoboCam watermark, and two, Mary's the person who set that camera up. So yeah, I mean, so thankful that she was able to do that, and so appreciative that she took the time out of her schedule to do that. And I mean, what a view. Look at this. We can see clearly there's a lift up next to the vehicle, and work is progressing, and it's just beautiful, and there's a bird, and everything is great in the universe.
Yeah. Again, y'all, this is an unattended camera. This is a robotic camera. It's deployed out there. We actually talked with SpaceX about the requirements, the right way to do this. They are aware that we have robotic remotes in Boca Chica Village. And this, I really do hope, I mean, I hope it stays online. We cannot touch it. It's got a dedicated uplink. We can send it commands remotely. We can zoom and we can pan and tilt. We're actually going to attempt to track the launch from here. So this robot can actually get a view of the sky. It can look 90 degrees straight up, and it is clear all the way above it. It's weatherproofed, so it's been sitting out there in the rain and wind and stuff like that for weeks now or something. But we are hoping that this robot continues to provide us this fantastic feed. That's for sure.
And Das, you actually just answered one of our questions from a user, dihydrogen monoxide, who was asking, will you be tracking the hop with this particular view? And it sounds like you just said yes to that.
Oh, yes. This will be looking almost straight up the aft end of SN8 when it takes off. We're just going to get a face full of Raptors. Again, it's a safe distance away. It's 1.5 miles away. It's actually near where Mary normally is when she does streams, but Mary, not safe to be in the village. They've asked all the residents, not asked, I mean, they've evacuated all the residents because this is a big deal, hopping this thing up to 12.5. So this robot hopefully will continue bringing us these fantastic views of Starship SN8 from up close.
I know you mentioned it, you know, and I know you mentioned like 1.5, what did you say, miles? 1.5 miles?
Yeah, it's 1.5 miles, just over 2 kilometers.
Yeah, so I know you were saying that's where this particular camera is, and we do have a lot of people asking, where is Mary watching, since it's not safe for her to be watching from where she normally does. So, do we have an idea of where Mary is today?
It's an angle that we haven't used before. You haven't seen a live stream from Mary from this angle, and I'm not going to give a lot of details on it, but we have confirmed, or she has confirmed with SpaceX that she is good to go there. I know that she talked specifically with people at SpaceX, and it is going to be a different angle, and whenever Mary gets spooled up over there, we'll bring in that camera feed as well.
And really quickly, Chris Chris G, if you could check our back channel content, please. There's a question for you.
Will do.
And
Okay,
Doc, you might
I'm
want to
officially.
check too, but go ahead, Jack.
I was just gonna say something stupid as usual. I'm officially at the point of the morning where I am so nervous I am nauseous.
Hang in there, Jack. Stay hydrated.
They just updated the road closure for today, and now it's, I assume that's an error. Now it says 8 a.m. to 7 a.m. for today. I'm just going to assume that's an error. I'm guessing they meant to say 7 p.m.
The road closure goes back in time, Michael.
Yeah.
And again, y'all, there is a little bit of activity at the tank farm there, but that is nominal activity. That's normal activity. So that doesn't mean we're imminently going to be flying or anything like that.
So we also have a lot of question about what they're doing with that cherry picker that's up there right now. What do we know what they're doing with it, or what they could be inspecting in that particular little area?
That is some of the lines that go up the back dorsal side of Starship. That's a much prettier shot like that. I like it. Oh, bring it down a little bit. There we go. We'll bring it back up a little bit.
We're on a delay of when you see it, so it'll be fine. There we go.
There we go. Perfect. It's much prettier without the clutter in the foreground. But that's some of the lines that are on the dorsal side, the back side of Starship that's sort of protected by the main body when it's doing the belly flop, when it's doing the re-entry. And so I can't tell you exactly what they're doing there, but it looks like they are working on those lines that are exposed. There are also some vents that happen up in that area, so I'm not exactly sure what it is they're doing, but yeah.
I really wonder if that area will be covered with some sort of protective metal or just some sort of covering in the future, because those bare wires and plumbing exposed just seem so raw.
Yeah, it does.
There is a question. A lot of people are asking about the flight termination system on this, and there are a lot of people saying, like, are they doing something with the self-destruct system? But that we don't think that's what they're doing here, right? I mean, to me, the flight termination system would be something that would be armed, obviously remotely, once you're further along into the count and your pad is clear. But I don't believe that's what they'd be working on either, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, again, SpaceX doesn't provide information on exactly what they're doing, but maybe they're doing some sort of final check. Maybe they're replacing some sensor, something that was giving them an off-nominal reading, or something like that. But whatever it is, we know that it's important because they're out there just hours before the actual launch attempt. So.
Oh, here are some good questions that we're getting too. People are asking about the geography of the site. Is the launch pad to the north, to the south, to the east of the production facility? Can we bring up a Google map of Boca Chica to sort of give an overlay of the general area and stuff like that, and also maybe like where Jack's watching from South Padre and stuff like that?
I don't know if we have a Google map prepared for that. Michael, do we have a graphic like that, or could we make one?
No, I will see if I can get Brady to make one if he's online right now.
Okay. Yeah, we'll work on that, Chris, to see what we can do with that.
And for what it's worth, the SpaceX stream is still at 11 a.m. Eastern for start time, so still potentially 2 hours away, just under 2 hours away.
I do think, though, with that lift being up, it will probably slip further, but, I mean, we don't have the official information, so we'll have to wait and see. It's interesting, though. It looks like we're trying to see exactly where that lift is on Starship, but it's hard to tell.
And Das, we're also getting a lot of really cool. People are really excited about all the camera views that we've got today. We have questions about how the cameras are powered. How do we keep these things up for as long as we do? And then some other people are asking, will we release all of the views that we get on YouTube later on? And is it also possible to show all the views at the same time on the screen, like as a mosaic or something like that? And I don't know about that last one.
So I'm actually watching all the feeds as a mosaic on another computer. I've got OBS up and I'm pulling in all the feeds. Right now we're 3 of 4 feeds. And once Mary gets online, we'll be 4 of 4, and I can certainly show them in like a 4-box. It's an awful lot of screen real estate. Oh, wow! Look at this, Jack. How you not tell me this?
My bad. I was
There's
taking
a
a
boat
picture of a
coming.
bird. The ice energy is going by right now.
Yeah, the ice energy is headed back out again. That's interesting. I'm gonna have to jiggle that feed, it looks like. But look at the ship there, y'all. I said we might see some ship action in the channel there. There we go. That's Jack's view of the ice energy going by. Wow. I think this is a great shot here. Look at this. Oh, wow. Whoa, Chris. You okay?
Yeah, why?
Oh, was that somebody
Oh,
else?
my dogs just ran through my office. They're having morning, it's 9 o'clock. They're having morning playtime.
Morning zoomies.
Morning Zoom. It's exactly what we call it. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Ross. That's awesome.
Classic morning zoomies.
Yep.
Look at that. I'm going to have to back off a little bit to get the whole ship in frame. Wow.
Yeah, it's a hefty boy.
Yeah. No kidding. I mentioned earlier we're looking across the Brownsville, I think it's Port of Brownsville ship channel there, and it is an active ship channel. That part of the waterway is not closed by the Notmar, right? The Notmar starts at the land and sort of goes away from it. Now, as it leaves the port, this ship could not turn to the right, because if it were to go out of the port and turn to the right, that would enter the exclusion zone, the keep-out area for ships and boaters that is over there off the coast of Boca Chica. But this is going to go straight on out and either going to continue straight or turn to the north a little bit and leave the Port of Brownsville area. But that's ice energy going by. I'm actually really happy that we were able to see that, because that, again, just puts it in context. You know what we need to do?
Also, just a cool name, Ice Energy.
It
Like,
is.
that should be an energy drink.
Ice energy, nice.
Or is that the prequel or the sequel to Game of Thrones once that's done being written?
There you go. A song of ice and energy. All right, I'm done.
There we go.
Oh no. So I'm bringing up some stats real quick off of marine traffic. The Ice Energy is a crude oil tanker, and I was trying to find its length. I know it's in here. Vessel information. There's the tonnage. Length overall. Y'all, that ship is 228 meters long. 228 meters long. So I'm just going to put this into context real quick. How tall is Starship and Super Heavy stacked together? Over 100 meters, right?
Yeah, so the Super Heavy booster is 70 meters by itself, and the Starship's second stage, which is what we're going to see fly today, is 50 meters on its own. So 50 plus 70 is, oh dear God, math,
120.
20, thank you. I was going to say 30, dang it.
So
Chris doesn't do math on the fly in his head.
At 228 meters, this ship is almost twice as long as a stacked Starship Super Heavy is tall. You could lay a fully stacked Starship and Super Heavy down on the forward portion of this and still have room to play a game of basketball or something. I didn't do the math on that. But Starship is big. That ship is bigger. That is a big ship going out today. Wow.
Imagine, I know you said it's a crude oil tanker, but imagine if we were looking at a shortfall of gravitas, or like the next drone ship or whatever some sort of Starship-sized landing barge heading out to sea right now. It's not We're not too far off of that, and we're about to get a cool boat on my stream.
We certainly won't just make this boat watchers, y'all. Let me get back over. I'm actually gonna check in really quickly. Oh, it's the pilot, Jack. That's the pilot.
I told you it was a cool boat.
It is a cool boat. The pilot usually boards the vessel and drives it out of the port, if I'm not mistaken. I think with those big ships, don't they like climb a rope ladder up the side or something like that? I think.
Yeah, something. I'm not sure about specific mode of entry, but yeah, the pilot is the guy that, or a woman that would come on and help them either navigate in or out of port. That's a cool little catch.
Yeah. And let's check in a little bit closer. The lift is still up there on Starship, it looks like. Yeah, it's funny how we're
framing, but I want to show something actually. That's why I was moving the camera.
Oh, there's a Tesla.
If we pan to the left, though, we can see the area where the cars are parked, and you can kind of see how many vehicles are still at the pad. So hard to see exactly, but you can see there's quite a few on the left-hand side of the screen there. So we are still waiting for all those cars to leave before we have a pad clear. So that's the big milestone we're watching for, but clearly that lift is still working at the pad right now.
Yeah, that's like the worker parking lot.
Yes, correct.
Gotcha.
And once we get to pad clear, it's, from what we've understood, if the process unfolds perfectly from that point, it's what, about an hour we would anticipate from pad clear to earliest possible ignition of the engines, correct?
Yeah. And I would guess it would be longer just because this is a test flight and whatnot. I'm not sure where they have to evacuate to. We've never seen this exact scenario, so the exact timing could vary quite a bit. I'm not quite sure, but that's a good question.
Gotcha. And of course, we've already seen that timing vary just a little bit. The webcast has already been pushed back to a start time of 11 a.m. Eastern time, which is an hour and 46 minutes from now. And of course, that could push a little bit more into this. So still at least an hour and 45 minutes away from the earliest possible attempt based on when the SpaceX stream anticipates going live. And again, from what we were told yesterday, that stream will go live just a few minutes before liftoff. They are not planning a big production or any live, and of course we're set up to bring you those views too, in addition to all the cameras that we have placed along the ground. But if you want commentary and question in the correct place, so please don't go anywhere wherever you are watching around the world. Thank you so much for joining all of us, all 14,000 of you who are watching right now. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it, and I know we've got a lot of questions in our queue. Keep them coming, because it's potentially a long day. So if you got questions, keep them coming. Tag us at NASASpaceflight in chat. That puts it into a little backroom program that Michael has written that pops the questions very easily for us to see. And I know we've got a bunch of super chats to get through here as well, and we will. And thank you so much for everyone who's donated there as well. Very much appreciated.
Yeah, I can run some of those really quickly, Chris.
Yeah, that's good. I was going to go around and just introduce ourselves again. I'm trying to remember to do that every so often on our live streams now.
Absolutely. Go ahead. Let's do it.
Yeah, as we do that. So yeah, if you just joined us, I'm Chris Gebhardt. I'm the assistant managing editor of NASA Spaceflight. But all the kudos and everything to our stream, to Das and Michael and Jack and Mary, who's not on yet, but will be a little later on, and also Tyler Gray, who's not yet up, but we are seeing this view courtesy of his room at a hotel on South Padre Island. So thank you all so much, because this has been a massive undertaking to get all of this stuff deployed. I don't know if we've talked about what we've done, but it's been weeks and weeks and weeks of work to get ready for this. To get ready for this day, and oh my gosh, I can't believe we're actually here.
Yeah, I mean, Chris,
months, right?
It's been months.
Months,
oh,
yeah.
For a lot of this, it's literally been months. I mean, this goes all the way back I don't know if anybody remembers some of the Bluebird streams I did, right? Remember when it's like, oh, Bluebirds, haha, DOS, wow, he loves Bluebirds. The Bluebird streams were some of the first remote camera technology and keeping things like that online for long durations that I worked on. And so all the way back to those Bluebird streams with a little Nest camera from my house. Remember when I used to show that on the NSF Live sometimes? That was some of the first tech that I used that's being used here today, right? And then we moved from that into, if anybody saw the Hummingbird camera at my house, that was me working with some of these robotic cameras. I would deploy them out to my back deck and point them at the Hummingbird feeder and then log into them from inside the house. And I got to the point where they were completely separated from the network. They were talking over LTE, and then I would go out and connect them over the internet, even though they were just in my backyard, right? Fleet Cam was next. So we got up to deploying Fleet Cam at Port Canaveral with those fantastic views of booster returns and stuff. And that camera taught us a lot in terms of managing things. And then from there, we went on to these deployable robots. So the deployable robots are basically an iteration of Fleet Cam that is tripod deployable. You can pack these things into a suitcase. You can ship them around. I shipped one from North Carolina. Chris, I know you shipped one from the Cape.
Indeed.
But the two robots that we have online right now, this one here at South Padre Island, and then it's BCVBot. BCVBot, this one right here, these are suitcase deployable teleoperated robotic cameras that you literally take out, you set them up, you flip on the power switch, they report back into me at the studio. They're online, I can do remote diagnostics and all this sort of stuff, as long as they're online. And then we can bring the live video feeds a couple different ways. And
If you notice how DOS keeps subtly saying if they're online, because working with me with technology is hilarious sometimes in the immediate things that I forget to do, where DOS is like, is it on? And I'll look down and go like, oh, right.
Chris, I mean, I'm going to be 100% honest. If half of the robots stay online, I'm going to be happy about it. If half of our feeds stay online, I'm going to be happy. We've sort of done like a risk assessment and identifying the different weaknesses and stuff like this. And if the South Padre Island internet starts to go down, it will affect our ability to get feeds off the robots, right? So that's the one thing I can't resolve. If the cellular network, like the LTE network, starts to die, or the internet backbone down to SPI completely starts to, I doubt that's going to happen, but knock on wood. I hope that the robots stay online. I hope they keep providing us with these fantastic feeds like they've been doing.
Well, and I mean, now to be fair, and of course we all hope so too, right? I mean, obviously we do, but this is one of the things that a lot of us have been nervous about, and that it doesn't appear that officials at South Padre Island and even over at Brownsville are really aware of, or even in the mood to want to talk to people who live near other spaceports, right? Like, to me, this would have been an epic moment for South Padre Island and Brownsville to come to Titusville, right? To come to Port Canaveral and Cape Canaveral, to go to Lompoc at Vandenberg, right? To go to whatever the nearest city is at Wallops, right? And say, what would we never know to expect when people descend on our area, right, for a big test? And one of the biggest concerns that we've had is people jamming the cellular networks, and the cellular network being outright overloaded. Now, South Padre Island has a little bit of help here because they used to be a big spring break destination, and I guess in some ways still kind of are in a little bit, although certainly not what it used to be back in the 90s, right, DOS, where like that's how you knew what South Padre Island was and that it even existed if you weren't from South Texas.
Yeah, that was the big go-to. I grew up in Corpus Christi, about 3 hours north of Boca Chica, and that was the big, going to South Padre for spring break, da-da-da-da. That was the thing to do. It's a massive tourist location. You get on the beach there on South Padre, and during spring break proper, you would see just lines and lines of cars miles down the beach, like 5, 6, 7 lines of cars deep. I mean, literally tens of thousands of people on the beach out there at South Padre. I haven't been back recently. I imagine people still go out. World of 2020 is a little bit different, but it still is a popular tourist destination. And what I'm hoping here, I'm hoping that they've upgraded some of the facilities out there at South Padre, specifically cellular network, to handle crowds, and maybe there won't be as much of a crowd today because of what's going on. But we don't know. That's one variable we can't control. In the future, there's certainly ways to mitigate that. Hey, if I had a Starlink antenna, I would be bringing it up. I'd be putting it on a robot as a secondary connection. But we will definitely use whatever technology we have at our disposal, and y'all help that out. I mean, y'all actually make that possible. The stuff doesn't grow on trees. It's not like Amazon boxes just show up at my house for free. I wish. But we're able to do this stuff because of y'all's support. So when it comes down to data and equipment and cameras and all that sort of things, your super chats are what make it possible. Speaking of which, super chats. You like how I did that? I just like rolled that right into talking about super chats. Dylan, thank you so much. You said, are they opening the hatch now? Are you talking about the cargo dragon hatch, I imagine, or were they opening the side of the Starship hatch? I'm not sure on that. But appreciate the euros. Thank you, Dylan. Nezio. We've got Nezio here as well. I'm new to here. Why is there a link to the Flat Earth Wikipedia under the stream? We get that a lot. I'm not sure what bot at YouTube is confused about us being a Flat Earth stream. I don't understand it. I mean, maybe it's just the long-range camera shots showing the horizon. The cameras that just show so much of the horizon you can almost see the curve or whatever. Or does it have to do with rockets or taking off? I don't know, actually. I don't know if anybody at YouTube might enlighten us as to how that's happening. But anyways, let me get the couple more super chats here. Christopher says, this community rocks. Appreciate you there, Christopher. Sam Halter. Hey, Sam Halter. How are you doing this morning? Hope you're doing well. Congrats to NSF for continuing to grow with the worldwide space effort. Hey, Sam, what a time to be alive. There's so much stuff going on, and we're happy that we're able to share it with you wherever you are around the world. Lumen Cash says, is it too soon to discuss Mars power infrastructure? Lumen, nuclear reactors. I think that's what they're going to use. Solar's good. You'd have to have a lot of it to keep human beings alive. Maybe we'll see massive fields of solar panels. Starship could certainly carry a lot of solar panel material out to Mars to get us started. But that is an interesting question, I'm sure. So we'll see some things about that in the future. Mark Osterland. Oh, I clicked it. Osterland. Mark Osterland. Thank you for the €5. Thanks for all the coverage and efforts, NSF, and shout out to one of the greatest communities. We appreciate you, Mark. Nojatan says, are we expecting commentary on the SpaceX live stream from Elon? By the way, the update links in the video description goes to the old thread. Oh, could we should be able to fix that. Do we have a thread and then we made a new thread, I think? Because there were so many millions of views on that old thread. That might be something for us to get and update the description if it's going to the old thread instead of the new thread. You're right, Nojatan. We will have a look at that. And in terms of Elon doing commentary on the SpaceX live stream, we think this may just be engineering camera feeds. We're not expecting SpaceX to do a big production where they have like hosts and they're live for an hour in advance and all that sort of stuff. We think this may be more of a here's your camera sort of feed. So we will we'll see. But if I had to guess, I wouldn't guess that we're going to hear from Elon live on the stream. Now Twitter is a whole other ball of wax. KJH, appreciate the support. Tommy Harley Coletta, thank you as well for the new membership. Another cool way to support the stream. Thank you so much. Phil Bongard, to Mars if Elon doesn't run out of real estate. Needs some more room for all these 8+ starships and boosters. You're not kidding. They're starting to back up out there at the production site.
That's the cool part. If we run out of room on Earth and we've got Starship, well, we have 7 other known planets, major planets in our solar system, and 5 dwarfs. So And
the cool thing is, I can click a button. I can click a button on the robot, and it turns to the production site, and then we can bring up the production site video, and we can see the 2 SNs with the mass simulators on top. Wait. Have they taken the nose cone off on Mark 1, or am I missing something there? I know they were reviewing the fins.
Last night they took the nose cone off Mark 1. It's dismantling continues.
Oh. I was missing one. I was like, wait, there's supposed to be 3 sticking up, and then the little one, and then the one in the high bay, and God, they're dismantling the old Mark 1. Mark 1 is from the presentation over a year ago now, right, Jack?
Yeah. Underwent a cryo test and failed spectacularly.
Huh. Well, shucks. Anyways,
Yeah, that was the one we all got to see fully assembled at their at the last presentation update back in September of 2019, which was impressive to see because it was just this in a rougher outline form from what you're seeing right now. But yeah, it was impressive to see. What was great about that day and what you couldn't see, I don't think you could see it on the live feed, but they had brought over, James had a great idea, one of the people at SpaceX Communications, had a great idea to bring the leftover first stage of the Falcon 1 rocket that they still had and put it right next to the second stage of Starship, like you see here, right? Just for the size comparison. And it was comedic just on the size comparison because Falcon 1 is so tiny. I mean, in and of itself. But what was great is it was really windy and Falcon 1 just kind of kept falling apart in the wind as the presentation kept going. It was like a wonderfully visual metaphor of out with the old, in with the new.
Falling apart, like pieces falling off of it. What do you mean? Like
there were so some of the equipment stand that they had put up to secure it because it was very windy started to come apart in the wind. So then it started moving like a pendulum.
Oh wow!
It was. I mean, people were snickering. It was funny. I'm not saying this because it was an embarrassing moment. You know, it did its purpose because what it was really there for in the visual was for all of those pre-update activities that we had at the site, right? For media to get pictures and everything like that. So it served its purpose, and it was only when Elon was talking that it started falling apart.
Right. It started falling apart. Nice. Almost as if it was timed.
Right?
Again, y'all, hey, welcome to the live stream. These live views, this one is actually coming from Jack's camera, Jack Beyer, out there crewing a camera for Nasaspaceflight. This will be one of our tracking cameras for the launch today. Jack,
hopefully, with any luck. I'm significantly concerned about my ability to successfully track this thing. I've tried pointing at planes. I've practiced. I've obviously pointed cameras at things a lot, but normally I'm holding the camera. And if I shoot video that's like mounted in the hot shoe of my camera, this will be sort of a new side-by-side setup on a tripod that I'm trying to get to work. So hopefully it works out. But yeah, hopefully a tracking camera. I'm just going to hedge a little bit there for you, Das. I'm going to do my best, but we'll see what I can do.
Jack, I have confidence in you. I know both you and Mary are out there, and you're both going to go for the track, and that's literally what we're using the robots for. So one of the robots, the wide robot will be our cover, and the SpaceX feed will be our cover, and y'all both go for broke. I mean, we got your back. If you lose the track or whatever, that's fine, and we will. I will
do nothing short of my best, and I know Mary will be trying her hardest as well. So we'll do what we can to bring y'all best possible views that we can. Thanks to y'all's support. Thank you so much, everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. Y'all, Jack doesn't live there. Jack had to drive over 24 hours from California. And remember, the original date for this was last Monday. So Jack has been hanging out there at Boca Chica, Brownsville, South Padre Island for over a week now. So Jack, thank you so much for going out there and just running all this stuff down.
I know I've said it before, but I'll say it again. It's an honor and a pleasure. I really do feel absolutely privileged and honored to be able to do this for everybody. I'm just trying to do my part to, you know, espouse Mars and Starship to the world, because it's something that can bring a little bit of joy into people's lives, and it's exciting, right? Everyone needs a little bit of excitement, so no thanks needed. I'm just excited to be able to do this. Thank you.
It's like you never work a day in your life, right? It's a lot of fun what we do. It's stressful sometimes, especially when DOS is trying to talk you through getting a remote camera encoder online.
Yep, I'm still nauseous, but
dude, those things are finicky.
It's still fun.
I will. Hey, before I switch off this
DOS,
camera,
I love that too, because I just want to see like how Jack laughed on that one too, because yeah, you'll say stuff to me like turn on the flux capacitor decoupler or whatever, and I'll be like, cool. What button's that?
Because Chris, you're probably sitting back like knowingly shaking your head because Chris is running the remote camera down from the Cape for, I mean, a long time now. I don't know when I passed that off to you, but I don't have to go down there. You just run it. But you know, when I say the encoders are finicky, they're finicky.
Yeah.
Really quickly, Jack, I was going to say before I switched off this camera, I appreciate you remembering my request. There is a little bit of water at the bottom to give us some motion and some context, and you can actually see the waves breaking on the far shore, sort of lapping up on the other side of the ship channel. But there's not a lot of water in frame. It's a lot of empty sky. The empty sky is easy for the broadcast encoder to bitrate down and make look better, right? This is just an empty sky. It doesn't take a lot of bits to encode. Whereas the water is straight up white noise almost. So, Jack, you framed it absolutely perfectly this morning. I didn't even have to say anything. I just turned on the feed, and it's exactly right. Thank you, dude.
Hopefully I don't stumble into my tripod like an oaf and ruin it, but for now, so far, so good. And at some point, I think I should probably save my battery on this camera, but my spare is charging, so we are good for now, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Jack, we still have the 2 robots online, and I'm actually talking with Mary about getting spooled up as well. So if you need to conserve battery, I know you're out there and those specialty batteries aren't as fancy as they advertise they are, I guess. So if we need to conserve for some battery, we can definitely shut you down.
Yeah, I think I'll stay up a little bit more, and maybe once we get Mary up and rolling, as everyone is drooling over those amazing views, then maybe I'll shut mine down and conserve for a little bit, recharge both batteries at once kind of deal. But that's enough inside baseball. Hey, Starship, everybody. Hopefully it's going to fly today.
And also, Jack, one thing that from doing these marathon streams as well, make sure to take time for you to recharge as well, because we could be here for a while. So when you need a break too, mentally, make sure to let us know.
Absolutely, thanks. I just devoured some peanut butter toast and I've got some fizzy water. So again, all is right in the universe. It's a day for test flight. That's a good day.
Exactly.
Peanut butter toast and fizzy water, really.
As what did I say, Jack? How did I phrase it this morning? I said it is. 'Twas the morning of Launchmas, and all across the beach, not a creature was stirring, except for Starship. Let's keep it that way. Does that sound about right?
Did you just try to rhyme Starship with beach?
I did, and I thought I did it quite well.
I thought it rhymes. Yeah, that's a good. There's a certain ring to it. Oh, here comes a boat.
Oh. Jack, I actually just got a hiccup on your feed there. Did we lose a camera or something? The camera may be making the decision as to whether or not it wants to charge the batteries.
Yeah, okay, checking.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a hiccup there. I do show you at full numbers, like you're looking good, so not sure what the little hiccup there is, but
If only we had more cameras.
yeah, if only we had other cameras to switch to. Oh no. I have to squint down to this one to see the heat shimmer sometimes to make sure it's still alive.
Do you have any questions? How are we on super chats?
We've
got a bunch of super chats. Yeah.
I need to keep getting the super chats here. Lee Rupert, new membership. Appreciate you, Lee. Also, Dimitar Ferdinandov, thank you for the new membership. We got Joseph Newmeyer is a member as well. And then Aaron Dozier is a membership. I'm actually going through reading memberships. Let's see here. Leandro Cura is a new member. Appreciate the support there. Bruce Jackson joining the NASA Spaceflight Club as well. There's Kaya Riley? One of those right there. Appreciate the new membership there. And let's see. Isaac Domestein is a new member as well. Okay, good deal. Got all the members. And then some super chats. Suda Chattery. Best wishes, saying rock this time. Question, can we discuss a little bit about SN8's specific impulse? Anybody want to take that official information from Elon on what the current or estimated specific impulse is?
The number in my head is 320, but I don't know if that's right. That's just the number that's in my brain. Sometimes I'm good at remembering stuff like that, and sometimes not. But Chris?
That is exactly what I remembered. I'm going to their website now to see if it's changed, but that is exactly what I remember.
I know it's sort of been flux, like Elon's like, here it is, and we're trying to do this, and we're trying to do this.
Yeah, good point.
Vacuum versus sea level and that sort of stuff. But I don't know what the final specific impulse is, but I think 320 is the number we've heard. That's
yeah.
yeah.
320 is definitely what sticks in my mind. Yes, ISP vac of. Oh, so I guess so this was as of September 2018. So I think this changed at the 19 update. But the last reference I can seem to find is an ISP of 380 seconds. But
okay.
But like I said, I think
that might have been their aspirational goal. Like, we're trying to get to 380 if we can hit the certain pressure in the combustion chamber.
I think it was because as of 2017, the operational engine was expected to have 382 seconds of ISP and vacuum and 334 at sea level. And then there's a whole bunch of references to 380, 330 earlier on from the variants. So yeah, it looks like we're up to 380-ish as of the last update for vacuum level Raptors, and between 365 and 370 projected for operational use is what it's saying. So yeah.
Gotcha. Again, definitely in flux, and I'm sure we'll get more information from Elon whenever he gets some new test results. He'll let us know how that's performing. Morgan Kell saying the 0.1% is left for a USO appearing in SN8's flight path. Nice. The 0.1%. So that's a little bit of a while ago. That's like 45 minutes ago we were talking about that. I really got to get us caught up. Adrian Beal, thank you so much for the 22 euros about. With all the praise for Mary, which is 200% deserved, I want to thank everyone in the NSF team for doing this coverage for us. Plus, thanks for the seconds up in the field. Adrian, thank you so much for the support. We appreciate you being a part of the community here and helping us out. So thank you very much for that. Matthew Duggar says 7,000 likes. Is that where we're at? Are we at 7? Oh, we're at 40, almost 5,000. We're about to cross over 5,000 likes. So not too shabby there. Almost the 33% like to viewer rate right now. Appreciate you, Matthew. Cole Logan says enhance. Thanks, Cole. Saith says, in the words of the best robot, Autobots, roll out. I wish I had a voice changer or something so I could do that correctly. But appreciate you, Saith. Studio Renee is this one with some euros. Appreciate your Studio Renee. Jerwa. Whoa. When did this sneak into the queue? See, this is the problem with having so much going on. $105 from Jerwa saying BN00 needs a buddy. Bot number 00. I like it. Jerwa, thank you for the $105. That is super generous of you. And we're able to do this sort of stuff because of support like that. Go ahead, Chris.
Thank you. Yeah, Jerwa, that is absolutely incredible. Thank you. Thank you so much. And also to Tom in Space for the 100 Australian dollars as well. My goodness.
Oh, let me scroll down and
yeah, absolutely incredible. Thank you so much, Tom in Space, and thanks to everyone.
All right.
Well, it was such a generous super chat that Chris's mic went off axis.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
You broke Chris's mic. It sounded like. Chris, I don't know if something got unplugged or a dog attacked you there or something.
It's like a new level beyond breaking one of us as you break our equipment, which. No, in reality, don't break our equipment. Please don't break our equipment.
Please don't do that. There's a lot of robots online today. Like, I really don't want to break the equipment. Oh, but Tom in Space, there's that 100 Australian dollars. Thanks to everyone at NSF.
Whoa.
So many camera angles. You okay, Jack?
Yeah, wait, so you see that pole way there on the left side? That little stick sticking up the bird just flew over?
On your feed?
I'm looking at the preview right now. The robot cam.
Oh yeah, the robot cam. Okay, yeah, the pole.
That is Mexico.
Really?
Yeah, that pole is Faro Baghdad. I think it's a lighthouse or a navigation light, right at the mouth of the Rio Grande, across the border from. Like, you can drive all the way down to the end of Boca Chica Beach and see that light. Sorry, I know I'm interrupting an extremely generous super chat, but my preview just loaded and I noticed that we have a really nice crisp view from this camera.
So you can't see it from your camera. You're looking at the robot camera, right?
Correct. I can point my camera at it, but I don't think I have enough elevation to see it from where I'm at right now. That's just nifty. I mean, sorry, I'm completely interrupting and derailing, but that's a really cool thing to catch.
No, I didn't. So I didn't know what that was. I've been seeing it out there, and I hadn't identified it yet. Luckily, a guy with a robot. Let me see if we can enhance that really quickly. That's a lighthouse out there?
Yeah, or a navigation light. I'm not sure, if it qualifies as one or the other, but it's definitely right there on the border next to the Rio Grande.
It
Super
actually,
cool.
It looks like the Loch Ness Monster has traveled down from Scotland and is peeking over the dunes to watch the Starship SN8. Nessie, please, this is in the exclusion zone. We don't want to scrub due to Loch Ness Monsters out there.
Scrub due to Nessie.
It's got a little bit of like a head on the top of it there. We'll have to look that up and see if we can figure out exactly what that is. You saw it when you were out on the beach, right, Jack? Because you were on top of the dune.
Yeah, I took some photos of it. I'll have to post them up on Twitter.
All right. I had seen that out there, and I hadn't identified it. I didn't know what it was, so thank you for that. That's cool. Oh, super unprofessional. Move the PT-0 robot while it's actually being shown. Jeez. I'm going to keep running the super chats here, y'all. NJ Poolboy giving back a bit to everything you guys do for us. NJ Poolboy, we have a lot of fun doing this. I know we're not the buttoned-up, straight-laced, suit-and-tie news commentary team or anything like that, but we have an awful lot of fun. We get awfully excited about this stuff, and I hope that we're able to share that with you. I hope it rubs off a little bit and gets you all a little bit excited about what's going on. It looks like that lift is moving around a little bit there, too. Is that lift actually going down? Let's find out. Which robot is that? There we go. It's that one. I don't know if that lift is looking at something else or if that lift is actually retracting right. It looks like it's still retracting, so cool. Rick Peliciati, I'm going to go with. Can we get the details or specs on the robotic camera? I have a need for one in an application I'm working on. Rick, if you send me a tweet or send me a DM on Twitter, I would be happy to talk to you. I think at some point we'll do a video or something, like putting one together, and it'll be like, hey, what's up? It's Das here in Das's garage. And we'll do a video or something just showing how it works. But if you DM me, I'm happy to talk about it, like how it's put together. It's not rocket science. Believe me, Starship is a lot more complicated than the camera is. But I am on Twitter, / Twitter. That's not how you spell Twitter. Twitter.com/KSpaceAcademy. Yeah, there you go. If you send me a DM on Twitter, Rick, if you're still here, I would be happy to talk with you about what you're doing, like what sort of need you have. Here is one. Enjoying, I think that's a piece of broccoli? A mushroom? I'm not sure. Anyways, appreciate the support there. Enjoying and watching your stream. Best life. I get the smiley face with some hearts. That's fantastic. And Hunter, yes, which robot is that? Gotta find the right robot. We appreciate you, Dur. Rainbow Trout. Hey, Rainbow Trout sneaking back through. Remember you from yesterday. Let's hope they're just adding GoPros to SN8. The lift is just strapping some more GoPros onto the side of SN8. Nice. Paul Ronan says, thanks, guys. We love watching your productions. Much better than NASA. I don't know much better than NASA. I mean, we have a lot of fun with our commentary and stuff, but boy, does NASA have some cool robotic cameras. I tell you what, they got robots on planes. They got cameras that you sit on and drive like a tank. I mean, if they're not using all those for every stream, I'd be happy to give them a good home. Does NASA sell probably not, old robotic cameras? Miya Matsuki, thank you so much for the support here as well. You can stream multiple cameras on YouTube, like what SpaceX does their Crew 1 demo launch. There's an option to switch. So, Mia, we're aware of that. We didn't quite put together the infrastructure for that. I've actually done tests with the YouTube multi-camera feature where the user can actually choose which camera they want, then we would have a produced feed. I looked at the workflow on how we could set that up. It's just not something we did for this, because this is the most cameras that we've had for an event, right? So that's something we may think about in the future as we continue to level up our coverage and our number of cameras with y'all's support. Matthew Duggar saying smash that like button to show some love. There's Kaya Riley saying great video in positioning again. Kaya, thank you so much for the kind words. Michael Schubert with a question. Does the pressure of the tank farm tanks need to be increased before the start? I'm talking a lot. Anybody want to jump on that one? Pressure in ground service equipment, how is it maintained before launch?
I'm not sure about the pressure, but we should see a lot of venting starting about an hour or so before launch at least.
Gotcha. And I do know that it's normal to see some maintenance venting on some of the tanks and stuff like that. But yeah.
Yeah, when we're getting close to launch, tank farm will be going a bit more crazy than the standard occasional vent.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. It does look like that lift has moved down a little bit and is inspecting or working on something a little bit lower right now. So, all right. Sebastian T says, thanks to everybody on the NSF team. ETA 2001 Carl, appreciate the support. Pim Zwagger, thanks for your great coverage today and in the past. Stay safe and enjoy today. We appreciate you, Pim. Rusty Can, hey all, I'm gonna miss SN8, got so used to it. Rusty, you won't even know. Pretty soon SN9 will be out there. You won't even think about SN8 anymore. You could be totally lost to the past. Come on, don't fool yourself. We appreciate the 2 curly L's. Michaelo90 or Michaelo90 says, my 3 streams are set up with 3 different streams. Your go for launch. Excellent. Thank you, Michaelo. It's fantastic that there's so many different people who are excited about sharing this with everybody. It really is a cool thing that we're all so excited, and a lot of us have the capability to help share it with the rest of the world. So Mark Stevens from Australia, thanks for the awesome coverage of SN8 test flight, nearly 1 a.m. here in Australia, and I'll be watching all night. Appreciate your work. We appreciate you, Mark. Thank you. Boom Baby Chase is saying, is Jack doing a live remake of the movie Birds? I don't know, is there something on his feed that I haven't seen? No, okay. He's still good. You can really see that water moving there. That's such a, what a way to see Starship. Jack, you're not getting attacked by birds or anything, are you? He may have already been carried off by birds, or they just stole his cell phone. It's all good. That's.
Oh gosh, it's a Hitchcock movie in real life.
It's a Hitchcock movie. Oh, of course. Yes. Hi. Yes, this camera on this tripod. It's not doing anything important. There you go. Don't be that guy, y'all. Happy Hacking Video Blog says battery swapping. I'm almost caught up here. And then Dobra Espacial says, thank you so much for this amazing coverage. So many camera angles. We appreciate the kind words there, Dobra. Thank you. Y'all, that gets me through a lot of the queue. I'm going to let the queue marinate a little bit. So it's not just one of those streams where they're only running Super Chats constantly. But thank you for joining us. Again, we're NASASpaceflight. We are covering Starship SN8. It is scheduled and has all the bits in place for a test flight later today, shooting to get up to 12.5 kilometers and then successfully land after doing a barrel roll or backflip or some sort of show-off maneuver that Elon wants this thing to do. But we do not have an exact time of the launch or of the event. We will be standing by, and we have robotic cameras, we have camera operators sort of smattered all over Boca Chica and South Padre Island so that we can share this historic event with you.
Now, what we might want to talk about here is the SpaceX. SpaceX is still showing a feed going live in about 70 minutes. This is likely not possible because of the fact that they are still at the launch pad working. You can see they're at the base of Starship. There from Jack's feed, I think there's a little better view of it from the robot that we have deployed at Boca Chica Village. But you can see they're still working. There are people still working on the vehicle. There are still cars at the pad. There's still a crane up doing work on some of the outside of it. And we know generally from past attempts like this that it takes about an hour from the time they clear the pad to the earliest possible time that we could expect an engine ignition. So based on the fact that they're still there, they're probably no longer still heading for an 11 a.m. Eastern target as the webcast shows. And this is normal, right? We expected to push into the window today. The test window runs until what, 5 p.m. Central Time tonight? So 2300
yeah, that's correct.
UTC.
Yep.
Yeah, so it runs until 5 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central, 5 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Eastern, or 2300 UTC phase. So we were expecting it to push into the window, which is normal for this type of first flight test operation for a vehicle.
Good deal. And Chris, if you could run for just a second here, I'm working a tech thing on the back end.
Actually, I'm being told that my temp microphone is not that great. So can somebody else take it over? I'm being told I'm very quiet. Yeah.
You sound fantastic to me.
Oh,
not
okay.
quiet.
I'm being told in our back channel I'm really low.
If you want to,
from before.
if you want to pitch me a
but
question, Chris, go for it.
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah. So let's see what we've got. Let me go through some of the questions.
Chris, great. I just checked. You're good.
Okay, cool. Okay, so here's a good question from Harry about how this all operates. So do the 3 Raptor engines gimbal together, or do they have individual control authority?
Were you asking someone? Sorry.
Well, Jack
Yeah,
said
sorry. I deliberately said asking questions. My bad. I was getting my camera feed shut off, so my battery started charging again. I believe they can all gimbal individually, although I don't know that for certain. I'm pretty sure though they can all, use independent thrust vector control. If you look at obviously it's not much to go on, but if you look at the simulation that they released back at the Starship presentation last year, the infamous crazy Elon or backflip, belly flop, whatever you want to call it. I guess it's not really the belly flop. It's after the belly flop. It's the flip, the landing flip. It sort of shows 2 individual engines sort of wiggling independently to balance out and null out the horizontal velocity as it comes in. And granted, that's one small data point, a simulation from a presentation a year ago, and the simulation itself could have been inaccurate.
It looks
Cars
like
leaving?
Spraying water or something on the right side of the pad.
Yeah, it looks like you got that, Michael? There you go.
There you go. I think it's on the landing zone, so maybe they're testing the water suppression for the landing zone, and now it just stopped. So I would guess they were testing the water suppression for that landing zone. Ooh, what happened to right? Let me go farther.
Yeah, there's a whoa, too much.
So I had a issue on my end. I lost my feed.
You want me to correct it?
This would make a lot.
Second.
Yeah,
I got timed out.
Go ahead, Chris.
Sorry, just trying to talk about the.
There we go.
All right. Yeah, Chris, go ahead.
Sorry, I was trying to talk about the water there. This would make a lot of sense based on what we saw yesterday when Booster 1058 successfully landed on the drone ship, and they immediately began spraying water with it, because one thing you're going to want to do, you always want to assume that you're going to have a successful landing, and make sure that all of your systems are ready to support in that particular regard. But water and spraying water onto a vehicle after it's landed isn't just for sound suppression. It is to stop fires that might ignite afterward. It is to thermally protect and start cooling down the vehicle. There could be fuel leaks from engine lines or things like that. So there's a whole bunch of stuff they have to be prepared for if it does make it successfully back to the ground, and is in one piece upon landing. So none of that would be shocking to see. And the fact that this is 3 Raptors instead of 1, which we've seen the previous tests again, makes sense that they would be beefing up some of their safety operations around the pad for these sequence of tests now.
Yeah, we can also see that the lift at the pad has now gone down, so that might be a good sign. Although I say might because sometimes you think the lift's gone down and it's a good sign, and they're just picking up another part or more crew members, and then they go back up. So we'll have to wait and see. But I apologize for that camera issue. I am fixing what happened. I basically lost our live preview, so I could not see what I was doing. So I just guessed, and I guessed wrong.
That happens sometimes. Again, y'all, the view we're looking at right now is a remote-operated robotic camera. It is installed over there, and it is being controlled by Michael across the internet. So he logs into it. He has a real-time operator preview, which is sort of a low-bandwidth preview, and then it sends me a broadcast feed that I can bring into the mainstream here. but we are still learning on stuff like this. This is untethered. This is not plugged into somebody's internet. It doesn't have a dish or anything like that. This has actually got a 4G LTE brain in it, and we communicate with that brain via a device not unlike an uplink that you would find in an ambulance or a police vehicle. So the technology we use there is the same sort of data uplink that you would find in one of those vehicles that they get their data from. So we log into this, and Michael handles it remotely, still getting some experience with this, and it's been doing fantastic so far. Every now and then we're going to get some video hiccups. I'm really curious how it's going to behave when more and more people, more and more superfans start getting on the internet. But I am very happy that it's bringing us the view we can. This thing is suitcase deployable. It packs down into a Pelican case, and you can take this place. You don't need power as long as you've got internet of some sort. I can plug its internet into the wall. I can get it on via the cellular network. If I had a Starlink dish, I could plug a Starlink dish into it, and I could use it as one of the uplinks for this camera. And it powers itself a lot of different ways. I designed it so it could run off solar. It can plug into the wall. It's got an internal battery that'll run it for 12 or 14 hours, and then you can put an external battery pack on it to make it run for a day or two, if that's the sort of situation. But this is one of our NSF robot armies, and you're doing good, BCV-Bot. You're doing good today. Thank you for your service.
You can see on the right there that lift is actually driving away, it looks like, maybe, so that could be positive.
Yeah. Absolutely. Again, y'all, we don't have an exact time for this test. We don't know exactly what time they're going to do the launch. We know when SpaceX is saying that they're going to do their stream, but we do not know the exact launch time. That's not something SpaceX has published. We know that their window goes from the morning till the afternoon, all the way up until 5 p.m. Central Standard Time, and you can see it's 9 a.m. right now, so still 9 to 5. What a way to make a Starship. We have a long way to go before we actually see this thing hop, I believe. Will it flap its wings and wave goodbye? Yes, it will, hopefully, Steven. It'll flap its wings and say goodbye.
And sorry, we have a question, but I'm having trouble finding it in the long queue here. But we did have a question about the flaps. Why are the flaps not extended today, and are they chained back down? What has happened? We were talking yesterday about how we thought the flaps would be extended for liftoff, and now they're tucked back in. So do we have any updated? A lot of questions about the flaps, and why are they not extended today, and are they going to launch with them retracted and stuff like that?
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is some sort of storage mode or something like that, like they fold them to this position for some amount of time. Not exactly sure why they put them one way or the other, but we did see them fully extended yesterday, and your guess is probably as good as ours on how it's going to launch. I think a lot of people think that the flaps will be extended whenever Starship actually launches, and then it'll be retracted when it's belly flopping. But I don't know. I'm going to guess that we may see some flap actuation before launch. So we may see them go out to extend, they may come back again, and they may run some final tests on them just to make sure that they're all good to go. Yeah, and the lift is still moving around there as well. You can sort of see it in silhouette here in profile, I guess. Isn't it the same thing? On the SPI camera.
So another question here from Jake saying, is testing of the water suppression system on the landing pad an indicator that they want to attempt to land on the pad instead of the water?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're absolutely going for the pad. They may not make it to the pad, but I do think that they're going for the pad. I mean, hey, practice like you want to play, and working on that pad, I absolutely think they're targeting the pad instead of the water. Jack?
Yeah, that doesn't mean it won't go into the water or fail at some point before then, but all things go perfectly, they're definitely targeting the landing pad. I mean, that's what it's for. It's for landing.
Yep. I didn't see any tie downs on the flap. Of course, as we continue to get experience with this camera is only on a 25x zoom. We could bring this camera, we could put a camera with a lot more zoom on it, deploy it to different locations, that sort of stuff. But I don't see on the top flaps at least, the chains or tie downs that we sort of observed before, I don't know if that one little piece maybe has something to do with it, but I don't see that right now. So maybe they are not secured. I mean, I don't know that you would have to have them tied down due to the wind. It could be possible that you leave it like this based on the direction of the wind, and you sort of fold the flaps so that it has less of a wind profile, you know? But again, SpaceX has all that information. They've certainly thought about this, and we will continue to watch. We'll observe what happens with Starship here, and we'll learn some new things today as well.
Excellent. So, I just kind of like this one from Radical Isotope. He says, imagine buying NASA's old Apollo and shuttle era telescopic tracking cameras and giving them to Jack.
I'm not kidding. I have a tab open and one of my many hundreds of tabs open. I know it's not a good way to do things. Don't at me. I have a tab open for a company that makes those tracking gimbals that is out in like El Segundo, pretty near me in Los Angeles. And it's been on my to-do list for a long time now to reach out to them and go out to their factory and do a tour and maybe shoot a video of like, hey, this is what a real tracking mount looks like versus the janky setups that we try and use. But you know, COVID hit, and so that hasn't really been possible right now. But it would be really, really cool to get a surplus Army or Air Force or NASA, what have you, tracking mount like that. I know there's a group out there. It's called, what are they called? It's like Mars Scientific and Trumbull Studios or something like that. But they're a private individual, as far as I know, that has a tracking mount that they contract out. And typically when you see the photos of like a Virgin Galactic launch, Virgin Galactic will repeatedly contract with them and their tracking mount in order to get the sort of the high resolution long range shots. So, hey, with enough support, maybe someday we'll have a tracking mount. It's kind of insane to even think about, but you know, obviously probably not ever, but maybe someday, months, years and years down the line, that'd be a super cool advancement. I could see myself towing a tracking mount behind my Land Rover or a Cybertruck if we're talking like a decade from now. But
Jack,
anyways, it's fun to dream. I'll shut up. It's just fun to dream.
Can we cut a big hole in the roof of the back of the Land Rover and then like mount one of those ring turrets on it with cameras on it, so you just get in the back and stand in the back and it turns around?
You had me at ring turrets.
So I got past cut a hole in the roof of the rover and I got you with ring turret. Whew, good.
Absolutely. I'm in.
Excellent.
Watch. Knowing Andre, he's gonna like, hey, I appeared out of nowhere and sawed a hole in your roof for you. It's like, whoa, Andre.
Would that be with or without a kayak?
With a kayak. I can see Jack on the shrimp boat, says Bigfoot. Like Jack riding out on one of the shrimp boats that goes by.
That'd be awesome.
Love it.
Yeah, Chris, if you want to keep grabbing questions.
Yeah, so let's talk about a couple of what happens if it goes boom questions. Because Jessica Mills and Captain Crutch have fairly similar questions that go very nicely together here. Jessica is asking, let's say that Starship makes it all the way back down to Earth and it's vertical and lands, but it's a little bit off and it falls over. Would it explode or would it just lay there?
I think it depends, yeah.
So the basic answer to that is, yeah, it would depend on when it tips over. If it were to land a little bit off and they were able to depressurize the tanks, then it would not necessarily explode when it hit the ground, or when it tipped over. But if it lands like we saw some of those earlier Falcon 9s do, where they land off center and they can't stabilize and they go right down and they pop, that's largely because all the tanks are still pressurized for flight. So that would be one of the big deciding factors on how big something like that would be if it did manage to land successfully and vertically, but then tipped over after landing. And the follow-up from Captain Crutch would be, how big could an explosion resulting from a last-second landing failure be? Basically, how far must people be? And this is a great question because this is what determines that 5-kilometer keep-out zone, right? Is when they look at how they're going to close land, air, and sea, what they're looking for is, the vehicle will follow the nominal flight path, and if it doesn't, there is a way to terminate the vehicle. whether that's through thrust termination. There are a couple different ways to terminate a flight. It can either be through thrust termination or blowing an explosive to open up the propellant tanks and just stop the vehicle that way. But basically what those closure notices are doing is they're looking at, okay, for the acceptable weather conditions on the test day, if it explodes at altitude, right, at 12.5 kilometers, as high up as it can be, and the wind is at the maximum that it possibly could be, where will that debris get blown? And where that debris gets blown determines your zones for where you're going to not allow people to go. So that's why when we say don't violate the exclusion zones are not there just to be annoying and keep us far away from a vehicle. They're there to protect us in case something goes wrong, because that is the calculated distance with a little bit of margin of where debris might actually land if there is a failure. So that 5-mile exclusion zone keeps everyone who's gone to see it safe during all envelopes of flight. So very, a really great question there, Captain Crutch. But yes, that's why that 5-mile keep out zone, right, is there, and it seems excessive, but it's because it's designed to protect you no matter where the vehicle might fail during flight. So two really good questions there.
Yeah, gotcha. I'm going to grab some super chats. The timer says 30 minutes now, so I will get us caught back up. Again, y'all, we don't want the stream to be all about reading out super chats, but we do appreciate your support. Adam Page, 20 curly L's, saying, you guys have been dope. Mad props on the commitment to coverage and to building such a great community. Buy Jack a meal, please. Jack, you hungry? I don't know if Jack is hungry out there, but we will definitely make sure we take care of Jack. Thank you, Adam, for the support. Arthur Mukhemedov says, it's launch day, my dudes. Just finished setting up to watch 8 different streams simultaneously. This is ridiculous. I hope it won't start in the middle of class. Thanks for the views and Godspeed SN8. Arthur, you and me both. I'm getting neck pains looking at all these monitors. I've got 6 monitors around me, and most of the monitors are showing more than one feed on them, whether it's a production program feed that's going out or my incoming cameras on another computer so I can monitor them. We've got the robotic controls that I can spool up the real-time operator previews on. Chats over here, our question queues over here, just all over the map. I got bandwidth monitors watching everything that's coming in from all the field remotes that are spooled up. And it is my neck. Gosh, I got to sort of stretch it out a little bit. What I need is maybe I should buy one less camera and get a massage or something. Anyways, Arthur, thank you so much for the support there. Ian K. Stevenson, a new member. Welcome to the club, Ian. We got Stephen Dixon as well saying, how long before NASASpaceflight has a camera on Mars at Acadia or Acidalia Planitia to capture the super heavy SN73 landing? You know something, Stephen? Don't act like I haven't thought about it. I've thought about a CubeSat to try and get a live stream off of. Maybe in the future there's some sort of ride along on a moon mission. I would love to do it. I mean, I would absolutely love to figure out a problem like that all the way out to Mars. If we could design something, and wow, that's way outside of my skill set. I would love to be involved with a project like that, but that's not Das building something in his garage. That's a team of people who are probably a lot smarter than me. That would be an amazing thing to be involved with. That you think we're joking? I'm not joking. Hendrik Harald Koenig saying we should call the control surfaces flapper vaders because they control lift, flaps, roll, ailerons, and pitch elevators. Flapper vaders.
I mean, can I just weigh in on this really quick?
Yeah, you're the label maestro.
I enjoy the fun, like, what should we call them thing all the time. I do it myself. But if SpaceX calls them body flaps, I'm going to call them body flaps. But flapperons or elonerons or eloner flaps or flap-oner musts, I don't know, whatever you want to call them, whatever floats your boat or flies your Starship, by all means. Flapper vaders is pretty solid, but I'm just going to go with flaps.
Gotcha. All right. I'm gonna try to get this queue cleared out. Freddie Farkle, glued to your stream. That lighthouse is called Faro Baghdad. Good pick in Google Maps. I will have to check that out, Freddie. Thank you for the information there. Back to the lighthouse. Thank you. I mean, I love stuff like that, looking at different things that we get, and I'll have to bring that up and have a look. Rusty Can says, agreed, DOS. Onwards and upwards, look forwards. Onwards and upwards. Rusty Can was talking about... Rusty, what are you talking about, onwards and upwards? I remember talking a lot about Rusty Can just a little bit ago, but I say a lot of stuff. Yes, onwards and upwards, like in Narnia. Bobby Stokes, appreciate you there. Very appropriate for Starship to launch today. Mr. Yeager will be helping it fly straight. Bobby, SpaceX had to call up another test pilot for an experimental flight. And I imagine Mr. Yeager, General Yeager, will be looking down on Starship. Ah, yes. Andrew, thank you so much for the $10. Is there a reason there's a Flat Earth context box? That keeps happening. I don't know if it has something to do with the descriptions we're putting in, or I'm not even sure.
I've seen some people say it happens a lot on feeds where there's a lot of horizon. It's just like a flat horizon kind of thing. So
yep.
I'm not quite sure what's going on there. It's slightly aggravating, but I mean, I guess I'm glad YouTube is trying, however lightly, to tamp down the flat Earth thing. Because holy cow.
Yeah, I guess when we start, we did start early this morning with the horizon shot from South Padre Island. So maybe it's something about when it sees a video that's like this, it puts a flat. I mean, oh look, the horizon's flat. Clearly, the Earth is flat. It's like, do you even know how physics works?
I have a feeling one of the things it looks for is a tag of like spaceflight or Starship or something like that, and then just puts a disclaimer, regardless of what the video actually is, or regardless of if it's a legitimate news source and news site like us. That would be my blanket guess on what the AI might be doing as it's searching for things.
Yeah, it is super weird. We're aware that that's popping up down at the bottom of the stream, but if anything, the streams you see here give some pretty definitive evidence against the shape of the Earth being anything other than an oblate spheroid. So,
hashtag oblate spheroid.
Hashtag oblate spheroid. Nice. Hey, Van Henning Ebsen, thank you for the membership. Welcome to the NASA Spaceflight family. We appreciate the support. SimPilot X says, thank y'all for everything. Love your coverage and commentary. Wish I could send more. Hopefully after graduation. Keep up the stellar work. I see what you did there, SimPilot. Thank you so much for the $5. Hey, every single bit adds up. Do you know how many robotic cameras I would have if 16,000 people did $1 each? I would buy one long-range infrared camera, and we would have actual, accurate infrared from a couple miles away when they do crowd testing. That's what I would spend $16,000 on. I've actually already called the company and got estimates and stuff. Anyways, moving right along, Mark Montse, new membership. Welcome to the family. Trey Greer says, lease a NASA WB-57 for Jack. You know something? For Jack? I mean, come on. Are there 2 seats? Jack, can I fly it and you can use the camera? Or how does that work? Is that 2 people in it? I don't even know.
I think
apparently
an RSO or whatever you want to call it, but that hurts me a little bit just because I've tried to catch WB-57 multiple times before.
Yeah.
When they're flying in the Palmdale here, and I just haven't gotten photos of one yet, and they're getting to be, I don't know how longer they're going to be back before they're replaced with something like some sort of uncrewed sort of like drone setup. So hopefully I do with the 57 here shortly, but in the off chance that someone at Johnson is living in one, I will cry for days, please.
Yeah, Jack, we're getting a little bit of roboting there. Again, y'all, Jack is out in the field. He doesn't have a news van with him or like a team of 8 people or anything fancy like that. He's literally dialing in on his cell phone. So every now and then we do get some robot voice pixelization. I like it. Voice pixelization on Jack. Jack, we copied you on most of that. I guarantee you that if we get in touch with the people who run those planes, you're not going to get to go unless I get to go too, is all I'm saying. Michael can stay home and run the stream. I'm coming with you. Anyways, Trey, appreciate you on that one. Again, y'all, WB-57, the WB-57 is the observation plane that has a bunch of really cool cameras on it. It flies at high altitude, and it brings us some of the cool footage from things like re-entry of the Dragon capsules. Whenever things are re-entering, that was the WB-57 that was bringing us back that plasma footage of the Dragon re-entering. So that's why we're sort of talking about that. Future Martian says, here's $20, some funding for the NSF Mars cam. I love it. You know, it would be absolutely...
what have we started?
Yeah, right, Chris? Can you imagine like a little Mars rover head peeking over the dunes and like looking around at Starship? That would be amazing.
Man, see, now I'm already thinking of names, because if it goes to another planet, it's gotta have a name.
Oh, you know how they have the Mars yard at JPL?
Yeah.
And that's where they test the rovers? We could test our rovers at Boca Chica. Like, useful tests of the rovers driving around in dunes and stuff. And then you're getting the video feed of Starship during test, and it's like, let's go to the rover cam or something. That would be amazing.
I love it. I love it. I do just want to point out one quick thing, though, because it is really cool. Someone in the stream, NMusic19, points out that it is exactly 10 years ago today that Cargo Dragon flew for the very first time on a COTS-1 mission on a Falcon 9. So some good test flight synergy for today, if they can get Starship off the ground, might you say?
Absolutely.
Anyway, I found that really cool.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna...
Hey, I should have clear comms again, hopefully. Chris, what did you just say? I sounded interesting, but I missed it.
Yes, today is the 10th anniversary of the first flight of Cargo Dragon to the International Space Station.
Cool.
First flight of Cargo Dragon on its COTS-1 demonstration flight. Yes.
Very cool. So an auspicious day for test flight, hopefully doubly so after the events of today.
Exactly.
Hey, Iron Catastrophe, thank you for the bits over there on the Twitch side. We appreciate you. Iron Catastrophe has been a long-time supporter of my stream over on Twitch. When I was learning to do all this stuff, I used to be a computer programmer. Got out of that as quick as I could. Now we have Michael for the programming. But Iron Catastrophe, thank you so much for the long-time support over on the Twitch side. And Barry as well. Barry Carleon, thank you so much for being a long-time supporter, especially on the spaceflight stuff that goes on. Thank you so much. Trying to clear out this queue. Connor G, $20. I cannot wait to see it launch. Tomorrow's my birthday and would love to see it fly. Connor, I hope that you get a launch the day before your birthday. I hope it doesn't go to your birthday. I don't, I don't have anything against you. I just don't hope you get a birthday launch. I hope it launches today. And then you can watch the video as many times as you want tomorrow on your birthday. Happy birthday, Connor.
So just just real quick, has that crane been lowered? Like, is that it laying on the ground to the right side of the vehicle, or have I just missed that one in all of the previous footage?
It's down, but I don't know if that's the fully stowed position or not. The yellow boom arm you sort of see there, right?
Yeah.
So,
yes. Yeah. The one on the ground, right to the right of it. Right to the right of it. Oh, I love the English language.
Right to the right of it. Immediately to the right of it, in the lower right-hand corner of your screen.
Yes, indeed, exactly.
You know, if you just kind of glance at it, it almost looks like one of the Boston Dynamics robot dogs, but big.
Yes, it does, actually.
They have like a Boston Dynamics dog the size of a pickup truck running around.
Thank you for that nightmare, Das. That's exactly the nightmarish thought I needed. Thank you.
Oh,
I assume we've all seen the Black Mirror episode with the Boston Dynamic-like dog. That just nightmares all the way down.
Oh, but the Boston Dynamic dogs aren't like that, though. They're like cute and cuddly. You just want to like go up and pet them with.
That's true. I do appreciate the extent to which that Boston Dynamics has made them friendly and approachable, because they sure are. I would if I saw a Spot robot, I would probably hug it.
Yeah. All right. Y'all, the super chats keep coming in fast and furious. The queue is like 7 minutes behind right now, so we're gonna hop off the super chats for a bit. I don't want it to be a stream where we're literally just reading super chats, but we are up to almost 20,000 people watching. Wow, we're about to break 20,000 people. Oh, almost 6,000 likes. Y'all, again, we're the NASA Spaceflight team. We have multiple cameras deployed out there today, multiple angles that we'll be able to view. This one here, this is an uncrewed camera. It is a robotic teleoperated camera, almost like our own Mars rover, except it doesn't rove anywhere. It just stays on a tripod. This is a camera that is in the exclusion zone. Human beings won't be allowed to be this close whenever the launch happens. And this is a robotic camera. It can actually track straight up to 90 degrees. We're going to be attempting a track looking up at Starship as it takes off here, hopefully later today. We do not have an exact schedule for you. Unfortunately, we can't tell you, hey, return at exactly 2 o'clock local time, and that's when the launch is going to be. SpaceX has a long window, but they do not give us an exact schedule. And we are going to be here. It's a place for space nerds to hang out, ask questions, talk to each other. No way that we can get to every single question. It's just not possible with 20,000 people watching. But we pick some questions out of the queue. We read some super chats as well, and we're just hanging out, basically being excited about Starship because it's going to be crazy if we get to see this thing launch later today. That's for sure. We want to go around the horn real quick and just say who we've got on. I know we use all of our screen real estate to show the rocket, and we don't have any pictures of our faces on right now because there's such cool things to see. Let's go around the horn real quick. Chris, do we still have you on comms right now? He may have stepped away. It's not like school. He doesn't have to get a hall pass or anything like that to step away. We'll see if Chris jumps back in.
He's not on comms right now.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I see. I did not see that before I did that. Well, I'll just go around real quick. The voice you were hearing a little bit earlier, that was Chris Gebhardt reading some of the questions. He's got that question interface up on his computer in Florida. He's actually in Florida covering a lot of our Cape launches. And you will hear the voice of Chris Gebhardt in just a bit here. He's off comms, of course, as soon as I said, let's introduce him. He is off comms for just a second. But also on the stream, the other voice you just heard is Michael Baylor. Michael, say hi to everybody real quick.
How's it going, everyone? And hopefully they will fix whatever problems they're working on right now soon so we can see a test flight today.
Absolutely. Michael, it says a reporter up there, but he's just being modest. He does he does most of the behind-the-scenes programming for the overlays and the little status thing, the village cleared and stuff. You see the robot moving right there? That's Michael, actually.
Making space for the tags at the top.
At some point, we probably do want to go to the cover shot on this. So, chat, the robot also records locally, and even if we have a complete loss of signal with the robot where there's just not enough bandwidth to get a live broadcast quality video feed off of it, we do have it recording locally, and then we can pull that later. We can pull it off of an SD card that's literally in the camera, and it is recording all day long. So we have what we call a cover shot that covers both the launch pad and the landing pad. Right here would be the launch pad, where you see Starship right now, and the landing pad. The landing pad is just going to be behind, you see the other launch stand there, that other test stand, the structure on the right-hand side that doesn't have a Starship on it? It's sort of off behind that, maybe a little bit to the left of that. So this is our cover shot. Just in case this feed totally dies, we completely lose teleoperation ability on the robot, it would still record launch and landing of Starship out there if we completely drop that link. So we'll leave it on the cover shot here for a while and maybe only briefly switch away from this.
That sounds good.
Yeah, in filmmaking land, I think we would call that the master shot. So we've got 2 masters, so those will cover us for launch and landing. Yep. And then that'll be, we'll be free to track otherwise, and hopefully we can mix together an edit of the master shots and the tracking shots, and we'll have all kinds of goodness for you guys when the event happens and when we get our video up live afterwards.
Yeah, and the voice you heard there, of course, is Jack Beyer. Jack is actually out there at South Padre Island. Jack, how are you doing?
Doing good. It's a nice and warm day. There's like no wind right now, so official Jack weather report for you there. Barely any clouds in the sky. Not cold as it's been in previous days, and not windy as it's been in previous days. So, honestly, if today ends up being the day, you could not really ask for much better. It's really looking great out here today.
Yeah. Hey, really quickly, I'm going to say this. Dean J. Bennett in chat says, start a fund for a Starship automatic tracking unit. Dean, it's already done. If you've seen on our Fleet Cam stream, Michael has already programmed Fleet Cam to track launches, and we're working on dialing that in. But Michael is able to send telemetry, or not telemetry commands, send movement commands into the robot automatically based on a pre-programmed trajectory. And this robot right here could actually accept automated commands. Now, today for Starship, because this is a test flight, and it's of course sort of completely up in the air, I hope it's up in the air later, but the trajectory on this flight is not as well known as, say, a Starlink or a crew cargo mission or a cargo mission or anything like that, something we've seen a lot of. We've never seen this happen before. So the only telemetry that's out there in the public that exists are guesses, right? I know Flight Club IO is doing a lot of guessing, some really informed guessing as how the telemetry is going to be, but we don't know exactly how this flight is going to go. How fast is it going to take off? When's it going to turn? When do the engines shut down? How fast is it going? That information not released publicly. So our guess for this, instead of an automated tracking unit, is we're going to go with the old Mark 1 eyeball and the brain pan. We're going to get commands straight off the brain bus, I guess you could say. And we will have humans tracking these today, trying to keep an eye on Starship and keep it in the frame. We'll see how that goes. But Jack, thank you so much for rolling out. What I was going to point on this camera, Jack is actually down on the water, on the palm trees, like near the palm trees on the right-hand side. I think the camera would need to pan to the right a little bit. But you're at the park. What's the name of that park, Jack?
Isla Blanca Park.
Isla Blanca Park. Gotcha. So you rolled out early this morning. How's it looking? Are there more people getting there? Is it sort of packing out?
Yeah, it's getting more and more crowded. It wasn't too bad earlier, but it's definitely filling up. There's a good number of people out here. Everyone's kind of distant from each other, which is nice. So everyone's masking, everyone's, maintaining their space around, sort of a perimeter around each other. So pretty cool.
Excellent. That's good to hear. I wonder if more and more people will filter in. Like, is the parking lot filling up? Is it crazy with people? Do you think it's going to get there? Like, did it look that way yesterday? Or what's your feel on how many people are coming to see this in person?
I mean, hundreds, definitely hundreds. There's a good crowd out here right now, and I can only imagine it's going to keep growing.
Good deal. I wonder really quickly, I'm going to take a look at the beach here. Let's spool up this robot. Are you online? Here. Talk to me, SPI bot. There we go. Okay, let's spool over and see what the beach is looking like. We can go over to the left and see just out near the jetty at the mouth of the ship channel. I guess I could have turned that move rate up. It's not really packed. I mean, that's sort of what we saw earlier. There is a boat out there going into what seems to be the exclusion zone. I wonder if that's a Coast Guard vessel or something like that.
I was actually just going to say, I don't have my feed on right now, although I kind of want to turn it on right now, but there is, from my perspective, a boater who has driven over to the Boca side and is beached right now, and they're sort of just walking around on the beach. They're in my shot.
Interesting.
So we currently have what appears to be a range violation. Not great.
Yeah, I'm trying to dial the focus in on that. It is a little tricky to dial the focus in on the robots. There's no ring, there's buttons I have to click. But that is definitely a boat, and if it's not in the, I'm almost positive that exclusion zone starts right there at the jetties. So maybe it's a Coast Guard vessel or something like that, but that is a massive concern for today, y'all. That is a massive concern. South Padre Island, Brownsville, this area of South Texas, not used to having the closures on the seas, such as maybe Port Canaveral around the Cape. They've been doing this for years. We sent people to the moon from there. But they don't have that same level of experience out there at Boca Chica or Brownsville or South Padre Island. So some big concerns on keeping the range clear today. so that we do not have people unsafely in the area. But again, we can't identify that boat. Maybe that's a Coast Guard vessel. Maybe it's actually clearing or patrolling the beach or something like that. Just something to talk about really quickly, because we do know that that is a big concern, keeping people both off the land and the sea, to make sure everybody is safe during this honestly ambitious test of a massive vehicle. I'm not even going to say like, oh yeah, I could identify that based on the silhouette. I don't have like a boat spotting card or anything. I want it to be like a stainless steel Coast Guard boat or something, but I would tell you that I would be guessing if that was a thing. Anyways, that is actually kind of cool that we can see boats out there. I wonder, do y'all think that tanker's gone? It's Bezos. Yes, exactly. Just real quick, I'm going to pan over. We're going to see if the tanker's there. I'll rate it up a bit, because that Ice Energy oil tanker was departing earlier. Oh, it's gone. It must have turned to the north, because we do not see Ice Energy out there anymore at all. Look at that sun on the water. What a beautiful day for a flight. All right. You have to make the sound effect when the camera goes back to the preset like that. Anyways, folks, thank you so much for joining us. Let me read. We're going to let that go for another 10 minutes. Y'all, I'm letting the super chat get to about 30 minutes before I go through the super chats. So if you did a super chat, please be patient. I'm not reading them out in real time. Let's see here. Maybe the lift is rigging up a camera for good footage of the flight? You mean like the lift on Starship? I will tell you, the lift still looks like it's down. Starting to get some heat haze as the sun starts to warm up. Boca Chica is sort of the salt marsh flats and land between us and there. But I'm not seeing as much activity, at least no lift activity there at the pad on BCV bot. It's Boca Chica Village bot. Literally in my little interface, that's the robot's name, is BCV bot. It's SPI bot and BCV bot. It's better than Robot 03 and Robot 02 and whatever. Y'all, I'm gonna hop off comms for just a second. Oops. Switch back over to here. Oh yeah, that was just a temporary hiccup. I'm going to hop off comms for just a second. I'm going to check on a couple technical things on the back end. I'm not only doing the commentary, but I'm also doing tech support for our remote feeds, and I will be back again live this view from South Padre Island, standing by for the launch of Starship SN8.
Then I can try to answer a few questions while you're gone.
Yeah, go ahead.
Looking at our queue, when is the launch? Again, we do not know when the launch is. The launch window stretches from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Central Time, but based on what we've seen at the pad, it does seem like they're pushing now towards the later portion of that window. We don't know exactly when, but sometime hopefully before 5 p.m. Central Time. And if you look in the top left of your screen, we have the current time in Central Time. So if you're in a different time zone and you want a conversion, we have current local time in Boca Chica up there. But again, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. is the window, and right now it looks like it would be the second half of that window.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm a robot right now, but I'm definitely getting Falcon Heavy vibes for sure. If you remember, for Falcon Heavy Flight Demo 1, they went all the way to the very, very end of the window. I think there was like minutes to spare, if that. So hopefully we have a successful test flight today, even if it has to go all the way to the end of the window.
For sure. Lots of chat about the lifts again. I think because that one lift is so close to SN8, it's probably a sign that they're not done yet. When it gets closer to being time for launch, they will move the lift farther away so that it does not get damaged. So I think it's probably still a bit of time until that lift is used, or that lift moves away so that they can perform the launch. I think because the lift is still there, there's probably some more work to be done, if I had to guess. Let's see. A drone cam will be nice as well. Well, there's actually a very large temporary flight restriction in place right now that extends for several miles. So if we did a drone, it would have to be very far away. And even on a normal day, there is a no drone rule anywhere near the launch and production site, because about a year and a half ago, there started to be issues with people flying drones over SpaceX's launch site, and it became a safety hazard. So, you know, in and around the launch site, there's always a no drone rule. And now, because of the temporary flight restriction for launch, there's a much larger no zone area. So, I mean, maybe if it was far away, that could work, but definitely no drones anywhere within a several mile radius of the launch site right now.
I'm working on getting my camera back and running again so that you can see this range violator here.
Gotcha.
Yeah, range violations are a big concern for the flight today. It's the first time that SpaceX has had to manage a launch safety area by themselves. Usually they're cooperating with the Air Force, now the Space Force, for the eastern and western ranges, and you know, they kind of have a separate team helping them with that, but it's up to SpaceX today to manage their own range. So this will be a first for a safety radius of this size for SpaceX. And there are a lot of recreational boaters, as you can see, constantly going past the screen. I believe the channel in front of us right now is outside of that. I have the marine hazard area, so you can see at the just above the red is that shipping channel, and that's what we're looking at on our screen right now. So that channel is fine, but any boats beyond that channel, whether it be in the South Bay or in the Gulf of Mexico, are not allowed. So hopefully the recreational boaters will pay attention to those notices. Chris Galucci, thank you for becoming a membership and then upgrading your membership. Barry, thank you for the membership. Don, Joshua, BJP, Chris, thank you. And Susan, thank you all for the memberships. I just speed ran all the memberships to clear those out. So thank you all for becoming a member. You will, depending on your rank, you get different perks, including...
Yeah, I was just going to say the perks, but it sounded like you were about to also. Go for it.
Yeah, so if you are a Padrat, you get an exclusive rank and chat, so you stand out and you get access to the emojis. If you're red team and higher, you get early access to some of the clips from Mary. You also, yeah, it's clips for red team, and then for Capcom and higher, it's Discord access. So the Discord server is an exclusive Discord server for NSF members, and you get to hang out with us and whatnot. And then a launch director and flight director, you get a special credit scene on NSF Live. So if you're interested, there's a join button below the video. Whatever happened to the flare stack? The flare stack is still there, but it's no longer being actively used. I mean, it's on standby if they needed it, but they have a methane recondenser now that recondenses that boiled off liquid methane back into a liquid form. So they're now kind of reusing that boiled off methane, or repurposing it, as opposed to just flaring it off. So flare stack is still there, it's just not flaming very large, so you can't really tell. And a lot of question about if the flaps are tied down. I think it looked like they were, but I assume it won't take long for them to untie the flaps once they're ready to go. This camera view is currently about 6 miles from the launch site, I believe. Then our other camera's about 1.5 miles, I think. That camera's 1.5 miles.
And I'm checking the status on this camera. There's a little video hiccup every now and then, and as I look at the cellular network, there are more and more people glomming onto the cellular network. So I am working on this. That's why I'm being a little bit quiet right now, and why we're staying off this camera a bit.
Can we confirm if pad is clear? Asked Steven. No, we cannot. The pad. We can confirm the pad is not clear. So the pad is not clear. They are still actively working as a pad. Once we see that pad clear, that will be a good sign that they are picking up into the launch countdown, though. But as of now, still no pad clear. Why did it change from 20 kilometers all the way down to 12.5 kilometers? I think they were just kind of, I think 20 kilometers was more of a estimate of what might be a good target, and then as they actually looked into it and really did an analysis of where their current development status was and whatnot, 12.5 kilometers turned out to be the apogee that they wanted to target to achieve the test objectives that they needed to perform today. So I think that's just more of a thing where as they get closer to the actual test, the specific plans get more refined. And 12.5 kilometers is the target today.
Hey, I've got a lot of people around me right now. Everyone's talking, so that's why I'm staying off comms right now. I just don't want to have a lot of background chatter in my audio, so I'm just staying quiet.
Gotcha. Thank you, Jack.
Yeah. Some people
I'm ready to push video from my feed again if you so desire.
Yeah, Jack, if you're good to go on battery charge levels, I think was our concern, it would be great to get you spooled back up again for a bit.
Spooling!
Well, reboot your camera first.
Rebooting!
Thank you, Jack.
I'm excited. I've got some caffeine in me. I don't know if you can tell.
We can tell.
I'm very excited.
We can tell. We can tell. And you're going to push me that feed now, Jack. I see the camera correctly now. And I got your feed and the person who's standing in front of it. See, Jack is too polite. He won't say that we've got a live feed. Did you tell that guy, Jack?
Yeah, I asked him to move. No worries.
Okay, cool. Let's check in with Jack's feed here. Jack is live from the park over there. Isla Blanca, right? Jack, can you tilt it down just a hair? Need a little bit more space on the bottom for the screen graphics.
Say that again, sorry.
Tilt down just a hair. Need some space for the screen graphics, please.
Copy you, tilting down.
Yo, like I said, we're not like a big buttoned-up news organization or anything like that. We are talking to our camera operator live on the actual broadcast, just asking him to change the camera a bit. That's sort of how we roll. Yes, okay. So there is Jack's view once again, coming live from the park right across the way, one of the premier public viewing spots.
Is that too much water, or you want a little bit less water in there?
A hair less water would be okay. Like 20% less water would be good. The water, y'all, I'm aware of how much water is in the shots because the encoders, the bit of hardware that takes the video signal and turns it into something it can send across the internet, it's only got so much bandwidth, right? And encoding water, the waves are basically just white noise. It's a really complicated scene. There we go, Jack. That looks fantastic. It'll settle in. That's fine. But I asked Jack to put a little bit less water in it so that the encoders can focus a little bit more on what we want to see, the detail in the grass and then Starship in the distance, and a little bit less on encoding the white noise on the bottom right now. So,
how big are the crowds, Jack? He might be busy right now.
Yeah, he might be off comms. It did sound like there were a lot of people around.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. There's a truck driving by. That's interesting because that's on the other side of the island. There's actually a person.
There's a person standing there.
Huh. We were wondering if that part was going to be in the exclusion zone or not. We didn't really get a clear answer.
Yeah. I will say the last couple of days I've seen vehicles sort of patrolling the beach. Those white trucks have been going up and down the beach, and on occasion I'll see somebody get out like that. So I wonder if that's like if that's a sheriff or something in the white truck. I mean, maybe not a sheriff, but I wonder, you know?
Yeah, Chris G says yes, these other security folks. He's Gene from South Padre on Twitter. A couple of days ago, during a testing operation, he posted a clip of the sheriff's vehicles driving on this exact part of the beach and clearing it out. So I'm wondering if that's a security person trying to get that person to move.
I suspect so. And, you know, as much as I would love to be on that side of the channel right now, get a little bit of less haze, get a little bit of less, you know, people around me, since there's basically nobody over there, it's not okay. It's not okay to be over on that side right now. It is unfortunately in the danger zone. And to be honest, the view here from South Padre and Isla Blanca Park is absolutely amazing anyways. So there's no need to put the test at risk of a scrub by going over and being on the wrong side of the channel there. We don't want to risk the launch license getting pulled. We don't want to risk the FAA getting cold feet. We don't want to risk Boca Chica in general being a launch site for this type of activities. I mean, it gets to the point where if it becomes too difficult for them to launch from Boca Chica, I mean, they could ship out to Kennedy Space Center or somewhere else and do their testing there if Boca Chica becomes enough of a headache. So we want to do everything that we can to make it less of a headache and not violate the range exclusion zone for SpaceX.
Yeah, absolutely, Jack. I'm seeing if I can get a little bit different perspective, but you've definitely got the best shot there right now. Here is the view from South Padre Island, and I was able to find, let's see if we can zoom in here. Give me some focus. There we go. There's that same vehicle down there, but Jack has a better shot. Jack's about a mile, a little bit over a mile closer. But we do believe, Michael, you probably said the right term, SpaceX private security. That may be SpaceX security or SpaceX hired security that's going around and talking to people. We don't know for sure, y'all, but we do know that people are not supposed to be on the far side of the ship channel there. That water in the foreground is the ship channel going up to Brownsville, Port of Brownsville. So, not trying to be like eye in the sky, like, and here we see somebody in the exclusion zone. Like, that's not what I'm trying to do. Just interesting, and is something that we did check in on. So, we'll see what the deal is.
Yeah, SpaceX does have a bunch of drones that they use to survey the hazard area. So, well, normal people are not allowed to fly drones during temporary flight restriction because it is SpaceX's test. SpaceX is allowed to fly their own drones to get video and data from the launch and also to make sure that the hazard area is clear.
There's also a duck. Is that a duck? Like a pelican, the head's too big. a bit of slight configuration change to Boca Chica bot. So let's see, check in with it real quick. Our close-up shot. There are definitely always improvements to be made, y'all. We didn't spend $100,000 on gear or anything like that. The cool thing is this robot that's deployed here is less than $1,000 to put together, and it's less than $100 a month to operate, unless you want to count electrons. The cost of charge, I didn't calculate that. But this robot, deployable to the field right now, packs up in a suitcase, can be shipped around, can fit on the top of any standard tripod. It's completely weatherproof, and it's got internal batteries. It can use external power. But I did make a little bit of a configuration change, and it looks like that chop in the video is a little bit fixed. And go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say my thinking on these robots is, do you spend $5,000 on one robot, or do you spend $5,000 on 5 robots?
The second thing.
Still some improvements to be made. I already know how I want to change this one to get an even more redundant and even more stable signal. But it's hanging in there for a remote robot built in my garage for less than $1,000. I'm pretty happy with what we've gotten on this, and the little video hiccups on occasion. I even have a couple more tricks I can play to try and fix that, but I'm monitoring that, and
yeah, really quick. We're getting told, people are telling us the pad's clearing and whatnot. So if our connection is stable, DOS, I think we will try to check out the parking lot and see how many cars are left. But I want to make sure our connection is stable before we move the camera for a couple seconds.
Yeah, the connection's healthy. There's a little bit of interference that's affecting the bit rate some, and that's what's giving the hiccups. You got the control?
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go. Yeah, and I overshot again. Yeah, the latency right now for operations is getting worse as the day goes on. So I'll have to make adjustments, but it looks like I'm not seeing cars. There's some. Ooh, look at that grass vent. That's a good sign. That's interesting because that lift looks so close from our perspective. I was wondering if they had really cleared the pad with that lift seemingly that close, but it kind of seems like this pad is clear. And our members are telling me they're also agreeing, so...
Yeah. Michael,
go ahead.
When we're done with this, I'm going to cycle that feed because it looks like the instability's picked up some latency.
Yeah.
So I'm going to bring that feed down and bring it back up again. Look at the... Wow, yeah. I'm just now seeing the grass vent. Look at that.
Oh, I see. Yeah, there's a really bad latency from what I see when it gets to the stream.
Yeah, that's just a recycle. I just need to recycle that feed because the network instability had caused some latency to creep in. Expected and something that we know how to resolve. But we've returned back to the safety shot, right?
Yep.
All right. Again, y'all, this broadcast gear, right? This robot is something that we built in a garage. This isn't like a $100,000 robot that could be deployed to Mars or anything like that. A little bit of a ways to go before we get that, so we're troubleshooting this. This is literally, I like to tinker. I have a ton of stuff in my garage, and I love to build things and figure out problems and physically saw and hammer things and all that sort of stuff. And this, like the mounts for the bracket and all the machining, there's a custom mount for the camera itself that I machined in my garage and all sorts of stuff. But this is definitely a home-built device. It is not a big, super expensive professional device. And it's hanging in there. I am already proud that we're able to get a remote feed off of this robotic unattended camera at Boca Chica, Texas, no less, because Boca Chica is known for having lousy cell phone signal. So... Right.
Looks like we've got police heading over to the kayak first.
Oh, really? Let's see if I've got one of these set up. I do. Here we go. That truck is still parked out there, huh, Jack? You can even see the venting from here.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Looks like there's a police boat here. I'm going to pan the camera to the right. Stand by.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of activity at the tank farm. While you pan, Jack, there is an awful lot of activity at the tank farm right now. not crazy activity, but for the first time we see some venting there next to Starhopper, actually, like right in front of Starhopper. Not seeing the recondenser online right now, which is something that we look for a lot of the time, but that is progress. That is something going on.
Yo.
Yeah, Jack?
Thank you.
Oh.
Sorry, someone's standing in front of me.
Yeah. You got one of those spots, huh? Where like the tourists are all in front of you constantly.
Yeah, what can you do?
You can politely say, hey, I got a live camera. Is what I usually do. I just look at them and I'm like waving them down. Every single time it happens. I've been out at the press site at Wallops watching Antares, and I was trying to get a long shot with the crowd in the foreground. Then I used the P1000 so you could compress it down and make the rocket look like it was closer than it actually is. I was trying to do that once, and lo and behold, people stepped not 20 feet in front of me, blocking the entire shot. And I'm just like, excuse me, live camera.
That P1000, what do you call that? You call that like a cell phone sensor with binoculars on it or something?
It's a telescope with a cell phone sensor on the back.
Telescope with a cell phone sensor. Thank you. That's hilarious.
Which I don't know if that's going to hold up because cell phones are getting better and better. The sensors on the cell phone cameras are definitely up in their game since I first started saying that. But the P1000 does one thing, and one thing only. It zooms in. And it does that really well. But that's all it does. It doesn't do low light. It doesn't do... The autofocus is sort of shaky. It's hard to track things in real time. It's interesting to get that thing working. It's not a broadcast camera, that's for sure. Again, y'all, NASA Spaceflight team bringing you live coverage from multiple cameras down at Boca Chica. We've got Jack deployed over at South Padre Island. This camera here, this is a robotic camera that's deployed. Fits into a suitcase. Flip it out, deploy it. It's actually got power right now. It's on external power, but it's got batteries. It reports back to me, and then we can control it. Michael can push code to it. It can automatically track objects, trajectories that are known, and that sort of stuff. But today we're using this as one of our views for our live coverage of Starship SN8.
I gotta say, as cool as the robot view is, and I love it, I really do. Perhaps equally cool to me is the fact that so many viewers and commenters say, I, for one, welcome our new robot overlords. Because that's like a label in a video like 2 months ago where I made a Simpsons reference, a Simpsons joke, and people latched onto that. And it makes me so happy that we have viewers with such an engaged, it's hilarious. It's a hilarious joke. It's a hilarious Simpsons reference, and our viewers are in tune with that, and I love it. I absolutely love it. And I do welcome our robot overlords.
Yes. Jack, I'm on one thing on the side real quick. And Super Chats, wow, I said 30 minutes, and it's now 47 minutes behind. So I will flip back over to the Super Chats in just a second. I've got one technical thing. Again, y'all, we're not a massive team. Yeah, that'd be great. We're not a massive team of like 20 or 30 people. It's Michael, who can help with Super Chats. It's me here in the studio. I'm actually running all the video switching and stuff like that, and all our servers up in the cloud. And then Jack is out in the field. And those are the three people right now. Chris G stepped away for a minute. Mary's out there as well, but we don't have a team of 20 people doing this. So I'm going to be off mic for just a second, and y'all take it away.
Okay, will do.
Yep, can do. I can answer some questions if you want to pitch some at me, Michael.
Sounds good, Jack. Let's see. Robo, thank you for the $5 Australian. Belify, thank you for the €5. Is the weather looking okay today? So how's the weather, Jack?
Oh, Jack, weather report time. Awesome. So the weather is great right now. It's a little bit warm, actually. I kind of wish I was wearing shorts, even though I'm not a shorts guy. This is what you get when you ask me for weather, okay? But it is, let's see, my weather app of choice is saying that it is currently outside 60 degrees. Feels a lot higher than 60. But it's good. It's a nice day, no wind, barely any clouds. In fact, no clouds really that I can see. Maybe like one little puff, but no factor, as the pilots say. But yeah, should be a really, really good day to fly. Should they be able to get it in the air today? And of course, just the standard hedge. today might not be the day. Today is the first attempt of several. And if you remember previous attempts for, say, SN5 or SN6 or Starhopper, sometimes it takes a couple days for all the planets to align and things to work out. So, but today,
no, I do just want.
Go for it.
Yeah, sorry, just wanted to jump in real quick to say that SpaceX's stream, as of a couple of seconds ago, went to a waiting for SpaceX screen with a note saying that teams are working additional test prep, liftoff is TBD, but they did not push the start time from 11 a.m. So now we're just waiting for them to start. So another potential sign that things are progressing maybe a little quicker than we originally anticipated from some of the work that we were seeing at the pad earlier this morning. The pad does appear to be cleared based on what we can see, and we can clearly see venting coming from the tank farm and everything. So standing by to see what else we might gain, but things certainly appear to be going in the right direction from everything that we can see and ascertain right now.
Yeah, and I know people might be wondering, like, why are we going to tank farm activity in our timeline? There can be lots of venting of the tank farm and whatnot beforehand, just as normal processing. But until the methane recondenser will go on first before they start propellant loading. So if we don't see the recondenser on first, as you can see in the order of our timeline, we know they're not going into the tank farm activity to begin propellant loading. So we're not quite there yet, but signs are looking promising with the pad seemingly now cleared. And Chris, if you can take a question or two, I'll be back in about 30 seconds. I just have to fix one thing in my room.
Sounds good to me. All right, Osmond Foe with a $20 super chat, $20 Canadian, saying, I believe Elon gave this a 1 in 3 chance of landing. It might be expressed as kasplat, so close, and aced it. Yeah, I think that's pretty much the three possibilities. I know we were joking a little bit yesterday, but it was something that Elon said pretty much to you. About the level of excitement, like if it reaches apogee, kind of expected. If the fins all work, that's really good. If the engine relights, that's like, oh my gosh, we're getting toward best case scenario. And if it lands, it's like head explode. It did it. So yeah, definitely think that is correct. Splat, so close and aced it. Thanks so much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Don Turalio saying, let's stick this landing there with some 20 Swiss francs. So thank you so much for that support as well. And George with £5 saying, okay, you convinced me. Here's £5 for the long range IR robot. Yes, I think we know what DOS's next toy is going to be to level up coverage.
Chris, I have so many ideas, and I appreciate you trusting that sometimes some of my ideas may actually work out.
Well, hey, there's a good track record of them working out. Don't sell yourself short, man.
I appreciate that. I have too much fun, but at some point I'm going to have to call FleetCam not Alpha anymore. It's been live for like 45 days, and it still says Alpha. I just feel on the hook. Once it's no longer Alpha, I feel more on the hook in case something goes wrong.
How about you just add like the infinity symbol after Alpha, and we just go with, oh, that's its name, because maybe there'll be a more than one. Ooh.
Alpha Infinity. Oh,
I don't know. Like that. Now we're into some weird espionage movie name title thing. Like, oh, but it's the Alpha Infinity Group that's behind it all. You know.
Sort of like a
anyway, welcome
hands
to
of blue
hour
sort of thing, right?
Our live stream.
Chris, we've only been up for 3.5. We've been up for 3.5 hours. It seems like we just started the stream. Wow. All right, I'm excited. I'm sitting in my look. I'm not shy about this. My studio is my spare bedroom at the house, right? I got monitors everywhere. I got sound and cameras and lighting and a green screen. It's all this stuff, right? I'm not shy that it's a spare bedroom. But I am sitting at in my chair, in my office chair, and I'm like shaking. I'm excited. Like, it's a little weird, honestly.
Is that a different vent than what we've been looking at before, or is it just more prominent but the same vent there, Das, by a Starhopper right now?
It's not the condenser vent that's usually behind the 3 tanks in the foreground, but it is a vent I think we've seen before. It's just sort of the order of operations is switched around.
But that's a different one. I guess what I'm trying to think or ask is, are we potentially farther along in the timeline than we might think we are?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, I am a little bit surprised to see the pad completely clear, but it's launch day. This is an actual launch for this rocket. This isn't like, oh, we're going to put some cryogenic liquid, it's going to get frosty, and then we're done, right? This is launch day. So this is the first time we've seen a Starship launch day going up to 12.5 kilometers. So
exactly.
I think we're going to learn some stuff. We have in the Discord.
Definitely.
That's how I like to phrase it. We're going to learn some stuff. It's a nice way of saying I don't know. I'm going to learn some stuff today. Look at how positive I am. But we have the members in the Discord, some of the super fans that keep spreadsheets of stuff like this. And they'll say, okay, 10:06, the venting started from this part of the tank farm. And they put that in a spreadsheet. And then 18 minutes later, this happened, and they put that in a spreadsheet. And then they look at the events. This time this happened, this time this happened. And the next time we're doing a static fire, they're like, all right, I estimate in 12 minutes this is going to happen. And poof, in 12 minutes and 10 seconds this happens. And it's like, dude, you use a spreadsheet for that?
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Adrian in our member Discord is absolutely key for that. He has been keeping up absolutely exemplary notes on these tests so that we can have better informed analysis of what is happening when, and it's been absolutely invaluable. So just one of the many fun things that goes down in our member Discord if you're Capcom level and above.
Absolutely. Jack, can you see the venting? You can see the venting, can't you? Oh yeah, you can.
Oh yeah. Man.
Wow.
Yep, and the kayaker who the police boat appeared to come by. They didn't stop or anything, but they hopefully they said something on their bullhorn or whatever to get this person to leave, because it looks like they're starting to pack up now. Thank goodness.
I mean, many people.
That would be further confirmation that we are pressing if police and security are actively clearing the area now. So that's good to know too.
Oh yeah.
This is unconfirmed, but I heard some chatter earlier from what appeared to be a sheriff's deputy that they were patrolling the sea area and they were patrolling the South Bay. So it does sound like there are some vessels out doing the work of trying to keep the range clear.
Excellent. And that's why we've got hazard zones live on our overlay there. It says pad cleared, hazard zones live. That's where we're at. As far as we know, based on these spreadsheets and past experience, the next step is supposed to be the recondenser, but it's a flight. It may be new. It may be something we haven't seen before. It's one of the beauties. It's why we call this roadside rocket science. SpaceX has not provided us with an official list of events, timings. They don't provide that for these tests. It's not like a launch where SpaceX says, okay, we're launching a Crew Dragon at this time with these astronauts in it. It's basically, well, the window's this long, and we're going to test sometime in this window. We don't know when. And they don't even tell us what exactly they're going to do. So we observe, we watch what's going on, and we gain experience with what's going on, and people help us document it, and we use our experience literally watching these tanks in Texas out at this farm to sort of understand what's going to happen next. Let me check in with the tower cam real quick and see how its feed is. Transitioning over to this camera is on a high-rise condo hotel, I guess, down there at South Padre Island. Camera's about 6 miles away. I don't know, this already always blows people's minds because look at how much this camera can zoom in, right?
I love it. I love it so much. Whoa! Extreme close-up! Extreme zoom out!
Yeah. So this camera has a panoramic view looking out across South Padre Island there. And when we tell this camera to enhance, it's not playing around. This is a professional broadcast camera. We've actually got this thing. We thought about putting it on the roof, but the professional broadcast cameras are not waterproof. And so we've actually got this tucked back into a balcony right now. And this camera is one of our cover cameras, the long-range professional broadcast camera. Hey, PTZ Optics, thank you all so much for shipping us this camera specifically for these sorts of events. This is sort of a development experimental basis, and just on us telling them, hey, you know, it's COVID, we want to minimize the number of people we have that need to travel down there. This is a great idea. This PTZ robotic camera you have, we could deploy it, and we could have somebody who doesn't need to travel to the hotel actually operate it. And like I'm doing right now, I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina, and I am commanding the camera to zoom in on Starship.
You know, 2020
And that's
isn't
what you
all
get.
bad. The fact that technologically you are able to do that is absolutely mind-blowing. So, super cool.
I'm gonna see if I get there. I dial in the focus just a bit, but that really is cool, y'all. It really is cool. So, all
Well,
right.
we've set a record today on our end. This is the most watched live stream we've ever done already.
We've crested 55,000 people, Michael, and if I had to look at this trajectory, I would say it's almost going into orbit, man. It is a lot of people joining us here today. Again, NASA Spaceflight crew is so happy that we're able to share this experience with you. Whether it's from the SPI tower cam like this, the point of view of Jack from the public viewing area right there at Isla Blanca at
Heyo.
South Padre Island. This is Jack right there. Jack, say hey again. Oh, man. I ruined it.
What?
I ruined
Sorry,
it.
I lost you. Say what?
I should have just rolled with it. I said, say hey again.
Heyo.
Hey-oh, there you go. You sound like...
Hey,
yeah, go ahead, Chris.
yeah, no, a quick question, because of everything that we're seeing here, right? That would all make it appear to look like things are moving in the right direction. But didn't we have a question earlier about were the aerosurface flaps chained back down, and did we ever get an answer to that? And if we did, what was that answer, and what do we know about that? Because I'm spitballing here, but if if any of the flaps are still secured or chained, then we're not where we think we are right now in the process. And that's what I'm trying to sort of tease out here based on what we've been talking about so far this morning.
So I've switched back over to the Boca Chica robot, and this is a 25x camera on this robot. I could use a 45x camera, Chris, just if we could put that in the budget, because then we could zoom in even more and we could answer your question. You see what I did there? So right now, I sort of see something that's underneath the upper fins. I don't know if that's an actual tie-down, like those sort of chain strap things that it looked like they were using, or if that's just another piece of like the glint on the back of the thing. I'm not exactly sure, but we'll have to budget that 45x camera, the inspection camera, we'll call it. How's that sound?
There we go, yes.
From here, I will tell you I'm not exactly sure on that. You're absolutely right. Like if everything is still battened down and the flaps are actually chained into position, that is a sign that they may be running through some ground service equipment operations, but not actually moving forward with the vehicle like we think they are. So.
Yeah. And did the venting stop too now?
Yeah, it did. It's been sort of on and off. So.
Okay.
Like we said, spreadsheets rule the world. We expect for that recondenser to come on when they actively start pushing prop into the vehicle, and we have not seen the recondenser activate yet. But we may learn something new today. We will learn something new today, but we're continuing to watch what's happening.
I'm
Go ahead,
gonna
Jack.
jump off comms really quick for a little bit, but I just wanted to let you know, if people are wondering what the situation at Isla Blanca is like right now, I just did a couple fleets on my Twitter account. Go Jack Buyer, go check it out.
Good deal.
I'm not sure I'm into the whole fleet thing from Twitter. Every social network has a story function now, but if you want to see what it looks like, go check out my Twitter. I did just a quick pan around video to show you what the crowds are like out here. Anyways, I'll be back in a little bit. See you guys on the flip side.
Good deal. I'll get a link in chat for you there, Jack, so people know the Jack Buyer. How do you spell your last name? There it is. Got it. So y'all, here is Jack's Twitter account where he just did a little bit of a walk around or look around at South Padre Island, there at the park where the public are able to see this event from. And that is actually this view. Here's Jack's camera. You can see a couple boats out there in the ship channel, but this is the view that Jack has from South Padre Island. And we don't have as long a lens on Jack. Jack doesn't have like a 6 or crazy millimeter lens. I think this is 300 millimeters, if I remember correctly, and it's pretty cool. I mean, get a little bit more zoom than you would with your Mark 1 eyeballs, but if you're standing there at the park, you're definitely going to see this thing go later today. Well, I mean, if you're watching our live stream, you're definitely going to see this thing go later today as well, but whatever. I mince terms. I got to get us caught up on Super Chat. I'm so far behind on Super Chats. Kevin Clark, thank you for your coverage. You guys are worth more to me than my monthly Netflix membership. That is actually a very high compliment. We appreciate that, Kevin. Oh, Black Widow 1, any new merch coming to the NSF shop? We have been working. The skyline over there at Boca Chica has been changing as they put out new starships and they build new buildings. And so we're probably going to need a new Roadside Rocket Science shirt going shortly at some point. Not sure if we'll have that online today, but we'll certainly figure it out. And Michael, if I've got you, at some point we could put that screen graphic up too. That might be a cool way to remind people they can also support the stream by checking out our shop.
I was just looking for that, and then I remembered that I needed to do one thing to get that working. So 1 second.
All right.
I think I got it right now.
Okay,
there we
good
go.
deal. Survey says, there you go. Look, it slid in and everything. Look at you, fancy. So I just put a link into chat. I know it's scrolling pretty fast, but watch in style. If you hop on over to nasaspaceflight.com/shop, you can grab some of our Texas Tank Watchers merchandise on the screen there. We also have prints, the sunrise prints from Mary. She takes some fantastic photographs over there, and we offer those as prints in the shop as another way to support what we do. We've got all sorts of different views. I hope we don't sell a bunch of Eat, Sleep, Scrub, Repeat shirts today. One of our products is a shirt that's like, you know, the little meme that's like eat, sleep, blank, repeat. And after Scrubtember, Scrubtober, No Launch November, we made some shirts that were eat, sleep, scrub, repeat. So anyways, a lot of merch over there in the shop, working on some new merch as well. Oh, Black Widow, thank you so much for the excuse to talk about our merch shop. I appreciate you. Dear Holmes, 1/5 of a massage, $9.99. We appreciate you, dear Holmes. Thank you. Here's Martin Hochfelsner? Hochfelsner? Wow, I try. For the long-range IR camera, €2. Appreciate you, Marwin. Triz for the IR camera. Thank you as well. It's an expensive camera to get a proper camera to do it right. We appreciate the support there, Triz. Tesla versus the world says, thank you for the coverage. Hoping for a nominal launch and landing. Any predictions for today? Hey, whatever we see, it's going to be excited. I already feel like I need to do push-ups. I don't know if y'all can tell by how fast I talk, but I need to get some of this adrenaline out of my system. We appreciate you there, Tesla.
Yeah, I'm debating. I'm commencing another caffeine load, but I'm worried it would make me a little bit too jittery because I'm pretty amped up right now.
Jack, I don't know. I do like a sustaining caffeine load where you reach a certain level of caffeine and you maintain it, like as the caffeine burns out of your system. Just be safe out there, man. Stay hydrated.
It's like an IV situation, like just a constant drip.
Again, y'all, this camera is Jack Byers' camera. He is out there in person, one of our non-robotic camera operators, except when his audio link fails and he sounds like a robot, but that's Discord's fault, not Jack's fault. Brad Thornborough, so it begins. Marzi McMarscam. Nice. Marzi McMarscam. We appreciate you there, Brad. Looking like that's coming from Canada. JR Sights says, keep up the great work. Appreciate you, JR. Marcel Cannon says, get those cameras. Greetings from Holland. Hey, y'all keep doing the super chats, and I'll keep reminding Chris. I'm going to take screenshots of what all these messages say, and then when it comes time to make the budget, I'm going to be like, well, chat said we have to buy more cameras, and I have to build more robots. I'm sorry. Chat has spoken. Marcel, thank you. David L. says, watching from Canada, Godspeed SN8. Fly, baby, fly, and nail that crazy Elon maneuver. David, I hope we get some fantastic views of that Elon maneuver, because you're not wrong. It's going to be crazy. Random Pigeon, appreciate you. Musical Wolf says, since it's not venting, is fuel not loaded yet? That's actually a great question. Switching back over to the Boca Chica bot. Right now, we're not seeing any activity from the vehicle itself. And when they start pushing activity from the vehicle, stand by. Needs a bounce. We'll go back over this way. When we start seeing activity from the vehicle, we'll start to see some venting, some vapors forming as that cryogenic liquid encounters the humid South Texas air. And we do not see that yet. I need to bump a camera feed there real quick. But we do not believe right now that fuel loading has commenced because we do not see that activity around the robot. The robot. The Starship. Whichever.
The recondenser is the next thing we're waiting for.
Yeah, exactly.
And again, the window lasts until 5 p.m. Central Time if you're just joining us. SpaceX is not going... It's a very fluid testing schedule. The SpaceX is probably internally having a T0, but it's probably getting adjusted on a frequent basis. So they're not going to tell us the launch time, I don't think, until probably closer to it actually happening. And that could happen either from Elon or from SpaceX's Twitter account or SpaceX's YouTube channel. So we'll have to wait and see what kind of updates we get from SpaceX. But as of now, we do not have a T0 to report, but it could be any time between now and 5 p.m. Although I mean, it'll take them at least an hour to propellant load the rocket, so they can start propellant loading soon. But the earliest launch time is basically an hour from whenever propellant loading starts. So that's what we're looking at. But in the meantime, we will continue to answer your questions. It looks like we have a lot of people watching today, so if you are new to this and have some new questions, feel free to ask. Even if it's something we've gotten before, we understand there are people who may be watching this for the first time. So we'll try to get to as many questions as we can while we wait, and hopefully we'll see Starship launch today.
All right, Michael, could you take over for just a second? I got a couple tech things to run.
Yep. Let's see what else we have in our queue, because I was just talking about questions. If you tag at NASASpaceflight in chat, we have a lot of chat messages, so please tag at NASASpaceflight in chat. That would make it easier for our filter to find the right questions. Let's see. What are the chances they are doing some tests with the tank farm? Then they'll head back down and use the lift on the pad to unstrap the flaps. I mean, the pad is clear right now. There are no crew at the pad. And it's really hard to tell. I mean, I'm struggling to tell if there are straps or whatnot. I guess it's also possible that the straps could detach automatically and fall. I don't know. I'm just guessing here based on the fact that the pad looks to be clear. But maybe crews will return to the pad and they're just doing a pre-launch test right now. Again, no official updates on the status, but we do know that they are targeting a launch attempt today. That part we do know. Why did they change from 15 kilometers to 12.5 kilometers? So, if you were following this test previously, they were originally targeting 15 kilometers in altitude. Now they are targeting 12.5 kilometers, which is not a huge difference, but Joey Roulette, a reporter for Reuters, tweeted that they made that change because of winds. So, presumably there were some predicted high wind speeds at that 15 kilometer mark, so they have lowered the target altitude to 12.5 kilometers to avoid those winds. So that's what we think the reason is. Will the flaps be tucked in during ascent? Good question. So yesterday during the wet dress rehearsal, the flaps were extended, so I'm imagining that they will re-extend the flaps as they get closer to launch. Is the pad north or south of the vehicle assembly building? So the high bay and the production site is inland, so this pad is sort of east of that, if that makes sense. What is the recondenser? Whoops, I clicked the wrong question. There we go. Good question again. So there are 3 black vertical water tanks just to the bottom left of Starship SN8 on the launch pad, and behind those water tanks is the methane recondenser. So as the methane starts off in a liquid form, they want to have liquid propellant in this rocket, so the rocket uses liquid oxygen and liquid methane to perform the launch. However, as the methane warms up, it can turn into a gas. And ooh, we're seeing venting from Starship.
Oh, you're right. Look at that. That's the tri-vent.
So, I will say,
I told you.
I'm getting information from people, because we're a media outlet, multiple people, and I don't want to like have to eat my words or something, but from what I understand, the T0 is in the second half of the window. So this could, and I mean, we do think those flaps are tied down. So perhaps they're doing a final test or something because there are working issues earlier in the day, or this could be the launch. I mean, we've seen before plans change in Boca Chica extremely rapidly, so it's really hard to predict what's happening. But there's a look on the bottom of our screen. There is a vehicle.
Yeah, a golf cart or like a gator or something leaving.
Some sort of security was probably out there. So this is not a launch attempt. There's no way that car could be there if this is a launch attempt.
We're getting intermittent, intense blasts from the tri-vent here, from my perspective. The one that will be behind the flaps, I think, for you guys.
And we also did not see the methane recondenser turn on. So I think you're testing the systems. I think that's what that is. I do not think this is the actual propellant loading for launch yet.
Thank you.
I think that was just a test that's going on. It may very well be that they will return to the pad after this and release those flaps. So again, I think there was a test. But to answer the question about the recondenser, as I was saying, the methane gets warmer, it turns into gas, and you are not allowed to vent off gaseous methane, or at least you're not allowed to do it in large quantities because it's a very potent greenhouse gas and it can be dangerous. So you have to either flare it off with fire, or the recondenser, what it does is it recondenses it back into a liquid form. So it uses super cold liquid nitrogen to recondense the gaseous methane back into a liquid form. So that's what we mean by the recondenser.
And I'm back now. I'm back on comms. And if while I was away, you saw any faces on my feed or whatever, sorry about that. Some extremely inconsiderate people decided to walk in front of my camera while I was stepped away. So go figure.
I like how you say that really loud, Jack. Like it's extremely inconsiderate people.
It looks
yeah,
like
don't walk in front of other people's cameras and make faces. You'd think that would be kind of a universal thing, especially for people who are supposedly versed in launch photography, but go figure.
Oh, wow, really? That's lame. I got your back, Jack. If you have any issues, I am certainly able to switch cameras and stuff like that, so. All right. We are on your camera right now. That boat out there is giving us a little bit of foreground context as well, so.
Yeah, hopefully not a bit of foreground scrub, though.
We shall see.
I just want to real quick, because it's a good question that I'm sure a lot of people are wondering here. But it's a good question, saying if we aren't able to watch all day, is there any way we can get a notification about the progress? Yes. If you want to follow at NASASpaceflight on Twitter, so at NASASpaceflight, the same tag you use here. If you want to follow that account on Twitter, we will provide text updates through that as when we get a time. So if you need to step away from the stream, or if you need to mute the stream or whatnot, yeah, you can follow us on Twitter. We sort of knew when we went live today that this would be a long stream and they'd likely push in, but we wanted to go live so that we could take questions and answer questions, because we knew not everyone would be able to be on at peak times during the day, and they might have legitimate questions that they could get answered earlier on in the stream. And it's just fun to hang out and watch this today.
Yeah, it's a bit of a party stream, right?
Exactly. It's a party stream. I
should note that kayaker just left. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but the kayaker who was on Boca Chica Beach has left now. So it looks like there is no longer somebody where they should not be. Fingers crossed.
Yeah. So anyway, yes,
ahead,
if you want to follow us for tech, so if you want to follow us for text updates, if you can't watch the stream the whole day, of course we understand that a lot of people can't, but yeah, go ahead and follow at NASASpaceflight on Twitter and turn on those notifications, and that will get you a notification when we have a precise time that we're targeting.
Whew. Yeah, we're so far behind in super chats.
For what it's worth, that was a test. I have definitively confirmed that.
Ah, that was just a systems test?
Yep, they're just making sure everything's good to go. Sort of a mini wet dress rehearsal, if you will. And I really think because that one lift looks like it's directly adjacent to the launch stand, I have a feeling they will return to the pad and do a final clear out before they launch, if I had to guess.
Again, y'all, thank you so much for joining us. This is the NASA Spaceflight team bringing you multi-camera live coverage. We've got both people out there with cameras bringing us these live feeds like this one you see, courtesy of Jack Beyer, out there at the public viewing area at South Padre Island. And then we also have a couple robotic feeds way back up here on a tower in South Padre Island. This is a deployable robot broadcast camera, giving us this wide shot with the nice blue water and the green palm trees there, giving some context as to how big Starship actually is and what it looks like from South Padre Island. And then up close in, Boca Chica bot. This robot is a uncrewed robot deployed at Boca Chica Village. It is well within the danger zone. It'll be closer than any humans are allowed to be during the launch, and it is robotic. It can look straight up. We've mounted it in such a way that it can look into the sky, and when Starship takes off, we are looking to track it with this camera, the launch and flight and landing from right here on Boca Chica Village bot. So we are switching back around. There are still more feeds that'll get spooled up here later, but for now, appreciate everybody joining us. This is a good time. You may notice we're not your normal news coverage. We have a lot of fun with this. We hope that y'all enjoy it too. We do a lot of talking, especially when I'm talking. A lot of talking. Anyways, I need to run some super chats here. I really got to get us caught up here because we are so far behind, and I may have to give up. I don't know. We may not be able to keep up with it. One beat short, appreciate you. We do appreciate you. Not sure of any military coverage. Like, I don't think that the military would shoot down Starship. Certainly it has abort systems, and a great abort system would be turn off the engines because it would drop like a rock with no engines. In fact, they are going to turn off the engines, and it is going to drop like a rock. We just hope it's a nice controlled rock. Don Gates, what's the estimated flight time, liftoff to landing? I know there's been a lot of guessing on that. I don't know that SpaceX has officially said what the flight time is going to be. Some people are trying to run simulations and say, okay, if a Raptor makes this much thrust and stainless steel weighs this much, you put this much fuel in it, how will it take off? The only people who know the exact programming for this launch are SpaceX. And we will see for the first time how it goes when they light this candle. But estimated flight time, we did some calculations on what the minimum flight time could be. Like if you reached this altitude and then fell from that altitude, and it's a couple minutes at least, but the exact flight time, can't tell you till we see it fly, and then we'll roll back the tape and see what we get. Anton, thank you so much for the support. Michael Seeley, que paso? How you doing? I recognize that name. This is a great view. Well done, Team NSF. Also, Chris G equals the man.
Oh, hey, Michael. Yes. Hi,
yeah.
Hi, Michael Seeley. Yes, hello.
Good deal. We appreciate the $10 there, Michael. Waterdon Vlierger. Wow, I butchered that one, but I apologize. SpaceX plans to charge $500 per person. $500,000 per person to Mars. That's $1,000 for a GoPro to Mars. Here's 1%. We appreciate you. I like these ideas for the GoPros to Mars. Martin Piper, thanks for the informative stream. We try. When did Heidi Boutwell. I don't know if you're still here, but $100 70 minutes ago. Michael, we might need the interface to pop anything above a certain level up to the top of the software.
That's a good idea.
I did not know that has been sitting. Heidi, I appreciate you. I know the entire NSF team appreciates your support. $100 is nothing to sneeze at. That's Netflix for a couple months. We are very we're honored that you trust us to bring you good coverage, and you decide that it's worthwhile financially supporting us so we can continue doing this sort of stuff. Y'all, give it up for Heidi there with the $100 super chat. We appreciate you, Heidi. Charles Smith, thanks for the $5. We appreciate you. There's some more from Anton, and there's another one from Anton actually. It says, hey, from Russia, show yourself from time to time. So we don't actually have any cameras on the hosts. We have all of our cameras on the main event, which is Starship, and we don't have any face cams planned for today. So there may be a face plant cam whenever Starship comes back down and doesn't do the belly flop correctly, but we appreciate you there, Anton. Thank you. Colin, Barefoot, appreciate you. No C, you as well. Flight Creative Media LLC, that's a $50 one that's been marinating for 60 minutes. Flight Creative Media, thank you for the support. $50, nothing to sneeze at. Colin Barefoot again. Do you think this Starship design is the one that's going to be used in future interplanetary flights? You know something? I think that Starship is going to look a lot like this. There may be some changes to the flap design or things like that, but I think the overall shape of Starship, big, massive silver bullet, is probably going to stay pretty consistent. I think they're going to learn a lot from the flaps in terms of how the flaps operate. Certainly they've modeled it, but we'll see when this thing hops. Good morning. What is this, Moldy Space? Good morning, my South Texas Starship sightseers. That is like seeing Starship by the seashore, Moldy Space. That's a little bit difficult to say. Texas Tank Watchers just rolls off the tongue instead of tripping you up. Appreciate the $5. Another one from Flight Creative. Godspeed, NASASpaceflight. Thank you. Thank you, Flight Creative. We appreciate you. Just me. Got a bunch of memberships in here. Kyle, VL is a member. There's Rendom is a member. I'm not going to be able to read all these. There's no way. The queue is increasing. The scroll bar in the software is getting smaller faster than I can click on these almost. This is ridiculous. Hang on a second. I'm trying to just get all the memberships here, just clicking things. Everybody, Evasive Snail as well. Geez, Seamus McMillan, Michael Prim. God, I don't know. I'm gonna have to talk to the back channel. Chad, I think you might have beat me. Look, Starship's venting again. I'm trying to read super chats. There's so many people super chatting, I can't even keep up with it. I'm not gonna concede though.
Yeah, I do have an update. So the road closure was just updated to last from, it was originally scheduled to end at 5 p.m. local time. The road closure was just extended on a county website till 5:30 p.m. local time. Now the temporary flight restriction, which is the hazard area for aircraft, cannot be amended easily, and that lasts until 5 p.m. So 5 p.m. local time is the hard cutoff for potential launch time, but after the potential landing, the road will have to stay closed longer while the teams save the vehicle. So the fact that the road closure has been extended kind of implies that SpaceX might be, targeting deeper into today's window. Again, we do not have a T0 yet, but if I had to guess, we're now looking at towards the end of today's window for a launch.
I wanted to see, I switched over to Jack's camera real quick because I wanted to see if we could see that venting, but the venting is wee. It's a very small little vent, and the heat haze looking across the ship channel there is very strong, so we can't see the venting from that camera. I don't think we'd be able to see it from up here either. Yeah, just the heat haze takes out that little bit of venting when we do that. So let's pop back into the close-in camera. Again, y'all, I can't reiterate enough. This camera, when we switch to it, this is a robotic camera. It's like a suitcase deployable. It packs down into a Pelican case. We shipped it down to Florida. It got deployed out there, and this is not a person operating this camera. This is a robotic camera that is well within the danger area, and it will be there. Hopefully, hopefully it stays online for the launch. We'll see. Hedging my bets on that one, but I built this thing in my garage, and this is just, it's a fantastic view being able to be this close to Starship as it starts to breathe for its flight. Super chats. Sagar, thank you. Can Starship survive heavy rains, thunderstorms? It looks like it. It's been raining and thunderstorming out there in Boca Chica. And I checked right there on the screen. Starship's still there. Appreciate you, Cigar. Taylor Van Camp says, the thrust is 3. Nice. Hope y'all are enjoying the day. Let's light this candle. Taylor, I'm having a fantastic time. I can't be there in person, but with all y'all hanging out with me and all these cameras and all the people out there in the field helping us out, I wouldn't have it any other way. Trey Greer, is the vehicle aerodynamically stable without engine gimbaling? Will they transition to inverted belly flop at MECO? Trey, SpaceX is launching this thing to find out. I guarantee you they've simulated it, but they are launching this thing to get ground truth, sort of air truth, I guess. Not really boots on the ground, it's Starship in the air, but that's what we're going to find out today when we get this test going. We will see exactly how stable it is and when it's going to transition to that belly flop. I don't even want to guess. Citizen Blue, Rip Chuck Yeager, absolutely. The world lost a really cool human being. I hope a lot of people aren't like, oh my gosh, that's what he would say, a really cool human being. That's my way of saying it. I mean, he just lived an amazing life. I tell you that much. Howard Wood, let's see here. We're going to find science support. I am not exactly sure what that means, Howard. We're going to find science support. If you're asking about, you're drawing a comic of the dawn of Mars colonization. You mean you need some like research? You need information on like how things work? If that's what you're talking about, research for your comic, NASASpaceflight.com actually has tons of articles and tons of information. If you join the forums, there's tons of technical information and that sort of stuff as well. A lot of people to talk to too. So that's probably what my answer is going to be for you. Everything space, great work as always, NASA Spaceflight team. Light this candle up, can't wait. Carrie Beasley, no, y'all, the scroll bar keeps getting smaller. Should we read anything into the imminent start of the SpaceX stream? SpaceX stream starts. When it actually starts, that's when we'll read something into it. Gosh, I can't even get us to Jack Knudsen. Yep. Kavarvar, thank you. Hef Williams. Certainly they can't launch with a man lift near the pad. They can. So the lift, the little telelift there, they can leave them near the pad sometimes. Are they going to clear out that yellow arm or not? I don't know. But we have seen them stow that away. Also, remember, the telephoto lens on the robot here compresses things a little bit. That lift may be a little bit further away from the base than you think. Or they may go in and do a final inspection. Not sure. One way to find out. What's Doss's favorite cheese? Jarlsberg? Is there a cheese called Jarlsberg? I don't know. How far out offshore is the exclusion zone? Michael, do we know that? I don't know off the top of my head.
How far out?
Yeah, how far off ashore does the note mar extend? I didn't actually measure that.
I didn't measure it, but we can pull it up.
All right, John, we'll grab that answer for you. I'm going to keep reading while Michael grabs... Oh, well... I mean... Eyeballing
it, like... do not take this as... If you're out there on a boat, do not take the number I'm about to read as the answer. Please look into it yourself and figure out the actual distance. But... I mean...
There's no scale on the map.
Boca Chica geography knowledge, I would maybe guess 7 or 8 miles. What do you think, Doss?
I'm looking at the preview, and I off the top of my head, why don't we do this, Michael? Can you try to measure that a little bit more closely, then get back to us?
Yep, we can do that.
So we get like an actual answer. And I'm going to keep reading the chats here. J5 Project, have a coffee on me. Gina Marie, any estimated time of launch? Unfortunately, no. Special permission. We did check in with SpaceX, and we talked to them about our plans for coverage and made sure that we weren't doing anything that would cause a problem. So we do have a direct line of communication. Chris G, who you hear on the stream all the time, has a direct line of communication with the powers that be at SpaceX, and we did talk to them to make sure that we were going to be nice and safe. Lynn Wood, Jack, Amazon has inflatable kayaks on sale, so you won't need a roof rack.
Oh, great! Hooray! I think that inflatable kayak that Andre sent me, which is still just absolutely madness to me that he did that. Thank you, Andre. You were an absolute legend for that craziness and all of your support for our channel. Thank you so much. I think that's going to arrive Wednesday. Like, hopefully this launches today and I can drive home and get my kayak. That's really weird to say, but it was a pretty cool little Amazon like inflatable kayak. Has 2 seats, so you better believe my girlfriend Lauren and I will be trying that out. Thank you, Andre. I still can't believe that's a thing, but once we go home and pick it up, next time we're out here at Boca, we will probably have that on hand and probably hit the water in it.
Excellent. Y'all, I'm trying. I'm down to 40 minutes now. I mean, I'm making progress here. Maurice Van Schunderwoord says, a NASA spaceflight stream a day keeps gravity away. I like that one, Maurice. Thank you for the support. Sean, would this rocket be able to destroy itself if it heads for populated areas? It should not head for populated areas. I mean, clearly it shouldn't do that. But this is something SpaceX has thought about. They deal with this sort of thing with their Falcon rockets and the trajectories that those go on. We are guessing that there is some sort of an abort system. I cannot tell you exactly what it is. You could just drop the engines out and that thing would fall like a rock. But we are sure that SpaceX has thought that through. I don't know off the top of my head exactly what that is, but the exclusion zone, even building the pad this far away from South Padre Island, it's about 5 miles away from the shore where Jack's camera, this camera here is, all of that taken into consideration when they started on this. Ovine Aviation, what time will this plane or whatever land on Mars? Or would, sorry, it's, wow, I just lost that chat completely. I don't know if the software is lagging out. I lost that completely. I think it said what time. I don't know if it said, is it able to? Either way, we appreciate the support on that one. Exact launch time is not yet known. Aqua Walker, I really feel like SN8 is going to be a winner. Starship design looks like it could go to space. Winner, winner, chicken dinner, nice. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Starship dinner, which is Locks. Yes, hello, person. Jack, I'm gonna get you like a big vest. No, don't do that. Actually, that's a dumb idea. Don't wear a vest. People should just pay attention.
I was into it. Please, a vest. Go on.
Do you want one of those old school press hats that has a press card in like the Trilby hat or whatever? I don't know what type of hat that was.
Yes,
wear one of those?
in.
Nice. All right, Chris K. Let's see. SN8's going nowhere as long as the lift at the pad. The flaps are still tied to the body. Interesting perspective, Chris. Thanks for the support. Mikhail. Mikhail says the trampoline works. Nice. Referencing some comments there. And again. Jeez.
I personally would argue that the trampoline worked again on the 30th of May this year when Bob and Doug lifted off as when our trampoline got working again. But
got
anyway,
working
yes.
Trampoline back in commission.
Yes.
All right. Beer. That's this person's name. It's beer. It says for Red Bull and coffee. I don't need either of those right now. I think I got all the adrenaline that my system requires. Thanks, NSF, for your amazing work. Frank Albrecht says, hi from Norway. Enjoy your live streamings and give you a little something for support. Frank, thank you so much. Hope you're doing well out there in Norway. Alex Webster, thanks for your dedication and hard work. I'm dreaming of a SN8 Christmas. I really hope that SN8 isn't like a curse word in a language that I don't know. SN8. Alex, thank you so much. Hi, y'all. I can't win. I can't win. Let's answer some questions or something for a bit. Chris.
It's a
Jack.
good problem to have, though, right? Not being able to get through the queue.
Yeah,
we're basically talking to a full stadium at this point.
What are we at? 70,000 people?
And we're just like some, I shouldn't say random, I shouldn't sell ourselves short, but we're not like an official production here. We're just like some people who really enjoy this stuff and threw together a webcast. Apparently people are interested.
Yeah. I can't say thanks enough and welcome to everybody, all 70,000 of you that are watching the stream right now. The NASA Spaceflight crew is a news media. I mean, absolutely. We're accredited press with NASA and SpaceX and launch companies and all sorts of stuff. Articles just about every day, if not every other day, about different spaceflight going on. But from a live stream perspective, we don't have news trucks in a massive studio or anything like that. We are running all this ourselves. Our crew for the live stream right now is 4 or 5 people. So teams of people, productions, you may say like, wow, what, really? Or it shows, maybe is what you're saying. But we appreciate all y'all supporting us and showing up. Whew.
Yeah, you've done an incredible job, Doss, pulling off all these camera angles and whatnot with a limited budget, because we do not have a news media type of budget for like $40,000 broadcasting units and whatnot. We have much cheaper gear than that, but knock on wood, so far it's looking good. We'll have to see what happens when all the SpaceX fans turn on their cell phones and start taking pictures and uploading and whatnot, but I think so far Doss is doing a pretty good job.
I will tell you, Michael. Oh, go ahead, Jack.
I wanted to push back against what you said, Michael, just a little bit, because I know you weren't being 100% serious, but you said we just threw together this live stream, and surely, days and days and days of human time and of human work have gone into this on the part of Doss, on the part of you, on the part of Mary, on the part of myself, on the part of all of us here at NASASpaceflight. So, absolutely, point taken, but also just wanted to push back a little bit. We've been
that's a good point. That's a good point, Jack. I wouldn't say we threw it together based on effort. I would say in terms of the we're not using $100,000 cameras and whatnot. So.
Yeah.
And we're all broadcasting like from our own home, which is not in a fancy studio. So.
Yep. It's it really is a good time. I'm just so happy that people find this worthwhile, something they want to watch. You know what I mean?
But I think people also like when there's not a super polished feel to things. I think people actually like, especially on the internet, they like more like raw commentary as opposed to super scripted, fancy stuff.
Yeah, we're definitely raw commentary. We've never been, and now, time for 5 minutes, roll this clip about this thing. Like, imagine some of the more official productions. SpaceX does a fantastic job of it, but sometimes some of the other productions are sort of like, and now this host will talk for 5 minutes, and we're like, show the rocket! We want to see the rocket! We don't want to see your studio! That's why you will not see studio shots on the NASA Spaceflight stream today. You will only see rockets.
Yeah, believe it or not, I can be relatively measured and be like, yep, today we're doing this, and we expect to see this, and that's all. But I don't think that's very exciting, so I purposefully try to ham it up a little bit on these streams just to keep things interesting. We've been live for what? How many hours now?
We are live for 4 hours, 14 minutes, and 6 seconds, Jack.
I'm glad we started early, though, because people, even though the launch has slipped a bit, people seem really interested.
Yeah.
That
hey, y'all.
Yeah, well, I think this goes to a lot toward that idea of what we talk about, right? That we always call it a space community, right? And that can seem cheesy, right? Because sometimes members of our space community, we never see in person, right? We never see face to face because they're halfway around the world. Some are in New Zealand and Japan and Russia and India and Europe and all around the world, and we just never see each other, but we're still part of that space community. And, I really like the idea of going live early and just being able to hang out, because I was also thinking too, like based on this test, and, we've got all the time zones around the world too. Some people are watching this right now and it's almost midnight and they're ending their day, but maybe they got their question answered, right? And maybe they'll be asleep when it actually launches, but they were able to participate and get a question answered. And I really like that sort of sense of community that these streams can build as well.
Chris, that's one of the huge things for me. We get I do shows with museums sometimes. Intrepid Museum up in New York City, and I'll go up there, or we'll do remote shows and sort of share what the museum has to offer for people that can visit it. But the vast majority of people on planet Earth are not going to be able to visit the Intrepid Museum in New York City. And so to be able to share that sort of experience, if y'all don't know Intrepid, that's where Space Shuttle Enterprise is, on the back deck of the aircraft carrier there in New York. But just being able to sort of share that experience, walk around something, look at something with people who will never have an opportunity to go there themselves. I think the majority of the people watching right now will never be in Texas. Most of them will never be in the United States if they're not there right now, much less South Padre Island, much less for a Starship launch. And so being able to bring this experience to everybody around the globe, truly we are living in a wondrous time. And people starting to check in where they're from. Argentina, Czech Republic, Omaha, India. Y'all, hey, destroy the chat real quick. Just tell me where you're at. Tell me where you are hailing from. I don't want you like
you all heard it. You all heard it. Doss told you to do it, not me.
Chris, this is where you just sort of let the chat wash over you. I don't fear the chat. Chat is the mind killer. I just let it wash over me, and when it's past, only I remain. That's what you got to do here with the chat. checking in from Wisconsin, Hungary, Virginia, Ohio. There's a Florida in there. Scotland. There's a Macedonia. Couldn't even find that on a map. Colombia. Pretty sure I know where that is. India. I could draw that. Costa Rica, Warrington, UK, Portugal, Spain, France, New Zealand. I mean, truly, I need to get some Asian representation over here. Do we have anybody in like the Pacific Isles or Japan or anything like that watching? No, it's probably late over there right now. So Plano, Texas. There's Cape Town. I'm just looking all over the world. People able to see this live view of the SpaceX Starship on the pad at hopefully T-minus ? Before its first flight. Whew. This is me catching my breath. Hey, Jack, I want to check in with you real quick. What's your battery situation? Are you feeling good on battery?
Oh yeah, I wanted to update you on that. Sorry, I completely spaced out. So my auxiliary battery charging situation that I have sorted out, I know that sounds really fancy and technical, but it's just a battery plugged into another larger battery. It's working. So we are all set for me battery-wise. I should be able to sort of swap a battery, charge a battery, whole kind of thing. It'll be a little bit of a juggle, but we should be fine.
Nice. So your charge rate is higher than your consumption rate. What you're pushing into the battery you're charging is more than the camera is drawing off the other battery. So your charge rate.
Yeah, and the camera
positive.
is also drawing off of a battery as well, but it's not enough to keep the camera charged, but it slows the rate of decay enough that the second it's a Rube Goldberg machine over here, Das.
Complicated system of levers and pulleys. I love it, Jack.
Always with the levers and pulleys, always.
Again, y'all, this is Jack's feed right here. This is his view from Isla Blanca Park down there at South Padre Island. This is one of the public viewing areas just across the ship channel there. And that is what it would look like if it was here. And we do see activity from the tank farm. I mean, you can see some venting and stuff like that. SpaceX continuing to march towards this test.
I just
that's right. It's venting again, isn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
I just updated our timeline with the additional knowledge that we gained, which is that they are doing pre-launch tests. We did not expect, or we didn't notice it was going to happen. Again, SpaceX did not put out an official schedule for today, but I'm sure they planned it. So right now, pre-launch testing is underway. That's the venting we're seeing at the pad from Starship. And then we do now expect the pad to reopen. We do think that's going to happen sometime within the next hour or two. And once the pad reopens, then we should see teams begin the operations to fully close out the pad for launch. That would, probably be removing the straps from the flaps, moving that lift at the base of SN8 farther away, and then making sure everything at the pad is in the proper configuration for a flight test. So that's what we're expecting to happen next. And again, we are expecting a launch sometime in the next couple of hours. As far as we can tell, all signs are that the test is still go for today.
Excellent. I just saw a $50 super chat go up, and when I try to scroll to it to read it, I can't even keep the screen still. Kelvin, I think was the name. Everyone send $1. Think of the views we'll get next time with 72,000 in equipment. Jeez. I mean, that would certainly finance the IR camera so that we could see the temperature levels to a high degree of accuracy from a couple miles away. Wow. Just looking around, seeing if I'm missing anything else here.
I just threw a tweet up on Twitter with some pre-launch photos. They're nothing special, a little bit of haze, but once the rocket gets above that haze, if it goes today, it'll be looking great.
Excellent, Jack. I'll see if I can bring up that tweet and put it into chat, and then the 3 people who are able to click it before it scrolls off will be able to see that tweet. All right, hey, NASA Spaceflight folks, I'm going to need a couple minutes to hop off here. I know I'm sort of talking an awful lot, but if y'all want to run some questions or something like that, I need a little bit of cover here if you could.
Yeah, just quickly, Das, when you get a chance, check the control center tab, please.
Copy.
So we'll continue taking questions. Again, we have a very large number of people watching, so please tag us in chat at NASA Spaceflight when you're asking a question so we can filter for them. We have custom software that will find questions that tag us. And we will use that feature to continue answering your questions. Why is Starhopper venting? So Starhopper is not venting, but there's a tank directly in front of Starhopper that is venting. So that's why Starhopper may look like it's venting, but it's not actually Starhopper that is venting. If you don't know what Starhopper is the original prototype Starship vehicle. It's a smaller version, but it hopped to 150 meters back in August of 2019. So if you look on to the left of Starship SN8 right now, and there's that little, cylinder on the left-hand side of Starship, that is Starhopper. The Starhopper is still at the launch pad. It has been converted into a water tower now. So Starhopper is still there, and hopefully Starhopper will still be there after the launch, because again, this is a risky test flight today. So when this thing launches, it's going to be super excited.
Stand by.
Yeah, I'm just...
Jack, camera check. I mean, you can keep talking. I was just telling Jack to check his camera. I lost his feed.
Yeah. Okay, well, so from this camera view, we were talking about Starhopper. Starhopper is that silver, kind of larger cylinder. Well, not larger in radius, but it's the same radius as Starship SN8, but because it's shorter, the proportions are different. So Starhopper is that silver object on the left-hand side of your screen on the far left. Again, that flew to 150 meters in August of 2019. That was a super exciting test flight. It looked absolutely ridiculous, but it was a success. And now there's, at the very top of Starhopper, there's a radar, that circular thing that's spinning. Well, not circular thing, but that spinning object, that's a radar, and that is looking for boats in the hazard area. So that's one of the various safety mechanisms that are in place to make sure that nobody is going to be getting too close to today's test flight. Some more questions coming in. Keep tagging us in chat. Then you talk about the Chinese moon mission. So, yeah, China recently launched a spacecraft to the moon. It has already sampled the moon, and there's an orbiter that was orbiting the moon. Then there was a descent lander, and then there was an ascent portion that separated from the lander and has returned the samples back into lunar orbit, and that docked with the orbiter for a trip back to Earth. So a super complex mission. Not since 1976 has a country sampled the moon. So that is a super big accomplishment. Hopefully those samples will return to Earth safely. But fingers crossed that China can pull that off. Because again, that has not happened since 1976. So it would be great for the scientific community to have a fresh batch of lunar samples to look at. And NASA also has a bunch of lunar missions scheduled. They're doing it's called Commercial Lunar Payload Services, I think, CLPS. I might have got those last few words wrong, but they're doing a commercial program where private companies are bidding to launch different payloads to the moon. So, China is being active on the lunar front. I think NASA is going to be pretty active in the next couple of years. So lots and lots of new missions to the moon coming up soon, which will be exciting. And of course, one of those vehicles that NASA has contracted for lunar missions you're looking at right now, Starship SN8, is a test vehicle for SpaceX, and as part of NASA's Human Landing Services program, Starship has been awarded a contract for initial development towards a human lunar lander. So Starship is competing with 2 other companies to be the final 1 or 2 companies that are selected for a lot of money to further, finish the final design of a human-capable lunar lander. But if Starship's test goes today, that's another big step forward on the path towards returning humans to the moon. So that's another big reason to look at today's test. NASA's selection for those human landers, the final down select is scheduled for the February timeframe. At least that's the latest information. And 1 or 2 companies are going to be selected. So there's Blue Origin, Blue Origin is leading a team of other companies. Blue Origin is the primary company on that team, and then there's Dynetics, and then there's SpaceX. So 3 companies all competing to be the final 1 or 2 that NASA selects to develop the human landing system for NASA's Artemis program. So the first test flight of that program, at least I shouldn't say the first test flight actually, because SpaceX has already done 2 other hops of Starship since that award happened, but the first major test flight to a higher altitude is scheduled for today, so that's exciting.
All right, you want me to try and grab some more super chats here?
Sure. I mean,
oh my gosh. I mean, they've marched back the progress bar. It's like 1 pixel across my screen, and I don't even know this little scroll bar thing.
If you sent a super chat, we appreciate it very much, and we spent several $100s on this one camera you're looking at right now, because we had to rent out a hotel for a week to make sure we had this view, because we did not know when the test was going to happen. So, yeah. I mean, we're probably not going to be able to address every single message that's sent, but if you are sending a super chat, just know we very appreciate your support. Without your support, we would not be able to spend all this money to bring you all these views. So, thank you for the super chats. We really appreciate it.
And Michael, here's my plan. A lot of the super chats, I mean, there's so many super chats, $2, $5, that sort of stuff. I'm just going to be displaying those on the screen, and then above a certain threshold, I'll read them out. I'm going to make sure that they're all actually displaying on the screen there. If there's a question or something like that, or something that is a really nice message or something, I'll make sure I read it out. I don't think that it's going to be reasonable for us to cover Starship and also read out every single super chat. I'm doing the math here, and even at like X number of seconds per super chat, it still would take me a significant amount of time just to read them all.
Hey guys,
Yeah,
we might have I have a potential time for us that might give us a clue. There was just a flight path filed on FlightAware for the NASA WB-57.
Oh my gosh, WB-57!
Yay! To depart Houston at 2:10 p.m. Central and return to Houston 90 minutes later, and the flight path is directly south to Boca Chica. So that might provide us some insight here.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So that's the high altitude observation plane that NASA fields for a lot of different things, and it's a flight plan that shows like the time and path, or what exactly did you get there, Chris?
It is just the FlightAware flight path for what has been filed, for what has been a flight path filed with the FAA. Yeah.
No kidding.
Yep. I'm gonna tweet it right now.
Do it. Yeah, get the scoop out there. Again, y'all, that's a good indication. We know that NASA has worked with SpaceX to get that observation plane aloft during the actual flight. And if they are, it sounds like it's a flight plan sort of thing. So bird in the air is going to be the next thing, but that is a good sign and a good indication of what SpaceX may be planning here, because there are some other publicly visible coordinated things that need to happen that we may be able to observe. But if that's there, I mean, it seems like they're continuing to march forward with this Starship SN8 flight test. Whew.
Man, I'm gonna have to try and get a good photo of those aircraft, because holy cow, they have been eluding me for a long time now, as you may have heard Robot Jack say earlier on the feed.
Jack, if I don't know, I mean, you've got your two cameras sort of slave to each other. If you get that on the camera, let me know, and I will see if we can bring it up on the live stream.
Yeah, it'll just be a tiny contrail from here, but maybe they'll overnight at BRO or something, and I'll be able to get them headed back to Houston. Maybe they would just fly right back to Houston. I don't know, but a guy can dream, Dust. A guy can dream.
It would be cool. You know something? Even if it's only a little contrail, you know that I would be like, dude, that's it right there. Jack's got it on the camera. It's like 3 pixels, and I would still lose my mind about it. I just thought
Same here. I'll take it.
Y'all, Jack is an aircraft photographer, chaser, huge fan of chasing aircraft. I know, and he's got a ton of awesome aircraft photos on his Twitter and on your
I consider
Instagram.
it one of my jobs to be in the right place at the right time to catch cool aircraft doing their thing. So hopefully you can pop into my Twitter or what have you, my website, and take a look at some of the aircraft photos I've taken. Because I've been lucky enough, extremely lucky enough, to be in the right place at the right time for some pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Jack, what's your... I need to get a link to your Instagram, or where do you put a lot of those pictures?
I guess most of them would be up on Twitter, but I also post like Instagram's more like my photography portfolio, and I made that way back when, so it's not like a professional name like my Twitter is with the Jack Beyer. My Instagram is just Neon Heat Disease, NEONHEAT disease, all one word. It's a lyric from a prog rock metal band. Okay, you know what? It's a thing, but yeah, that's where I post my like best of the best photos. That's where I'll go. If you want to see some cool aircraft shots and cool rocket remote photography, go check out my Instagram or my Twitter.
I just had to like try 3 times to spell disease correctly, but I think I eventually got it, and it says Jack Beyer on it, so there we go. Oh my gosh, just the top picture there. Is that an F-15 like turning sideways 90 degrees?
Yeah, sure enough. That was
nice.
You or the viewers might remember a spot out in Death Valley called the Jedi Transition, which is a place where it's part of a larger low-level flight training complex, and it was one specific part that kind of became infamous among photographers and pilots as a part where you could very easily catch planes flying through a canyon in Death Valley. And back when that was a thing, I spent as much time there as I possibly could. And back in 2019 in July, there was a crash, actually. An F-18 plowed into the side of the canyon. And since then, aircraft do not fly there anymore. So those photos are one, extra cool, and two, kind of special to me because it's like the candy store that's no longer open. You know what I mean? It just doesn't exist anymore. It's a photo of a bygone time. So yeah, check those out if you're so inclined.
Look at that. They're doing another test.
Yep, continuing to get that tri-venting. We call it tri-venting because there's 3 vents sort of symmetrically around the bottom of the rocket. I don't know, I say symmetry is Kerbal. Like, I could do that with RCS vents in Kerbal, the little monodirectional RCS ports. But we call it the tri-vent because all 3 of those vents are going off at the same time down there near the base of Starship. So that is continuing to move forward with the test. I'm continuing to try and click on these. Zeta Epsilon, more bots and cameras. Gosh, I'm just clicking on so many of these things, Michael. We may almost need an auto mode where we could just put it in auto mode and it just displays them down there, you know?
Well, the reason there's not an auto mode is because you need to vent each message before we send it to air.
Ah, that is an excellent point. I'm vetting as fast as I can possibly vet.
But I will say our backend system is not designed for this rate of chat messages.
Is it possible that we may run out of quota or something and not be able to see chat anymore?
I think, I'm going to check right now, but I think the way I programmed it should be fine. It limits itself. It may not pick up every message because of the rate, but I think we should be okay.
Gotcha. Well, we'll keep hanging in there. There are various memes about the kitten hanging on the branch or whatever. But the NASA Spaceflight team, we're going to do everything we can to keep y'all going here. Here's a super chat from one of our friends over in Florida, Amber Kelly, saying, fancy seeing y'all here. What's up? I don't know if we got Chris on right now.
What
Chris?
up, Emery? Hey.
Yeah, there you go. Purveyor of another fine robotic camera. Emery, I need you. I'm going to have to start getting people to call things robotic cameras. It just sounds cooler. But thanks for stopping in and saying hi and doing it in a super chat, so there was some small possibility that I would actually see it. Okay. Continue on with these. Y'all, we're live we've got cameras all over Boca Chica, South Padre Island. This camera here, this is a deployable suitcase camera robot that's deployed over there in Boca Chica Village, well inside the danger zone. This thing will be live. Well, this thing will attempt to be live during even the launch attempt, and it's a robotic camera. It can track this spacecraft, so it will attempt to look up as the spacecraft takes off. I want to make it very clear, this is not one of our crewed cameras. This is an uncrewed robotic camera. We deployed it, we checked it all in, we made sure it was good to go, and it is over there by itself. If something goes on with this camera, I can't fix it. We are not allowed physical access to this camera until, I actually don't know when. It depends on if it launches or not. And if it lands, who even knows when the exclusion zone is going to open back up. But I just want to make that very clear. NASASpaceflight very sure to make sure we follow safety and common sense, not trying to hide in the bush to get the shot or anything like that. Whew.
Now all I can think about is that WB-57. I'm just like lusting after it. It's the same thing. There's a couple aircraft that I have never had the luck to catch. One of them is the WB-57. One of them is the infamous F-117 Nighthawk, which I'm wearing a shirt of right now. And you know, there's a couple others here and there. There was a very rare, what was it? It was a Saudi Arabian F-15 model back when they were testing that at Palmdale. It had like the retro orange. I mean, you know me, I wear orange hoodie all the time. It had retro orange paint on it, all kinds of good stuff. So yeah, you know, I try to catch what I can, but there's certain planes that have eluded me. So if the WB-57 flies over, you better believe I'm going to get eyes on
it. One of our other friends from the Space Coast there, Wayward Plane. How's it going, Wayward Plane? But Jack, she's saying you need to buy a roll of caution tape for future streams. Put out in front of the camera, caution tape. Wayward Plane, I hope you stay far away from Starship today. You just stay out of there. You and your friend Wayward Boat, upper level wins or mid level wins or whatever. All of these, meme accounts. Go on, get. I like it, Jack. Yes. Hey, Lewis Jacob, watching from the UK. You guys rock. Let's watch this high-tech grain silo fly and land. All uppercase. Whatever it does, we're going to watch it. Afterlife Video Productions, thank you for the kind words as well. So awesome. It's really so awesome that you are streaming this and doing it so well. Thank you. Afterlife, that means a lot to me personally. I mean, this is sort of my passion. I don't have any official training in video production or anything like that. Sometimes it shows. But we spend a lot of time. Jack, I'm going to say thank you to you. Jack knows what it's like to run a remote camera for me because I'm like, Jack, can we test this? Jack, can you turn this on? Jack, I need you to plug this in. No, Jack, turn this on. You need to reboot the camera, Jack. Like,
yeah, I feel bad because I have a little bit of attention deficit. Obviously, I'm joking a little bit. I know it actually afflicts people, like, for real. I've never been diagnosed or anything, so I'm joking. Hopefully, I don't offend anybody, but yeah, I'm distracted easily by all the things that are going on in an event like this, and I want to take photos, and I want to go check this out, and shoot some video over here, so it can be tricky to remember to nanny the camera appropriately, or sometimes you'll message me and be like, hey, can you do this thing? And then I'll look at my Discord and be like, oh God, that was 20 minutes ago. He asked me to do X or Y. So I apologize for being distracted sometimes, but doing what I can out here to gather as many cool pixels and cool photons as I can.
Dude, Jack, you're doing a fantastic job. It's the first time Jack's actually run a video remote for us here. When I say video remote, I mean, in my terminology, it means a remote feed that we can bring up like this. By the way, Jack, heads up, you got a battery flashing on your feed, so
cool.
Your camera may need a battery swap.
I have another battery ready to go. I'll get that swapped over.
Of course, I just showed that to 42,000 people as well, that the battery is flashing. 70, oh my gosh, 74. 42 just sort of slipped in there. 74,000 people would like you to change the battery in that camera, so we'll go back to the robot while you do that, Jack. You're clear.
You got it.
All right. Everybody in the chat all of a sudden just... See, folks, that's sort of our vibe. If we have a camera that's got a low battery, I'll click it. I'll show it on the screen because that's how we roll. What better way to tell Jack that he needs to change his battery by me showing it on the stream? And then 74,451 people knowing that it's time to change the battery jack. Oh, wow. This really is a good time. I hope y'all are enjoying it. I know we're talking a lot. It's sort of like a sporting event almost. I feel like there needs to be like a, I don't know, like a sports commentator on here with me or something. But I do hope everybody's enjoying the stream here as we continue to stand by. No exact T-0. We can't tell you exactly when it's going to launch. All we can do is watch and wait and learn the value of patience. All right, I'm done with that. Whatever. I can barely say that with a straight face. I want this thing to launch. Bert, appreciate the membership. Oh, got one checking in from Tasmania here as well. Thank you, Judas Astronaut, checking in from Tasmania. My life is clicking to display messages now. That's all. That's all. I'm only allowed to talk and click super chat messages to display them on the bottom of the stream. I've resigned myself to that fate. Appreciate you, Charlie. I need to outsource this. Can anybody else click on super chats for a while? Like, do we have anybody else in the control panel that could click on the super
I can handle it.
Okay, Michael, if
every 5 seconds or something.
Yeah, I'm just like counting and talking while I'm clicking, and I'm clearing out. I don't want to miss any big ones, so I'll roll back and read big ones. But I'm just sort of some. If it says something really nice, I say it. But I'm trying to stay on top of this. I got to keep shoveling while y'all keep throwing dirt down on top of me.
What's it like talking to 60,000 people?
You just talk. I mean, I'm talking to a headset microphone here at my spare bedroom at home. Stand by. What's it like changing the camera when we pick up a camera? There we go. Got it back. To me, I'm just talking. I'm having a blast looking at this. I'm watching what's happening on this monitor. I'm turning over here to see chat. I'm looking over here to see what's in the broadcast program. I got a wall of monitors that has all the different incoming feeds that I have access to. I got stats and stuff like that in front of me. I'm looking around and I'm having a fun time. I mean, I'm telling jokes and I'm saying what I see, and I don't know. I could talk like this to 10 people. When I started out on Twitch 6 years ago, right? Streaming on Twitch 6 years ago, I was talking to 1 people, 2 people, you know? No big deal, just talk. Get some friends in chat. You just sort of say hi, and it's like, yeah, let's fly some rockets in Kerbal. That's what I do. And you get up to 50 people, and you get to 100 people, and you get to 500 people, and 1,000 people. In terms of a stream, this is the most that I've ever been talking to, stream-wise, that I'm aware of. I know over in China, before the whole COVID thing, I would actually go and host the DJI RoboMaster competition.
Update.
Oh,
look at that.
What's up?
I'll pull the ticker. We're about to see cars return to the pad in a second. There you go. Bottom right. There they are.
Yep, you're right.
And we just saw a depressed vent on Starship 2. So back to the pad. Reopen status as expected. And teams will now return to the pad and do the final closeout operations for launch. So this is a really good sign.
Oh, wow. So they ran through some pre-checks, and then they safed everything out, and literal convoy going across the stream. Thank you, little robot camera. Thank you so much for the video right now. The nice, stable video that's not constantly hiccuping. I appreciate you, little Boca robot. You're fantastic, and you deserve everything that a robot would desire. I mean, within reason. I don't know. That was expected, though, right?
Yeah, that was an expected event we saw that happen. That's why we had it on our timeline already. But a good question, do you know how much SN8 weighs? Including propellant for the flight, we don't know. If we did know, we'd probably be able to get a better estimate of how long this flight will take. But we don't know. So exactly how fast it's going to lift off, how fast it's going to reach apogee, you know, that all is determined by how much propellant is in Starship. The more it weighs, the slower it goes. So that would be a really good number that I would be really interested in knowing, but I don't think we're going to get that before the flight today.
Gotcha. And I am, Michael, I need to check a couple tech things real quick.
Cool. I will keep cycling super chats, and if I see an interesting one. Well, if I see something that's a short answer, I'll try to answer it.
Yeah.
If it's a longer answer, we have a long list.
I'm back on comms now, guys. So
DOS is using OBS to switch scenes.
You got it?
Island Cat, $50. Thank you so much. That's very generous. Here's a question from our question queue. This was a couple hours old, but I think it's interesting, so I'll answer it. Will SN9 be tested on Pad B? If you look at your screen right now, Starship SN8 is obviously on a launch stand, but to the right side of your screen there is a second launch stand. That is called Pad B. The stand that Starship is on right now is called Pad A. So after Starship SN8 launches from Pad A, there is another Starship into high bay called Starship SN9. Starship SN9 is pretty much ready to roll out within a few days. So because Pad A is going to need some refurbishment after getting blasted by 3 Raptors hopefully this afternoon, we expect Starship SN9 to go to Pad B. And that will be where Starship SN9 will conduct its eventual test flight for Underfog as well. So yes, 2 almost identical launch stands in Boca Chica for SpaceX to utilize to perform a very high rate of testing.
All right, I'm seeing if we can't get another mysterious disembodied commentary voice on here to help talk to us about what's going on. Let's see if we've got this online. Mr. B, you there?
Good evening. Yeah, this is strange, isn't it? I left this. I had to do some work. I had to shut everything off. I left it at 14,000 viewers. I come back and there's 75,000. What's going on here? It's not long.
We've been busy, boss.
When hop.
A win hop. Y'all, that's the voice of Chris Bergen, the managing editor, actually the founder, creator, initial person that started NASASpaceflight.com, 15 years ago or something like that, right, Chris?
Yeah, 15 years ago, we started it as a shuttle site. There was a gap in the market, shall we say. There was no site covering shuttle from a news perspective, and the only forums for shuttle people who wanted to talk about shuttle was a mailing list on Google and a random section in space.com's forum, which was basically overrun by people talking about NFL and stuff. So there was a big gap for it, and now look where we are. We're talking about these big silver sci-fi rockets which are launching from South Texas.
Yeah. Well, Chris, if you want, let us know how you're feeling today. Like, hop on in here, and we got a fresh voice on. We're going to have you do some talking. How's that sound?
You know what? I've got the same feeling I had ahead of Falcon Heavy's first launch. That's how I feel right now. I always go on feelings, and it's not really a shuttle launch feeling just yet because there was so much more involved with shuttle when you've got crew on top of it. So you've got to be so careful about making comparisons to space shuttle launches, which were nerve-wracking to say the least, especially when you knew the amount of things that could go wrong. If this thing goes wrong, it's not a terrible thing at all. And I think we've been making a lot of calibrating people's expectations about what we can expect from this. If they get several objectives done, such as launch apogee and get into some kind of stable descent, that immediately makes it a win. That immediately gives them the data they need to progress forward. They have SN9 in the high bay just down the road, ready to go, literally ready to roll down the highway to take up that launch mount. The worst thing I think that could happen is if the thing belly flops back into the tank farm and destroys the pad area. So that's what they're looking to avoid. They're looking to avoid it coming straight back down onto the propellant tanks and what have you. So anything else?
I'll tell you what, though, Chris.
Go on, Jack.
It absolutely is Falcon Heavy vibes. I'm getting the exact same vibes as from Falcon Heavy Demo 1. It feels basically, one-to-one exactly the same. And we went all the way to the end of the window for Falcon Heavy Demo 1. I think there was literally 5 minutes or less left in the window. So hopefully we don't go that far for SN8, but it's always a possibility. The window isn't closed until it's closed.
And you know what? The funny thing about comparing to Falcon Heavy is Elon did preempt that launch as saying he feared there's a chance that he would see the vehicle explode on launch and he'd see a Tesla Roadster wheel rolling down the crawlerway. He made a big point of that. He did. He made a big point about the expectations about what could go wrong. We knew there was a fair chance of a failure during Max Q because of the loading on the center core. There's a lot of loading on that center core during a Falcon Heavy launch. And the big one was staging. They were really not too sure how the staging would perform and if it would keep the vehicle on track. But the way Elon was presenting it, we were all thinking, brilliant, it's launched. Brilliant, it's got through Max Q. Amazing, it's got through staging. And of course, the whole mission was a complete success, bar the center boost, not making a drone ship. So I wonder if the expectations for this one have been played down on purpose, which I totally don't blame him for, because, you know, you have to play down a test program and know there will be failures. But I wonder if there is a fair chance you might see this thing land. You know, that would be amazing.
Honestly, yeah, if it landed, yeah, I would. I mean, I'm thinking about that that meme you tweeted out yesterday, Chris, or retweeted.
Yeah.
Where it was like, oh, it made it to apogee. Cool. The fins deployed. Oh my gosh. The engine relit. What? It landed. Dead.
Yeah, the Vince McMahon movie. I'll put into chat, even though chat's going 1,000 miles an hour, if they can just see it when I put it in. But one of our members in Discord did a meme. I said to him, put it on Twitter so I can retweet it. And Elon replied to it saying, yep. So I think he knew. It's got 3,600 likes on this tweet.
Suddenly.
Yeah, suddenly that went viral, I think, because of a certain person replying to it. There we go. I'll put it into chat. And hopefully it doesn't scroll up too fast before you all click on it. But that's a Vince McMahon meme about what realistically we can expect to get from this test flight. If it launches and survives the launch and gets apogee, that's great. If it then translates to horizontal and we see the aero surfaces moving, we see some kind of stability, some control during the belly flop, that immediately is a win. That is a successful test flight as far as I'm concerned, and as far as many people are concerned. Anything after that's a bonus. If the Raptors relight, that's amazing. If the vehicle translates quite stably in its flip, that's amazing. If it lands on a landing pad, anywhere on a landing pad, we're not doing bingo on this, anywhere on a landing pad, that's amazing. The thing is still standing after the engine's shut down. We can all just basically turn our computers off. Well, don't do that because that's bad for us, but we can all basically just walk out of the room and start cheering like idiots, because that would be crazy on the first test flight of this vehicle with such a flight profile. That would be nuts.
Yeah, I sort of feel like I should have brought a bottle of champagne or something to pop
Yeah.
if it actually sticks the landing, because like you're saying, Chris, I wouldn't be surprised if if Elon's 30% estimate was a little bit of a sandbag, right? I mean, maybe it's only 50-50, but something maybe a little bit more than 30%. And as you noted, for Falcon Heavy Demo 1, they did sandbag similarly. So hopefully they are reasonably confident in their ability to stick the landing, because holy cow, can you imagine seeing SN8 sitting there on the landing pad? That would really be a sight to see.
That's what I'm just thinking. We're looking at these views, and just imagine that view in maybe a few hours' time, if we're being optimistic about the launch time, being slightly bit to the other side of that view and still standing. that would be quite surreal. I don't think I could imagine that. I only temper my positivity on this by noting Falcon Heavy had the experience of Falcon 9 rocket launches before then. They had a lot of data on how the engines perform during flight, a lot of the flight dynamics of a normal launch. It was just basically 3 Falcon 9s in one go. This is so different. This is just out of this world different compared to what they've got experience with. They've only had static fire tests of the Raptors together on this launch pad for a few seconds at most. They've had some longer duration firings of the Raptors, but individually at McGregor, so that's a different kettle of fish. They've had no flight experience past 150 meters, but they went well, so that's one thing. It really is all about the belly flop. It really is about getting the thing into the air and keeping the Raptors firing, and then getting into that belly flop transition and seeing how it controls on those aero surfaces. So it's a big ask to get to landing, but just seeing the thing glide, that'd be amazing. That would just prove the aero surface design's right, and all they're going to do then is refine the way the vehicle handles that and gets the relight done and gets the landing nailed.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that to me is really interesting about this test. Is it's not like the Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy landing pads at Cape Canaveral, and it's really not even analogous to that landing pad out at Vandenberg. I mean, this landing pad is literally at the facility. So like that risk as it comes back down on that control surface. I mean, what we'd be honest to God hoping for if they don't get relight or they can't stick the landing is that it just doesn't obliterate the tank farm when it comes back down. But
Yeah.
that's another element of this test flight that's really intriguing in terms of how they're testing. And how aggressive they're being with this, because as you said something earlier, Chris, about this is completely out of the world. Oh, you can see the cherry pickers back up too at the base of it there. But yeah, you mentioned that this is out of this world, and I mean, yeah, I mean this is like watching something from a 1950s cartoon sitting on the launch pad.
Yeah,
which is incredible that it's real life now.
But I think this is what's caught a lot of people's imagination. There's two parts to what's caught people's imagination, to be fair, and that's one, people like us who have been following rockets all this time. The fact that we've now got the potential of a super heavy lift launch vehicle that's fully and rapidly reusable, and it's interplanetary. It's everything. It does everything, every trick in the book. It lands the second stage. Even Falcon 9 doesn't do that. That is the second stage we're looking at right now. To put into context, this is not a lot of new people will be looking at this thinking that's quite a big rocket. That is just the top end. When super heavy's out there and stacked on it, you're gonna lose your marbles. I think is the best way of putting it without swearing. But it's crazy. It's everything.
Yeah, and I mean the size that you were just talking about there is, I mean, like, yeah, this is the second stage. And it's really hard to remember this. This is the second stage. It's 50 meters tall itself. And the super heavy booster is 70 meters tall by itself. So you start talking about those two things stacked on top of one another. I mean, that's 120 meters. The size is mind-boggling. And then you hear them talking about like, oh, well, there are larger versions of these that we want to do too. And it's like, head blown.
Yeah, and the other thing is people who are new, who have just come to basically watch this, maybe this live stream for the first time. They might just visually like it. I've got friends who are not into rockets. I call them friends. They're associates because they're not into rockets. But I've shown them pictures of this, screenshots and Mary's photographs of it, and they're all gone, wow, that's a good looking rocket. And it's more of a kind of like, that's what a rocket should look like to them kind of mentality. And I think that's got a lot more people interested in it as well. But the other thing that's got us all interested is the fact that this is not just some test rocket that's taken 4 or 5 years to build. And put it onto the launch pad. We're going to hope for the best, and if it fails, then we're going to wait another 4 or 5 years. They've got all the rockets. They've got SN16 being built down the road on Highway 4 in the production site. SN16.
We have out to 16 now. Oh man!
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm behind. I thought it was only 15. See, it's
we're
keep up with all this stuff.
Mary, of course, has managed to catch parts of SN16. I think what was the common dome section being flipped, but. It's absolutely wild, and I think in some close-ups of SN8 you can see like Sharpie writing on some of the panels, and I believe SN6 like initial construction, at least for some of the nose cone pieces, was like back in July, but not too long ago. And I think I would have to look at some timelines or what have you to see when stacking happened and all of that, but it has not been too long. It's to your point, Chris. It's not something that they've spent years building. It's basically a quick and dirty prototype to test the phases of flight that they want to test right now, and they'll move on to SN9 and other prototypes that they're, like you said, are building all the way up to SN16 to test other more advanced stages of flight and orbit and entry.
And the other thing that's so encouraging is the fact they've started at least the assembly part and at least the production sections of Super Heavy, the first Super Heavy prototype. So we're talking about a Starship prototype test program, but very soon and next year, we will see the first Super Heavy booster prototype take up that stand just to the right of where you're looking now. If you look at Starship, you'll see a tank farm to the right of that, and then to the right of that is the orbital launch pad or launch mount. And the Super Heavy is going to be sat there sometime early next year. And that's going to be doing, Elon last said was a 150 meter hop, just to hop the booster, which I'm still trying to get my head around because the 150 meter hops were quite spectacular for Starhopper. They were slightly surreal for the Starship SN5 and SN6, but for a Super Heavy booster to do that hop, it's going to look like a bus doing a 3-point turn in a one-way street. It's going to look absolutely crazy. So I'm trying to work that one out. If he means 150 meters still, they'll refine it, which SpaceX likes to do all the time. But that's what we'll see next year. We will see a super heavy prototype booster with 2 or 4 engines on it, and that will be on a test launch. And that's where everything, all the pieces on the chessboard come together. And then we talk about SLS, which has taken several years to build and machine. And nothing against SLS, because I think it's a good rocket from its shuttle heritage, at least. That currently had its first wet dress rehearsal, WDR we call them. It's a wet dress rehearsal where they tank the vehicle, and it had to scrub. So they've had problems with that already. Minor problems, but in context of things, that's taken several years to build, and they've only got one of them built. If that one goes pop on the test stand at B2, it's Dennis. They have got a several-year delay. If this one goes pop in flight, they've got the next one down the road, ready to go to the launch site within a few days. So
I was going to say, if this one blows today, SN9 just rolls out tomorrow, doesn't it?
Yeah. Just like doodle down the highway, saying, "Okay, it's my turn on the sacrificial altar."
Yeah, I mean, and that's one of the things that makes this to me so exciting and makes this stakeout really cool today is. Already we've seen differences from how they've done static fires, right? That could be invaluable data in terms of like figuring out what some of the pre-launch milestones are for these, at altitude tests, and things that are definitely different and tweaked from a test configuration to a flight configuration. It's just fascinating watching them work. Like, why did they pull the wings in? Not the wings, the aero surfaces in from their deployed position yesterday? Who knows? Maybe deploying them as part of the countdown, and that's what we're going to find out today as we keep our eye on this 1950s style vehicle sitting on a launch pad in 2020 in South Texas on the Mexican-U.S. border. It's insane. I love it. But also, if we got some time, I did just want to acknowledge a couple things. Tom in Space, thanks so much for the $100 Australian super chat. You're saying how far we've come since the water tower. Chat, consider this donation a gift to NSF from all of us. #Team Space. Thank you so much, Tom in Space. And then Kevin right behind that with $50 Canadian, saying, "Thank you, team. I've been tank watching with you for what seems like forever. Let's light this candle." I think we all agree with that, right?
Yeah, I can put some context to Tom Space. He's also a member, so hi, Tom. We've got this channel was started because of Mary. The idea was we've got a news site and a forum. We can put content on the forum and we can link it in a news site. And we didn't really need a YouTube channel as such. There was never any real kind of demand for it. But because Mary's videos were getting so popular, they were draining our servers on the forum. So we had to come out with solutions where we thought of how we could put Mary's videos out there without costing us an absolute ton in bandwidth. And this was the YouTube channel we started. And I remember it started with about a couple of thousand subscribers. This was only about a year and a half ago, by the way. This is how fast it's grown. And because the videos are so amazing and so popular, the channel grew really fast. And we started thinking about doing live streaming with Mary doing live stream as well. She's a multitasker. And it grew from there. And then we started costing us more because the bandwidth of live streaming is not free. That's where you got to start paying back into it. And you got to put money into the equipment and the way that you can do these live streams is not cheap at all. And we start getting super chats and memberships, and it's an amazing circle where people who do appreciate this kind of content can help out in any small way, even for free, where you like the video or subscribe to it. That helps us. Everything helps, but people who are putting money into this have allowed us to then progress forward and evolve the channel into what we're doing now. And we can really just keep expanding from there. The sky is the limit without using a rocket pun, but that's how it's all come across. So when people like Tom in Space thanks us for the channel, I have to literally just go back and say thanks Mary, because this is literally the reason why we started the channel and why it's been so successful. So, and then we've got people like, obviously I could name drop so many people, Daz especially, the amount of work Daz puts into this channel and the live streaming and the production of it, and Michael in the back room as well. Michael was on comms as well. And all the team who get involved, It's quite humbling, really. It really is. I will get emotional if I talk too long about that. So I just want to thank everybody from Mary downwards, if there's such a thing as downwards.
Yeah, I mean, it really is like when I sit back and think of the growth that we've undergone in the last year, it's incredible, and just as incredible as being here now. Now we also see a cherry picker going up a lot higher than we've seen before, so this might be part of what we've been expecting here, that part of the flight configuration will be unchaining or unsecuring those aero surfaces and the flaps and everything. So again, the pad reopen was something that was expected after they went into ground support equipment test preparations and vehicle test preparations earlier this morning during the first pad clear event. And we were expecting them to come back and finish the job of reconfiguring the vehicle for flight at this point. And Jakar Kelvin with $50 saying, everyone send $1. Think of the views you'll get next time with another $73,000 in equipment. Well, thank you.
Yeah, that ironically would work for quite well.
I know, right? It would.
And that's the other thing. We've got so many people in there. I've got to explain how the whole thing works. We don't sit back and take the money and put it into some pool, and we also like go on a big drinking binge with it. We put it back into the channel. It all literally goes back into the channel. I don't personally get paid, and I run the site, so it really is. But that's my pleasure, because the results and the bonus of it is we're covering something we all love. We're all passionate about this. This is my day job is something completely different to this. This is what I do as for fun. It really is, and you couldn't do this kind of amount of work if it wasn't fun. It's a lot of work. But that's why we put it all back in, and we get more ourselves. I'm sat back watching this monitor, this view, and I'm loving it. So it's a great way of progressing and making it a cycle of improving what we do.
100%. And Michael with $20 saying, love the work, fellas. Are you guys able to do a split screen of the different feeds? Not a suggestion, just curious. And DOS, I think you had talked about that a little earlier. And yes, we have the ability to do it. And I think I saw you working it. There you go. Yes. There you go. With labels,
I'm listening.
you know exactly what camera you are, what camera angle you are looking at too, because you can really see that the different vantage points of how high those cranes are, those cherry pickers right now working on the vehicle. But yes, we are excited, and we can definitely bring you split screens, and we've been prepping for this big time.
Oh yes,
we've been prepping for it, but we've got no idea how this flight will go. So as soon as it launches, all bets are off.
Indeed. And then Ruby saying, with $31 Australian, saying, hey guys, I'm 700 meters underground in South Australia. Always love your coverage. Cheers, mate. Well, I hope you're 700 meters underground for a good reason, because now I have questions. But anyway, thank you so much. And hopefully you get to come above ground soon, unless you like being underground. I don't know. Some people might like that. But thank you so much. $50 Canadian here from John saying, an IR camera sounds fun. Let's do it. Yes, I think that's DOS's next dream purchase, is the IR camera for thermal imaging of these things, right, DOS?
I have lots of dreams, Chris. I have lots of dreams.
I imagine Daz's dream to be an army of robot cameras. Literally, like, you see the movie I, Robot, where Will Smith goes into that warehouse full of robots looking for the one in particular. I just imagine a warehouse of robot cameras just lining up ready to be deployed.
Production line stamping out NSF camera robots, and then we go live, and it's just like 50 screens, like the architect in the Matrix with all the screens behind him.
Yeah.
And it's just, and we're live with Starship from like 80 different angles. I mean, I would be in heaven. So, y'all, hey, Chris and Chris, thank y'all for holding it down. I'm actually working on some stuff here while I try to eat some lunch. I hadn't eaten anything yet. So thank y'all so much for holding down the commentary. I'm listening, and I'm here if you need anything. Like if somebody says, can you do a split screen? I'm like, whoosh, I can do that. But y'all, thank you so much for holding it down.
Well, I'm just thinking how we're going to deal with all these. I've just looked at we've got a special, people who don't know what we do, we've got a special screen where Michael set up where we can filter out the questions and filter out the super chats, so we make sure no one's ignored. We get to see the ones in this swimming pool of chat we've got going on right now with all these people in here. I'm wondering what we're going to do with super chats. We just go through them all, just literally put ticks and put them on the screen one at a time rather than reading them all out.
That is what I was doing earlier, Chris. I was
All right,
trying
I'll get
to keep
on
up
that
with
then.
it.
Oh, is that what we were doing? Okay, sorry, that must have been when I popped away to eat lunch.
Yeah.
I'm literally gonna just do the thankless ones by just clicking on them and saying their name. So Charles, thank you very much. Did that click work? Yes, it did. There we go. Let's see if it comes on screen. Might be a bit of a lag here. Let's see
We
if
got
Charles
the boss
comes
at
on.
the controls.
There
y'all.
it is. Right, so that works. All right, let's go through these. We've got Cristiano who's watching in Italy. Thank you very much. That's very much appreciated. €10. We've got Doug Soul Reaver. I know people hate when we read super chats out when they're just super chats. All you do for super chats. No, we're just going to thank everybody who's donated. DJ Soul Reaver with £10. Thank you very much appreciated. Daniel with £10. Oh, that's an English perk, or an British perk, I should say. Sorry, might be Scottish as Welsh. Thank you very much. We've got Hale X with a name there, which is very much proves you're a SpaceX fan. With 59 SEK, which I think is Swedish, isn't it? Krona. Thank you very much. Jason Hobbs, £5. Another one from the UK. We've got Aqua with $2. I'm hoping they do come on screen. Yes, I do. There we go. Mark Kent for robots with $12.50 Canadian dollars. Thank you very much. That's one for Daz, I think. We've got CEO. Sorry, hello.
I just said thanks.
Oh, there we go. Something you were saying. I usually get told to stop talking at some point, so I always expect that kind of break. We've got Carla Brabante with greetings from Brazil. We get a lot of people from Brazil here. It's very interesting how I watched the demographics of how the on the site at least, and it's an amazing split. It's always mostly Americans. Then you get UK, Germany, a lot of Dutch, and a lot of Brazilians, a lot of Australians. It's an interesting way the demographic of rocket fans works. Virtual Super Soul. It may miss the actual launch, but we don't know yet. We don't know when the launch is, so you might be all right. Thank you very much for $20. A VR Racer. Oh, this list is amazingly long, by the way. With $5 Canadian. Thank you very much. We've got Scott. In memory of Chuck Yeager. Yeah, very much appreciate that comment. I'm going to put it on screen. That's $99. $9.99. Chuck Yeager, if you don't know, you should know. Passed away last night, and that was an extremely sad thing. He'll always be known in the history of spaceflight for what he achieved with his flights, and it is a very sad loss. Carrie Roos with $12.50. Brazilian, another Brazilian there. Thank you very much. Dina, thank you very much for your support. I'm gonna have to rush through these. DJ Felix, appreciates the coverage and appreciate your support. Put you on screen. We've got someone with $25 with no comment at all. So that's just someone's just literally donated and said, I don't even read out. I'm gonna read your name. That's Fali Praru. Because it's a name I won't pronounce properly. I apologize in advance.
We got a car over patrolling the beach again. That's a good sign.
Oh yeah, they're keeping the place. Didn't I hear something about a WB-57 in the air soon?
Oh, buddy, I hope so. I think.
Oh, jacking his planes, yeah.
Around 2 p.m. So hopefully that happens.
And that's something had for the shuttle flights as well. I remember there was some famous photographs of STS-114 which went viral on the old viral things called Dig. Remember that? Dig.com.
Oh man, and then everybody left Dig for Reddit. I think this is a thing that happened at one point. Oh, now you're bringing up old school memories.
Yeah, it was.
Man, was that still dial-up days?
It was. Someone came on the forum saying, "You've been dug." I thought, what does that mean? It says, "Oh, you've been linked on Dig." They'd linked the photographs of W57 launch of W57 photographs of the SS-114 launch and said entitled "Pictures of Launch from ISS." And of course they were from the W57, so we'd put that into a thread, but someone had just hot linked the photographs and put it onto dig.com, and that dig.com post went viral, and then that was one of our first boosts on the forums back in 2006, I think it was.
Yeah, those aircraft are absolute workhorses, and I know over at the Davis Month, and I'm probably mispronouncing that, over at the Boneyard, the famous Air Force Boneyard and Reclamation Center out in Arizona, they have a number of I guess donor bodies for various. I think when I did an overflight one of the times I was on my way here to Boca Chica, and they had 3 Canberra B-57s, not the WB variant, but I'm pretty sure those were just parts donors. I'll have to post that photo up. I don't think I have posted that one yet, but they're absolute workhorses, to your point, Chris, and they've been around a long time, photographing shuttle, photographing cargo Dragon, photographing crew Dragon parachute tests, all manner of tests the WB-57s have been used for. So they're really legendary aircraft, and you know, there's various spots out in California in the Mojave Desert where there are aerial reconnaissance test targets. It almost looks like a test pattern, right? Like you would see on a television feed that has gone off live, like that classic color bar type pattern, except monochrome, because these aircraft were built and tested, not specifically the W-57, but all manner of reconnaissance aircraft were built and tested out in Edwards. And so I like to think with the W-57s and with things like those aerial reconnaissance targets, like think of all of the people that have operated equipment and pointed that equipment at something cool. I mean, the history those planes could tell, if they could talk, has got to surely be super, super duper interesting. It would be a really fun interview to get a WB-57 pilot or somebody like that on the horn and just sort of talk to them and say, hey, tell us about your job. What kind of cool things have you seen? Because no doubt, through Shuttle, through Dragon, through now, they have absolutely seen some very, very interesting spaceflight activities.
You know what interests me? I don't know much about planes. You do, Jack, but I was struck by the fact that the two guys, the two pilots, or a pilot and navigator, stood next to the WB-57 with these photographs, were in literally flight suits, like astronauts. So they must go really high up.
Yeah, I believe their service ceiling is above 60,000 feet, so that's going to be a situation where you're eating tube food and wearing a pressure suit.
Pressure suit, that's what I was looking for. I say as I'm choking on a drink.
No worries, I'm choking on my mask and sweat over here. It's getting really warm.
Words were trying to come out, but it wasn't working, which is unusual for me.
Just start talking about Shuttle, it'll start to flow again.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's funny because a lot of people in these chats are asking, I'm putting them on screen, so everyone gets a shout out on screen, but I am reading them personally, and I personally appreciate every single one of them. We're getting a lot of questions about when the launch will be. We just don't know. We just know that they're still on for today. The work that's carrying on right now is final preps, and that we are hoping. Sorry, Chris, what are you going to say? Something?
Yeah, I was going to say what we think is that it's probably going to come no earlier than 3 Central or 4 Eastern, so about 3 hours from now, and that is based on the aircraft we're talking about, the W-57 coming from NASA, is expected to take off from Elgin Field in Houston just after 2 p.m. Central and be over the Boca Chica area just prior to 3 p.m. Central. So that's what we're currently thinking based on that. But again, as Chris was saying, we don't know precisely, but that's the best sort of what we've got right now based on the NASA tracking plane that's going to be on its way down soon.
The interesting thing about that timeline is that I know from the way the internet works, that is literally prime time. That is when most people will be on the internet. Right. Yeah, so I am just thinking the amount of people who will be watching all the streams would be certainly some certain records will be broken. I can't remember what the actual record is for a live stream of a rocket launch. I'm assuming it was the Falcon Heavy test flight, which I just know was a crazy amount of people. But that was a T0, so people knew when that was going to launch, and that's when people planned to be on, watching the streams. So this one is an unknown, and that might impact it a little bit because some people were making plans and they would not be able to see the stream live. But I will know that people who are watching this YouTube stream, for example, that if you do have to pop out for an hour or something just during the actual window part of the launch, you can just reverse back on it, and we'll have a highlight video later, obviously. So there will be replays. So if you do miss it live, don't feel like you've missed out completely, because there will be a chance to see it when you get back in front of a computer or a device.
Yeah, and Chris, I think what we were telling people a bit earlier was that we wanted to be live the whole day because we knew people would be coming in and out and they'd have work and, all the types of time zones around the world of where people are. But what we were telling them is to pay attention to the @NASASpaceflight Twitter account, and that once we had a firmer target, we would alert people there so that anyone who needed to step away could come back when they needed to.
I just spammed that into chat. I put it a few times so people could catch it as it scrolled by, but the best way to know when stuff starts to happen is to follow Chris B. That is actually an official NASA Spaceflight Twitter account. Follow that Twitter account. I'm going to spam it some more. And when something happens, you'll get some awesome Bandicam clips of what's going on.
Hey, don't say a bad thing about Bandicam.
I'm not.
I was talking about the early days of this. Talking about the early days of this channel. The early days of this channel was me bandicamming Mary's clips. Would you believe? Mary takes so many clips of so many things. It's like Mary's 5 people. It literally is. The amount of content that comes in every day for the daily videos is astonishing. And in the early days of the channel, it was just basically me and her who were like putting this content onto the channel because we used to put it onto the forum. And I've got no editing skills at all. I have no clue. And I just know there was screen recording capability with Bandicam, and I was literally pausing and clipping. And
yeah,
there was 720p.
We call that linear
wasn't brilliant
editing.
quality.
They used to do that back in the tape days, like videotape, linear editing in a newsroom. That is absolutely hilarious.
But it worked. We get it done.
It worked, and I swear by it because I still do my Twitter clips with Bandicam, and you do turn around some highlight clips really fast. And not many people, I'm surprised not many people do. Some people GIF like launch scenes and whatever and tweet them out. The actual video with the sound, it just seems a little bit better. So, it's absolutely light years away from what Jack and the editors do with the clips now, and they really are fantastically produced videos, and it honors the fact that Mary gets these great content. We put it out properly. Because you're talking about representing Mary's content, and that's so important that you don't have some numpty like me screen recording it and putting it onto YouTube. We've got professional editors with professional software doing a professional job, so that's why it's a much better situation now. Plus, it's not me at 3 o'clock in the morning doing it.
Hey, I have to step off comms for a second. It looks like I got double charged for a super expensive camera purchase, so I will be gone for a minute while I sort that out.
It looks like that one lift might be potentially removing the straps on that flap. Just based on where it's at right now.
Have we seen I've literally just been looking at the screen. We've not seen anyone working around the aft near the Raptors, have we?
Not for a while. This
So
morning
that's
we
one
were,
thing.
but not
Yeah,
for
I
12
always tend to
hours.
get more nervous about that when playing around with the Raptors in the aft, and that could be anything from the engines to the TVC to whatever. So that's one positive thing. It's interesting if they are looking at the flaps themselves, the aero surfaces. That will be a certain thing they really want to have working for this test flight. So that makes a lot of sense. I'm still nowhere near getting this super chat list done. It's absolutely amazing support. I am making sure everyone gets on screen now, much to my detriment on one of them. But we'll get through these very soon.
People are agreeing with me in our Discord that they are in fact removing the chains on the flaps. So that's a very good sign.
Nice.
Releasing the stabilizers. Letting her fly for real. I also heard, I was listening to the stream earlier when I was at work, I heard a reference to this being what Shuttle hoped would become. And I really do believe in that. The Space Shuttle was envisioned as a vehicle that could be processed and turned around reusable at a very fast pace. The first early artistic drawings of a shuttle in the OPF, the Orbiter Processing Facility, which is their hangars, was literally just the orbiter and a crane putting a new payload in. And the reality was a massive gantries and high bays where they had to spend months reprocessing the vehicle after a flight. So that's where the whole concept of fast reusability went out the window. This is a much simpler design, which means less processing, which means less of that requirement of a massive workforce army and a massive of gantries and reprocessing and months of turnaround time. This is one that can literally be designed to turn around really fast, and they're learning lessons with Falcon 9 launches where we're now seeing vehicles turn around at a record pace, the same booster, and we're boosted with 0.7 on the end, which means they've flown 7 times. This is where they're getting what they promised to be a path forward for their vehicles become a reality, and there's no reason why they can't employ that with Starship, especially when you've got so many of the same people working on the vehicle. You've got the likes of Lars Blackmore, who worked on the landing technology for Falcon 9. He's now with Starship, and that experience and skill set will play heavily into being a success for the vehicle, because they know how to. Remember, with Falcon 9, they did that fun video with the landing failures. They had to have those failures to learn how to do it properly. And then after that, they said, look, we expect to lose 20 to 30% of the boosters to land on the drone ship, because the drone ship is a much harder landing. And they're all coming back by 1 or 2. They're all coming back safely. So they've not only learned, they've exceeded their own expectations by learning. So if we do see this vehicle fail, and there's a very good chance we'll see this vehicle fail, just remember those Falcon 9 days, the early landing attempts. They have to fail to learn. I think the mantra is test, fly, fail, fix. And that's what they do, and they do it successfully, and it's worked out in the past. So I think they have a path forward with this vehicle where by SN12 maybe, we were expecting it to land rather than sort of expecting it to fail. So that's the path forward for this.
And you can see that second lift now, heading up towards the forward flaps to presumably release the chains. So, more good signs.
There's got to be a joke here, like, who let the flaps out? Flap, 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 flap. Okay, anyway, I'm going to stop singing now.
Copyright strike.
There's a look into my mindset.
Yeah. YouTube has determined that voice was such a wonderful singing voice. It was a direct copyright strike of that song.
But yeah, if you're just joining us, I'm Chris Gebhardt. I'm the assistant managing editor of NASA Spaceflight, and we are here watching all of the preps for Starship live as they occur from Boca Chica. This is a view coming to you from one of our robotic cameras deployed near Boca Chica Village, a camera that was checked and that we made sure would not interfere with any operations and was okay to have in place here today. But we are standing by for watching these final preps. If you do have any questions, go ahead and tag us at NASASpaceflight in chat, and we'll get your question loaded up into our queue here. But what we currently understand, based on a flight plan that was filed with the Federal Aviation Administration, the FAA, here in the United States about an hour or so ago, is that NASA will be sending a W-57 high-altitude surveillance aircraft down to Boca to monitor the flight. It is currently expected, based on the latest estimate from FlightAware. I'm just pulling it up to make sure it hasn't changed, but the latest estimate from FlightAware has this mission taking off from Elgin, or had it taking off from Elgin Field just after 2 p.m. Central, so about 2 hours from now, and then being over the Boca area around 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern, which would be 2100 UTC. So that's what we're currently thinking, based on some things that we've been seeing, and that would sort of match where we appear to be right now with pad preps as well. So sort of no earlier than target here for what we might be seeing. But we've got a whole team here. I'm joined by Chris Bergen, our managing editor.
Hello.
And we've also got Das and Michael in our studios helping us to control, well, not helping us to control, they are controlling everything. This would not be possible without Das and Michael right now, and all the behind the scenes work. So thank you so much, guys. I'm not sure if you're on comms, but
I was looking at the kite
thank you.
over on the beach right now. I saw a kite,
Wow.
and so I figured I'd zoom in on the kite.
Wayward kite.
Yeah, I got to do this. Look, I'm sorry. All right, it's not a Starship, but let's see how close we can get to this kite. All right, that's max zoom on the kite. There you go.
And a public service announcement, again, we've got so many people watching this, it's worth saying, if you're in the area, don't try and get close to the vehicle, or its exclusion zone's there for a reason. You don't want to cause a scrub, and you won't just get told off, you will get a serious penalty for it. So just stay, within the realms of where people are, down, where is it, Daz? I don't want to say a place without getting it wrong. Is it South Padre Island?
South Padre Island, yeah.
Yeah. Stay in that area, don't go anywhere closer to it. The views you're seeing closer are robots, they're not people. So that's how you're seeing those closer views. It's not people there with cameras, it's robots.
Looks like I need to... Oh, there we go. I was about to say something about bouncing this feed, and then it came right back, so good deal. I was programming in a secondary feed on this. I apologize earlier, y'all. You may have seen a smaller version of this appear on the screen. That was a secondary low bandwidth stream, just in case everybody tries to get on FaceTime with the grandma at the same time. Whenever something starts to happen, I can back the bandwidth way off, and I can still get a usable signal, even if we get these... we barely have any bandwidth to work with, so we're doing everything we can here to keep these feeds coming. Y'all, thank you again. I'm almost done eating here.
I just quickly saw a chat, which is not in the queue, but I just saw it on the screen, saying that this is Boca Chica. Yeah, that's what the launch site is, but people are watching from South Padre Island. That's outside the exclusion zone.
Yep. And again, y'all, just to reiterate, we do not have an exact time for the launch. We can't tell you exactly what time it's going to happen. But we are standing by. We've been live since about sunrise. We had some fantastic shots from this robot with the sun rising in the background, the nice red, deep red sky this morning. And I was like, oh my gosh, I have to turn this on as fast as I can to share this with people because it looks so amazing. Of course, we hadn't announced this robot yet. This was one of the cool projects we were working on, and we wanted to see if it was actually working today before we made a bunch of hype about it. So it's doing good, little robot. It's doing good. But we've got a couple different cameras deployed down there. This is the closest camera, about 1.5 miles away. It is in an area where humans will not be during launch, and it is robotic. It can look straight up at the sky if we ask it to, and it is going to attempt to track the launch. Then we have that other camera back at South Padre Island, those wide views like the one we just got on the beach. This one right here is from a high hotel over at South Padre Island. And this is another robotic camera. We have full capability to manage this camera remotely. That's me. I'm in North Carolina, and I'm telling that camera what I want to see. I could tell it to go and have a look at the production side, I think. Let's see if that's still dialed in. Sometimes it gets a little bit off. Nope. There you go. Lighting's not quite right now to see inside of the high bay, but that big building actually has Starship SN8 inside of it. And when the light is just right, especially in the morning, Chris, I don't know if you saw this morning, but the light was hitting SN9 just right inside the high bay, and you could see this glint all the way down the side. It was fantastic.
Yeah, just to give some context to that view we're looking at there. If you look at this, they've got the 3 tents. We call them the big tents or onion ring tents. They are where a lot of the sections are being welded and built, and a lot of the nose cones, and especially the bulkheads, which need the protection away from the dust and the wind for their welding techniques. The smaller of the dark buildings is called the windbreak. That was the first big building they built there, and that now houses the nose cones, but they mate it with the 4-ring or 5-ring stacks. Then you got the slightly bigger building in between the 2 SN5 and SN6 hoppers there, and that is called the mid-bay. And that's where SN10 and SN11 currently reside. Those are vehicles that's come, and they haven't got a nose cone yet because you can't put a nose cone inside the mid-bay because it's not tall enough. But luckily you've got the high bay, which is the big building, and they built that thing in about 5 weeks, which is, to me, crazy. We watched the levels going up on Mary's videos, and they got to the 4th layer, and then they put the roof on top. It's a huge building, it really is. It's not like the VAB at the KSC, that's much bigger. But it's a very big building in its own right, and you can put a nose cone on a Starship inside that building because it's designed for super heavy. That is where they'll stack the super heavy boosters. And the first 2 sections, 2 LOX tanks sections for the first prototype super heavy is currently residing in there, and there's an array of sections outside which will then join inside in the high bay for stacking at a later date. I think they're still yet to install the proper roof crane for that yet, because the stacking we've seen so far in high bay has involved a crane being rolled from the outside and used from the outside inwards. But
Chris, isn't that the building Elon said he was going to put like a bar on top of?
Yeah, and I said that as if he was being serious, and someone's got a stream of people in chat saying he's joking.
I don't know. I mean,
I don't know. It's Elon, isn't it? Yeah.
He's got a car that he fired at Mars. I mean, a bar on top of a high bay. That seems easy.
It's very Elon-like. He wants a rave cave, doesn't he? So we've seen in one of Mary's videos that had sort of LED flashlights on the mid bay, like some kind of like rave display kind of thing going on. And I tweeted that out, and Elon responded to it as if it was like, yeah, that's cool, isn't it? So I wouldn't be surprised if that was used as some kind of viewing area, and it just happened to have a bar there as well.
I mean,
to sneak people refreshments, yeah.
Just like an ice chest with some drinks in it or something. I would allow it. Yeah, okay, that's a bar in my book. It's Texas.
It'd be a cool view, though, wouldn't it?
It would be a cool view. Oh, jeez. All right, how's everything been going over here? I am jumping back and forth. We continue to work that super chat queue.
I'm getting nowhere near it.
It's just, I don't know. The super chat queue is absolutely insane. Wait, Chris, you may know what this one means. Down at the bottom, I'll click the next one here. It's from our friends at Space United.
Oh yeah, Space United FC.
Yeah, and they said they're skipping Champions League, Messi versus Ronaldo, just for this NSF stream, expecting the liftoff commentary.
Yeah, during midweek it's Champions League, where the top teams of each division in Europe play each other for the European Championship. And yeah, it's Champions League tonight, so that's commitment. It's I've not even looked at the fixtures. If it's Messi versus Ronaldo, it'll be Barcelona versus Juventus tonight. So that's a big one, and I'm trying not to turn TV on now.
Oh no!
Yeah, that's commitment. In the world of football, or soccer as the Americans call it, that's a big commitment to be missing that to watch this. But you know what? Even me, I would not miss this for anything. Yeah, it really is. Anything else you can watch back at a different time. This you want to watch live.
They do Champions League like every year or something, right? I mean, how many times
it's every season.
Yeah, every season. There you go. I tossed that out there. I didn't actually know the answer, and I hoped I wasn't completely wrong.
No, there you go. All right. I think the clue was SpaceX United was the clue. That was a bit of a lead-in.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Space United, how are y'all doing out there? Thank you so much for stopping in and watching the stream. Appreciate all y'all over there and the support there too. But just good to know you. Let's put it that way. Chris, were you still clicking super chats or?
I am.
Wow.
Basically, the bar, the sidebar, which makes me scroll down it, is still nowhere near going down.
Yeah.
If you wanna throw questions at the same time, I will pause while you do that on screen.
If you just keep them rolling, and
right.
I see some big ones like the next one in there from Cody Newsom. If we get that one up there, $75. Imagine if 73,000
Yeah, I was holding that one
people-
back just for a special mention. Yeah.
Oh no, too late. Oh, I outed it. I'm sorry.
No, literally that's fine. I was literally just holding it there so we keep special mention.
All right. Well, I was gonna say let's display that one, and I'll say thank you to that one. Cody Newsom, thank you so much for the $75. Imagine if 73,000 people each gave $5. We can watch with $365,000 worth of gorgeous shots. Not to mention the data you can gather with that equipment. I was gonna say, Corey, $365,000 will pay for a pretty significant amount of cell phone data. Or even better, I just can't wait till Starlink comes online. I would love to try Starlink. I'm sorry.
There's some big ones further down the list, but I'm just going through them in order. But we're catching up from an hour behind right now.
Good, I know. It's hopeless.
There's a question from you, Daz, from Wesley Schultz, who asks, what will be first, KSP2 release or this launch?
Wow, KSP2 keeps getting pushed back, but Starship landing on the moon... I hope KSP2 comes out before Starship lands on the moon. I mean, seriously, come on now. I appreciate y'all with the developers over there. I've played an awful lot of Kerbal, but yeah, we gotta get it out at some point. I completely understand their development schedule, but I hope that happens sooner rather than later so I can play me some KSP2. There's one for a new battery for the camera. Nice. But yeah, Jack's looking good over there. Jack's battery levels not blinking on the screen.
Someone said $2 for Jack's battery.
Oh. Yeah. Again, everybody out there, thank y'all so much for joining us. We are sort of settled in for the long haul here, and we are watching multiple different camera views of Starship SN8. It's out there on the pad. Everything has been marching forwards, looking good. We just saw that really tall, I call it a cherry picker. I don't know if that's the right terminology for it, but that really tall lift that lifted the crew up, and it looked like they were removing the restraints from the top flaps. And imagine they've already done that at the bottom. So looking around at the pad, not seeing any lifts up at this time. Hopefully that's a good indication that they're going to continue marching forward. Let's look at it from another angle. From the side. Uh-oh. Somebody might have bumped Jack's tripod there. There are a lot of people down there. Sometimes we see them walking in front of the shot as well. But no lifts hidden behind it either. And I guess there's no real reason to look at that because that's still on the high base. So let's just go back over to the robot at Boca Chica. Oh, wow. You're watching the NSF stream in your Tank Watchers t-shirt. Nice. Drum, I just saw that one run by. You know, Chris, we're going to have to come up with some different merch. The skyline out there keeps changing, and we have that old roadside rocket science shirt that was sort of like the skyline of one of the SNs, the tank, before they had nose cones and stuff like that, and it shows the silhouette. And now we almost need one with a Starship on it, don't we?
Yeah, I do believe Mark's working on a new silhouette, which takes into account the nose cone and the aero surfaces. So I do believe new merchandise will be in the store promptly.
Excellent.
I think that was from back in like the SN4 days. Like that,
yeah.
It's a pretty. At this point, it's less than a year, but it's absolutely in the time scales of Starship feels like ancient history. But if you want one of those original Tank Watcher shirts, get it now because soon to be updated.
Yeah, absolutely. Y'all, it's NASASpaceflight.com/shop. I'll put a link into chat for you if you want to click on it and see some of our merch. If you hear Texas Tank Watchers and you're like, what do they mean, Texas Tank Watchers? That was sort of our name for ourselves in the community as we would sit here, Jack, back me up on this, literally all night long, staring at the tanks on a live stream, waiting for SpaceX to do a test. We called ourselves the Texas Tank Watchers, and we actually made some merch. Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, funny thing that happens when you stream for like 8 hours all night, overnight. You get a little loopy sometimes, and I mean, I don't even think that's a little bit loopy. I think it's perfectly sensible that we called ourselves Texas Tank Watchers. So I mean, I'm a big fan of that shirt. I have one. That's the piece of NSF merch that I've personally bought myself so far, and I'm gonna have to get a couple more just before they're gone. I'll fold one up and keep it in my dresser and just not use it because I have a habit of every time I get a shirt that becomes my favorite shirt, I wear it nonstop and I promptly ruin it. So believe it or not, I have over the years learned a life hack, if you will, although I sort of hate that term, a life hack to buy 2 of them because, and I swear to God, it sounds like a sales pitch, but it really isn't. I'm just awful at keeping my stuff nice. I'll buy a new shirt, I'll wear it while I'm cooking that night, and then bam, marinara sauce right on the logo or something. So I tend to buy 2 and then keep one for safety just because I'm so bad at that. But anyways, me blathering on over for now. Camera money situation sorted out. I called up Adorama and was like, hey, please cancel that order you just sent to me. And they were very happy to do so. So don't worry about me. I saw some people in our member Discord like Rip, Jack, and stuff like that. No, we're all good here. I am back and we're all good.
It's like, by the way, I've only got so many hands. I mean, wait, could we mount that camera on a robot? I kid. I'm just kidding.
I mean...
There's a chat on screen for you, Daz, there, saying I'm also in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Oh, nice. Hey, what's up, Lucky Project? Yeah. You're doing a transmission swap on a Subaru. Nice. I am also in Charlotte, North Carolina. That's where my home studio is. And I got 8 hours to drive if I want to go up to Wallops, and I got 7.5 hours to drive if I want to go down to Cape Canaveral, and I got way too far to drive if I want to go to Boca Chica. So I'm sitting here in Charlotte today. Thank you for the support.
And also Stephen, he's put £10 in asking for a bit of a Daz drawing, or at least Daz overlay, where he's asking for an overlay of the shuttle.
So, oh, geez, right now.
The scale, that's going to be tough, isn't it?
Yeah, with all of the other robotic cameras, I do not have the telestration online right now. I'm super.
Something for the future.
Yeah, something for the future. I mean, I could try to spool it up. I just don't want to knock anything out of whack here.
It'd be the ultimate irony if something for shuttle broke the stream.
Yeah. I traded the telestration uplink for another remote camera uplink today, and I don't know if I'm gonna. Oh, geez, will it really be a NASA spaceflight stream if I don't draw on the screen? The world may never know.
I can hear that it's physically paining you right now, Josh, but rest assured, I think you made a good trade-off.
No, it's a good choice, yeah. We've got plenty more live streams to come, so we'll wait until it's chaotic or less historic, where we can do more of a comparison. There's going to be more Starships to come if this one fails anyway, so we won't lose the opportunity.
Absolutely.
I've got a big one here to read out from Andrew Paris, who says, "Hey NSF crew, from one remote broadcast pro to another, you guys are doing a brilliant job. You make me miss my NASA TV days.
Oh, hey.
Give me a shout out." And this was 41 minutes ago. I hope he's still here. I'm trying to catch up with this chat room. I'll put it on the screen now. But that sounds like Andrew used to work for NASA TV.
And that's
a compliment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, thank you for the kind words. We've sort of home rolled this solution, and it's really cool that we're able to share this with people all over the world. It's a lot of fun. So.
And that was a big donation as well, so I really appreciate it. But a great comment as well, so definitely has to be read out.
Nice. Yeah, thanks, Chris. Thanks for bringing that to my attention. That's a really nice thing to say.
It is, yeah. We're getting there. We're up to 40 minutes ago now. I am literally... Everyone gets on screen. I've been on stream myself where there's been like 200,000 people on it. And they do get super chats like crazy. And it is, I can imagine how impossible it is to call them out, but they just literally just wait until they get ones over like $50 before they read them out or even display them. So I am just making sure everyone gets on screen, especially when there's not a lot happening right now apart from waiting for the pad to clear again. So it makes sense. And of course, with this many people on the stream, the chat will be always chaotic. We've got it on slow chat. And someone's asking if I'm from Manchester. I'm from Yorkshire. If you're trying to place the accent. But yeah, the chat, we've got it on slow mode at least, which helps it at least be readable. But with so many people in a place at the same time, it's going to be chaotic. You can't just, you've got to let it go best you can.
It's really difficult to have a conversation in a chat with 50, 75,000 people.
Yeah.
Our software is doing work, pulling out questions and pulling out super chats and that sort of stuff. But just trying to read stuff that goes by, like I said, you just got to let it wash over you.
I always like to pitch the amount of people in a stadium. And right now, we've got a full Old Trafford stadium in Manchester, 72,000. That's surreal. If you Google Old Trafford, Manchester, you'll see the size of the stadium. That's the amount of people we've got watching right now. That is surreal.
Can you imagine, Chris, we've been live for 5 hours and 50 minutes, and we're just about ready to cross 1 million views.
Wow.
We're 17,000 views short of 1 million since we started the stream. That's a little crazy.
We can talk about, well done, it's great and what have you, but I think the best thing about all of that is the amount of interest. This is interest at a point in time where we know there's not a launch imminent. The test is a while away yet, at least. So all these people are in here for the actual pad preparation part of the actual test launch, and that is a huge amount of people who are showing interest across multiple streams. It's a lot of people across the board who have taken a great interest in this, and that's inspiring because they've been inspired by this to follow it so closely. That it shows that when you talk about rocket fans, you might think of some niche group. It's quite a big niche group if that's the case, judging on these numbers.
Yeah, and it's really, really cool. Here at the park, there's a good number of people who you can tell that they might just come to this park normally as part of their daily routine, but they're all well aware of what's going on and they're very interested. I've had a lot of people come up to me and ask who I'm streaming with and ask what NASA Spaceflight was all about. And it's really cool. There's some local news media out here that's really cool to see the fact that there are so many people excited about this, because if people aren't excited, then Mars isn't going to happen. So
Yeah.
it's a direct A to B to C type of situation, and that's what we like to see.
Really quick, that lift, you can see it from Jack's camera right there.
Yep.
It looks to be up by the flight termination system charges, so I think they're probably working on preparing that for the flight test, which is a good sign, because that's one of the final steps they should do. So that flight termination system is in case something goes wrong with the launch vehicle, to make sure it stays inside the safety area, they will basically blow up the rocket if they have to.
There we go. I'll pull up that. A little bit shaky on the feed there from the robot, but there is that lift that Michael was talking about.
And we're expecting the flaps to be unveiled, extended before launch, aren't we? Or
yes.
are we? Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
The pause
that's
maybe
our
getting down there.
Yeah.
Okay, we're getting on the super chats. I'm still 40 minutes behind, and I'm clicking them like one every 5 seconds. I'm holding back the big ones with the comments for a special mention, obviously, but it's a lot of people.
It really is. I mean,
Yeah.
it really is.
I'd also say to people who put big super chats in, maybe even, it might be even cheaper for you, but consider joining as a member of Capcom or higher, because then you'll get access to our Discord, which is a good group, apart from the ones who pick on my age. There's about 3 people in Discord right now going, oh, he's mentioned it. But yeah, seriously, if you join as a member, you're not committed for, you get more out of it that way, rather than just sort of like donating straight away. All's appreciated, but if you some large super chats in, if you're not members already, now I'd probably want you to get something back out of it, and that'd be one way of doing it, by joining as a member. Looking at that man list, I'm always reminded by United Rental. They've been there from the start, and they've been involved in every step of the way. I think when there's a book written about how we managed to land humans on Mars with Starship, United Rental should get a footnote. And again, people asking when this is going to launch. We don't know yet. We're still waiting. It's certainly a few hours away at least, based on the fact that they're working on the vehicle. The pad's not clear. So, hopefully, later this afternoon, local time, we're now 12:30, just 12:30 midday in the local time, Boca Chica, Texas. And hopefully, we'll start seeing the lift there being brought back down again, the people leaving the pad. And then we start waiting for the business end of things with the tank farm activity and the actual prop loading. And that's when we know we're close. That's when we can start estimating on our timelines how far away they are from T0, even with holds. But we just know to be closer. But we're still at least a few hours away based on what we're seeing.
There, you can see the... oh, wait, never mind. My bad.
What are you going to see, Jack?
We do have Jack shot there. I didn't pull that up, of the flight termination system that Jack captured. So there's 2 white boxes towards the bottom of that image are the flight termination charges that could put up the rocket if it goes off course.
Yeah, I believe one of the last things that we've seen installed on serial number 5 and 6, and maybe even Starhopper, is those small little white boxes. And yeah, supposedly, I mean, I guess confirmed that those are the flight termination charges there. Those little white boxes you can see, sort of middle bottom of the frame. So hopefully not necessary for today's flight, but they are there as a precaution.
I just want to thank Abrupski for his $50. He says, "Thank you guys and Mary for all the coverage you all provide." Thank you very much appreciate that.
Holy cow,
$50.
Holy cow.
There's more to come. There's more to come, Jack.
I haven't been as talkative about the super chats today as I might normally be, just because I'm out here. I don't have the all the feeds and streams in front of me, all the back-end software that Michael's written to keep track of everything, but I know you guys are on top of it, and I know that our viewers know that we are super, super appreciative, all of us, of the support. $50 is no small amount of money. Really, any amount of money is no small amount of money. And I've said this before, I'll say it again. When people don't spend 99 cents for cloud storage to back up the precious memories on their phone, but they will donate money to us, that's really, really awesome of them. So thank you, everybody, for the support.
That's a very specific thing to say, Jack, where they don't spend 99 cents on cloud storage.
Do you know how many friends I have had to basically bully into getting whatever cloud storage flavor they prefer? Because it's like, look, I know you hate it. I know you don't want to pay 99 cents after you just bought a however many $100 phone. But fact of the matter is, if phone go boom, you lose everything unless you have a backup. So friends, don't let friends not have backup.
You're very passionate about that topic, like.
A little bit.
Nice.
I was going to read a few more out. Jacob Scott with $20. Thank you for the content. Look forward to the launch. Yeah, we all do. David Pointer, who says, "Great job, $50. Keep it up. Thank you very much." Oh, there's a name I've never pronounced here. Tuberol. We'll go with that. You know you are. You are giving me, my 14-year-old son, a great time. Greetings from Transylvania, Romania. Imagine getting letters. Oh, where do you live? Oh, yeah, Transylvania. Amazing. There's so many places I want to visit, which I haven't been. That's one of them. And we've got Beta Boom, who with €50, I should say. Greetings from Hamburg, Germany. Thanks for our incredible work. Well, we can only do this incredible work because of your support, so thank you backwards. Thank you back, I should say. There we go. My mouth's stopping working already. That's not a good sign. Everybody's going on screen, by the way. I'm making sure I'm clicking every single one. I am down to 39 minutes ago now.
Look at that. The flaps are opening. I know we're not having a stable signal right now, but you can see on this camera that those flaps are starting to open. So
yeah. Yep, I am working on that, but we're having a little bit of connectivity issues there. We anticipated it was going to happen. We didn't know exactly when. Let me try the other feed. I mean, I can clear it up some, but I'm not getting a usable video off of that right now. So I'm still working on that. If y'all keep talking, I'm continuing to work on that right now, y'all. But yeah, that's actually an even older view.
Jack's also saying that he's having trouble hearing us in Boca Chica because the cell network's getting hammered from all the launch crowds.
Yeah, it is. So we were expecting that to happen at some point, but that's why we have so many cameras. So I am continuing to work on that here.
That doesn't surprise me though. The amount of people who are there, it's certainly more than I've ever expected for a kind of event in the area. So I can imagine there's a lot of strain on the old internets down there.
Yeah, was that a question for me?
No. I was literally just reading out the fact that there's a lot of people down there, and they're all getting the cameras out and all getting the phones out. Graham Jones with $69.99 Canadian dollars. It's a big one. Very much appreciated. I've been watching your channel for many months and absolutely love it. Starship is such an amazing program. Kudos to all you, including Mary, for bringing us amazing, awesome coverage of all the activities at SpaceX Boca Chica Rocket Factory. I like that. SpaceX Boca Chica Rocket Factory. That really is what it is. It's quite stunning, really, because it's not a massive facility. It's big, but it's not massive. I've seen massive facilities. ULA and Dakar is a huge facility. No one pumps out rockets like they're doing at Boca Chica. They've really got an efficient system there where they're building these sections out of rings and then assembling the rings in the bays, and then we're getting these starships out of it. It's very impressive what they've set up down there. And I do wonder if they'll expand it some more, because the way they're producing vehicles, they do need more facility space, I would have said, to cater for them all if they want to launch them at least at this kind of rate. So I do think they might expand it a little bit more. We've seen the occasional time where they've cleared ground and then tarmacked it over, but it become car parks. So maybe they'll build some new car parks and build facilities on the old car parks. And when we're talking about production, I just want to bring this up as well. The fact that the vehicle is quite simple, and I say that with the greatest respect, it's not that complicated. It's just steel rings and tankage inside and wrapped engines on the bottom and air surfaces on the outside. There's some plumbing on the inside, there's downcomers. It's very much a basic rocket if you think about it. It's just the Raptors provide all that power and the capability. But from a technical point, it's not like a space shuttle, which is incredibly complex. And it's not just the flight deck area, it's the aft engine. The MPS was hugely complicated compared to what they've got on these starships. And that's where you get problems with turnaround, with issues you need fixing in the fleet. If they had one problem with one orbiter in the shuttle days, they had to check the other two orbiters because of the commonality. So you'd ground the fleet. And that's where you get real problems with schedule. With this one, you got commonality, but there's not many things that can go wrong. So if they've got a commonality problem with one starship, it's probably minor, and it's probably easily fixable on the other starships. So this simplicity they're using with Starship, with the greatest respect using that word, because it's a very capable rocket, will put them in a good stead going forward. So providing they can get the flight profile tested properly, and they can learn the vehicle profile to where it can launch and land successfully every time, they have got a serious amount of capability getting a serious amount of payload into orbit. So this is a very impressive situation they've got going there. Charlie K with $49.99. Thank you very much. Does anyone know if there's any plans for Starship to have automated missions to the moon and robotic offloading of supplies first in preparation for manned missions? Yes, there is, because that's what the HLS system's about. And I was pausing halfway through that question because my mind was wandering to the HLS mock-up in a production facility, which we were looking at just recently. And that is where they're buying for a NASA contract to do robotic landings or automated landings of a Starship, the lunar Starship, with payloads onto the surface of the moon. Now, obviously, Starship is going to be a crewed vehicle, but not for many years to come. Probably about 2 or 3 years. Elon said he wants to have, was it hundreds? I think he said hundreds of Starship flights before he puts a crew on it. But the HLS system is the lander part, and that's what they're looking for. They're going to basically use it as cargo and crew. So you will have that capability of doing automated landings of the Starship before elevating towards being a crewed ship for the Artemis program for moon landings. That's what they're vying for with this lunar Starship. They're vying for a NASA contract to be the lander, and they're up against national project, which is the Blue Origin likes, and also they're trying to compete for what will be the next phase of funding. I'm trying to think back, and I'm searching while I'm talking when the next award milestone is due to be announced, but it is probably between Starship and Blue Origin. And Blue Origin's been putting out some more materials recently with their BE-7 lunar lander engine, and I think they're feeling quite confident. So we'll see how that next award goes. And Christian Torres asks, the expectations for today's flight, what comes next? That's the fun thing about this. Whatever happens today, providing Starship doesn't fall back on the tank farm and basically ruin the pad structure and cause a delay from that aspect, providing Starship either lands properly, which is a big ask, or lands in the water after what could be still a very valuable test flight, providing that pad area, the tank farm, and the launch mount is intact, they can roll out SN9 within days. Literally within days. As far as we know, everything is finished on the processing of SN9 in the high bay. It's got its nose cone already installed, so that'll expedite the actual pad flow itself as well, because remember, SN8 went out there without the nose cone, and the nose cone was stacked by a crane at the launch site. This time round, SN9 is completely stacked with a nose cone and ready to roll down to the launch pad, and then you can probably perceive they'll need less WDRs, the wet dress rehearsals. They'll probably need less static fire tests because SN8's done a lot of that testing already. So you could really, most optimistically, say SN9 could roll to the launch pad next week and then be ready to launch a couple of weeks later. It could literally be that close. Would they want to launch before Christmas? I don't know. Maybe they're not going to be using that kind of like holiday consideration, because we've seen them work through 7 days a week on 3 shifts. So there's no reason why they wouldn't pause for any reason. But I think the most optimistic timeline would be an SN9 launch within weeks. It's very, very much possible.
Yep. Still waiting for that left forward flap to fully unfurl, but I mean, so far from what we can tell, they are definitely progressing towards a launch attempt again. This is the first high altitude launch attempt of Starship, so there's a decent probability that they could have some issue in the countdown sequence. But that being said, I mean, there's always a chance it's going to happen, so we're going to stay positive and hope that this thing takes off today.
And to be fair, people who like us who cover rocket launches, scrubs always happen, even with the most heritage vehicles. So if this vehicle doesn't launch today, it wouldn't be a great shock. It wouldn't be a disappointment as such, because we were inbuilt to expect scrubs. But so far, the weather seems to be acceptable, and that's one big thing which caused scrubs. And also now we're just waiting for the pad to clear into view. They have several abort points where if the vehicle's not happy, it's not going to launch. So if we see the engines light up, I think that's when we start getting excited. There's many parts of the countdown it can get on to 1 second to go where it can scrub and not launch, and they'll be turned around for the next day. So we're going to have to watch and see how this goes. But so far, despite people still being in the pad, they are going for launch today. Later today, I should say.
And Chris, thank you again for holding it down. I am looking at some of our robots and working on yet another camera that we're trying to get online here. So I appreciate you holding down the fort. I think Chris Gebhardt's going to be here shortly as well to back you up. But I know I'm not talking a lot. I'm sort of watching. That was Jack, I think, that just hopped in. Yeah, that was Jack's hot mic. But I appreciate you, Chris. Thank you for holding it down.
Yeah, I've got, there's one super chat here saying, love me some Chris B on a stream. I've got a fan. Everybody, I've got a fan. Quick, someone screenshot this so I can show my friends and family.
We all love you, and we all love your love of Shuttle.
Yeah. It's probably a bit sarcastic, you know, my look.
No.
I was a good quick shout out to Darlene. She says, my son made high honours. Future rocket scientist. Well done. Congratulations to your son and to you.
Nice. That's cool.
Yeah, that's nice. Because I'm going through, we're nearly caught up. We're nearly there, guys. I'm making sure everybody gets on the screen, but I'm trying to read out the most obvious ones rather than just ignoring them, because the support is crazy and it deserves mentioning and acknowledging.
Yeah, it really does. It really absolutely does.
And once we get through these, I'll start taking some regular questions and be able to just talk more naturally rather than just thinking, what am I clicking? What am I clicking? Am I clicking the right thing?
if you want to pitch me questions whenever you're ready, I am.
Oh, right, yeah, that's a good one, Jack. Nice, brilliant, yeah.
I was just saying hey to Trevor Malman. He appeared. A wild Trevor appeared. So I was just saying hi to him, but he has moseyed on to his shooting location wherever he's going to be. So I am now clear to commentate again.
Greetings to Trevor Mallan. He's a great photographer. That's one thing, Jack. I can ask you a question on my own behalf. Is that the amount of skilled photographers in spaceflight is real unreal. I work in sports media, and there's professional sports media photographers, and they are good at what they do, but you don't know them by name. Rocket photographers, you know them all, but you recognise the names on Twitter and anything like that. They're so good. I don't think there's a subject matter that I know of where there's such a great spread of rocket photographers.
Yeah, it's really nice, honestly. I'm a big fan of the community that exists in the spaceflight world. It's really cool, the number of people who are documenting and really going to great lengths to document these events, because, I mean, it's history, right? And in 20, 30 years, we'll be looking back at this like the Falcon 1 days, like, oh, can you believe they were just launching those grain silos from South Texas? So it's cool that not only do we have a variety of people covering it, but covering it in their own unique ways too. You know, everybody, even if you take two launch photographers with the exact same pieces of gear, and you stick them at a event like this, you're going to get wildly different shots, and you might get some similar shots too. But in general, people always try and find their own unique angles and their own unique takes, and everyone brings something to the table. So I really can't underscore enough that thank you everybody for following me and following NASA Spaceflight, but don't forget there's a bunch of awesome people out here also to follow who are also shooting it. I mean, there's Gene and Rachel with Space Padre, there's Trevor Malman out here for Ars Technica, there's Austin Bernard, local out here for Supercluster. Of course, there's Mary out here, so I can't wait to see what she's going to be shooting for us. And I'm sure I'm forgetting some. Oh, Richard Engel. Richard Engel's out here for Teslarati. And Mary Liz and Ryan are out here with Cosmic Perspective, also working with Tim Dodd, Everyday Astronaut, who's also out here. So yeah, there's a lot of great folks out here for this one, and it's been really nice to see everybody. It's pandemic times. We're all trying to be extra careful and stay distanced, and we can't really hang out and like go to a bar and drink beers or beverage of choice or whatever you get a snack or some munchies or what have you. But we can't do that stuff right now. But we can sort of do a distanced, not actual touching, elbow bump from like 5 to 10 feet away from each other, and sort of say hey. And it's nice right now to be social a little bit to the extent that we can be after so many months of being locked down. So I haven't been out to the Cape for a launch since March, and right when all the pandemic stuff was kind of starting up. So it's been really, really, really nice to see some old friends coming out to document this, because I know even if I completely screw up, there will be plenty of amazing photos from plenty of amazing photographers and videographers and content creators out here. So I'm super thankful for that. And like you said, it's also cool because it's not just like here's a photo from the New York Times, or here's a photo from whatever. It's the individual that photo is coming from, and you can have a direct relationship with them on whatever social media network of choice that you have, and it's really neat. It's a cool little community that we have here, and I fully encourage everybody to seek out the rest of the individuals that are documenting this right now, because they're all great, and it's really cool that we have this community.
Yeah, in sports media, it's mainly the wire services photographers and people like that, and the stock footage, because there's so much demand in the media for the footage that they all tend to think it's cheaper to buy from the wire. And you see that in mass media these days, that a lot of the mainstream media don't use their own writers. They buy the wire feed, and that's why a lot of the content's gone downhill quite recently over recent years and decades. It's just cheaper that way. So when you can have people who are dedicated to it and specific to it, they can go out and take these photographs, you get the uniqueness of it, and the fact that they're so skilled as well. I look at the tweets, just a tweet photograph of Mary of the sunset the other day. That was surreal. I've never seen a photograph like it with the reflections in the road puddles. That was an amazing amount of photography. So you got the view, you got the people dedicated to take pictures, and the people skilled enough to take the right pictures. You get this amazing content, and it gets people inspired to follow this and follow a subject matter that is positive and inspiring and good for humanity, not the usual thing you see in the news. So it's a wonderful cycle where everybody comes together and brings their own piece of the puzzle to the overall goal of what we will hopefully see in our lifetimes of people of colonizing Mars. Colonizing is not a nice word, but people on Mars. And can you imagine that? People living and working on the moon and Mars. Just think about that for a second. That is surreal to me.
I hope, and you know, I'm not old, I guess. I don't know, but I hope in my lifetime we see some sort of permanent installation on the moons. I think we'll have sort of like a foray to Mars, but I want to see a permanent base on the moon in, you know, next decade or so. I know everybody's, oh yeah, we're going to live on Mars next year. Geez, by about February. Realistically, I really hope that we see like an actual permanent moon base. I've said this a few times on the stream, and I know there's a lot of different ways to look at this, and maybe it's a little bit controversial, but I think that it would be amazing to look up into the sky and see the moon. You know how you have the dark part of the moon, like this part of the moon that's in shadow when you have like a half moon or crescent moon or something? To look up there and to see the lights of a base that's been installed on the moon. Oh, you're destroying its light pollution. It's going to look terrible. I don't want that. I mean, we push forward. This is what humanity does. We need to do it responsibly. But if I ever in my lifetime look up at that moon and I see lights of a moon base that most likely, honestly, Starship has helped put there, I don't know. That's just the thing to think of, you know?
Absolutely. I just want to thank Cavid for his $50. That's again another big support there. We've got two here I want to read out. Both $4.99. Again, great support. Doesn't matter what it is. It's support. It's all appreciated. We got from Jesus Paraco, who says, I work at the port of Brownsville. Hopefully I can see something. Great job and thanks for the coverage. Now, Port of Brownsville I assume, is not that far away.
It's just to the right off of the South Padre Island camera. So
you'll see it.
Yeah, I could actually pan up that way. I'm working on that camera now, actually. So
yeah.
Oh, it's like herding cats, except they're robotic cameras and I can't see them in real life. I can only talk to them electronically over the internet.
So. We've got Sergio, who says he's watching from nearby SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California.
Oh, wow.
Good luck, yeah. It'd be interesting to see if he reports back if any of the SpaceXers come out cheering if the thing lands. Running onto the street, you can hear that Hyperloop installation down the road. It's called Rocket Road, isn't it? Yeah, in Hawthorne, where the headquarters is. They'll come running out with their arms in the air. It'd be quite SpaceXy. And thank you, James Bennett, with a fantastic job pulling me in from the CQE studies. Love it. I have to say, I don't know what CKQE is, but there we go. Put on screen.
Just keep going?
Yeah.
Just keep going?
I can pretend to know what it is, but I don't.
Yeah, good job. Oh, CQE,
yeah.
All right. Fantastic work. Frantically Googles it to see what it is.
Garrett's asking where Mary is. Mary is in a safe location. We'll probably reveal that later.
Wow, that lift is still up there working. That's
yeah.
You know.
But as Michael said, that's on the flight termination system, so that's something they want to get right.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, bit of spotty comms from me here, but I think I should be on solid ground again. So I'm sorry, I'm here and I'm not, but I'm doing what I can to maintain signal.
Yeah, did you have a big network drop down there at South Padre?
It's just it seems like it's getting more congested, but the numbers on the Solo are holding strong. It's just like my individual comms on my phone connected through the Wi-Fi or on its own cell signal is just kind of getting spotty here and there. I think it also depends, like, and I'm sure you'll agree with this because I've heard you talk about it before. It really matters, like, precisely where I am. Like 5 feet to my right, no good. 5 feet to my left, no good. Like, I judiciously chose this spot, and I'm glad I did.
I mean, Jack, I can go to 39A at Cape Canaveral, and I can walk on one side of a little camera mount, and the signal completely drops. And I can walk 5 feet in another direction, and it's just full signal. So I've never figured out exactly what's going on with that. Is it, you know, there's some line of sight to a tower, and then a building blocks it or something like that. But you're absolutely right. I mean, the exact spot you're standing sometimes has to do with it, especially when it gets super congested out there. So.
Yep, sure enough.
Yeah, and y'all, that's you noticed. I mean, I'm not embarrassed. I was working on this robot here. We were having a little bit of a connectivity. I was still able to talk to it, but we weren't getting full bandwidth off of it. So I did sort of an end-to-end recycle on this robot, and it looks like it's back. Again, this is not hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of broadcast gear. It's not any sort of fancy links. It's literally a 4G modem brain that talks to the cellular network, and sell willin' and the creek don't rise. We continue to get the feed off this robot here, but built this robot for less than $1,000, and it's a remote controllable, weatherproof, battery operated or solar operated, or can plug into the wall, or you can plug it into your car if you want to. It's really flexible what it can do, but right now one of its weak points is that it only has a single uplink, and if that one connection starts to falter, then it will have trouble with this feed. And then Jack's feed, actually, Jack, this one right here, he's using an actual professional, live view, I love you, semi-professional, pro-consumer, whatever you want to call it, broadcast encoder called a LiveView Solo. So on this video feed, it's actually taking multiple cellular connections and adding them all together and sending it up to a server that stitches them back together, then puts it in. So here on Jack's video, like, he can have some AT&T modems, he can have some Verizon modems. Not sponsored by any of those, by the way, but if you want to, I use a lot of data. If Jack has something and like 2 of the modems drop, the broadcast unit will automatically redivert the signal over to the other modems and try to keep it up. So 1 modem on the robot versus up to 4 modems on this broadcast unit that the LiveView Solo, it's called, that Jack is using out here. So
yeah, it's a really cool piece of equipment. It feels like one of those items that is wrought out of the future and handed to us now. It's like, what? I can mix and match modems all together into a solid signal where there's otherwise nothing and scraps. That's really, really cool, and I'm so thankful that we were able to get another one of these solo units to bring you additional angles, and that is all, to reiterate, thanks to the support from all of our members and all of our super chatters and everybody. Even if you can't donate money, that's totally cool. You can just tell your friends about us. You can hit the like button. You can hit subscribe. It's appreciated. The support is so appreciated because it lets us do cool things like the robots, and it lets me do cool things like the live stream on the solo and the entire solo unit and the modems and the data, and of course everything that Mary does and everything that you do, Das and Michael, all of us. It's really heartening. It's outstanding, your guys' support. So thank you so much.
Yeah. And,
a couple of quick things, Daz. We started a day at just 167,000 subscribers. We're at 172,000 subscribers now.
5,000 subscribers?
5,000 new subscribers.
Oh, wow. That's insane. Chad, how many of y'all have subbed to the channel or not subbed to the channel? I'm curious how many of y'all are here for the first time. You've never heard of our channel before. You've never seen one of our live streams. Who's here for the first time? And if so, are you ever going to come back, I guess is the right way to do it.
Yeah, they better do.
Wow, look at that. Look at all the people scrolling across the thing. Me. Now I forgot what I asked. Regular viewer, never even heard of you. Well, I haven't heard of you either. Just subbed. Excellent. We do this all the time, y'all. We have video remotes stationed down at Cape Canaveral. We've got mobile remotes that go up to Antares launches out of Virginia at Wallops Spaceport. We do all sorts of stuff inside NASA. Sometimes we've done some virtual sort of tours of the VAB and that sort of stuff. News coverage on all sorts of things. Of course, I don't even have to tell you Boca Chica. We have the daily videos coming out of Boca Chica. Anytime there's a test, NASA Spaceflight team is here bringing you live coverage of what this is. We cover the events that aren't important enough, air quotes if you can see me, aren't important enough for the big news networks to cover. We're always here. If there's something cool going on, we love sharing it with y'all. And now, with the unit that Jack has, we're going to have coverage on the West Coast. We just did some stuff from Vandenberg the other day on that Vandenberg launch that happened. Mojave, airports, wherever you go, if there's something space-related, Jack, right?
Yeah, I mean, we have an extremely busy December here. It's not just about serial number 8. There is a Virgin Galactic launch from New Mexico, no earlier than the 11th, I believe, is the date for that. There is a Virgin Orbit, different company. Virgin Orbit does cargo and satellites, and Virgin Galactic does humans. Virgin Orbit, with their 747 air-launching aircraft Cosmic Girl, has their launch demo 2 coming up, I think no earlier than the 19th. And I feel relatively comfortable saying this, that everybody's favorite world's biggest plane by wingspan, the Rock, otherwise known as Stratolaunch, may or may not be engaged in some cool activities later on this month. So keep your eyes peeled. If you haven't subscribed already, stay subscribed or get subscribed, hit the like button, hit the bell. We've got loads and loads more coming besides just Starship. I mean, I sure hope to make that Virgin Galactic flight at the very least on my way home to California if everything lines up. Cross your fingers in chat, everybody. But yeah, lots more coming in December. And like you said, we cover the things that news media might not cover unless there's like a big accident or what have you, or some sort of negative angle to take on it. So, I mean, everybody wants their flying car. Everybody wants to live in the future because the future is awesome, right? And all of these different aerospace advancements that are happening at a seemingly breakneck pace right now are welcome in that respect, because obviously I'm being a little bit flippant when I say this, that we all want our flying car, and I'm not being literal, but the point remains. You know, we all want to see tangible evidence that we are progressing into the future and seeing technology advance. And the little bits and pieces of test flight goodness and other rocket launch goodness that we can bring you is indicative of that. So I'm super excited.
Yeah, absolutely, Jack. I was going to say real quick, you know, I don't really need the flying car. I just want to live stream the test flights of the flying car. How's that sound?
Deal. Yeah, sign me up.
Excellent. And I bet you, Jack, looking at our schedule, one of these robots is going to end up in the back of the Land Rover headed out to the West Coast. And we will have Jack and his little robot friend. You're going to have to put it in the seat next to you when you're driving and be like going out to a launch or whatever with the little robot, put its seatbelt on and everything.
Like buckle it in?
Yeah, like buckle it in.
You know what? I've said before, I've not very followed planes properly, but that Rock is amazing. It is such an amazing plane. It doesn't look like it should fly, but and the fact that it'll also be launching this Talon vehicle in the future.
Yep. Hypersonics,
that's
it's
impressive.
the future.
Yeah.
I'm very excited to see it fly again, and like you said, it looks kind of like it shouldn't be able to, but I gotta say, from seeing it fly on its first and so far only flight for over 2 hours over the skies of the Mojave Desert, or in the skies over the Mojave Desert, that's a sentence. It's graceful. It's positively graceful. I mean, I can't imagine what it's like to pilot that massive, but the pilot of that first flight sure as heck made it look easy, the way that they just smoothly came in for a landing and smoothly took off and sort of just did figure eights in the air above the airport. I mean, I cannot wait to see Stratolaunch with a payload underneath it, ready to go. That's going to be absolutely amazing. And then, you know, Virgin Galactic, I was just mentioning, they have shifted their base of operations from Mojave Air and Spaceport in the Mojave Desert in California to New Mexico. They are now operating out of Spaceport America in New Mexico. So it's cool that as we have lost an air launch provider in Mojave, we are getting one back with Stratolaunch. I'm so excited that company is still going strong and that rumors of their demise were premature, or whatever that Mark Twain quote is.
Really quickly, it looks like the weather right now is perfect. I just brought up that weather in the top right corner. That's from a local airport on Port Isabel, I think. But
yeah, right up the road from South Padre.
4.1 knots on wind is pretty good. I don't think you're going to get much better than that this time of day.
Yeah.
And kind of relevant to that, the weather conditions, is that we just put an article on site and put the Twitter link from Chris G into chat, which is a Philip Sloss article. He updates us on why the SLS wet dress rehearsal yesterday was scrubbed. Is because liquid oxygen wasn't cool enough. And we know that happens with SpaceX, where sometimes the liquid oxygen isn't super cooled enough. So that ironically happened to SLS yesterday.
No kidding. So they were trying to do one of the... Oh, there's Chris. Hey, Chris.
I was going to say, yes, that was the perfect segue to hello, I'm back, because I had to step away to get that article on from Philip, yes.
So yeah, Stennis as well. Stennis is a very historical test center where you'd think they'd know to get the locks cold enough. So something's not quite right there. But the positive part of that is it's not the vehicle's fault. So the SLS core stage 1 for Artemis 1 is okay and they'll recycle. But yeah, the reason was the LOX wasn't cool enough.
Yeah, and so while they weren't able to actually load propellant into the vehicle yesterday, they were able to actually proceed through the entire chill down phase for the liquid hydrogen. So they were actually able to get some really good data on the liquid hydrogen, which is the colder, more susceptible to leaks, more susceptible to issues, and of course, highly flammable and ignitable. So they were able to test seals and valves and everything on the hydrogen side. So still some useful data off of this, but very interesting that, yeah, it was a problem with the temperature of the LOX. Yeah.
I always get, I mean, I'll be the one to say it. From shuttle days, I always get nervous when hydrogen is used as a fuel because it's so tricky to seal all the GSE and whatnot. And I just have nightmares from, what was it, the shuttle thing that would always scrub a shuttle launch, seemingly like the ground umbilical, it's like a gut plate or something like that.
Yes, this is, if you're ever with Mike Deep, a way to trigger him instantly is to just look at him and go, duct P, and just pronounce its acronym. And this was the carrier plate that would provide the seal between the external tank and the hydrogen vent line on the external fuel tank on the ground side, and there were issues with it after the Columbia accident. There were a couple of missions that had to scrub because that seal started leaking. Had never been a problem before, and then just all of a sudden on 3 flights it became a big issue. After the first 2 they thought they had solved it, and then it popped up again on the final flight of Discovery when Discovery was being fueled for a November attempt in 2010, and when the leak happened and they started to detank is when they saw the foam damage and the foam crack when one of those stringers, those reinforcement brackets on the inner tank, popped and broke, and that set off the chain reaction of investigations and fixes for what could have been a really bad issue.
Yeah, I remember that.
Discovery.
I remember that being a particularly pernicious gremlin that popped up, and I'm not even as knowledgeable on the shuttle days as you or Chris B, but I certainly remember that, and definitely important to note. That is surely part of the reason, not that specific issue with the shuttle, but hydrogen's trickiness in general is surely part of the reason that SpaceX has gone with methalox, not hydrolox, for Raptor and for Starship. Yes, you typically get a higher ISP from a hydrolox engine, I think is safe to say, right? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. But the trade-offs you have, the hydrogen being so much less dense and so much harder to successfully contain and seal, I mean, that's not a set of problems that SpaceX seemingly wanted to tackle. Also, much easier to produce methane on various other worlds in the solar system. So it's when we talk about shuttle a lot and we digress over into the shuttle weeds, but it's good context to have because hydrolox has its own set of problems that still gives some of us nightmares. I mean, next time I see Mike D, I'm absolutely going to have to say duck P to him. Ground umbilical carrier plate. I'm just going to shout it at him and run away and watch him shiver.
Yes, indeed. Well, and I mean, we can look to a real day example, a current day example of this, of the issues with hydrogen. The Delta IV Heavy from the United Launch Alliance uses liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen in its stages. That huge fireball you see at engine start, right, on the Delta IV Heavy is that system's safe way of burning off the excess hydrogen before you actually go to fully ignite the engines on that vehicle. And it's one of the reasons, if you remember back to August and September, when that mission had 2 pad aborts, one after the engine started and one barely before they began, the thing that all of us immediately held our breath for was, oh my goodness, all of that hydrogen that's just been dumped everywhere around that vehicle, right? And that was a very large concern, and it's one reason why the Delta IV rocket could never be human rated, because of its hydrogen-rich combustion cycle engine, or its hydrogen-rich engine. And the other most recent example of issues with hydrogen was when part of the launch pad caught fire at Tanegashima when they were fueling the H-2B rocket for a resupply mission to the International Space Station. And everyone just really holding their breath, hoping that rocket would not explode.
Yeah, it's like sort of a situation that we saw with serial number 4, right? Where if there's a cloud of flammable gas around the vehicle, any sort of hot spot or errant spark or a short in some wiring somewhere, any sort of source of ignition is going to initiate what we like to call in the industry a bad time.
Yes, a bad time, a bad day, or my favorite misnomer, a mishap.
A mishap. Anomaly.
Well, an observation.
An observation. Oh.
All right. Y'all, again, we're standing by that Starship SN8 out there. The NASA Spaceflight crew bringing you live coverage all day. Hey, as long as they're out there and they're still working on the thing, we're bringing you live views. It's almost like we called it a Starship stakeout yesterday. But I'm John Galloway with NASA Spaceflight, joined back in the studio. We've got Chris Gebhardt. Chris, you're still on comms, right?
I am indeed, yes.
That's the voice of Chris Gebhardt, assistant managing editor right there. Thank you, Michael, for displaying it on the screen. And then do we still have Chris B on, or did he have to pop off?
Yeah, no, I'm here. I'm just reading our Discord where there's several channels restreaming our stream.
Of course there are.
A grand total of 10 people.
Oh, jeez.
Is it worth it?
Usually that's my job to clean that up after the fact, but right now I am way too busy. God, we spent so much time on this, and it's so much work, and then somebody just, I'm just going to copy this and just stream it. God, that gets on my nerves.
The reply from one of the channels, I just said, you can't do this. You know, it's our stream. And they said, but it's the internet.
But it's the internet? Really?
Well, okay, then. I forgot about that.
Hey, how about this? If you're not watching this on the NASA Spaceflight channel on YouTube or Twitch, over at my channel is okay as well. If you're not watching that there right now, you probably, you don't have permission to do it. So if somebody's out there stealing the feed and acting like it's theirs or re-streaming over it, don't come over to the actual place. We do work really hard on this. This is how we pay the bills, and we turn around the support back into more cool shots, more cool cameras, more cool coverage. So, Chris, thanks for bringing that to my attention. You hate to see it, but that's what happens. You know what I mean? I'm going to give them 0 more airtime. How's that?
Yeah. I will give some of that time to the people who deserve it. I'm going to quickly read some good questions here, which I've kept back.
Yeah,
Paul Parsons, he says, will Starship HLS be a full-size Starship? The mock-up seems sort of smaller. The mock-up we've seen is the nose cone, which they've repurposed and painted, and they're going to do the interiors. And they're doing that at the production site. I have just realized it was me making background noise there. There we go, stopped it. Just the Russian site restreaming us. It was. I
fixed the little gap in the video. That was bugging me. There was a gap in there as I fixed it.
What we've got is the nose cone, which was repurposed, and we think that nose cone will be stacked on either SN5 or SN6. That's an assumption, but it would make quite a lot of sense because that's why they're still there. They're going to be used for something, and I would hope that we might see a repainting of SN5 or SN6 into the lunar Starship. That would be a wonderful sight, and it would also provide the required mock-up that NASA is looking for as part of their down select situation with the HLS contract. So that's what I think. We don't know yet. We just know what we see.
Yeah, that would be a really good use of either 5 or 6. I, of course, vote for 6, given that 6 does not have the sort of single weirdly colored ring, just like the frosty sort of nose cone look, how the nose cones sort of have a different sheen to them than the rest of the rings. SN5 has a single frosty sort of matte ring, whatever you want to call it. I vote SN6 should be converted into a lunar mock-up, and it would be fitting for 5 or 6 to be used because, one, they're flight articles. It's not just a mock-up made out of cardboard and plastic and styrofoam. They are literally flight articles that have flown to 150 meters and landed under the power of the exact same engines that would be used to launch in real life. And that's a big deal. And that is much different than having a mock-up that is just fiberglass and cardboard. And honestly, it's extra fitting because unlike the prototypes that they are making now, 8 and 9 and beyond, that have aero surfaces and flaps and all of that, 5 and 6 are just the tank sections, and if you stack a nose cone on that, it basically looks exactly like the lunar mock-up, because the lunar mock-up that we've seen so far in renders does not have body flaps because it's never going to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. It just goes from the surface of the moon to lunar orbit and back again. So, I mean, 5 and 6, either one of those vehicles would be absolutely perfect for a full-scale lunar Starship mock-up. And just quick side note before I stop talking, I like to call the lunar Starship nose cone that they've currently got painted and everything, I call it the moon cone. Why? It's got a nice ring to it. Moon cone.
And we've got Chanley here, who sends a super chat for $4.99. Thank you very much. What are your thoughts on SpaceX using Starship as a tanker or an orbital station? Well, they are going to have a tanker Starship, aren't they, for the refueling? So we've seen that in the animations that SpaceX have done, where the main power of the Starship system is the fact that it launches, goes into orbit, and then a tanker Starship goes up and refuels it. And that's where it's fully refueled and then can go on to Mars, any other destination which it pleases for. So that's the power of the Starship system, is that it is refuelable. They call it refilling in the animations and the documentation. And that's literally what it is. And the tanker comes back and lands, so they reuse that as well. As an orbital station, I think the actual capacity of the area, the pressurized area of the nose cone is so large that they could certainly utilize that for such purpose. I just think that SpaceX's goals are mainly to land on like the moon and Mars. I think they've got the option for that. There's a cargo version of Starship with a chomper system, which can take huge payloads into space, and that'll have a capability in itself. As far as an orbital station, I don't know, guys. Have you heard of SpaceX talking about any kind of like, Bigelow station kind of comparisons?
Well, Chris, they could just launch a Starship and it would have as much internal volume
That's
as
what I was
the
thinking,
entire
yeah. It's
International
literally the
Space
ship,
Station. Just
isn't
launch
it?
a Starship.
Yeah.
This is a part of what we're seeing that to me, like I understand SpaceX, I understand what their goals are. I understand the moon ship versus Starship for Mars, human transportation and Earth point to point. But the other thing I think we're really not talking about is the sheer versatility of this vehicle. It can be its own space station. It doesn't even necessarily, with this orbital refueling, have to have a huge interplanetary probe, right? Like a major mission to Uranus or Neptune or throughout our solar system. It could be the spacecraft itself by just mounting a lot of the stuff onto it or in it, and then having it open up its top, its payload bay door, essentially. Like, just the sheer versatility of this vehicle is jaw-dropping in what it could be.
Indeed, and on the long list of things that I cannot wait to see in terms of Starship progression, I'm really excited to see that first chomper nose cone with the with the ability to open up and deploy payloads. That is absolutely going to be a sight to see. And if, as we all suspect, Starship will initially be used for Starlink launches as soon as they get it into a close to operational state, then hopefully we see one of those chomper nose cones relatively soon. And I mean, that's going to be another one of those indicators where it's like, okay, this is getting really real. In the same way that when they put the nose cone on SN8 at the launch site and put aero surfaces on SN8 and SN9, it's kind of like a kick in the pants, right? It's like, okay, this is getting super real. And as soon as we see one of those chomper nose cones, it's going to be sort of a similar situation.
That's gonna be crazy to see. That's like a Moonraker sort of thing where you're stealing a spacecraft. I think they did that. Didn't they do that in Moonraker? I'm pretty sure.
I think so, yeah.
Hey Jack, guess what? Just
Battery?
so you know, oh man, you beat me to it. It's time to change the battery in that camera, and then let's see if that other battery is fully charged. Like, are we actually charge rate positive on
so
this?
So it is not, and I think the difference between this battery and the previous one is, for the previous battery, I went down on the camera. The camera was down for a little bit. So, oh, look at that boat.
Cool
so
boat.
I will actually shut my camera off for a little bit until this battery is ready to go. I will perform a battery swap, and then I will let you know when I am back and ready to go.
All right, good deal, man. You're clear to shut that feed down, and I've got the 2 robots online to cover while you charge up those batteries. Again, y'all, this is a...
To you, thanks, dude.
Yeah. Yes. It is a very wide shot. This is actually from one of the hotels out at South Padre Island. And this is one of our robotic cameras up here as well. It's been deployed for a couple days. And just really quickly, I have way too much fun doing this. This is not zoomed in. Way out that way. And then when we zoom it in, we're going to go all the way back in and see where the Starship... Show me the Starship. Test narrow. Is this still locked in? Let's find out. Little pixelization there. Oops. Oh, it's not exactly locked in. It's like heat making things move a little bit there. Let me see if I can fix it. Whoa, 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 Das. Whoa, buddy. What are you doing?
Oh, I think we got Scott Manley in chat. Scott Manley, yay!
Hey, Scott, how's it going?
Hello.
It's like control latency latency. As the network gets more and more busy, my control latency on this robot's not fantastic, but that's why we have the presets. Just hit an emergency button and we'll back that off. Anyways, y'all, continuing to watch what's going on.
I've got a few more questions to read out while we're doing this. We've got Spencer Jones asking, any thoughts on the expected G-force that would be observed from a passenger on Starship during a belly flop maneuver? Could they be too high?
I think it depends on where you're sitting in the spacecraft, you know? Like, if you're sitting way up on the nose, that's bad, but if you're sitting way in the middle of it, then you will barely feel any Gs. You'd have to be sitting as far back towards the fuel tanks as possible, you know? But
I do think they're taking that into account as well, wouldn't they? They've done simulations on how a crew would cope with such a maneuver. So I do imagine they've worked that one out. It's a good question because it looks very dramatic on the simulations. The simulation's been unofficial, but Elon then replying that looks accurate. So we can go on that basis that it's a near mirror of what we can expect to see during this landing maneuver. And we've got James who asks, what do you feel is the most problematic portion of the flight? I think we've just been talking about it. I think that landing flip will be the most problematic part of it because they've not done it before and it needs to be refined. If they pull it off first time round, that would be surprising to say the least. So that's why we've all been talking about calibrating expectations towards the potential of losing the Starship, but at the same time being optimistic about the fact that if it does fly, they will be guaranteed getting some data off it, which they can then feed into the further Starships down the line. So it all makes sense. It's a test program. That's what happens. I would say that is the answer to the question, the flip at the bottom.
Quick note here, Das, you've got some family on site. Your cousin-in-law Kelly says, hey.
Oh, geez. What's up, family? How y'all doing over there? I figured they were rolling. He works in the area, so I figured they'd be working out. Tell them what's up for me.
Oh, they're watching the stream and standing next to me, so they'll hear it.
Nice. Wait, they're there. They don't need to watch the stream. Tell them to turn off their phones. I need that bandwidth for the cameras.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jeez, come on.
And message for you in Control Center. I don't know if you saw it.
Yep, I'm on it.
Cool.
Well, on it, I mean I'm on switching back over.
And we're gonna need that. We're gonna need what's happening now. Stream will find out shortly, but we're definitely gonna need what's happening now because I just did a quick latency check on the robot close to the pad while Dawson cut away, and the data I got back was that it was not going to be trackable other than changing presets. So unless the cellular signal improves, it's going to be down to our 2 manual trackers who are actually in the field to try to get us some amazing footage of this launch.
Yeah, I was seeing that as well. I'm going to work on that and see if there's something I can do about it. But more and more people on the cellular network. You saw it with even this camera, having a little bit of difficulty getting it to lock in on what I wanted it to do. But I don't, something, Michael. I don't think you're ever going to replace the people in the field.
Oh, no way. I
mean, it's
even,
just not a thing.
Even with a perfect connection, the latency is just killer. But it was right now it's like versus a slight chance versus impossible, and it's leaning towards impossible.
Yep.
So anyway, we have camera operators in the field for this reason, and we're working on getting more online, so that's good.
In fact, we're talking about camera operators, plural. We saw Jack's camera online there while we were looking to get his batteries recharged. But you will never imagine coming riding in. The cavalry has arrived, y'all. We have our very favorite, the original Boca Chica streamer, with her camera online right now. Give a warm welcome to Mary and her live camera feed from an angle that we've never really seen on Starship before. She is not in her normal spot. She is a safe distance away, so with this long lens, you're going to get a little bit of heat distortion. That's expected. Also shooting over water there. As we go over the course of the day, that's going to change. But here, spooled up from a safe location out at Boca Chica, Texas. Look at chat going crazy. Everybody in chat. You knew who I was talking about. When I said the original Boca Chica live stream, you knew exactly who I was talking about. We have Mary's camera online now. And Mary, I don't know if we have you on comms, but we've got your signal, and it's looking fantastic. Looks like a Starship out there today. So I do not believe we're going to have Mary on comms. She's way out there. She's sort of on the other side of Starship, but she is a safe distance. This is something that we verified. This is not like, oh, hiding in a deer blind or something like that. And now we've spooled up. We're going to stay on this live stream, this live feed for a little while, because I have been all day waiting to see what her view is going to look like.
So excited that we have this view online, thanks to Mary. It's an awesome spot. And yeah, it's a very different angle than what we're used to seeing from her and in general. And it's a very different angle from where I'm at. And crucially, it's much closer. So one, we have excellent views of Starship despite the heat haze. That's just, physics and nature. Can't deal with that. But as soon as Starship gets like 1 or 2 body lengths high, it should be out of that haze and the view will improve dramatically. But even right now, look at that. What an amazing view. I mean, it's going to be awesome when this thing finally lights. All the different angles that we're bringing to you, thanks to everybody's support, and especially thanks to Mary for getting out there and bringing us this new angle. What an angle.
Yeah, that's fantastic. This is something we hinted at earlier. We have robots out there, whatever. The robots don't sleep. They stay up all night, but their cameras are not as nice as the camera that Mary's fielding out here. And we have been waiting to get this feed online so that we could see this new angle. Never really had a camera over on this side before. So y'all, I know y'all have just gone off saying, welcome, Mary. Thank you, Mary. I'm not kidding when I say the original Boca Chica live streams. The reason we're able to bring you these live streams and sort of the first and foremost way that we got started with this was Mary out there at Boca Chica putting up with me, asking her, oh, could you plug this in? And then here's a modem and reboot it. And here's a stack of SIM cards and all the different things that are required for the care and feeding of these broadcast kits. But again, one more time, massive thanks to Boca Chica gal, Mary, who has spooled up her feed over here from a new angle we've never seen before. If you want to follow Mary on Twitter, you need to, because every single day, it doesn't matter if it's a big event, it doesn't matter if it's just not much going on, but gosh, look at that sunrise. Mary is constantly tweeting out fantastic pictures. Of course, we get those daily videos as well. You want to see them flip over a stainless steel ring as they construct the Starship. She gets that on video, sends it back in. Our team of editors edit it up. We put some little labels on it so you know what's going on. And just about every day, I think every day, we put up one of those daily videos. That's why they're called the daily video, because they're daily. Anyways.
Yep. More often than not, I will say, we have a daily video, and that is all 100% thanks to Mary. In those days where we have 2 or 3 daily videos, or like a daily video and a test recap or what have you, as was the case yesterday. So her output is prolific and outstanding, and it requires a team of editors to handle the footage that she puts out. It's absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, Jack, you said it right. It requires a team of editors. Mary is out there every single day, 8, 10, 12 hours a day. I hope I'm not shortchanging it, because sometimes it feels longer. And every single day, there's hours of editing that have to happen to make those daily videos. So Mary gets the source footage all day long, and it goes in. We have a system for this. It goes in, it gets uploaded, it gets divvied up. The right editor gets it. We call the day. This person's going to do it this day. This person's going to do it that day. And hours later, we have those daily videos coming out to y'all, so you can see literally, I mean, it's hard for them to put a piece of paper on a piece of stainless steel and Mary not get a picture of it out there.
For
So
sure.
There's a few
quick.
things that. Sorry, go on, Michael. You talk.
Yeah,
I was
go
just
ahead.
gonna do an update. We can see that lift right now going up pretty high. I imagine it's going to be unhooking that final forward flap, which is a good sign. We did see a lift drive down the road, so that might have been the holdup. They may have needed a spare lift, but it looks like the the unfurling or unraveling of that final flap, whatever you want to call it, is about to take place.
Excellent. Chris, Chris B, what were you saying?
Yeah,
You were
I was
jumping
going
in.
to be quite mundane by just joining in with the Mary parade. I just want to point to context, the amount of content that comes in. We're talking about 20 plus clips a day, over 10 gigabytes a day of content. And I also love the fact that the edit, the raw footage, sometimes there's a lot of the SpaceX is saying, "Hi, Mary." And I think that's just the great synergy of it, because a lot of people might, think, all this content, you're filming people working and what have you, but actually they do love us. It's a perfect scenario where it's documenting what is history and done in the right way and also professionally, and the views are fantastic. It's the full smash of everything you want. So yeah, the 150 a minute, thanks Mary, hi Mary, we got in chat just then was very much deserved.
Absolutely. I mean, absolutely, Chris. We would never really gotten started with all of this unless we had Mary out there with us. So, like I said, y'all, we're making a huge deal of it because it is a huge deal. The robots will get us so far, but we will never replace the people in the field. You just can't compete. It's like like a John Henry man versus machine, like the steam drill versus the guy with the. You're I guess the moral of that story doesn't really work out that way. Yeah, but anyways,
steam camera versus person.
Steam camera, nice.
I'm going to go through a few more super chats if that's okay, because I want to keep this menu list to a minimum for as much as I can. We've got Matthew Salisbury who says £20. Thank you very much. And you ask, how much do you reckon SN8 costs? That's a really impossible question to answer, because it's a private effort right now with SpaceX, and you've got to take into account the amount of production facilities they've paid to build there and all the tank farm, what have you. And then you got to try and roughly work out how much each Starship costs. And I think when you've got a range of Starships up to SN16 now in production, you have to probably divide it by a certain factor. We just know it's a lot cheaper than SLS by a factor of about 100. I mean, SLS is in the billions. This is not in the billions. The whole facility and the whole production and the whole workforce and everything that's got into this project might be into the billion range. I don't know, I'm guessing. But that's for everything, for all the rockets they've had and all the facilities they've built. SLS is using a lot of facilities that were already built, like Michoud, like Stennis, like Kennedy Space Center. So it's not even in the same ballpark as SLS. And it will be more capable. SLS is a more powerful rocket by nature, but it's not got the refilling we were talking about earlier. It's not got that capability of orbital refueling where you then get that extra ability you get from that, which SLS can't do. And it's reusable. That's the big deal.
Well,
it's reusable.
Yeah, and when we talk about those payload projections, right, for SLS being able to carry 100 metric tons to any point throughout the solar system, that's only possible through that orbital refueling, right? So like that, when we talk about how much more capable Starship is over SLS, even though SLS is more powerful in that initial regard, it all comes down to the refueling capability of Starship. Ultimately, when you talk about beyond low Earth orbit operations for really heavy payloads.
So the short answer to that question is we don't know how much it does cost SN8, but
yes,
when you put into context, the context is it's very much economically viable from the perspective of what SpaceX is aiming for here. And Derek, he says, I hope my son Drayden goes to ride to Mars one day. Go Starship. I think that's a shout out to his son, and we'll put it on screen as well. So I'm happy to put that on screen. We've got Patrick who's watching from Santa Barbara, California. which SpaceX would move Starship to Vandenberg. I think Jack will echo that wish. The chance of a Starship launch site at Vandenberg Air Force Station, that would be something, wouldn't it? I wouldn't know where to stick it now. They'd probably be able to expand their current facility.
They should
maybe
buy Slick 6 from ULA once Delta Heavy is done. That'll
Yeah.
never happen. It'll never happen in a million years. But hey, like I like to say, a guy can dream.
Yeah. We got Kenny Alexander. Any thoughts on Sierra Nevada's Dream Chaser? Love the coverage so far. Keep up the great work. Thank you very much. Yeah, Dream Chaser is currently waiting for Demo 1, which is going to launch on the second Vulcan launch with ULA's new rocket. That is still on track, just about. I know we've had some worries about the schedule, but that was mainly concerning Vulcan and the BE4 engine. We were concerned the BE4 engine from Blue Origin wasn't on a very good development path and was struggling to be able to cater for Vulcan's initial test flight, and which is a Peregrine launcher to the moon, by the way. And the second flight of Vulcan is the Dream Chaser, the first launch, the cargo Dream Chaser. So now we know that from Tory, he said, Tory Bruner, that is at ULA, he has said that the BE4 turboprop problem has been solved, which would then acknowledge the fact that maybe Blue Origin's fixed the BE4 problem. We don't know for a fact because Blue Origin doesn't talk. They never really have. They do send the occasional tweet out and the occasional news release. Hopefully they'll start talking more professionally to the media in the coming months as they get closer to the new Glenn launch. But everything's looking back on track now. We've seen quite a lot of communication from Sierra Nevada Corporation. It's a mouthful. They are on track with their vehicle as far as getting it to NASA Glenn for the acoustical testing, which is coming up next year. As soon as that happens, it'll go to Kennedy Space Center for processing, and then it'll be sent to Vulcan for the launch. So it's on track. It is a cargo vehicle, not the crew vehicle. The crew vehicle has been shelved, but it'd be a great addition to the commercial cargo resupply missions, which are coming up, the CRS-2 missions.
Yeah, and can I just say, I love Dream Chaser. I love re-entry that involves lift and flying, and I love lifting bodies. Team lifting body over here. Hashtag lifting bodies.
Got a question just on screen there, asking about what the guys are working on right now. We mentioned it earlier. They worked on the flight termination system earlier. That's when the man lift was further down the vehicle. Now they're working on the aero surfaces and unhooking them. And that is a good sign. That shows they're still on track for today, all being well. They're getting the vehicle ready and they'll then clear the pad, and then we'll be looking for tank farm activity. And that will give us a clue, a rough estimated T0. Again, we won't know for sure, but we'll know as soon as tank farm activity picks up that we're in the business end of the flow towards launch.
Hey,
David,
really quick, while we have a gap in conversation, I'm going to step away for a little bit. I'll be off comms, and while my batteries charge, I'm going to recharge my human batteries as well a little bit, get some food, and just get ready in case we start to get close to things getting real here. So I'll be back, but for now, if you want to follow along with me, the Jack Buyer on Twitter, I will be back. But I think we might be getting somebody else, another NASA space flighter who is down here and local and currently on site. Is Tyler, are you there? Hello?
That's Tyler, we can hear you.
Sounds like you're at the beach.
Yeah. Yeah, I am actually.
How you doing out there?
I'm doing okay. Just waiting patiently.
Yeah? Is there a lot of people out there? Or?
It's sort of, I'd say it's mildly packed. I mean, there's not a lot of people walking around or parked up, but there's a few people out here just enjoying their day.
Good deal. Good to hear. Y'all, Tyler Gray has been the robot herder for the South Padre cam, the one we've been doing the stakeouts with. He is in charge of getting that thing set up and then securing it every night. There's a really quick shot from that. But Tyler, thank you so much for helping us get all this stuff online so we can bring in the live coverage.
Oh, no problem. It's been a fantastic experience. I'm glad I could be of assistance.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Like I said, you can also officially put on your resume robot herder now.
Exactly. Just make that a role in our server, and I'll feel complete.
There
You
you
know what,
go.
Tyler? I've got a question for you. What's it? It's your first time there, isn't it?
Not my first time.
Oh no, of course you've been there with the I remember the Starper, yeah. But
Oh
just
yeah.
can you describe what it's like in the area when you travel on there? Because someone like asking for a friend, i.e., me, your experience of driving down there. I mean, you arrive at Brownsville Airport, or do you drive there? Is it a long distance from the nearest population center all the way down to the Starship facilities?
It's quite a ways from, I'd say, I guess you could say the nearest hub. It's about 30-minute drive from Brownsville down to the Boca area, so it's quite a ways away. Brownsville, Harlingen, you know, but yeah, it's quite a ways away from any major cities or major areas. And yeah, this is the second time I've actually been here. I came down here last year to see one of Starhopper's hop tests, and unfortunately, it didn't hop while I was here. But it was still very cool to see it up close. And it's even more spectacular to see Starship up close. Starship SN8. I mean, just being able to drive up and be literally a few hundred feet from it, and just seeing how massive it is. It's spectacular. It's unlike a sight. It's unlike anything anybody's ever experienced before.
And Future Martian has just put $10 in saying Tyler fan club. So you've got your own fan club as well now, Tyler. Hey,
Yeah,
we're all getting fan clubs out of this.
exactly.
Yeah. And Tom Staples, thank you very much for your $20. He only writes Mary for president. There we go. Dave. Mary wants a political career, but she's got a vote already.
There you go.
Yeah. We are nearly caught up with super chats after all that, would you believe?
Did we really?
Someone's actually put $2 in just to mention that Mary's Twitter account is at Boca Chica Girl. That's the kind of fandom you really want, isn't it? Actually donate $2 to just mention you. That's crazy. Marco makes a good point with his 25 euros. I really appreciate this one because it is quite important. He says, thanks for your insight and humor. You give us all great moments in a difficult year. And that is a big thing. I think the only real positives of this year has been these rocket launches and tests. It's the only thing that keep me going for a start. So yeah, it really is something positive, something progressive, something that is everyone can get involved with and enjoy, and especially this year that's been so rough for so many people. So I think that's a great comment. I really appreciate your support as well. But it's a very great point, very important point to bring up, that this year has been rubbish for a lot of people, but there's been some highlights, and this is one of them.
Very much so, Chris. I couldn't have said it better. I mean, I know how much all of this has just meant to me, to like the bright spots that all of the missions that we've had this year. And I mean, it's incredible to look at all the flocks of birds going across the stream. Anyway, it's incredible to think. I mean, that this year began with the in-flight abort test with SpaceX and the launch of the solar orbiter craft for ESA and NASA. I mean, that's how the year began, and it seems like so long ago. But all the amazing things we've done this year, not just with Starship testing, but with everything we've managed to launch this year too, it's been a very, very nice bright spot, I would say.
There's lots of people who are just supporting without asking a question, just saying, like Robert Gage here with $20. Thank you so much for all that you do. Keep it up. I mean, that's why we do it. Literally, we don't do it. We do it for ourselves because we enjoy it so much. But we, if you did it for yourself, it'd be quite boring. We do it for a large amount of people, and when the people appreciate what you do, then it makes it worthwhile. That's my point.
Yeah, Chris, I will say that recently, this year, I have shot things that I am not allowed to share in the same way that I shoot these events and am able to share them with everybody. And that was a little bit of a revelatory experience for me, to be honest. I hadn't considered it until then, but when I took some amazing photos and was unable to share any of them, it really drove home to me that about 50% of what I like to do is the thrill of the chase, right? We like to be there, we like to be hunting the shot and get the shot and post it, oh boy. But the other 50%, besides the hunt and documenting history, is posting it and sharing it with everybody. This isn't like me, I want attention. I don't care if you know who I am. I really don't. All I want is for people to be excited about spaceflight and for people to be excited about the future. And the fact that this experience sort of drove home to me that really sharing the stuff that we shoot is half the fun. So thank you to everybody that helps us do that.
Lockstock NL, which is obviously a Dutch username there. It says, awesome work as always, guys. My optimistic prediction, successful launch, but a tricky but successful landing. It will nail landing at an angle, and we'll have the landing tower of SN8. Fingers crossed. Tell you what, if that happens, that'll be a major success. You know, getting anywhere close to the landing pad. Why, my word.
If that happens, yeah, and I mean, even getting close to the landing pad, I mean, even if that thing can relight its engines and start the translation maneuver,
Yeah.
I mean, if it gets to that, I think there are going to be a lot of other companies in this industry looking at that going, huh, on the first try, for what this could represent.
Yeah, I don't expect it to stick the landing on the first try, but I sure hope it does for the exact reason you just said, because it'll really be a shocker.
Yeah. That was a 50 euro super chat, by the way. Just to note the appreciation for the support. It was a great point you brought up. That's why I read that first before the dollar amount. It was a euro amount, I should say. But thank you very much. And we've got another big one here, another big 50 euros. I might need some help with this one. I'm going to put it on screen because my pronunciation of names is horrendous. But let's put it on screen here. It goes, hi from Ireland. Guys and Mary. That's a good point as well, guys and Mary. What you're doing is incredible. Thank you. And thank you for your support. Can you give a shout out to, and then I don't see them, but can you read out the other two on that list there? Because I'm half Irish and I should know this.
Oh man, I
don't know what
I can read them enough to know that I am not going to get them right.
Yeah. Can you? I wouldn't want to butcher their names on there. That's the only thing I would otherwise guess it. Put it on screen so you can definitely read it for a start. And I'm sure there's plenty of Irish in the chat who could probably prophetically spell it out for us to read it out. But yeah, shout out achieved. That's absolutely sure. It's past their bedtime. And luckily we caught that within just a few minutes of being posted. So we do really appreciate the support, Vince, and very much a shout out to your family there. And hopefully their bedtime can be just postponed maybe an hour or so. Give it a chance, maybe getting close to tank farm activity and get to see this. But if not, we will have replays and a video on this highlighting the launch later on so they can watch it tomorrow morning.
Oh, do y'all mind if I give a quick weather update while I'm down here?
Sure.
Okay, awesome. So this is my weatherman impersonation. So looking at about, got a few high clouds coming in from the north. Also got a slight breeze coming in from the north. But other than that, it's warm. It's pretty much quiet. It's pretty much perfect out here. So it's a really good day to fly. Obviously, SpaceX is going to be watching those upper level winds, watching ground winds, that sort of thing. And of course, they're going to be looking at upper level winds quite closely. But all of that aside, it's a beautiful day down here in South Texas. So the weather is very much on their side today.
Well, that's positive. Let's hope the vehicle's ready to go. We've got a couple of ones which I can read out personally, which are for Simon Mills. Great work, hi from Manchester. Thanks, Mary. Just across the Pennines from me. And we've got, sorry, here we go. Shadow Play 4K asks, I hope the UK will get a Starship port at some point in the future. Well, we're getting a launch site, aren't we, in Sutherland, in north of Scotland. So that's our foot in the door. I remember the days of Margaret Thatcher, where she went to meet Ronald Reagan and saw pictures of what was Space Shuttle Freedom. And Ronald Reagan asked her, the UK, to put some money in towards it. And she basically turned around, got on a plane, turned back to London, and decided to ban UK astronauts. It's a true story. She banned UK citizens from becoming astronauts. That's why the people like like Peter Sellers, Nick Patrick, Michael Foale, all went to space with a US patch on their arm because became US citizens. That was the reason for it. So that's the crazy true story about how the UK went so far backwards with spaceflight. And now we've got Tim Peake, and now we've got the Sutherland Spaceport in North Scotland, which will be for small launch, like the Electron kind of like range, but still very much exciting, and I'll be definitely going to them. And then hopefully we'll progress to a horizontal launch site for Virgin Galactic or Virgin Orbit as well. And that'll be in Cornwall, I believe. And then you can probably see if that proves to be the right track forward and they see the positives from it, then we might see some progression towards the likes of welcoming a Earth-to-Earth Starship, I would presume, at the best chance of seeing the UK launch, because our position on the world isn't great for launches as far as away from the equator we are. But hopefully, yeah, I hope to see Earth-to-Earth Starship, or point-to-point Starship, as we call it, making an appearance in the UK, because my dream would be going to ride on a Starship to Cape Canaveral to watch a Starship launch. That would be something else.
Well, Chris, I can imagine that a lot of SpaceX fans, or actually just space fans in general, would love to take a ride to London to see the sights around there. So I wouldn't think a point-to-point launch facility there is out of the question.
Certainly hope so. I mean, we had Concorde, and Concorde's problem was the maintenance cost. But there was such a demand for it still. It was noisy. It took a couple of hours off the flight time from London to New York. But it had people, it had passengers always. The viability of it was the mechanical side of things and the viability of the economics of it. But customers were there paying for it. And you can imagine that if Starship allowed for a 30-minute trip from the UK to New York, shall we say, there'll be people willing to pay top dollar for it. And that would at least get Starship's economic plan foot through the door before the economy of scale would build up to allow for more Starships and then more ability to bring the price down and get more passengers. But, you know, I think the biggest problem is the fact that it's going to have to get so many so many I's and dots crossed to allow for local authorities to allow for a launch vehicle to come in and for landing and launch from not far off the coast. That would be the biggest challenge, I think, for Starship point-to-point. Hopefully they'll find ways around it. Hopefully they'll find a few initial routes to allow for it and then prove the system's viability, because that would be something else. That is a vehicle that can absolutely wipe the floor with the likes of these multi-billion-dollar projects with these brand new airliners, which can shave an hour off a trip to Australia. It would decimate that kind of like advance. It would make it ridiculous. You can go anywhere in the world within an hour. Can you imagine that? Being able to travel somewhere from any point in the planet to another point in the planet in an hour. That is just something else. So I really hope Earth to Earth or point to point becomes reality.
Yeah, for sure. And that was an interesting factoid there about the British astronauts about the British citizens being banned from becoming astronauts. That was something I did not know.
Yeah, Margaret Thatcher in the 80s.
Yeah.
And if you Google Margaret Thatcher, Ronald Reagan, space station, you'll see a picture of Ronald Reagan showing her a model of Space Station Freedom, as the ISS was originally called. And you can see the look on her face. It's like, I don't want anything to do with this.
I've never seen someone look so horrified at a model before.
Yes, exactly. It's surreal.
I'm trying to find the photograph. It is a heck of a photograph. I was so ready for that scene in The Crown too, by the way, this season. But yeah, she just looks stunned.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know why you're putting this in front of me right now.
Well, I mean, the thing is, unless you understand the reasons for getting involved with something like this, you're not going to want to get involved with the ISS because of the amount of cost involved. But she wasn't looking at the bigger picture, which was obviously what ESA's done successfully. And look where ESA's a great agency. I really do think it's a great agency. It doesn't have the same spending power as NASA, but it gets a lot done with what it gets. And you can think of all the deep space missions with Philae and Rosetta. Brilliant missions that cost not a great amount of money, but achieve a huge amount of return. So, we've got the UK Space Agency now, and they are very lowly funded, but they're doing quite a lot. They're doing the best they can, and I think they will find their feet quite well when Sutherland comes online, hopefully within the next few years.
Don't mind me, just playing with robots. Y'all keep talking. I'm busy.
Let's fire through these super chats.
There we go. Yes.
Kyle asks, where can we gamble on a successful landing? Well, let's not put money in it. Let's just do it as a sportsman's bet, because I think the chances are some people would lose their money if they started betting on a successful landing. It's asking a lot, guys. I mean, I'd love it if it happens, but it's asking a lot. It really is. I can't stress that enough. This is a test flight, the first ever test flight of this kind of vehicle and this kind of flight profile. So many things have to go right for it to be a successful landing. It really is asking a lot. And I think I keep saying calibration because it needs it, because you get people in who have not watched rocket launches until this time. This is maybe their first rocket launch, and they don't understand that maybe, they've seen rocket launches on the news maybe now and again, and they've all been successful. This is a test program. It's a completely different kettle of fish. It's a test program where they expect it to fail, and anything else is a bonus. The reason why they do it is because they get the data from what is successful in the test flight, and that then provides them, including the failure part of it, it gives them the ability to refine the next launch, which is SN9, which is down the road and just weeks away from launching itself. So that's why they do it. They test, fly, fail, fix. That's how they do it. Electric Eric, he asks, could Musk launch on New Year's Eve? Best fireworks ever and best start to an awesome 2021. Well, that sounds like a failure. Do you want a firework display from a launch? We don't want that kind of firework display.
No, we don't. But it's a good question at its core. Like, could they launch on New Year's Eve from a private range like Brownsville? Yeah, you could.
Yeah. Phil Bongard asks, if anyone knows Mary, where does she think they're going to get? What they're going to be doing, storing Starship fleet if the pad gets backed up. Now that's a question about the fact that they've got so many Starships at the production site, and they are filling up their facilities. The mid bay has got SN10, SN11 inside. The high bay is currently housing SN9, and they have up to SN16 being produced. So they have got a bit of a backlog there. As far as the launch site goes, they're okay so far. SN9 will roll to the launch mount after SN8 departs, which hopefully is today. SN10 will then probably go in the high bay and get its nose cone, and will then be ready to launch after SN9 launches. And if you think about it, SN9 is just a couple of weeks away from launching if everything goes to plan. So they have enough capacity at the pad right now. They've got 2 mounts there and an orbital launch mount for Super Heavy. So they've got some capacity if they want it. Elon did hint at the fact that we will see 2 Starships at the launch site at some point in the future. So they are looking to utilize both of those launch mounts we see in picture right now. And that will be a great shot as it is with 2 Starships. So I don't think the launch site's too much of a problem as far as capacity. I always wondered about the production site and the fact that they've always got 2 Starships in the mid bay, and they're now using the high bay, which is mainly for the Super Heavy stacking, for SN9 nose cone stacking, and then SN10 nose cone stacking. So right now I think they're okay, but the cadence they've got, I wouldn't be too shocked if they built another facility there, another high bay maybe. Depends I'm sure they know what they're doing, so they don't need me to say, need another high bay, guys. I'm sure they know what they're doing.
And yeah, just to build on that, from what Mary and Jack and I have seen while being down there, they've got some room left in the current production facility they have, but at the rate they're going and the cadence they're producing these starships, they're starting to kind of run out of room a little bit. And the fact that they've got vehicles like SN5 and SN6 that have already flown, just sitting around waiting for maybe another flight, but Lord knows they probably won't, seeing as how they're building vehicles like an SN8 now, and they've got SN9 waiting in the wings, SN10. In fact, they're all the way up to SN16 now.
That's right, yeah.
And just imagine what SN16 could accomplish if all goes well. But yeah, it's interesting being down at the build site and seeing what's been going on down there and seeing all of the Starship hardware. It's just unfathomable. And just wondering how much room they've got left before they have to expand some more, you know?
Yo, I'm going to jump in real quick. Jack brought me onto this. We're working on getting his camera online, but whoa, it melted there for a second. It seems like there's a pirate ship out there. I don't know why there's a pirate ship. Yeah,
I think it's one of those touring, kind of like, hey, pay $50 and get to go around on a pirate ship.
Yar.
I don't know if you guys have seen, there's like a viral video of some building, I think in like St. Louis or something, being demolished. And there's a guy with a nice camera all set up, ready to go. And it's like seconds away from being blown up. And a bus comes and parks directly in front of the camera.
Oh,
and the camera operator's like,
Yes.
no. That's all of us right now with this pirate ship. So if you guys know the owner or whatever company this is of the pirate ship, tell him to get out of the way in a nice way. But for real, don't park in front of us, please. I mean,
Okay, update. Sorry, the
Go ahead.
pad is cleared.
Oh, here we go.
Nice.
All right, and also a quick update. I am on FlightAware watching. It has not yet updated with the WB-57's confirmed departure yet, but I'm watching it to see when that one is confirmed airborne.
And our Discord's saying flap test. I don't know if we can see a flap test ongoing right now.
It does look like the lower flaps are maybe moving.
Yeah, Future Martian, just repeat in Discord if you actually seen a flap test right now. And we can
Let's
just
go over that
it.
full screen so we'll see it.
You can see it.
Yeah, you can see it moving.
oh wow, that is absolutely beautiful.
That is awesome.
Stretching the wings
That's
and
exactly the type of activity that we want to see as we head towards a hopeful launch today.
Well, we're getting closer.
For sure. And just to fill you guys in, I've had several people, being down here at the beach, I've had several people come up to me and asking me, hey, what time is the launch? Like, when are they launching? Of course, they see me standing here in my Texas Tech Watcher shirt and my NASA worm hat, which, by the way, is the best NASA logo, #FlightMe.
That's true. Very true. Well said.
But yes, they have come up to me and were asking, oh, what time is the launch? And I've been, well, they could launch in a couple hours from now, maybe, possibly, big question mark. But yeah, there are a lot of folks down here that are very curious about what's going on in Boca. And obviously some of them are locals, a lot of them are out-of-towners, kind of like myself. But there are a lot of folks down here, a lot of folks who wouldn't normally be interested in this type of thing that are actually asking questions about this sort of test flight and what's to come in the future. Because this is right in their own backyard, essentially. I mean, I'm standing about 6 miles away. And yeah, it's pretty much right in their own backyard in terms of the location and the area. So, but there's a lot of folks down here that are curious about what's been going on.
It's if you look closely, those flaps are actually moving pretty quickly right now.
Yeah, they
Now
are.
and then.
It's going to screen record part of this and then put a tweet out. I don't want to be talking while I screen record. I don't want to record myself talking. No one's hearing me.
And that one on the far side is moving too, correctly? The top far side?
Yeah.
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 Our other robot does not have great connection right now, but I'm getting a slideshow of the action at 1 frame per second.
Well, it's interesting because when the frame updates, you see the ear like pulled in completely because it's not getting a constant feed. But it is recording locally, that's for sure, and we will definitely have the video off of that.
But Mary coming in and saving the day with this camera.
Yeah, absolutely. That's sort of the synergy between it, right? Like the robot can be out there 24/7 watching what's going on, but it's not going to beat the actual multi-uplink broadcast unit that we've got on this camera right here. Mary being out there is definitely a lifesaver today.
A bit off topic here, but I can see that pirate ship that you guys were talking about sailing out of the jetty right now.
Gar.
It's just sailing out of the jetty?
Yeah, sailing out right now.
I swear, if the launch is scrubbed due to a pirate ship on the range, that's going to be a first.
Especially if it's Jeff Bezos' holiday yacht.
Man, and we thought moldy mouse food was the most insane thing. Welcome to Texas.
Yeah.
They wanted to watch a Starship launch.
Gar.
I'm sorry for the terrible joke. I'm so sorry, but I just had to do it.
No, Tyler, don't apologize because Jim Williams would appreciate that because every Friday he does dad jokes on Twitter. So save that for Friday and tweet it at Jim. Yeah.
It does look, I'm going to hop over here real quickly. It does look like we have a couple private vessels out there at the end of the jetty. Technically, that spot specifically is not in the exclusion zone, but I don't know if that's a tour vessel or what. They're skirting the very edge of the Notemar where the boats are not supposed to go any further away from the camera, and they would be in the no-go zone. So I do hope that they stay right there. Is that the pirate ship coming in? Is that no? That's a shrimp boat. It looks like. Just like, what is everybody doing? I got shrimp to go catch.
Or maybe we can hope that whoever's on that boat knows where the exclusion zone is and is there on purpose.
Yeah, maybe they're like boat body blocking what's going on.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting. Let's get on back over to Starship with the flaps. I just saw that while I was looking for the pirate ship. And I do hope, I'm going to say this out loud, I do hope that we don't run into a situation like we did with the return of DM2, where the private boats just were not following. Common sense, I guess, would be the right way to say it. It's just a couple boats out there, and they do look like they're hovering right there where they know the exclusion zone ends. So let's hope that everybody's responsible and wants to stay nice and safe out there. We don't get any looky-loos trying to jump into the exclusion zone for those boats. That was a big concern, is keeping the boats clear.
A big thanks to Alexei with $50 there. That's a big one. Another big supporter. Very much appreciated.
Chris B, you're just the king of super chats now. Like I haven't even had a chance to look at them.
I'm just desperately trying to keep this list down because people are putting money into supporting us. I just want to give a shout out. If it kills me. Jamie Grow, we know her. $10. Everyone say hello to Jamie.
Oh, Jamie, hey.
Yeah. Thank you for keeping us updated while stuck at work all day. Shout out to all you people relentlessly working hard. Rest of us. Hey. Thanks, Jamie. And John Ellis says dedication above and beyond from the team, worth every penny. This is great because you could ask a question and you don't have to do a super chat. These are just people saying thank you and putting some money in. It's very humbling. There's George as well. We've got one here. We're talking about the Elon mentioned the word crater, the potential of a crater. And that's something that's asking about bets on it. We think, if it's going to crater, we hope it's more of a splash rather than a crater. Because if we hope it goes wrong, we'll hope it'll go out to sea.
Jack, could you point your camera
Yeah,
and then tighten the tripod knob to lock it in? I think you had it on Starship, and I just saw it slowly but surely looking down at the beach.
It wanted a nap.
It did. And then fire the Starships! Wait.
Yeah, fire Starship! Yeah, sorry about that. I was trying to tweak the settings on my stills camera, which is linked by a very large and thick steel plate to my video camera. So both cameras are linked together, and I was kind of like trying to get glare off the screen, and I glance over and make sure you're not on me so that I can do stuff like that, but I guess this time I was not vigilant enough. My bad.
No, Jack, you got to know who you're dealing with, because I glanced over at my video wall that has all the incoming feeds, and I saw it slowly looking down at the sand, and I had to put it on the screen. You remember how we roll around here. Again, y'all, these are our two crewed remotes. This is Mary's remote on the right-hand side. She is crewing that camera. She's a couple miles away in a safe area away from Starship. And then Jack on the left-hand side is on South Padre Island. That's one of the public viewing areas, the Isla Blanca Park right there. So both of these are our crewed remotes. You got to feed them. You got to get them snacks and stuff like that, but they tend to be a little bit more reliable than the robots. When the cell network goes down, they just go over to the Mark 1 wetware, and their brains and eyeballs do the tracking for us. So Mary and Jack, thank y'all so much for bringing those cameras out. I don't want anyone to ever think on the stream that, oh yeah, we'll just replace everything with robots, because I'll tell you right now, that is not a possibility. We will never replace having Jack and Mary out in the field running cameras like this. Thank y'all so much for rolling out and making this happen for us.
Yeah, no problem. It's an honor and a privilege. And like you said, the robots, I mean, I do joke, I welcome my robot overlords, but no, really, I do welcome them, because they take a little bit of the pressure off of, Mary and myself, in terms of getting that master shot like we talked about earlier. Like, those cameras will get something no matter what, and then they give you something to cut to while we are tracking the rocket in case there's a little bit of jitter here or a little bit of shake there or what have you. So that's the glory of having the multiple angles that we have, is that we are able to sort of cover it from all angles, and it's really special. And just to underscore it, when you guys do super chats, when you get on the membership program, that directly impacts what we're able to do. And the only reason we're able to bring these 4 angles today is because of everybody's support. And that's not necessarily monetarily. That's also just hitting the like button, hitting subscribe, telling your friends about us, telling your friends and family, hey, did you know SpaceX is building a Mars rocket? Because maybe not everybody knows that. And it's a really, really cool thing. So thank you everybody for the support and enabling what we do.
Yeah. And
speaking of which, I'll
go ahead.
quickly. Go on, I've got to keep up with this.
Go.
Briggs from Preston, just across the Pennines again. Thank you very much for your support. Well, a big one here I want to read out. That's why I wanted to do a break. We've got Nick Druggo, who's a member on our Discord, a regular as well. He's done a $100 super chat. So close to 100,000 viewers. You all deserve it. So much for your hard work. Also, shout out to Discord, which I just mentioned because he's on there. Thank you very much, Nick. You didn't have to do that because you're already a member, you're already a supporter, but that's really appreciated. Now, on that subject, we're at 94,000 viewers, and we've gone from 167,000 subscribers to 175,000.
What?
Yeah, 175,000 subscribers. We've gained 8,000 subscribers today.
Oh my gosh.
That is awesome. That is just
Crazy.
fantastic.
Wow. That's a lot of subscribers.
And Whiskey Charlie Lima with $100. So this is getting a bit surreal now. I think I might break like Jack breaks.
Also, just want to point out real quick that NSF is actually more popular than Blue Origin in terms of YouTube subscribers. So take that.
Well, to be fair, they don't
Jeff.
do much.
Take that, Jeff.
Wait, we have more subs than Blue Origin? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
we do.
Actually, they have around 163K last I checked. So we're actually ahead of them by good margin.
Just wait until they fly New Shepard again, and we get a live stream going from out there in Van Horn, Texas, and we do a live stream and they don't, and we have more subs.
They might ask us to do it for them.
And
we've got an update here. NASA WB57 update to take off at 2 p.m.
2 p.m.
It's,
So that's
it's 2:18 local.
yeah, 2 p.m. local.
I don't know.
Yeah,
That's all it said.
No. It's now expected to depart in an hour and 13 minutes at
There we go.
3:30
That's an update on an update.
p.m. Yeah, 3:30 p.m. Central is now its departure time.
And that is from Houston, correct? Or is that from Bro?
That is from Houston. Yes.
Copy. And do we know what kind of transit time to expect from Houston to Boca?
About an hour from what people were saying based on the flight path speed that was filed.
So 4:30-ish or so.
4:30-ish, yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So that's we're approaching the close of the window there, just based on the WB57 timeline, but still optimistic. I mean, again, we've said it already during this stream. I'll say it again. Falcon Heavy Demo 1 vibes.
That's exactly how I'm feeling. I think when it starts prop loading, I think that's when it'll start getting real for people.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to go crazy when it starts to prop load.
Another $100.
Wow.
Yeah, this is getting a bit crazy. I'm just trying to... It's got so crazy it broke my browser now. Anyway, Dwight HM, who I know, I actually know who he is before I read his question. Thanks for all the great work. L2 is amazing. It's every space fan's dream. L2 is our site side of things. That's our subscription area, which is where we have our supporters get extra content. And it's also a community in itself. That's been going for 15 years. So that's before all this YouTube and YouTube membership situation. But that's a great support to say you're already a supporter of the site. So really appreciate that, Dwight.
Yeah, and thank you so much, Dwight. And just a quick PSA. I mean, like you said, it's surreal. How do we express thanks for that kind of contribution to what we do? And the only way that I can think of to properly express our thanks for that is to continually bring better and more awesome coverage of this sort of stuff in return. That's all we can do to say thanks. I mean, saying thank you is one thing. I hope you know that from the bottom of our hearts, we really truly do appreciate it. But the proof will be in the spaceflight pudding, as it were, and we will continue to up our game and do more with what we have, thanks to your support. I mean, $100 is an insane amount of money in the best way possible. So thank you so much.
Did you just say the proof is in the spaceflight pudding?
You know, I might be getting a little hungry out here. It's getting to be lunchtime for me, so I apologize.
Oh, good times.
Yeah, unfortunately out here there's no food bars or anything that I can see near me, so hopefully I don't get hungry anytime soon.
Tyler, I don't know where you are, but you are welcome to come raid the back of my Land Rover. We have peanut butter and jelly and some other snacks. I won't go near you. We can be, safely distant, but you are welcome to raid my rover of snacks. I got you, fam. We've got water, too. Stay hydrated. It's hot out today.
All right. Thanks, bro.
That's the most American conversation I've had in a long time. Stay hydrated.
What?
Thanks, bro.
Stay hydrated, thanks, bro, is an American conversation to you?
Over here, it's like, you want a cup of tea?
Oh, truly, we're a melting pot of culture here at NASASpaceflight.
I would love
it tickled me. I don't know why. It just did. It just tickled me.
Whoa,
Infinite Puffin, $105 super chat. Thank you for what you do. I've been on. I've said it before. I've been on other people's streams where they've gone super chat, super chat, super chat. And you're thinking, oh god, is that all you do? Just talk about super chats all day. This is crazy. Seriously, this is crazy. I'm trying to keep up with this list. Normally, you'd get like 5 or 6 in a stream.
Oh,
and you'd be talking about everything else for the rest of the time. It'd be a normal stream. So I feel a bit guilty about going about super chats, but I've got to thank people for supporting the site, supporting the channel, I should say. So it's really appreciated, and that's why I quickly go on it and quickly come off it again.
Now I'm thinking about food. What are your guys' preferred launch day snacks for long stakeouts like this?
Well, the temperature's what, in the 70s?
Yep.
Oh, it's ice cream then. Gotta keep cool.
I keep trying to get a rise out of you by saying this. Some iced tea would be delicious.
No. Tea's hot. Tea's hot with milk and iced tea. Heresy.
You'll never guess what I'm drinking right now.
No,
Like,
don't say
literally
that.
right
Please
now.
don't. No.
You're in South Carolina, so I'll say there's a 50% chance you're drinking Bojangles iced tea. Not sponsored by Bojangles.
Bojangles.
Homemade iced tea, actually. Made it myself.
Sweetened or unsweetened?
I like how Nightbot had
What?
hidden the comment. Nightbot has hidden this comment saying milk with tea sucks. Our bots are well trained.
You've trained it well, exactly.
Yeah.
So the Nightbot is British, we see. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
There is a police car around here intermittently hitting its siren, I think to just do crowd control. But it's every time I hear it, I'm like, But
10
then
minutes.
I remember, we are not expecting a siren this time, correct? Because there are no residents in Boca Chica Village, and there was no alert notice.
Aha.
And just as a quick update, if you're joining us, propellant loading operations should begin in the next hour and a half if they're going to launch today. So it's getting kind of tight, but still definitely possible. And if propellant loading operations start in the next hour or so, we could very well see a launch today. So fingers crossed for that. Again, the launch window lasts until 5 p.m. Central Time. You can see it's 2:45 p.m. Central Time right now. So just about 2.5 hours left in today's window. And I think actually, I was thinking the launch window ended at 5 p.m. earlier because that's when the TFR ended. But now that I'm thinking about it, the launch window actually ends a couple minutes before that because Starship has to both launch and land before the launch window closes. So they have to launch by, a couple minutes before 5 p.m. basically.
Good deal. Again, everybody out there joining us, we are live. We're the NASA Spaceflight team. We cover all sorts of different spaceflight activities, launches from the Cape. We've got remote cameras down there. We've got reporters that write articles on the website, NASASpaceflight.com. Of course, from Boca Chica, we've got the daily videos every single day. You can see what's happening at Boca Chica. It's hard for them to flip a piece of stainless steel over out there without us getting it on camera and doing it on daily video. The sunrises out there are amazing as well. If you haven't seen those videos here on our channel, check them out. They are fantastic out there every day. Our person in the field, Mary Boca Chica Gal, is so dedicated bringing us all of what's going on out there at Boca Chica. Also, we do streams from other places too, so we may be spooling up some coverage for some Vandenberg launches hopefully next year, maybe some other spaceflight activities with spaceflight related aircraft or stuff. But that is what we do here at NASA Spaceflight. So check out the forums. Check out the other videos that we have here on the channel. Be looking for live streams. Hey, follow us on Twitter at NASA Spaceflight. If somebody could spam that in a little bit. Look at the flaps moving. Are the flaps actually being tested again? They're in a different position than the last time I looked up. But you can keep up with us, that's for sure. All right.
Just rewinding the stream, see if I can see the flaps. Yeah. Oh god, the flaps have definitely moved quite a lot. Yeah.
Yep. I'm working on the local bot. We've got a workable video feed off of it again, so I'm trying to get it up as fast as I can, which is why I keep talking constantly.
While we're doing that, I'll catch you on super chats.
Yeah, cool. Do it.
Chris Hayes, hi from Manchester, but the one in the US. Thanks for sharing this. I saw someone in chat from Leeds as well. Just don't row for me. What do you guys think of the lack of launch abort system on Starship? Any views on the Starship booster timeline? That's from Reese. This super chat, thank you very much. The lack of a launch abort system was something I've seen on Twitter being brought up. It doesn't really work because it's not that kind of vehicle, but it's also where you're adding complexity when you add a launch abort system. You've got to remember that. And the way SpaceX works is they've integrated their launch abort system with the Super Draco thrusters in their Crew Dragon, and that's how they work. Rather than sticking the launch abort system tower on top of the vehicle, which is what the traditional system is, and what will be used on Orion, for example. So that's the way SpaceX work on this, is that if you're looking at this vehicle right now, that is the second stage. So if the booster failed, then we'd be looking at getting that stage you're seeing right there out of the way rather than the top bit. So that it's a different kind of vehicle, if you can imagine. And as far as Super Heavy goes, they've got the Super Heavy booster prototype, the first one, BN1, they're calling it, being stacked, at least 2 stacks, inside the high bay right now. And the rest of the stacks are outside waiting to join and be stacked inside the high bay themselves. So they are close to, I would say, early next year to rolling that out to the orbital launch pad and testing that on what will be well, Elon has said 150-meter hop. We don't know if it will be still a 150-meter hop, but that's what he said on Twitter before. So we'll keep an eye on that. But that'll be exciting as well. So there's lots of exciting things to look forward to. We've got some big super chats again. I almost feel guilty now. Crafty Geek with $50. Can we estimate the audio intensity of a 6-fold belly flop landing? Is it easily comparable to a RTLS for Falcon? We're talking about sonic booms and what have you, aren't we? What do you think, guys?
For the sonic booms?
Yeah, the acoustical return of a Starship doing a belly flop. Will it cause a sound wave, a shock wave?
Eventually, yes. Although I believe the mathematics that we were working out yesterday and earlier today show that it won't break the sound barrier on the way down. So we're not expecting sonic booms with this particular one, just the sound of the Raptors reigniting or it hitting the ground and exploding.
Yeah.
Which will create a sound and a pressure wave. But yeah, no, not expecting sonic booms today. Oh, there's a great photo of it. All the flaps and all the wings extended. Very nice.
Yeah, y'all could tell I've been quiet over here because I've been talking to the robot that is deployed at Boca Chica. That's about 1.5 miles, and I was able to pull a workable feed off of it. Now I know how the Mars rover drivers feel, where you can't flip any switches, you can't plug in anything, you can't. All you can do is talk to this thing remotely and send it commands. But we are able to get a workable live feed off of it, and I have all sorts of ideas for the future on how we can make these things more resilient. So, whew. You can see on this view, you can actually see the charges that they placed. They're obvious to me because we've seen so much Starship, and you see the 2 white dots right about in the middle. Aren't those the what they were placing before?
Yes, sirree. Sure looks like it.
Wow. It's just, you look at it and you're like, there's not supposed to be 2 little white dots there, and there are. So, again, y'all, thank you so much for joining us here. We've been live for, wow, how many hours have we been live for? A lot of hours. 7 hours and 53 minutes. We came online with the sun going up with hosted commentary, so I've been here talking. Michael's been here for 8 hours, and it's massively good to have the other members of the team here to help join us while we work on some of these technical back-end issues. Just across the board, I can't tell you, it's fantastic to be a part of the NASA Spaceflight team and to share these sorts of experiences with everybody all around the world. Whew. All right, y'all start talking again. That's my throw. That's my throw. Back to you, Chris.
Right, so Nathaniel Vetters, he asks, how many successful test flights of Starship do you guys think there will be before humans are allowed to fly on it? Elon has said a number, and I've forgotten what it is, but I think it was hundreds. I don't know if it was an exaggeration, but I think the main point is he wants a lot of test flights of this vehicle. And of course they can do a lot of cargo vehicles. We've already assumed that they will purpose Starship for Starlink launches, because Starlink on Starship can be launched in the range of like 160 Starlinks in one go, or even more, 240 I think someone said once. So that would be a great boost to their deployment of the constellation. And that would be an internal payload where if they do lose a vehicle, it would be bad, but it would be their own payload. It wouldn't be a customer's payload as such. So I think that is probably where they're going to go with this. They're going to do a lot of test flights. They'll class it as operational. They'll start launching Starlinks, and then they'll get more and more experience. They'll start launching customer payloads. They'll start going for the HLS system. They'll start going for large payloads that other vehicles that can't launch, and then when they've got a nice safety record behind them, they'll probably go for the crew variant, and that's when they'll start launching humans. So we're a while away, but in the old context of Starship development, a while away isn't a long while away compared to other crewed vehicles we could mention. Naming no names. Southport Dave asks, please explain Elon's prediction of 30% chance of success. That's realistic in the sense that there's several objectives to this test flight. One is the launch with 3 Raptors to get to apogee and then to translate to the horizontal. That's probably your 30% margin. To get past that point is then in exceeding expectations. We're looking for a stable belly flop with the aero surfaces. That's where you're into bonus territory. If that happens, that's brilliant. That's great. Then you've got the flip maneuver with the Raptors flipping back to vertical for the landing. And that is crazy hard. So we don't know how that was going to go. If they could achieve that and it comes down vertical and aims for the landing pad and conducts the landing successfully, that's blowing all expectations out of the water. So that'd be crazy. So that's why we're getting 30%, because we're hoping for a launch to apogee, a translation, and we'll see how it goes from there. Anything after that's a bonus. Bro John asks, on the website there's no careers tab. How can someone apply for being a writer or whatever for NASASpaceflight? DM me on Twitter. I've got a ton of DMs to get through after I've done this stream. So forgive me if you sent me a DM already. I will get back to you after all this because we're a bit busy at the moment. But yeah, just send me a DM on Twitter and we'll try and get you involved because we're all a team. That's why we make a success out of this site and this channel. Is because everyone puts their weight behind it, their own skill sets, and they all help out. And the collective sum is what makes it work. We've got some more here. I've got some other big ones. I always sigh because I always feel quite guilty. XCL Nav, $100. You guys are awesome. Thanks a lot to Mary and the team from XCL Nav. So not even a question, just thanks and $100. There's not a lot more you can ask for than that, can you? Got more reference to the pirate ship, which we saw. Zach asked Jack to stop telling the man the camera. I think he is. Will says, thank you to Mary. Imagine return from the belly flop vertical, uncomfortable for passengers. How might SpaceX tackle this? We talked about it earlier, but also I did mention on a stream about 3 streams ago that I think that the seats for the passengers on a Starship will be on a gimbal as such, so that when the Starship does the flip from horizontal to vertical, the position of the passengers will stay the same. So they're not going through the same motion, because that'd be quite dramatic for them if they were in a fixed position. So I personally think, I am guessing because there's been no data on it, Elon's not mentioned it, but we think they'll be on some kind of gimbal where that will mitigate that sensation of going through the flip. Mr. Space asks, imagine how little progress SpaceX would have achieved by now if Starship was still the one from, there's still the same design from 2017, 2018. Yeah, we've got a great article on site, it's 8,000 words long, from Philip Gayer, who has written the history of Starship to this point. I'm going to put it into chat because it's an amazing read. It's over 5 pages, so by all means, find a spare 30 minutes to read it. But we talk about the evolution of Starship and the fact that it's gone through several different design changes, iterations, and even name changes. I believe it started life as its Interplanetary Transport System. I believe that was its first name. Then he went to the BFR, the big
I gotta
word.
say, the ITS is absolutely not a good name.
Yeah.
It's if you're gonna have an acronym, it's got to be like a word that is satisfying or good to say, and it is not particularly sayable or speakable. I don't know, words, you get it.
Yeah. MCT was the first. That's it. Mars Colonial Transporter. Then he went to it, then to BFR, and now to Starship. Super Heavy Starship. I think he likes to call the entire system Starship, I believe. But the booster's called Super Heavy, and the vehicle we're looking at right now is called Starship. So that's where we are right now. I think he's stuck on that name now. I don't think he'll change it again. Famous last words. But it has gone through a lot of changes, and it's a good question there because it really, I forgot to put a tick mark on there so you can all read the question as I've put it. But it's it's gone through the right process. They've not built anything until they were confident they've got a design that works. The only things we've seen that have changed really has been the manufacturing process. We saw Mark 1, which is unfortunately demising as we talk. They're cutting it down, the nose cone area of it. Mark 1 didn't look like it would fly. It was very crumply, shall we say. It was put together for the presentation where Elon overviewed, the last overview Elon did in public, because obviously he couldn't do it this year. And the difference between that design, or that manufacturer, I should say, and SN8 and even SN9 and 10 and 11 is light and day. It really is. We can just see, if you look at the left-hand side, we've got SN5 and SN6 either side. I probably got the wrong way around, but in between those views, there's 3 tents. Look to the furthest on the left tent. You'll see a crane, and you'll see what remains of Mark 1. They've cut the top of it off. They took the aero surfaces off it the other day, and they're dismantling it. So that will not be a lawn ornament as we hoped it would be, and that will be removed and create more space for them because they need the space. Ian Jacqueline, thank you very much for your £20. Very good support there. Very much appreciated.
Context-aware camera control, Chris. I heard you talking about it, so I told the robot to look at it, and then we brought it up.
There we go.
This is too much fun. I'm sorry.
It is, yeah. I know you said you let me have a go at it one day, but unfortunately I'm pointing it towards Mexico or something.
I mean, it's hard to point at Starship and not get Mexico in the background.
Yeah,
south
that's
of there,
true.
it is a view of Mexico back in the background, very close to the border down there. But here's the shot from that hotel. And you can see even the hotel internet is absolutely struggling right now. We're getting most of the data for this signal off of the modem, not off the hotel's, like, the hotel's connection, basically. Not surprising there on hotel internet, though.
The good thing is, though, as these test flights progress, I think everyone wants to go to the first one. So there's so many people left for this first one. But by the time we get to like SN12, I think most people will be watching streams, and rather than traveling down there, I'm sure there'll be pilgrimages for people going down there, especially people like me who want to go there next year. But it would be less of a crowd, and I think there'd be less of a strain on the local infrastructure as far as the internet goes. At least I hope so.
So we've had a few questions that have come in that are going to be that are kind of coming up here now that we see final pad clear has started. So Lucas is asking, how possible is it at this point, once they start fueling, that we'll have a scrub?
Oh, wow. I mean, we've seen static fires, and we've seen scrubs and static fires where the rocket's not even going to take off and leave the launch pad, and we've seen scrubs there, and it's all an experimental development program. I mean, it is what it is. So it's quite possible that we go through all this, and it is going to be the most fantastic, most popular, most watched scrub this week, at least. I mean, there's probably some in the past that were off the scrub too.
No, but it is. It's entirely possible. It's a test campaign unlike any other they've done. I mean, unlike any other that we've seen, really. So, yeah, the chance of a scrub is always there, and I would say with test campaigns a little higher too than what we're used to. So always a distinct possibility for a scrub. Yeah. Lucky Rail Productions also asking, will the absence of a flame trench be a problem for them? And the simple answer to that is no, it won't. They really want Starship to not have to have a flame deflector, because when you think about what its ultimate goal is to be used for on Mars, you can't have a concrete landing pad waiting for you when Starship gets there, because you need Starship to bring everything to make the concrete landing pad, right? So you need a system that can be designed to both land and take off from perfectly flat surfaces and be able to withstand any debris that gets kicked up into the engine compartment, which is something that we've seen recently with Starship testing. Das, help me out here. Which it was SN8 static fire, right? Where the concrete pad kind of got chipped and broken up and went up and damaged some things in here, or am I thinking of the previous one?
Oh no, it was right here where we saw the shrapnel coming off the pad that Martite breaking down and actually flying away, ricocheting from the force of the Raptor on the concrete there.
Yep.
So you're exactly right. Jack, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, there's two static fires where we saw an excess of debris like that, and there was basically the last two of 4 total static fires for serial number 8. One of them, I believe, was a single engine, or maybe a double engine. I forget off the top of my head, but the second one was a 3 engine. But I think the one that threw up the most shrapnel was that first of those last 2. Oh God, I'm like weaving a verbal knot here. I apologize, but there's been 4 static fires. Static fire number 3 and static fire number 4, both of which were slightly different in number of engines, both kicked up a significant amount of debris. And the one that caused the anomaly and could have caused a potential RUD had the burst disk in the nose cone not done its job, I believe was static fire number 3 for SN8.
Yeah, if I recall on that one, it was part of the concrete pad got kicked up from the ignition of the Raptors, and I believe one of the chips of concrete actually severed Raptors' avionic cables, so that caused an early shutdown during the test. I think it was according to Elon. I think I saw the tweet after the test. Yeah.
And they were unable to vent the LOX out of that nose cone header tank. So the pressure in that header tank at the very tip of the nose cone was building up and building up until, thankfully, there was a predetermined point of failure known as a burst disk, which is basically a piece of metal impeding the flow of a pipeline that is scored or scratched or weakened in some way to burst at a predetermined pressure. And thankfully, that burst disk went first. But to the point of Raptor ignition kicking stuff up off the pad, this is sort of going to be, along with the landing flip maneuver, I am going to be most nervous for, because that previous static fire that we saw, static fire number 4, while it was a 3-engine static fire, it was a very staggered startup, and it was a very brief fire in duration. So I'm very, very nervous and curious what will happen when they fire up all 3 Raptor engines for flight, presumably throttle them up to max power or whatever they are going to lift off with, and I also presume hold the vehicle for a fraction of a second and assess everything is good to go before letting go, in the same way they do for Falcon 9. I am extremely hopeful that nothing gets kicked up from the pad during that moment of this test.
Indeed, and yeah, and we are waiting. As we know, we got final pad clear that we saw, so we are standing by for the next major event for what we would be expecting, which would be the activation of that methane condenser. And this actually brings up a good question that a few people have been asking, which is, what is the role of that methane condenser?
So basically,
Go ahead,
if you've watched any of our previous streams, back in the day streams like serial number 9 and earlier, or sorry, wow, I'm going into the future here. Serial number 4 and earlier, there used to be a large flare stack. It's a common thing in the petroleum industry. It is a methane flare stack. Sometimes it's just a natural gas flare stack, obviously in the petroleum industry, but here it was methane. And that flare stack previously, when they were detanking the vehicle, the methane wouldn't go back into the tank farm. They would burn it off. And maybe some of it did go back into the tank farm, but basically that flare was used for burning off excess methane, as is required by, I believe, Texas, or maybe it's United States environmental laws. Basically, methane is an intense greenhouse gas. You don't want to just be letting it into the atmosphere if you can avoid doing so, so you want to flare it off. But ever since serial number 4, which detonated due to a cloud of methane and oxygen surrounding it after an anomaly after a static fire, they have removed the flare stack from typical operation. It is still on site. There is still a flare stack currently, if I'm not mistaken. You can see it if you have an eagle eye, but it is not active in the sense that that they are burning off excess methane. Now, what they do in place of that is they have a piece of equipment called the methane recondenser. And what that does is it takes the methane from the vehicle that is excess and that would have otherwise been flared off and essentially just burnt and wasted, or just not used, however you want to look at it. And instead of burning that methane off, it recondenses it. It's in the name, right? Methane recondenser. But really, that's what it does. It takes the methane that has either turned into a gas or is just not the appropriate temperature and converts it back into a liquid by using a heat exchanger and some liquid nitrogen. And that allows them to restore that methane and not need to burn it off. And this is something that will be extremely key for future operations, for environmentally more cleanly operations, because flares are not great environmentally. And also, this should enable for, on Mars, if you've spent a whole bunch of time producing your fancy methane propellant from Martian ice and whatnot, you're not going to want to just go burning it off willy-nilly or venting it into the vacuum of space. You're going to want to salvage and scrimp every last bit of that methane, and rightfully so. So the recondenser, the operations at the tank farm with the recondenser right now are no doubt important right now environmentally, and important for Starship as a whole, as a system going forward for operations on Mars, on the moon, and otherwise. You don't just want to waste that methane you have painstakingly farmed using solar cells and ice and all of that. You're going to want to keep every last little bit of methane that you can, and the recondenser and operations surrounding that are part of that.
Excellent, dude, Jack, that's like a serious explanation there. Thank you.
I'm all caffeined up. I have got the sillies all out of me, and I am full of adrenaline and ready to go. I don't know if you can tell.
He's got so much caffeine in it, he's ready to explain what a methane recondenser does.
Well,
yes.
Okay. No, Jack, that was awesome. Thank you. I could not have explained that as well as you did. Thank you very, very much for that. Here's sort of a what if question that a lot of people are asking. If it lands, will they refly it? Will they reuse it if it lands successfully? What do we think they do with it if they actually get it back?
That's a really good question, Chris, because plans in Boca Chica are extremely fluid and they change rapidly. There was a point in time where I think some others of us had been hearing that with SN5 and with SN6, SpaceX planned to do multiple 150-meter hops, sort of leap one doing one and then the other doing one and then one doing one and the other doing one, and that was a plan for some period of time, if I'm not mistaken. However, as we know, SN5 only flew once and SN6 only flew once, and the data that they got from those two test flights was absolutely integral to them being able to move on to SN8. So it is a very good question that I don't think we know the answer to. But the fact that SN9 is basically ready to go in the high bay as soon as SN8 is out of the way, and maybe even sooner depending on how long this test flight takes, serial number 9 should be able to be rolled out to the pad and launch itself. So it remains to be seen if they will continue to gather data off of 8, if it does in fact land, or if they will just switch to, further serial numbers that are higher fidelity and more representative of the final design. Because surely at this point, serial number 8, in many, many ways, is
is a robot? Hey, Jack, we just lost you there. You went to robot mode. Just so you know, we were talking about, yeah.
Army. But Austin Barnard, who's one of the locals, tweeted, I don't know how recent this was, but apparently Elon was doing some sort of live interview with the Wall Street Journal, where Elon said that they were still targeting a launch later today. So again, I don't know if that just happened or what, but at some point...
That was a couple hours ago, I think, is when I saw that. Yeah.
He just tweeted it now, so I wasn't sure how up to date that was, but hopefully Elon will tweet again and give us something like a launch time or something. That would be nice.
That would be quite nice. What's the status of the SpaceX stream?
Oh, yeah, I think they've just left it at 11.
It's just hanging out.
Yeah.
Yep. Still with the same message as it was before.
Waiting on it says waiting on SpaceX or whatever.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yes.
Copy. Hey, I saw this really quickly just scrolling past. Why the atmospheric distortion? So this is Mary's camera. This is a crude camera, right? This is a camera that is operated by a human being. And so Mary needs to be a safe distance away. So she's shooting with a longer lens, a zoom lens basically, to get us this shot of Starship. But this will be her view when it takes off. And the haze there is just because it's got multiple miles of air in between that. And she's shooting across water a little bit. So that is to be expected when shooting like this with the camera. Again, this is the camera that Mary is crewing herself. She is operating this camera, and because she is there with the camera, it is a safe distance away for human beings. As opposed to this camera, let's see here, BCV Bot, you online? Yep. This camera is actually a remote-operated robotic camera that's stationed about 1.5 miles away. So this camera is closer than humans are allowed to be. Even the humans at the control center, this is closer than they can be. And this is an uncrewed camera. This actually packs up into a suitcase. I built this in my garage. I'm proud of you, little BCV Bot. You've been doing good. I built this in my garage. It packs up into a Pelican case. We can ship this wherever we want. We can ship this to the West Coast. We can ship it up to Wallops. We can ship it down to the Cape. Anywhere there's a space flight thing that we want to cover, we can ship this robot around. You put it on a tripod. It's got its own uplink. You flick it on, and it reports back into me here, and then I can pass control over to another operator. We are having some issues with it right now because the cellular networks out there are just getting hammered. And so our control latency is a little bit tough right now. We're probably not going to be able to get a good track from Starship off this one, but that's why we've got 2 robots and 2 human beings out there. But this camera...
And 1 robot human being. Beep, boop, boop.
And then Jack. Nice. Sorry, 1 human being,
Jack,
2 robots.
Remember, Jack, you have to emote. Emote.
But this camera is recording locally, so I've had to step down the feed here a little bit. But this is recording locally, and after the launch, we can pull the actual recording off the camera itself and get the source quality from it. But this is a robotic camera. It can look all the way up, like it can look 90 degrees straight up with remote control, but it does rely on the cellular network. It talks over basically a LTE network. And if that network is getting saturated, which with all the people down there watching Starship, it's still giving us a video feed. We appreciate that, but the operator control latency is a little bit tough right now. First time we've deployed it for an event like this, but anyways, that is why we've got a little bit less haze on this image and a little bit more haze on this image. You're like, Starship's the same size. What's going on? This camera is actually further away, zoomed in more. This camera is a little bit closer, zoomed in less. And if I bring up Jack's is even further away, not zoomed in quite so much there. So you don't see as much heat haze on Jack's camera, but it's the lens, that long lens where you really zoom in and it just brings out all the detail and the air distortion, right, Jack?
Yep, so I have 2 cameras running right now, and the one you were looking at is a 300mm camera on a crop sensor body, which means you add 1.6 times the length, so 1.6 times 300mm, that's what we're looking at through right now, the effective field of view. And my other camera, which is linked to it by a steel plate on my tripod, thanks to other NASA Spaceflight member Jay DeShelter for milling me out with this plate out of steel. The other camera is 600mm, and through that, when I am fully zoomed in, Starship is basically twice the size as you see it right now, and there is a significant amount of heat distortion. So in a way, this wider angle is more beneficial because you get more context of what we're looking at. You get the water, and you get less heat haze just because we're not quite so punched in on the vehicle. Though I would like to be more punched in on the vehicle. If I had the money for another 600mm lens, I would have 2 600mm lenses running right now. But I don't. But if we get enough support, maybe. Or if you guys want to support me directly, I have a Patreon. But really, members, liking, subscribing, all that stuff, we're only going to keep upgrading our setup here. And I think this 300mm view is pretty dandy. I mean, oh, my voice cracked. Wow. I think it's pretty dandy. Like, if the worst
well, Jack,
happens,
I did tell you to emote. I mean...
hey, if that doesn't prove I'm real. But no, for real.
Yeah, it's a start.
If this goes badly at the very end, which still a success, let's be clear, but if there is a oops or a boom or a slow fall over on landing or something like that at the end, this is, I think, the appropriate level of zoom that we're going to want. because if you have a really, really tight shot of an explosion, it's just going to look like red, right? So this will hopefully let us see what is going on a little bit, even though it's not the closest, most amazing shot or whatever. That's Mary's job. She's got the goods.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do have one more camera that's even further away. This camera is actually mounted on one of the hotels over there, and I've zoomed it all the way out so you can see exactly how far away this is. You see the little tiny pixels right there in the middle of the screen. That's Starship. This camera is 6.2 miles away from Starship, but it's got a little bit of a lens on it, and if I tell it, hey, robot, enhance. Let's see if we can get that to come through. You'll see a pretty significant amount of heat haze on this, because that is 6 miles away. Come on, latency, don't fail me now. Let me clean this up just a little bit. There we go. Just one more little tap. There you go. So this camera is looking at Starship from the north, down over across the ship channel. It's at South Padre Island, about 6.2 miles away. This is another robotic camera that's deployed high up in a building over there. This is an actual broadcast camera provided by PTZ Optics, the 30X SDI camera that they shipped us specifically so that we could cover some rocket launch events when we can't send as many people due to COVID restrictions. So this way, one person can carry a Pelican case with this camera, this robot in it, and then their own camera, and we can deploy 2 different cameras, 2 different angles with a single person just setting one up, setting the other up, and operating 2 different things. One with a teleoperator, like me clicking the button right here. If I wanted to go back to mid, I can say, hey, just back off a little bit. And the other camera could be operated by the person out there, like the camera that Jack is operating. So again, one of the things, I mean, we have a lot of fun talking about the tech that we use to help share these events with you. I mean, especially when I'm talking, because that's a lot of fun. I dig it. I dig it. But that's what we're running right now. I got 4 nominal feeds live from South Padre Island, and it's looking fantastic.
It really is, and Das, we did have a question. It's up on the screen right now because you were just talking about it. The heat distortion that we're seeing there, but it's winter, it is just hot enough to create the heat distortion there, right? Yeah, there you go.
Whoa.
Yeah,
it's winter in South Texas, but it's still 76 degrees, right? So it's not 30 degrees or anything like that. It's not a cold, clear night or day or anything. It's still 76 degrees, which is pretty warm. 24 C on the metric system there, Celsius. So still nice and comfortable, with a beautiful day to launch, I think. But yeah, we do get some haze, and a lot of it's just the volume of air. You know what I mean? It's just air.
I will say though, it's basically unavoidable, because it's like, think of walking on a beach on any day where there's any amount of sun. If you're barefoot, that sand is going to burn your feet, even if it's relatively cold outside air temperature wise. It's just a giant oven, what the ground becomes when it gets blasted by the sun for 12 hours. But while we're doing weather stuff, I am slightly nervous to report that there is a massive cloud above me that appears to be steadily heading towards the pad. So I might have some cloud cover here sooner rather than later. But everybody cross your fingers it stays well clear.
Yeah, we'll definitely hope that it stays clear, Jack. That's for sure. Here, I mean, you say there's a cloud, right? So let's have a look at the skies above Jack here. This is back to the robotic camera at the hotel. And there is that cloud that Jack's talking about. Also a contrail way in the background as well. See that plane out there. But Jack, we see that cloud, and we hope that it hangs back. You know I'm going to do it. Y'all know I'm going to do it. You know you can't stop me from doing it. Stand by. Where's it at? Stand by. I control the horizontal and the vertical. Where's that contrail at? You know what's going to kill me is autofocus.
If you want, I can try and swing over to it as well.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to resolve it. It may be too tough for me to... Is there actually something in the sky there? What is that? Oh, the contrail's going the other way, it looks like. Baited! Ah, jeez. That's not, it's not going that way. It's going over towards the Brownsville side, so it's already well past. All right, let's go back to a Starship camera, y'all. Sorry. Not sorry.
But yeah, just to back up on that weather update that Jack just gave. The clouds overhead have been coming in for a while now, and are pretty much right overhead right now. But hopefully they'll hang back or clear away in time for the flight, because I know we all want a clear view of Starship ascending and descending. But other than the clouds and possible upper level wind checks, like I know SpaceX is monitoring that closely, and we really don't have any way of knowing whether or not what the wind limits are. But other than those things, it's still a beautiful day. The sun's out, people are out and about walking on the beach. I don't see anybody in the water. That's probably because of the frigidity of the water. I wouldn't imagine going for a swim in this, even in these conditions. But
folks, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna finish up by saying, other than the clouds, it's a beautiful day out here. Still a good day to fly in terms of weather.
Yeah. Y'all, Jack acquired that plane that was going through. Jack is the person you want pointing cameras if it's a plane that you're trying to capture. I want somebody to tell me that flight. What is that up there? It would be going from east to west, and it's south of Brownsville, south of South Padre Island right now. Yeah, if somebody try to look up what that is. Very curious. Good track, Jack, by the way. It's a fantastic track, honestly.
So as we're watching that plane in the skies over Boca Chica, we are also watching FlightAware to see when the WB-57 from NASA is scheduled, or when it will actually take off. It is scheduled to depart in 25 minutes, so we will be watching to see exactly when that happens. But it's a good question about how long it takes to reach Boca Chica from the Houston area. Roughly 45-ish minutes is what has been calculated. So if you take a 3:30 local time takeoff, that would put an arrival time around 4:15 Central, or 5:15 Eastern time. So you can see probably a rough guess on that would be, or a rough estimation on that is that we'd be headed toward a potential target around 4:30-ish Central time, which is 5:30 Eastern, and 22:30 UTC. So that is where we are right now with that. But we have some other questions here, and it's one that we've gotten a lot today, actually. I'm not sure who on here it would be the best person to answer that, but basically, where is Starship Mission Control? Are they using the Stargate building for that, or is that too close? Are they using Hawthorne? Do we know where they're controlling the flight out of?
That's a great question, and I don't think we know the answer to it. Because the problem with Stargate is that it might be too close to be safe.
Right, because it's right there by the production facility as well. So, alrighty.
And
oh,
go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead, Michael. Yeah.
I was going to say just a quick update if you're joining us. If they're going to launch today, we should start seeing propellant loading operations beginning here in the next 20 minutes or so. So it is, do not go away now, basically. If it's going to happen today, it's going to start picking up activity soon. It should take about an hour from when we see the propellant loading signs begin to when the launch occurs per the normal test sequence. So look out for that.
But yeah, getting down close to the end of the window in terms of the indications we've gotten, but at least, or hopefully, it won't be like STS-133. I'm sure both Chris's can recall watching that and chronicling that.
We are starting to see some of that. The tank farm is a good sign. Still
Yes,
very light,
indeed.
not what we would call a full tank farm activity, but the recondenser, once that methane recondenser comes on, that's the best sign.
Indeed.
I like how everybody.
Sorry, go ahead, Doss.
Everybody is still telling us which flight they think that is.
I
There's
know.
a lot of
It's
options.
really funny watching it too.
Hashtag engagement. Thanks, y'all.
Right. Yes. Some other questions that came in that I just wanted to go over really quick. Someone's asking, why is Starhopper still at the launch pad?
Because it should be. Because it deserves to be. How's that?
So what's it doing there? Basically, what's its purpose now? Do we know that?
I think our best guess, based on the equipment that's been installed in the bottom and some of the hoses that go up into it, it looks like it is actually a water tower now. Again, not 100% confirmed on that, but it really did look like they were installing some water pumps and some big piping that may be used for water. Now, is that for suppression? Is that for firefighting? What is that for? Is it actually water? I don't know for sure, but I think that's our best guess on that.
If it is water, that's kind of ironic because I remember back when it was first being built, and everybody on the forums and everybody on Twitter, just all over social media, was talking about it. I noticed that a water tower company was actually assigned with the contract to build it, and because of that, people were thinking, "Wait, is this going to be a water tower, or what's going on here?" And just all sorts of questions related to, is this going to be a water tower? Like, I think it's going to be a water tower. And it would be awfully ironic if Starhopper is finally fulfilling its not so intended purpose, so it seems.
Yeah. And Jack, I haven't heard Jack in just a minute, but Jack, I got a message for you. I need you to check your camera if you could, senor.
Is it better?
Stand by. I'm getting a pretty blue sky that doesn't have a plane in it now from you. So I'll talk to you in text.
Okay.
And an FBI agent here is asking how many pounds of thrust does each Raptor engine produce? And so each Raptor engine produces 2 meganewtons of thrust, which is equivalent to I just did this, which is equivalent to roughly 450,000 pounds force. For that. So that is how much the Raptors are currently able to produce. We don't think they're going to be they're going to be firing at full thrust, though. Isn't that correct, Michael, for this one? Based on some of the timings that we've seen, we think they might be operating in partial thrust mode for most of the flight.
I'm not sure. I still have not seen a specific timeline for this flight, but it's probably, if I had to guess, it's going to be, they're not going to want to take this thing too hard on the first ever flight.
And the other part of that consideration is that they probably aren't going to fuel the vehicle all the way. We've seen speculation that they might not fill the tanks all the way up. They might just fill it halfway or fill it partially. And if that's the case, then they really don't need to ramp the Raptors up to full thrust. They could go about half thrust on all 3 to get it off the pad. But we're not exactly sure yet. But if the indication is that they won't fuel it all the way, then it probably won't use the force of over 1.2 million pounds. Is that correct, Chris? Was that the calculation from you?
That's sort of what I remember. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. An update: the NASA tracking plane should be in the air momentarily. The flight plan was just updated, moving its departure time forward from 3:30 local to 3:10, which should have just passed, actually. So, waiting for it to pop up and be airborne, which would be another good indicator that everything is tracking here. So we'll see what that shows. But yes, let's keep
quickly.
Yeah, go
Chris,
ahead.
I'm just pulling out that camera a little bit to get us more of the tank farm, and you can see there's a tiny bit of venting by Starhopper, but not a lot yet. So we should hopefully see that spool up more. And DOS, it does look like I have good control over the camera. It's just bad latency, but I can control it cleanly. So for presets, we should be good to go, I think.
Yeah, gotcha. And I'm running a couple tests on that to see if I can improve that for you.
Cool.
But
Thank you.
for now, we're pretty good.
And sorry, confirmed, the NASA plane is en route to Boca Chica. So it is airborne and on its way. Very good.
Hashtag it is
Thank
happening.
you. Thank you for the update on that, Chris. And I am officially starting to shake a little bit.
What were you doing before, man?
I mean, there's like a little bit of a lull, right, where you're still in the valley of disbelief, where you're like, it's not going to go today, and then there's been so many days where it's been pushed by a day, and now we are getting to the point where it is getting really, really real, and so yeah, I'm coming out of the nauseated calm period and entering the nauseated nervous period. Very similar periods, but subtle. It's a subtle distinction, Das.
A subtle distinction. I like it.
He's learning how to emote.
Let's check in with Mary's camera and see if we've got some of the venting on this. Again, we get that different angle. Never really seen this angle before. Also, not gonna lie, nicer camera. The robot over there is, well, it's a robot, but it is not the best camera in the world. It does the job, though. It captures photons and turns them into electrons, which come out the other end of your monitor so you can see them. So you'll be fine. All right. Again, y'all, like we were saying, in terms of the window for today, that window closing at 5 p.m., putting us just over an hour and 45 minutes remaining in the window. And it takes about an hour at minimum to tank up Starship. So if they're going to get a flight today, they are going to need to start pushing propellant and the oxidizer into this vehicle shortly. They may be able to do it faster. That's based on our observations. We've seen 40 minutes and stuff like that, I think. But we are rapidly approaching the time. It's not like it just has to, okay, start putting the fuel in at 4:59. That's not how it works with spaceflight. It does take time to fill that vehicle with its fuel, the propellant, the oxidizer. And so you got to get that done before you can do your hop. And hopefully we start to see some activity at the tank farm here, indicating they've begun to fill the vehicle with fuel and oxidizer. Are y'all still talking about the
Yeah, and I should note, Das, that the 40-minute time that we saw, I believe, was for a header tank static fire, or maybe a header tank wet dress. I forget exactly how that went, but the 40-minute time might actually be on the short side there. So I would say probably closer to 50 minutes or so, but something like that, yeah, is how long it would take to fuel it. So definitely good observation there on your part.
Yes, and just real quick, because for those of you who are joining us, the reason we got so excited when the WB-57 plane took off there from Houston, that is a high altitude and high resolution tracking plane. So it is designed to track rockets. NASA has used it to track liftoffs before, and they would not have gone wheels up if this was not progressing toward an attempt here. Today we saw them adjust the takeoff time a few times today, so the fact that they are in the air is a very, very good sign that this is primarily for aerial documentation of the test flight, is why that plane is in the air right now.
And we have a major milestone. The methane recondenser is on, I believe. I think I just saw.
What are we looking for there?
Here we go. I think we got it on Jack's feed. Look at this. Hang on.
Oh, please, little feet.
There it is. It's on.
Yep.
It's happening. .gif.
.png.
I was worried I called that too soon, but I was right. I could not tell with that heat distortion if I had called it too soon or not. But that is definitely on. So we should be under an hour now from launch.
Excellent. Yeah, and we can also see that on the robot there. You can see the plumes of vapors. Again, that's not smoke. That's nominal. That's plumes of vapor that are coming out of the back of, we call it the methane recondenser behind those tanks there. And you can see it billowing there on the other side of the 3 tanks as well, yeah.
So did anyone else's chest like tighten and their breathing quicken a little bit here?
Yeah, mine.
Yeah. Oh man, because seriously, because unlike the hops that have come before, this is a launch. I mean, it's not going orbital, but this is a launch, and oh man, it just really started. Oh man, I'm goosebumpy. All of you who remember that from the Demo 2 live feed. Just incredible.
Hey, I'm getting increasingly spottier comms here, so
Yep.
I'm going to be talking a little bit less.
Okay, Jack, copy that. Sounds good. It actually looks like across the board, this is spooled up, and once again, the cellular network's taking a massive hit out there. I'm seeing drops across the board on all the networks now. Previously, it was just some of the networks, and I am getting a lot of hiccups across the board now. So we're going to be working on some of that stuff. But we are still here hanging out, watching what's happening live with Starship as they've activated the tank farm. And that's a really good activity, or that's a really good indication that they're continuing to push towards this hop.
How many viewers do we have ready right now? Or watching right now?
102,000.
A lot. And it looks like a little bit darker there. I wonder if that's a cloud going over the test site. Not sure.
I think the clouds. Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. No.
I was just gonna say I think the clouds are starting to clear away now, from my perspective down here on the beach.
Yep.
So that could be a good sign.
Good call, Tyler. I just noticed that. Thank you for pointing that out. The clouds have not interfered. Thank goodness. Let's knock on whatever wood or particle board or driftwood, whatever you have nearest to you. Knock on it. Even though we're not really superstitious here, but we can be for fun.
Yeah, look at this. Back over to Mary's feed there, and you can see that it's darker. It looks like it's got a little bit of a shade there. So we'll see if we can back off in just a bit. Let's pop back this way really quickly.
So we will go up the tank farm activity, I think. It's clearly, we're seeing a lot of action right now.
Yeah.
And Lars Blackmore from SpaceX just tweeted, today we'll see whether a new way of flying, in brackets falling question mark, is possible. This has been years in the making and is a big step towards 100% reusable rockets that can take us to the moon and Mars. May not work the first time, so wish us luck. Lars is the guy who's in charge of, he's the principal landing manager at SpaceX. He really was a major part of the Falcon 9 landings. He's now with Starship. And he's from the UK.
It is. It's almost like the calm before the storm. We've been here. We've been watching Starship for days. I mean, honestly, we've been watching it for days. But we've been live today for 8 hours and 44 minutes and waiting for something to happen. And we've been talking and running our mouth and yelling out super chats as fast as we possibly can. Looks like we're 61 minutes behind in the queue right now. I'm not giving up, but I appreciate all the support. Let's put it that way. Maybe I need to refresh the interface, which was maybe not meant to handle this. But it almost feels like, okay, the tank farm is starting to go. It's like the calm, everything's sort of quiet. I bet you it's not quiet out there at the launch site. And I don't know, I felt like I had a second to breathe there all of a sudden. So, whew. Thanks everybody for joining us. This camera is a robotic camera deployed well within the zone that's safe for human beings. Human beings would not be allowed to be here if something happens. You know, this is just a camera. That is okay, but this is inside the safety zone right now that we're watching Starship. We've got Mary out there. She is a safe distance away. She is at a human safe distance. And let's see if we can hop over. Here is her shot. Got a little bit of atmospheric haze in there, and that's because she's a safe distance away.
There's
All
clouds,
good.
though. You can see the launch site is in the shadow of the clouds right now.
Yeah. I'm going to see if I can get eyes on that with the other robot. And it sounds like Starbucks going. Yeah, hot dog on the mic.
Hot dog on countdown 1.
Hot dog on countdown 1. At least it's not a thank you for calling Verizon Wireless. Like,
yeah.
All right, let me see if I can get eyes on what's happening in the sky here. You know something, y'all? I'm not too worried about it. It looks like the sun, right, is setting in the, or is in the east, sets in the west, and the clouds just seem to be not on the trajectory, but they're over between the sun and the launch site. I'll bring up the other robot here, stand by. They are not on the ocean side. The clouds are actually on the landward side here. Let's see, which robot is that? There we go. So I'm going to watch those for just a second. Oh, they're creeping to sea. They look like they're actually going from right to left, which would be in the trajectory. You can see Starship down there right above the eye in documenting. Go up from that, you can see the little teeny tiny Starship. I mean, it's a really big Starship. It's just, you know, this Starship is we, and that Starship is far away. That Starship there is far away. But you can see the direction of the clouds. That's where we're getting that shade at the launch site here, right? Like that. You can see how it's a little bit darker than you think. But hey, you know something? That doesn't mean they're not going to continue on with whatever their operations are. It does look like the tank farm might have spooled down a little bit from this angle. Let's check the other angle. Jack, where you at? Maybe a little low hanging activity there to the right of Starship, sort of over near the tanks on the right, and really low to the ground, just not visible from another angle, I guess. Whew.
Mary says from her vantage point you can see vehicles leaving the area, so further evacuations from the production site, it sounds like, which is a very good sign.
Excellent. From the production
I can't
site.
believe this is really happening!
From that area. They could be coming from the checkpoint, I'm not sure.
Yeah, copy. Yeah, Jack and Mary, I'm reading nominal on both y'all's uplinks right now. Let's hope that it hangs in there. As everybody thinks that they all need to upload their own free-range artisanal video of Starship SN8s hopping at the same time. Like, literally everybody going to be FaceTiming with their families, Zoom calls. I don't know what they're going to do. Oh, just link them to our live stream. Let us use our cameras, and y'all just text each other or something. A nice low bandwidth form of communication. I like that. Free culture. Keep calm and watch history unfold. You're not kidding. Whew. And every now and then I'm quiet for a second, and I'm checking some technical thing over here on the back end, just trying to do everything that we can to try and get the best possible chance for success here. But it's exciting.
You want me to fill some time by reading out the 5,000 super chats we still got?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Aaron, thank you very much for your support. Makes a nice green joke. Appreciate it. Alan Gable, L2 subscriber. This is for Mary. She rocks. $50. Thank you very much. It's $50. Thank you very much. This is blasé. It's a lot of money. It really is. Trust me.
Thanks. Okay.
I'm Yorkshire, so I just can't get excited about money. Anyway. Thank you to Nimison. Your support is greatly appreciated. And Steve, I'm putting these all on screen so when you see them come through. Ron, Casey with a yar, pirate ship reference to earlier.
Yar.
Yar. Lil Watt is for his boy, for boy Hassan Ahmad. So I put it on screen. He's obviously sent a message for his boy. That's really nice. Alan for Ian Frisbury, $50. Again, another $50 there. We've got Lucas with 5, making a Cybertruck joke. Adam, Jan Adam King. Oh, hey, we've got a fan club. Look, I've got 2 members of my fan club now. Jan Adam King sends $3.99 Canadian dollars, saying, loving the Brit addition to the chat. Thank you very much. My fan club has grown to the amount of 2. We've got mine. Got a group of 10 of Pakistan watching this, dedicated to science, space science and astronomy. Keep a close look on space activities and tests. Love for Pakistan. International again, isn't it? Always international these streams. Powell, thank you very much. I'm going to put you on chat there. Just watching out 3 things at the same time as I'm talking. Thank you to Joe. Thank you to Howard, who thanks us for doing this, but thank you for your support. Otherwise, I won't be able to do it. Paul to Mars, thanks, guys. Noel Moulton. I keep hearing people in the background. Ooh!
Hey, real quick. Once again, SpaceX has put their logo in the skies above Boca Chica. Jack's video. Jack, let's see if we can get the middle of the X there. But that is another X in the sky, a couple contrails out there in the skies above South Texas. They keep doing this. Jeez, Elon, how many pilots do you know, man? That's fantastic. I saw what Jack was doing. I saw it coming up on my video wall.
I wonder what the noise in the background was.
That's cool. Thank you, Jack. Good catch. There you go. Look at that. How's that right there? Look, you got the SpaceX logo. Or not. There we go. Oh, good times.
It would be hilarious if Starship SN8 does 2 lines.
Right through the middle? It's a target?
Drone ship target, yeah. Several people making references to the potential launch time of 4:20. That would be very Elon.
Oh,
it would, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It would. I can keep running through some super chats if you
I'll
like.
I'll do a couple more, then I'll hand over to you. So we vary.
Okay, cool.
I was in the midst of starting to read Vern, who sent $100. First time viewer, really excellent. Thank you so much. Go Starship. That's about as perfect a super chat you can get. I'll go to you, Chris.
Yes, indeed, and Michaelo saying with thank you very much, and saying with the first Starship to go supersonic, they should name it Chuck Yeager. Rest in peace. Yes, yes.
Starship
rest
Yeager.
in peace to Chuck Yeager. Yes, who passed away earlier this morning. First person to break the sound barrier. A big loss, but yes, that would be awesome if they. And that'll be interesting. We know they want to name the starships. It will be interesting to see what they start to name them after, and everything. So yeah. So James Higginbotham's thanks for the new membership, and Tony Worm and Adam Schindler. Thank you both for the memberships as well. Very, very much, very appreciated. That sustaining monthly pledge really does help us with that reinvestment into equipment and everything to bring you all of these multiple views that we've had today and that we have set up for the liftoff. So thank you very much. Darth Vader with 20 pounds. The force be with you, and with the SpaceX team too. Excellent. Thank you so much. Really, it's really appreciated. Thank you, everyone. Daniel Bimson with the new membership. Welcome aboard. And Upper Stage, and Upper Stage with a $5 super chat saying, shout out to my wife for letting me take over the big TV in the house all day for the NSF live stream. Indeed. Glad you got to watch it on the big screen.
Are we getting venting there? What is that?
I just saw it too. Yeah. While we do that, we just want to that
Look,
previous super chat that said the
Chris.
the first Starship to go supersonic should be named Chuck Yeager. We do just to clarify, we do not believe this Starship. We do not believe SN8 will be the one to go supersonic first, based on some of the flight profiles and timings that we've seen so far. So that was sort of a generic, the next one or the first one to do it. And yes, Das. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no! I was just saying there does seem to be venting from the tri-vents on the bottom of the Starship. There, you can see it on Mary's, and also you can see it on the Boca Chica robot. So that's pretty exciting.
Very nice. Very
Like,
nice.
What a dumb thing to say. That's pretty exciting. Like, really? Me? Come on. I can come up with something better. It's a clear indication that they're continuing on with the count. I don't know. It's good that they're venting, all right?
It is good.
Chris, help me out. Please talk. I'm going to be quiet.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. Venting is good. I mean, it's all part of, the conditioning of the vehicle and everything, getting it ready for liftoff here. But actually, Das, we do have a question. Michael, this might be one for you too if you're on comms, or Jack. But we had mentioned earlier, about an hour ago, based on the timestamp here, we were talking about the charges, the 2 white charges that we saw them put on Starship. And so what would those be for, and why would they need to blow it up? Is the question we've got here from Break a Leg.
Can one of y'all handle that? I'm working a thing.
Sure.
I can try.
Yeah.
Was that a question for me, Chris?
For anyone. For anyone, really. I couldn't remember who was talking about the charges that
Michael,
were faced.
Yeah. So there are 2 explosive charges in case the Starship was to go off course. Since it is a test flight, there is, a higher probability than normal for it to go off course, but most large rockets have explosive charges on them in case they were to go off course. That way, range safety or the automated flight termination system can blow up the rocket before it flies anywhere serious. So it's a safety feature, essentially, to terminate the flight in the event of an anomaly.
Gotcha. All right, and Adam with $5, appreciating the stream. Nick with the £5, thanks so much. Dimitri saying brave people. It'll be brave people who are the ones who step foot on rockets, and it'll be very interesting to see how Starship might change that landscape as we move forward, definitely. And Jack, thanks so much for the new membership, and Randy, thanks so much for the $5, as well as Robert here. It's our pleasure to bring all of you all these streams, as well as Jason and Eric. Yes, so when we crossed the 100,000 concurrent viewer mark about an hour ago, that was a big milestone. Seeing that number tick over. Yeah.
What was the previous high? Like 35,000 or something like that. Like 35,
something like that,
40 or just over 30?
Yeah.
I don't even know.
We got into the 40s once.
We got into the 40s once? Gotcha.
Yeah.
And Ron with a new membership, Jason and Jerry both with $5. Thanks so much. We super appreciate the support. Brendan saying y'all are amazing. Thanks for the fantastic coverage you bring us. Go Starship with a $10 super chat. Indeed, go Starship. Can't wait. I can't wait to see this thing fly. Jack, I imagine you are very much like me. I'm not quite sure what my reaction is going to be. I just know it's going to be loud and enthusiastic.
Yeah, I'm going to do my best to not just scream wildly. I suspect for go time, I'm just going to completely go off comms and focus on the job at hand. You'll have plenty of time to hear me excitedly babbling afterwards, and maybe I'll record some local audio so you can hear my yelps of delight. But I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here. We got to see this thing fly first before I start acting wacky. But I know that all of us that have been waiting for so long for this vehicle to fly, and any Starship vehicle to fly. I mean, we got spoiled earlier this year with SN5 and SN6 both flying in the same month after a long hiatus from Starhopper. But I can definitely say, just from firsthand experience, being here at the park last couple days and last couple, several days in the last week or so, there's a lot of people out here. And thankfully everyone is staying distant and everyone is masked for the most part. But yeah, it's really nice to see that people care about spaceflight. I mean, I can't even count the number of people out here. I'll have to take some photos, but it's a healthy amount of people, and it's really neat to see that people are so excited about this happening.
It is. And Dennis, thanks for the new membership there. And Mark with €2 saying, give Jack more coffee so he can yeet SN8 to space. Is that what happens when we give you more coffee, Jack?
I'm running on Red Bull right now, but this is Red Bull number 2. Oh God, sorry, Mom. And I'm going to go get a coffee after Red Bull number 2 is done. But I should be fully caffeinated. Don't sweat. I forget what the person you just read off said, but whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. I'm caffeinated enough.
There we go. And Drew,
where do you want me, Coach? Put me in.
Thanks so much for the support, Mr. Morgan Kell, as well. Jason Halter with $20 saying, this meatbag camera operator welcomes the new robotic coworkers and hopes to be treated kindly in their upcoming empire. Yes.
Oh, what's up, Jason? How's it going? Hope you're doing well. He's a good friend that helps out with a lot of the camera stuff up in New York when we go to Intrepid. So he is that made me laugh. I needed a laugh. Got to get some of this out of my system.
Excellent. And the high altitude chase plane is about halfway to Boca Chica at this point, out over the Gulf of Mexico. So still making progress there as we track that as well. Adam Pendler, thanks so much for the support. David as well, thank you very much. Neil with a $5 super chat saying, well, if the cellular network isn't working, can't you ask Elon for a Starlink terminal? Well, don't think it's not necessarily in our wheelhouse of plans, might we say.
Look, if you work at SpaceX,
possible, right, Doss?
I'm just gonna say, if you work at SpaceX and you're watching right now, my Twitter DMs are open. K-Space Academy on Twitter. How many Starlinks can you send me? Because I can use them.
There you go. Drexel here with €5 who had asking a bit earlier before the plane had departed, that chase plane that we were just talking about, how long it takes to reach the site. It takes about 45 minutes for it to reach the site, or about an hour-ish, depending on, if they actually fly right at the what was filed with the FAA, and depending on their speed. But that's about when we'd expect them. So they're inbound. And we'll be here in enough time now for what we're anticipating a liftoff here. What would you say, Michael? Maybe 50-ish minutes at the earliest, based on what we're seeing right now?
Yeah, it's really hard to say because they could have built-in holds and whatnot, but
yeah,
certainly on target for launch at some point in the remaining hour and 20 minutes of this launch window.
There we go. And I want to keep getting through the super chat list, but I also want to keep getting some of the questions here, because we've got a lot of good questions that are still that are still coming in here. But let me just go through a couple more, and then we'll get on over to some of your questions as well. I like this, a reference to what I think is the rocket cows at McGregor. They're saying the cows will be. Oh, it didn't pop up even though I clicked accept. Oh, that's weird. Anyway, it was a reference. Thank you so much. It was a $5 super chat referencing the cows will be lost without this. I think it was a reference to the rocket cows at McGregor. Daniel with a €10 saying 100,000 people are watching. Here's a contribution for the private helicopter loaded with cameras for all the best and latest footage. Yes, I think Dots would love that. But let's
cameras?
Yeah, right? Cameras?
Sorry,
cameras. I'm going to switch to another super chat here because it has a question embedded into it that's really germane to actually the view you just switched to. Dossman, it's like we can read each other's minds sometimes.
You know I can hear what you're saying, right?
Well, that too, but I hadn't actually given it away yet. Is that a spinning radar on top of Starhopper? And I was going to say if we could switch to Mary's feed, we can see it. And there it is.
There you go.
Yes. What is that though? That's the question that we've got. Is that a radar, a marine type radar, or something like that? Is this how they watch for boats? What is that spinning on top of Starhopper there?
Beanie hat, just a little Starhopper beanie hat. They gave a little hat and it spins. You know, just because it's cool. That is a radar, much like you'd see on boats, Chris. So we've
Gotcha.
zoomed in on that. We've got some high quality pictures of them. I don't know off the top of my head what the brand is or anything like that, but that is their own little radar installation. They also have, you see the tall, skinny tower that has the really skinny part on the top. They have their own little weather station up there as well. It's over on the left-hand side of your screen, almost right next to where it says vehicle safing. You see in our list there, that is another little weather station they have. So, oh geez, look at that. There's more venting coming from the tank area there.
Yeah, yes, there is, which brings up this good question, saying I need to go to bed. These are in Swiss francs, so it has to be late over there at this point. What do you think? How many hours should I set I wouldn't go anywhere because we think we're maybe at the most 50-ish minutes away from something potentially happening here at the earliest. So no, I wouldn't go anywhere. I really would not go anywhere. And to be fair, there's only an hour and 12 minutes left in the window for today overall. So yeah, I wouldn't go anywhere at all.
Jack, what do you think you got there? You're tracking a plane again.
I have no idea what it is, but you can see a little bit of a shadow from the contrail. I just thought it looked cool.
Huh. Look at that. That's Jack's remote over there looking up to the sky at another plane. But is that, Jack, is that to the south of you? Is that inland? Is that out over the water? Which way is that? Just curious.
That would be over Brownsville right now.
Over Brownsville, so back towards the mainland to the west. Nice. Well out of the state keep-out zone, right?
Yeah, and Richard Engel and I were commenting, it almost looked like the planes were flying around the GFR. Like you can sort of see them make a dogleg. It's hilarious.
Ah, nice. Oh, good deal. Chris, keep taking it forward. I'm working on it.
Can I just quickly say we got an art retweet from account called Texas Chaser. It's a real storm chasing account. All I could think of is a parody on our Texas tank watches.
Yeah, really quickly, I just want to say I have reset our timeline to recondenser. It seems like they did some sort of mini test again. We saw that earlier this morning. But again, all things continue to indicate that they are on track and targeting a launch today. So that might have just been an earlier test, but not a bad sign at all. My understanding is they are currently go for launch.
Excellent. That's what we want to hear. They're go for launch. That we understand. That we understand.
All right. So here's an interesting question. What are the chances of it hitting a bird on the way up?
Wow. Was that a question?
And that is yes. Spiffy Billy is asking that. Chances of a bird strike on ascent or descent. Rockets have hit birds before in their initial climbs off the launch pad. Most of the time that doesn't do anything but it would depend what part of the vehicle it would depend what part of the vehicle it hit and what the velocity of the hit or the relative velocity of the hit was when it and what part of the vehicle it impacted. But it's happened before. Yeah. So
I remember famously it happened with the shuttle, didn't it? STS-14
yes,
or
indeed.
121.
I was
Unfortunately, that
hoping
bird
you
didn't
were
survive.
still on here. Yes.
Yeah. But they actually have bird scarers in the shape of balloons with the faces of birds of prey on 39A and 39B when there were shuttle pads, which were designed to scare away birds from being around the stack during a launch day campaign. But yeah, it didn't always work.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like the bird did not survive,
No.
but the shuttle very thankfully did. Yeah, just the top of the external tank. I think it was the first one. I think it was 114.
Yeah,
it pierced a buzzard as Discovery started lifting off, and very, very thankfully the bird fell on the backside of the tank and not the orbiter side of the tank, or that could have been disastrous with the shuttle's thermal protection system. But yeah, it's something they do honestly take into consideration.
There was also the incident earlier in the shuttle program where woodpeckers actually took chunks of external tank foam out of the tank, and that was
the nest in it. Yeah.
Yeah, and they tried to nest in the external tank. That's when they started putting the bird scarers on. But I'm thinking they'd have not much luck with Starship. They'd get broken beaks.
Yeah. But that was a really good question. Really good question. Here's one that just like makes feel warm and fuzzy, saying, let's hope that the Vulcans come and visit us and teach us warp drive. Look, if we launch a Starship and the Vulcans appear to teach us the secret of interstellar travel, I don't know what my reaction would be, but it would be a lot more intense than what we're about to see today. Anyway, I appreciated the Star Trek reference. Thank you very much for that. And here's one that we know a lot of people have been wondering, and it's a question. The launch was originally 15 kilometers, and then they lowered it to 12.5. And what we understand is that they did that because up above 13 kilometers or so, the wind profile starts to get unacceptable for this flight. And what they realized is they could lower it down to 12.5 kilometers and still achieve everything they were hoping to do and end up staying below the wind level in the atmosphere that's problematic for them. So that's why we saw that original change from 15 kilometers down to 12.5. And Das, this might actually be one for you or maybe for Jack. I'm not sure who the best one to answer this is, but someone's been Jack, on the camera that you have there. What's that body of water that we see in front of you?
That is the channel. I don't know what the official name of the channel is, but it's basically the channel that goes from the port of Brownsville and surrounding areas out into the Gulf of Mexico. So that area, as far as I know, the channel itself is not closed. It is open, but being on the beach or being on that side of the channel, all the way on the beach side, I believe is within the safety radius. But the channel itself, I believe, is fair game. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. I am not a lawyer.
What is that? J-A-N-A-L? Jack is not a lawyer?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'm just glad the person on the kayak that was out there this morning has vacated, because, someone who's sticking around on that side and refusing to leave, it seems like a recipe for a scrub. And oh God, I said the S word. I'm sorry.
Jack,
I'm sorry.
You know better.
I'd user from channel.
I'd user from channel. Nice.
Yeah. And here's some other good questions from Harry saying, so they are going up to 12.5 kilometers, and that is exactly correct. They are going up to 12.5 kilometers. So they will fire the engines and shut them down when the velocity target reaches a predetermined point where they know they'll coast up to 12.5 kilometers. So it's not a burn of the engines up to 12.5 kilometers or anything like that. It's just a burn and then a coast, belly flop back down, and if all of your aero surfaces and everything work, attempt to reignite your Raptor engine and see what happens. But yeah, 12.5 is the max altitude they'll achieve today, not the powered flight level. And Amanda, I know this is a question a bunch of people probably have as well, saying, can you put up a T- countdown clock? When we get somewhat comfortable with what we're seeing, we might do that. But the thing with this test is that we don't, unless SpaceX blatantly comes out with a tweet and says, this is the time we are targeting, we're assessing that we're about this much time out based on the visual cues that we're getting. So as soon as we know for certain, if SpaceX does give us a concrete, this is what we're headed for, we might put a T0 clock up there just to help everyone out. But until then, that's what we're hoping that the sort of chart to the side shows the progression of where we are right now. But unfortunately, we don't even know a target T0 time, a firm target T0 time. Right now, we can just tell you it looks like from everything we're seeing that it would be progressing to get us to a fire and ignition of those engines around 4:30 p.m. CST, so about 40-ish minutes from now. But that's the best we can do right now. And then another question here, are the flaps absolutely necessary on Starship, or could it land if it didn't have the flaps on it? And I'm pretty sure the answer to that is, based on the way they've designed it, it has to have the flaps for Earth atmospheric flight, but the lunar version of it will not, because there's no atmosphere on the moon that it has to contend with. Is that about right from what everyone else remembers?
I believe so, yeah. I do believe so. And I believe the flaps are part of the stability system to make sure that it stays stable while it's re-entering as well. It's sort of like the skydiver putting its arms back. You've seen a picture of a skydiver, right? So it's a stability sort of thing. But look at this, y'all. We have our two close-in views here. One with Mary out there a safe distance away. And you know something? Look at the air. The air is even more clear now. It looks fantastic. I don't know if that cloud helped us out or what the deal is. And then the robot over there also online. That is the robot at Boca Chica. If you see it moving around, that's Michael Baylor putting it through some paces, testing operator latency to see if we'll be able to make this robot actually track Starship.
Everyone,
don't
please
know.
hope for good signal.
Yeah. Signal.
We have lost it for an hour, and now it's back at under an hour until launch, and I'm going to lose my mind if I have ability to control this camera when it launches.
Yeah. Michael, have it look up real quick. I mean, let's just see what it looks like if you have it pan up a little bit.
Here we go. It's
and
going.
see what we get.
And I can change the speed. I can go faster. It's pretty good right now.
Excellent. I'm watching my latency here on the relay, so we will get a little bit of latency there, but and you can ramp that up and down. Michael actually wrote some custom software to control the robot. Are you driving that with ASDW right now?
It's arrow keys, and then the A is zoom out, the S is slow down, the D is speed up, and the F is zoom in. So
no way.
Lots of fingers on the keys.
For a second, I thought
Michael,
he was
you're a
doing a ski
legend.
launch impression and doing a dive through the mountain.
Way to go.
I wrote this code like 2 days ago, so thank you for the slip, SpaceX.
Thank you for the slip, SpaceX. Chris B, what were you saying? We were running into each other there.
I was looking away and I just looked back and I saw the pan view up and I saw the Starship going down. I thought it was like a sea launch where the failure where it went through the bottom of the actual launch mount. I thought, not again.
Oh, that's right. That is.
And I know Jack's going to be scanning the skies. Jack, people are saying that WB-57's about 10 minutes out. I'm getting some reports
Cool.
here.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing right now, is keeping my eyes open and sort of just looking out for that WB-57. That sweet, sweet Martin Canberra WB-57 action.
Yeah. What a cool plane. Just old school cool plane, you know?
Alrighty, and for those of you who are just joining us, we are hopefully what we think maybe, like 40-ish minutes away from a potential firing here based on some of the activity that we're seeing in and around the tank farm, that WB-57 aircraft coming into the area very soon. Things appear to be going pretty well. Maybe we could go around again and introduce all ourselves so people have an idea of who's talking and everything.
Yeah,
Does that sound
absolutely.
like a plan? Cool. Well, then I will start it off. I am Chris Gephardt. I'm the assistant managing editor of NASASpaceflight. Yeah, we have been here marathon stakeout for Starship today. Joining me right now is our managing editor and founder, Chris Bergen.
I thought I was going to introduce myself by saying I'm the guy who does the tweets. I do the tweets and the strange accent on live streams. There you go. That's my job title.
I love that.
But seriously, I'm in a complete mess. So yeah, I'm going to be stupid for a little bit. But there you go. This is getting worse, guys.
It really is. And this particular camera view that you are looking at is brought to us courtesy of the ever wonderful Mary Boca Chica gal, who is out there at a different angle. I know we've gotten a lot of questions today about what happened with Boca Chica Village. That had to be evacuated for this flight. So Mary was up and out early this morning to abide by that evacuation, and is safely where she is supposed to be for this particular mission. So thank you so much, Mary, for this incredible view. I can't wait to see what we get from it. And also joining us out there with camera gear is the one and only Jack Bayer, who is over on South Padre Island. Is that correct?
I think so. I know he was having some trouble with
There we go.
comm.
Yes.
Also, it's time to change the battery again, Jack. We're going to get you an external power plug.
Yes.
Is what we need to get you. You are flashing battery at us right
Cool.
now.
I have a fully charged battery ready to go. This seems like a good time as any to change it out, and we are looking for that WB-57 right now. All eyes on the sky, but so far no joy yet, as they say. But we'll keep looking, and I'll change this battery out super quick, But before I do, if you want to follow me on Twitter, I am the Jack Buyer. If you want to follow my sort of photo portfolio, I'm Neon Heat Disease on Instagram. And if you want to support what I do directly, I have a Patreon. Just search Jack Buyer. I'm sure it'll pop up. I'm unable to throw a link in chat right now, but various ways to support NASA spaceflight and what we do. And yeah, I'm going to change this battery out.
Good deal, Jack. We'll catch you in a second. Let me know when you're back.
All right, and Das, hello. You are here too. One of our wonderful production people. Who I mean, and you've been working on this for months, getting everything ready for this event, haven't you?
Oh, it's absolutely true. I mean, this goes all the way back to the Bluebird streams. If you remember when I was playing around with the Bluebird streams, some of the tech that I was working on with the birdhouse in my backyard is literally stuff that we're using right here. But I've been streaming for a long time. I did, what, 5-6 years almost over on Twitch. And then a couple years ago, we met up at a launch and said, hey, NASA Spaceflight goes to all these launches. I love to do live streams and STEM outreach and share this sort of stuff with people. Let's work together. And I mean, here we are today, Starship SN8 hopping, and we've got some fantastic video feeds coming out of there. My real name, I'm John Galloway over here is my real name. And then over on Twitch, I have this wacky name, Das, that I go by. You know, don't dox yourself. But as it turns out, NASA doesn't issue press passes to people with made-up names. They don't like that. So had to start using the real name there on this.
And then Kennedy Space Center sent me an email saying, John Galloway has applied for NASA Spaceflight. Is he a part of your crew? I'm going, who's this John Galloway? Oh, you mean Daz?
Somebody trying to use our name to get a pass? What? It's like, no, it's Das.
Who's this imposter?
Hey, I'm doing my tasks. I'm doing my tasks.
And Das, there's actually a question someone's asking you right now that's on screen there. Do you have the telestrations pulled up for the Starship lean indicator in case it lands?
I will spool up those auxiliary feeds if it lands. So sort of focusing on the live feeds, I can absolutely bring up the Starship lean indicator, I guarantee you.
There we go. There we go. And Michael Baylor, are you on comms?
Yes, I am. I can talk for a second. I'm busy, but I can talk for a second.
Awesome. Yes. No. Just we're just going around reintroducing all of ourselves and everything. I just wanted to make sure you were on comms before we got everything up.
I don't know if I'm more stressed about the launch or properly tracking the launch right now, but I really want the track to work. It's going to be super hard though. You just cannot replicate being in the field. So I have a lot of things to fight.
Well, we will let you go focus on that because that will be very important and everything. But yes, Michael Baylor rounding out our team who is oh no, I'm sorry, Tyler, who I do not see on comms anymore, but Tyler Gray is also there for us as well and communicating in our back channel. He's not on comms right now, but he is also there for NASA Spaceflight. And everything. So yes, so that is our team deployed around Boca Chica and across the world too. I know I'm in Florida, and Chris, you're in another country.
Yeah.
10 guesses which one. But
the motherland.
Hey, break! We've got eyes on the WB-57. I am currently panning my camera to acquire.
All right, good deal. I'll pull your feet off your camera. Let's see if we can get this here. Jack is very excited about the WB-57.
There it is. There it is.
Stand by, Jack. We're getting your signal. There you go. That's the WB-57. Wow. That's that observation plane. Good catch, Jack. Jack has been waiting for this thing to come over, watching all the flight apps and stuff like that so you can see what it is, what's flying where. And that is that WB-57, that old school observation plane, super high altitude capability in there, fantastic cameras on board. A lot of times NASA will fly this plane past a like a re-entry. I know they did it for the Dragon capsules when they were coming back down, but this plane is able to get this fantastic long-range imagery. I know it's got IR cameras on it, it's got visible cameras. A lot of times, go ahead, Jack, you talk about it.
So I'm hearing, based on crowd around me right now, people looking at FlightAware and whatnot, that this WB-57 is currently at 41,000 feet. And if you might remember your metric to imperial conversion, 12.5 kilometers works out to about exactly 41,000 feet. So, this is about as high as we would expect Starship to go.
Wow. That's going to be up there. That's going to be a sight to see when Starship does this flight. I almost said hop.
I'm officially shaking. I'm trying really hard. You might be seeing me shake the camera a little bit. I apologize. I am involuntarily shaking at this point from excitement.
Jack, you're a consummate professional because that track looks absolutely fantastic right now. Well done, man.
Good practice for the launch.
It is. It is good practice for the launch. Again,
Good
y'all,
test.
why are we so excited? That little teeny tiny plane with a little contrail up there, that's that NASA WB-57, the observation plane that they sometimes use to look at things. And even though this isn't a NASA launch specifically, Starship is part of the future of maybe NASA's moon program, trying to get supplies and establish elements out at the moon. So it looks like NASA has sent down this plane to see if it can see if Starship SN8 can reach the altitude that this plane is at right now. Look at Mary's shot, y'all. Look at this. The haze is so much cleared up. That is not even proper English, but I'm gonna roll with it. It's not as hazy as it was before. Wavy, the heat, whatever you want to call it. And look at this. Off the BCV bot. This is the broadcast feed coming off the uncrewed robot. It's well inside the danger zone, but that is Starship SN8 from about 1.5, 1.6 miles away. This is the robot that Michael is going to try to control remotely and track the launch. And Michael, we may need to do a rundown of focus and exposure and stuff like that on that one. It looks like it may be a little fuzzy, if you could check that for us. And Jack's getting the turn of the WB-57 here.
I'm so happy right now.
That's the cool. Can you mark this off your list?
Yep. It's not a great shot of it, but I'll take it.
Oh man, whatever. Of course, we would expect this thing to sort of loiter in the area. It's not just going to fly past. It may actually do some circles up there in the sky as it waits for Starship to launch. So there are so many excited things going on here, y'all. I don't know. I figure some people may get into this YouTube stream and be like, oh, what the heck is wrong with these people? Are you kidding me? But this is the type of stuff we get excited about. Look at this. You see on Starship right there? See about the middle of Starship, the left-hand side of Starship, right about the middle. Make sure you got your resolution up to 1080 so that you can see this. But you see the two white dots? If I'm not mistaken, crew, correct me if I'm wrong, those are the demo charges. In case something goes wrong, they can actually blow Starship in half and let it fall out of the sky. Is that what those are, like, confirmed?
Yeah, they're the flight termination system.
The flight termination system on the side of that. And you can see it on Mary's camera here. I can't tell you that I've ever looked at a rocket and been able to see the flight termination system strapped to the side of the thing.
No, normally it's internal as well, isn't it? It's a naked rocket, as we should say. A lot of externals on it, but the flight termination system is probably one of the biggest key factors to the FAA allowing this launch to proceed. The ability, if it goes off course in a very bad way, they can just literally snap it in half and it'll fall out of the sky.
Yeah, God, this is just, I mean, I'm excited. I know I don't stop talking. Y'all know me. But this is getting more and more exciting. We've passed 4:06 p.m. Their window ends at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. They have to get this thing back down on the ground because that's when the safety zones expire, when they say, hey, no boats go in this area, no planes can fly over, etc., etc. They have to get that thing launched before then. So I bet you the SpaceX teams are checking everything off the checklist here to see if they're going to get Starship SN8 flying today. We'll see.
And visually, what's the next thing we're looking for here at the tank farm and everything to know that we're getting into prop load?
So the next big thing we want to see is venting activity from Starship itself.
Train?
We want to see those bottom ports
What, a train
start to
or something?
vent. Wait, a train?
Is there even tracks around here?
What? Jack, hot mic if you're talking about a train there.
Sorry?
It's all good, man. A train? There's a port up there. But so the next thing we're looking for is some significant venting from the vehicle itself to let us know that they have started to put that methane, that liquid methane and that liquid oxygen into the vehicle. We'll start to see it coming out. Down on the bottom of the vehicle is the oxygen tank, and up top middle is the methane tank, and there's various ports and vents and stuff that'll start venting, letting us know that there's liquids flowing through it, and then we'll also see some condensation. That Starship is going to get super cold. In order to keep liquid methane and liquid oxygen in their liquid state, you got to pressurize them or keep them very cold, and what they do here is they have these cryogenic liquids, they're called, and they will actually make the outside of the Starship super cold. There's no tanks. It's not like your car where there's a fuel tank inside and there's the body of the car. And those are two separate things. That's not how Starship works. How Starship works, the stainless steel that you see on the side there is actually also the fuel tank. Right on the other side of that super thin stainless steel is where the liquid oxygen or the liquid methane will be. And so the skin of Starship gets really cold, and down there in South Texas, it's really humid, and you start to get this interaction between the atmosphere and the side of the rocket, and you'll start to see these sort of cascades of vapors forming down the side, not unlike if you have a really cold beverage, right? You have a glass and you have some ice in it, you put some water in it, and it's humid outside. You start to get sweat on the outside of the glass as the atmospheric humidity actually condenses on that colder glass. We'll see the same thing here. Trick is, Starship gets so cold, it's actually going to freeze that into ice, and we'll see ice start to form on the side of Starship. So, Chris, that's what we're looking up next. A little long-winded on the response, but you know me. Whew. Okay, we've given up on super. We've given up on super chats. I don't think there's anything we can do about the super chats.
Yo, I've still got the WB. It's almost flying directly over us right now.
Whoa, Jack! Look at this, y'all. I think you're a little bit off to one side, but you can almost start to resolve that cool body shape.
Look at that.
You just got it barely on the left-hand side of your screen there. You may have a slight misalignment between your two cameras. But if you frame so that WB's on the right-hand side of your objective lens, you'll probably get that in view a little bit more for us. There you go. Perfect. Bang. Look at that, y'all. What a bunch of nerds. We're an absolute...
Doss,
unrequited.
Can you go back full screen to Starship for a second?
Absolutely.
Just trying to see if it's a lighting angle or... Might be a lighting angle. I swear I am seeing something on the bottom left fin, right about where it starts to hook, like turn back in toward the main body. If you go over to the main body of Starship, I swear I see something puffing around in that little corner there, but might be a trick of the light.
Stand by, Chris. Let's get a different angle here and see if we can see from a different angle.
And that proves it's a trick of the light. Okay.
Something
There
like
you
that.
go.
Maybe. No. There is vapor coming from Starship.
On the bottom right?
Just a dead center, about equal to where the fins start to hook back in toward the main body, but on the on those pressurization lines and everything.
Yeah, I just updated it to propellant loading. I think that's pretty clear. Just to the right of that white pipe on the bottom of the launch stage.
Yep.
Hey, I'm going to unplug my stream camera really quick so I can realign them and make sure we're still in alignment.
Copy, Jack. Sounds good. Wow. This is cool. This is too cool. All right, so 4:11 now. Again, window closes at 5. Still seeing good signs. I'm wondering if we're not even seeing the GSE start to ice up down there. I'd have to do an A/B test, and I'm not quite set up for that. But I'm wondering what we're seeing here.
That view from area is so cool.
Yeah, it is. It really
Totally
is.
unique angle.
It really is. It's gorgeous. So if they are propellant loading, what would that put them, like, what, half-ish hour if everything goes to plan?
Yeah,
Anybody got
probably.
the
You can
spreadsheet?
actually, Doss, if we go to the other angle, you can just frost forming. You can actually see it on areas too. But yeah, the liquid oxygen tank has frost forming on it now, which is a great sign.
Oh, you're right.
Excellent.
All right, y'all. You see the flaps on the bottom, right? You see the flaps on the bottom. I want you to look about halfway up those flaps. Do you see how the flaps sort of have a triangle at the top of them? Look at the main body of Starship right where those triangles on the flaps end. And you can see a little white line starting to form. If we're not mistaken, that's ice. Just like I was saying earlier, that humid South Texas atmosphere, that super cold cryogenic liquid, that would be liquid oxygen in the bottom tank. And you start to see a little bit of a color change on the bottom of Starship. If we're reading this right, that is ice starting to form, literally freezing the humidity out of the atmosphere onto the side of Starship. You'll see a lot more. Hey, if you don't see it right now, you will see a lot more of ice on Starship before it's go time. But all of these things, absolutely, positively, good signs that we are tracking towards, I don't want to say it, tracking towards a flight today. I'm going to say it anyways. Chat, be positive with me. Be positive with me.
Yes, and for those of you wondering, we keep talking about LOX, liquid oxygen. The liquid oxygen that they are using as the oxidizer to the methane propellant here is abbreviated LOX. So the jargon that's used in the spaceflight community is LOX in that regard. It's not something you want to put on a bagel in this regard.
Now I want a lox bagel, darn it, Chris.
You're welcome, Jack.
You should have my feedback now.
Whew. Can y'all hear me frantically typing in the background? Like sometimes I don't want to say stuff out loud. I've got so many screens and monitors around me, and I'm watching the incoming bitrate off Mary's solo, and I'm watching the incoming bitrate off the hotel robot. I'm watching bitrate off Jack's remote. I'm watching the uplink from the robot that we've got on the screen right now, and I'm trying to make some decisions here based on what I'm observing. But y'all, this is an awful lot of fun. I'm just gonna, I have to get a neck massage or something after I am done looking at all these monitors here. Jeez, y'all see the ice now? It's getting more and more obvious there on the bottom of Starship. I'm pretty busy right now. I am pretty busy, Dap dude.
And we were noting earlier, much earlier in the day, maybe 8 hours ago now, this is also today, December 8th, is the 10th anniversary of the first launch of the first cargo Dragon on the original version of the Falcon 9. 10 years ago, it was a 3.5-hour orbital test flight that did not go to the space station. But that first major milestone for SpaceX was achieved exactly 10 years ago today.
I'm just batting the cycle on the robots here, y'all.
It's interesting how that works, though, the way that SpaceX tends to hit. I just want to thank Future Martian. He's a long time and YouTube channel. He says it's happening.gif, and he did $100 with that.
$100.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Jeez.
Okay,
oh, wow.
Apparently chat is telling us, I have to verify this, but the SpaceX streams is 4:30, which means we're probably looking at about a 4:40 launch time. So
Yep, 7:30 is exactly when they say, yep.
I'm going to give us an estimated T-minus clock now of 4:40 p.m. Central Time.
Oh, it says, no, it actually says targeting liftoff approximately 4:30.
Oh, it does in the description.
Oh,
okay.
wow.
It does, actually, yes.
Interesting. That's 15 minutes from now.
Oop.
That is 15 minutes from now, but that does not match what we've been seeing, is it? Now, to be fair, they do say approximately that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to say because there's like built-in holds and whatnot. I think what we'll do is everybody just heard that, so SpaceX is about 4:30. So until we get a definitive number without and about, we will leave our clock on Central Time, and if we get a number, I will switch it over to T-minus.
Yeah, I'm still inclined to say we're closer to 4:40 though,
Yeah,
just based on the timing of things that we've seen.
Yeah, based on the wet dress rehearsals we've seen, that ice should get pretty high up, and right now it's only at the bottom.
Right. I'm just running through my checklist trying to look at every single thing I can. I mean, you get to the point where either the signal holds or the signal doesn't hold, and we've tried to field enough cameras out there in enough different situations, actually physically displaced from each other as well, hoping to talk to different cell phone towers on different networks. We are pretty reliant on that cellular signal, so I am hoping that everything holds right now. But you know something?
Speaking of,
go ahead.
Small message for you in back channel.
Small message for me in back channel. Copy. Oh, the back channel. I gotcha. Go ahead, Jack. You're good for that test.
Well, we're getting closer and closer. This is where we all start doing our particular job here. So I will be literally going off until after the launch now, because I've got to get ready for the news article update and everything like that on the site side. I can't speak, so I'll be no use anyway, so I'm best getting off. But hopefully, by the time you actually hear me on this stream, we'll be seeing a successful test launch, and even if that means Starship SN8 doesn't make it back, they got some good data from what did achieve. So, all the best, everybody. No nerves.
Oh, the weather's not up there anymore. I was hoping the weather display was still up there. Jack, I was trying to hide your shame with the weather display. Y'all, there we go. God, that would be close. Jack, run your test again. Run your test again. Let's see if the weather display actually hides it. But you know something? I think you should do that anyways. I don't care if it displays that on the screen or not.
Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be 1080. I can't do 4K and stream at the same time, but here's what it is.
There, Michael. Can you remove the weather display real quick, please? I know we probably don't want that on for launch. Oh, come on. This is clean HDMI out? This is your definition of clean HDMI out? Really?
Hey, I did significant research to figure out, what's a good stream cam? What's a good stream cam? Clean HDMI out. And supposedly this is it. So maybe I have a setting wrong somewhere, but yeah, this is what we got. Thankfully, the weather display will cover all mistakes.
Well, the weather display will not be on for launch, Jack. I'm sorry.
Yeah. You know something?
So be it.
I think I'm okay with it. Jack, dude, you get that local footage just in case we get a drop. I would love to have that local copy.
Yeah,
so
just do it, Jack. Chat will understand.
NSF Livestream Control says you're clear to record during the event.
Copy all. Thank you.
All right. Remember, I don't know if anybody's ever seen my Falcon Heavy video from that first Falcon Heavy launch. Me and my buddy EJ were out there watching it, and there was a Bluetooth symbol that appeared on the clean output of the camera in the entire time. This other little Bluetooth symbol blinking on the side. God. Oh, that happened at Sierra 16. I don't even, that's happened more than one time, I guess, but it's like, whatever, you know what it means. We'll just roll with it. Oh. Y'all, again, this fantastic view we have from this angle. We usually don't see Starship from this angle. This is Mary, Boca Chica gal. She is over at a location we usually don't stream from. But this is a different view that we haven't seen before. And actually, just to the right of the camera here, you can also see the landing zone. I believe that's the beginning of the concrete for the landing. Hopefully it may be like the pad around it or something, but Mary is going to have a fantastic side view of both the takeoff and, I'm going to be optimistic, the landing when Starship SN8 comes down again. We know it's going to come down. We know it's going to come. It's definitely going to come down.
Yes, it will arrive back down on the ground. The question is just how.
We'll see. We, of course, have Jack's view over this way. We were just on that when we were doing that recording test, but another angle. This from South Padre looking down south. In the background is going to be Mexico. And hey, Bobinski, thanks for the $100. $99.99 says, consider this your early Christmas present. I just noticed that was on the bottom of the stream, and I'm okay with it. We appreciate the support there, Bobinski. Let's go check in with BCV Bot, and the BCV Bot is online, getting good video there.
I'm clearing out my memory card so I have all the space necessary to capture all the pictures I might. Everybody, cross your fingers it doesn't launch in the next 8 minutes. I think we're safe.
I think we're safe. There needs to be a lot more ice on it. Look, actually, I didn't see this before.
But that ring is getting bigger.
And Chris, look up above it. You can see the condensation shape as well.
Yep, you sure can.
You see the darker region just above the fins there, y'all? The bottom fins, where they attach to the body, there's a little bit of a darker stainless steel region just above. That's going to be starting to turn into ice. That's actually that humidity condensing on the outside, that stainless steel skin of Starship. That is what you can see there, and pretty soon that will start to turn to ice. We've seen that shape in that exact position before. That's fantastic. And let's check in. This actually becomes a little bit of a sunset camera. Way back there, is the flag waving? Yeah, okay, there's a bird flying. Good, this camera's live.
Oh, hey guys, just real quick. I think 440 is a good estimate. The SpaceX webcast is now saying it will go live in 6.5 minutes, which would be 4:30.
Tri-vent!
Yep, the tri-vent is on.
And what is that normally, like 15 minutes before liftoff or something?
I believe so. I don't have the spreadsheet in front of me.
Like 12 to 15, somewhere in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is looking really good, folks.
Wow. I mean, look at those vents actually cascading out of the side. We call it the tri-vent because there's 3 of them. I mean, not rocket science, again, our naming convention there. But you see those vents sort of cascading down. That's an indication that they're not really a high pressure vents right now. They're not coming out of the side like a cartoon steam coming out of somebody's ears. They're sort of just bubbling over off the side. That is something that we normally see as they move forward in the count. And look, up at the top, are we getting...
really quickly, a message from your control center.
Okay, gotcha. I'm trying to figure out if that's a condensation ring on the top as well. And I will check that.
And I think we have someone else joining us for commentary here after Chris had to step off. Ian, you are joining us, correct?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Ooh, barely. Say that again?
How about this? A little better?
Yeah, audio's really rough there, Ian. We've got some serious robot mode.
Is this a little bit better, maybe?
Yeah, see if you can't reconnect to Discord and check your mic settings to make sure you're on the right setting, because right now we can barely understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
All right, but for all of you, for everyone watching, thank you so much. We understand we're probably 12 to 15 minutes-ish away from an anticipated liftoff here of Starship SN8. Based on what we've been seeing, we're thinking somewhere around 4:40 right now. With SpaceX's webcast saying they'll be live in about 3.5 minutes, and we know they'd like to go live a few minutes beforehand. So definitely appears to be headed in the correct direction. You can see Starship is venting. This has been a culmination of a long day of testing objectives, but there's also a NASA WB-57 high altitude chase plane over Boca Chica and waiting to get some high altitude footage of this test flight again, which we do understand to be coming up here momentarily, probably, probably 10-ish minutes away. We'll see what SpaceX has to say here when they go live, and they'll probably tweet again. I would imagine. So we'll wait to see what they have to say. But yes, it's been an incredible journey today to get to this point. Yeah, and do my eyes deceive me, guys, or am I starting to see a frost ring forming at the header tank up there?
That's what I was thinking. The header tank getting a little bit of a frost ring, at least condensation, and you can see in the middle some of that ice starting to change colors. It's not dark anymore. It's actually starting to get a little bit lighter colored. So
yeah, exactly what we saw the other day when they were fueling. But yes, indeed. So, so a little bit.
And
of
Mary is reporting in Discord that she just heard a siren.
Yeah, she heard a police siren.
Oh, so that would be 10 minutes, right?
Usually they do a police siren 10 minutes in advance, and that's interesting. We weren't expecting to hear a siren because there's not supposed to be anybody around there to hear it. So we'll have to see what that means.
That's incredible. So yeah, just to prep everyone for what we are about to see, remember this is a test of Starship. We're not. The plan is for it to lift off, fire its 3 Raptor engines to reach a velocity where it can then shut down those engines and coast up to 12.5 kilometers in altitude before orienting itself for the skydiver belly flop maneuver to test out those aerodynamic fins on the side of the vehicle. You can see them right there. And then relight its Raptor engine, perform a reorientation maneuver, and land on the landing pad right next to the launch pad. That is what is planned, and we will see how far we get into all of those objectives here today. That is why there is a large exclusion zone for both land, sea, and air. For those of you who are joining us, my name is Chris Gebhardt. I am the assistant managing editor of NASA Spaceflight. I'll be one of the people talking and bringing you through what we expect to be a very exciting test campaign, or at least hope will be a very exciting test campaign. And I will also be joined by my colleague, Ian Atkinson. Ian, are you here?
I believe I am. Audio good now?
There we go.
Very
good.
Wires, and I think I had a bad connection there, but should be good now. How are y'all doing?
Doing well. How about
Pretty
yourself?
good.
Very excited. I'm shaking a little, to be honest, but this is something else going on right here. I am very. This is. Yeah, I don't even have any words to describe this. So we've been waiting so long for this from Starship Mark 1. That was the one that was supposed to be doing this kind of hop. And of course, we all know what happened with that one. And now the rest of Mark 1's being scrapped. But the day's finally possibly come. And it's terrifying and exciting.
And SpaceX just went live. 4 minutes 30 seconds. 4 minutes 30 seconds.
Really?
Yes.
That's the T-minus?
Yes, T-minus 4 minutes 20 seconds now.
Oh geez, there's like a lot of...
Oh my goodness, when are they headed for? Oh my goodness. Wow, okay, so clocks need to be reconfigured. It looks like they're headed for a liftoff time at 4:34. Or no, 4:35, sorry. 4:35 appears to be the liftoff time.
All right, y'all, again, we are minutes away from a potential flight, the first flight of Starship SN8, SpaceX's Starship prototype. This is the first time it would fly with all of its fins and the forward nose cone section, actually where the cargo goes. They're expecting to send this up to 12.5 kilometers in height.
Yes,
so
indeed.
This is going to be a
3 minutes 30 seconds. Sorry, Das, I'm just going to keep us updated on the time here. Yeah.
And we're gonna leave our time on Central Time just because there's no way for us to perfectly sync it with SpaceX's official time. But again, we're about 4 minutes or 3 minutes and 30 seconds from launch.
Yep. I will tell you real quick, the cameras here may not all be exactly synchronized with each other. We will do the best that we possibly can, and I am trying as fast as I can to get this feed, but I don't know if I'm going to get it in time. We may just be on our cameras, y'all.
All right, and we are 2 minutes 50 seconds now, and counting according to the SpaceX clock. And now that assumes the two streams are aligned properly, but that's what their stream is currently showing. Oh, and we have held at T minus. Oh no, never mind. Just a slight hiccup. Still counting. 2 minutes 30 seconds and counting.
And there might be built-in holds. So if there is a hold, nobody freak out. There's probably built-in holds.
Yep, and I remember we saw those on Starhopper. I believe that was with the the 150 meter flight. They had a hold in for a little bit right near the near T0.
You can see the frost on the header tank too now.
Yeah, you can.
Yep. All right, approaching the T minus 2 minute mark. And we are 2 minutes and counting on the SpaceX stream.
The nerves are really getting real here. This is getting really exciting. I know I keep saying it over and over, but man, we've come so long to get to here.
We have.
With all the design changes, and I remember all the memes when they changed the ITS design, the 12-meter tanks to 9 meters, and everyone's like, "Oh, the size is going down. It's gonna be 6 meters next year now." And it's like they were throwing designs around like crazy, and now they've got an all-up prototype sitting on the launch pad here, and they've come so fast too for a vehicle of this size.
They really, really have. We are at 1 minute 15 seconds and counting.
And Chris, remember, we don't know their delay, so counting down may not really work for us here. Counting down.
Right. No. I've been saying that. Yeah, that's what their feed just said. We passed a minute, but that's assuming the syncs are correct. So we'll generalize our updates for what that is. But yep.
Yeah, we've got some top venting on Starship there. A big thing that we usually see is that big vent that comes out of the side. The tri-vents really kick up. Look at all the vents out of the top. Oh my gosh.
All right, here we go. They say we're 30 seconds away and counting on the SpaceX feed. Things are retracting away.
Again, y'all, our cameras might not even be completely synchronized here. Just not much that we'll be able to do about that, but we're going to watch what happens.
All right, on their stream, they're holding at T minus 13 seconds. And it's resumed from 13 seconds, T minus 10 seconds and counting on their stream.
All right, here we go, y'all.
Abort. A Raptor abort. A Raptor abort occurred. So they went to ignite the engines, but we had an abort by the Raptors.
It looks like the engines did spin up there, but ignition did not occur. And it looks like the pre-burners did not either, but that's just speculation on my part.
For the record, the countdown stopped at T minus 1.3 seconds.
1.3 seconds. So an auto abort there where the rocket decided something I don't like, I'm not going to go. You think so?
Exactly what it sounds like. Yeah, the call out over the director's net was Raptor abort.
Raptor abort. Gotcha. Gosh. At 4:36, y'all, the current time. We knew that this was a possibility. We certainly knew that this was a possibility. And they are not going to launch it if it's not ready to go. Everything has to be dotted and crossed and ready. All the sensors and all the lights need to be green, and you don't go if the engines don't think they're happy. And it looks like today, with the window closing in 14 minutes, on the Raptor abort, we better get some rest tonight.
Hey y'all, checking in. Definitely looked like an abort from my perspective. I don't know what you guys have been saying. I've been off comms, but it looked like we saw that characteristic vent, a rapid vent from one of those lower tri-vents, but the engines did not start. That's what I saw. What's going on?
The Raptors aborted, Jack.
Copy you. Thank you.
Whew. Wow. How does everybody feel?
Both relieved and still nervous, because it was like when the engines ignited, my heart just was about to explode, but now it's starting to calm down now. And it was a good dress rehearsal for the actual launch, so my heart won't actually explode.
Gosh.
Oh my goodness.
There's a lot of F's in chat, y'all. If you're watching and you don't know what the
1.3 seconds.
Yeah.
1.3 seconds.
If you're watching and you don't understand all the F's in chat, it's a video game joke, a video game reference. But that's the thing. When something doesn't work and you need to pay your respects to it, sometimes you have to press F in chat. So chat is going to be absolutely worthless for a couple minutes. Just let it wash over you. Just let it go. Don't complain. I wouldn't see it if you complained in chat anyways. But that is an abort.
And it's fun here in the mod view of chat, all the messages being held for review because it's classing F as spam. So you can't even see the full chat, it's just for this message is held for review.
Love it. Well, folks, this is why we always say, remember, it's a test. Oh, man, a hard day's work for so many people, and it ended at T-minus 1.3 seconds with a Raptor abort. We're going to watch to see what that countdown clock does. SpaceX is still live. They haven't shut off their stream just yet.
Right.
So certainly don't go anywhere. Is what I'd say. I agree based on the timing constraints they've got. It would have to be something they could resolve. And they just said standing down for today. So
standing down for today.
Yeah.
So official word from the SpaceX live stream that they spooled up. Of course, if anybody knew what was going on, it'd be SpaceX standing down. It actually says it on the stream. Raptor abort, standing down for the day. Wow.
Oh, so close. So close.
And I suppose such good control over this robot. Disappointing, but it's how it goes.
What was that? Say that again?
I was saying I had very good control over the robot.
Michael, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened, but everything sort of fell into place 40 minutes beforehand.
It seemed like all the stars were aligned.
Yeah. I mean, we had Mary's feed was looking absolutely fantastic. This would have been a gorgeous shot to see. Jack's feed was nice and stable over there from South Padre Island. We were getting good bits on Jack. Looking back over to the South Padre Island, this is actually the zoom from 6 miles away. That broadcast PTZ camera up on the top of the, not the top, up on a high floor of a hotel over there. That was ready to go. And, what was it? Or is it frozen? Anyways, whatever.
There it goes.
There you go. Okay, it picked it back up. It just took a second.
I'm not even mad. Like, I'm not grumpy that it didn't go. I'm not salty or anything. It'll go when it's ready. And as people file out of Isla Blanca right now, the crowds are starting to wane as everyone leaves. You know what? It didn't mess up, and that's a win just for today. And you know what? I can wait another day to see this thing fly. I mean, we got a good, we're talking about right now, we got a good dry run for our own systems, and I got a nice little WB-57 action. I mean, I'm still riding that. I feel great about that. So I'm a happy guy, even though it didn't go today, even though they're standing down. I mean, it's definitely no circumstance to be grumpy or mad. You know, they didn't nuke the tank farm, or they didn't roast the launch pad. So SN8 is still there and ready to try again tomorrow, or whatever the next attempt will be.
Yeah, and I got a thing real quick, Jack. Let's see here if I can bring this up real quick. Is that going to give me the picture? Show me the picture. Yes, folks. I'm going to have to accept the cookies here real quick. Don't move the robot camera if you could, Michael. Leave it back over on the side if you could.
I got it.
Because I've got a thing. Unfortunately, I was hoping we weren't going to have to do this.
I know what you're going to do.
Really hoping we weren't going to have to do this. But the Eat, Sleep, Scrub, Repeat shirts on our store. Unfortunately, we are prepared for this eventuality on our merch store. We do, I should hit interact with this so I can clean this up. But we do have some merch that is very fitting for the way that people feel when this happens. Believe me, we've been chasing rockets for a long time, except that. Let's zoom in. Yeah, there we go. Eat, sleep, scrub, repeat. International shipping on the merch store right there. Unfortunately, apparently not enough of us were snarkily wearing this shirt today, and that caused Starship to go into a Raptor abort. The Raptor's engines deciding they would not be going to 12.5 kilometers today. But that one, after we suffered through Scrub Timber and then Scrub Tober and no launch November, we had to put that up in the store. You know, the meme or the shirt or whatever it is. But we'll get a link in that to chat if anybody wants to grab one of those Eat, Sleep, Scrub, Repeat shirts. You know how it feels now. This is what happens. Like we said, what's the saying, right? You'd rather be on the ground wishing you were flying than flying wishing you were on the ground. And today those Raptor engines decided they were staying on the ground. But I think we will get information. What do our backup days look like here, y'all, in terms of SpaceX's capability to recycle this?
I believe we have TFRs for the next 2 days. I could be wrong on that, though.
Yes, you're correct. Next 2 days, same time. So TFR is activated at 8 a.m. Central Time, and the actual launch window opens at 9 a.m. Central Time and lasts until 5 p.m. Central Time. So we're not sure if it's going to be tomorrow or Wednesday for the next attempt, but as soon as we find out, we'll let you know on Twitter.
Yeah. You think we'll get an official thing from SpaceX? Do you think they'll say, you know, pushing to tomorrow, or they just have openings tomorrow and same bat time, same bat channel, or what?
Yeah, I'm not sure. All they've tweeted just now is Raptor auto abort at T-minus 1 second. So that's basically what we already knew. No new date yet.
Look, this looks like a tour boat, and the tour boat is heading in as well. I think this might have been that boat we saw out there at the end of the jetties. But looks like they are deciding they will not be getting a launch today. Well, not deciding. They're accepting the fact, the immutable fact that they will not be getting a launch today, and they are heading back in. Oh, wow, y'all. I mean, this is the sort of thing you got to sort of spool down slowly on. You know what I mean? This isn't like, well, it didn't launch, shut down the stream. What do we want to do here? Like, what is our plan, our live stream plan?
I don't know what our live stream plan is. Chris's plan is I'm starving, so I have to think of something for food. But yeah, I don't know. What do we want to do?
You know, I mean, we've got the robots deployed, we've got the data and stuff like that. I hate to shut it down while we still have views. We could certainly, Jack, hot mic.
Speaking of data.
Oh, hey. There we go.
I just posted my shots of abort, so I'm going to throw this into our back channel.
Excellent. I'll get those and I'll forward those onto chat for you, Jack. But I mean, we do have the robotic cameras online, and we would probably use most of the feed off the long-range camera. Personally, I don't mind leaving this up. If y'all want to stay around till sundown, that is going to be happening in just about 45 minutes. Probably losing the light an hour.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. Why don't we go through sunset?
Yeah.
And, because we still have questions that I know people have asked us that are all backed up.
Oh yeah, well, Chris, I was just gonna say, you know, if we need to go, we spool up the ambient and we just turn it into a chill stream so we can all sort of get this out of our system. But if you want to answer some more questions, absolutely can do that as well. I was trying to get you some food.
Oh, that too. I was more going like, hey, Ian, you just joined.
Oh wow, throw me under the bus like that.
The rest of us have been sitting here for 10 hours, and then
I'll see you guys later.
5 minutes, Ian joins like, hey guys, I'm here.
Well,
so guess what?
You were doing stuff for. There we go. I was gonna say you were doing schoolwork, weren't you? Because it's the end of your semester, right?
Yeah. Yep.
As if that's an excuse. Jeez. So Ian, you have about 5,000 super chats to read, and the queue has about 200 questions in it. Go ahead. You have 45 minutes.
I'll see you guys later. Thanks for letting me in. See ya.
Oh, I mean, hey, no, I mean, I should probably go read the back channel in case somebody's like waving DOS off, like DOS, don't do that. No. But I'm perfectly okay managing the stream. Oh, here's Jack's. Here we go. Copy link. This is Jack's photos of the abort that happened. I'm going to put those into chat right there. And let me see if we can't back off to the SPI cam. I do want to cut the camera operators loose and hop back over to something a little bit more long range. We have the village robot, and then we have the long range robot here. Whoa, bird tearing
Did
the
you see
landscape.
what that pixelation did as that made that bird look like it was running?
So
quick, look for the coyote, look for the coyote.
The coyote. Let's see. Hey Brady, I don't know if you can hear me. Can we back this off to mid-range, if you could? And I think we are going to cut our, what did we say earlier, meatbag camera operators? Our human camera operators have been out there standing by. Look at that. It's like voice-activated camera operation. I like it in the blue water and the trees and stuff like that. It's nice. And we can also swap over to the village robot some. But let me go ahead and I'll link up with Jack and Mary and let them know that they are clear to pack it up and go offline on those cameras. Oh, there you go, Jack. Hey, just so you know, whenever you want to stop, just be like, stop. You're clear to shut down your feed there, Jack. And same thing for Mary.
I'm hanging out for a little bit. I will start packing up some things, but I'm going to leave my feed running just for a little bit because there is an insane amount of people, as you might be able to hear, currently leaving. So I think we're just going to hang out and let traffic dissipate a little bit, but good to know we can wrap up shortly here.
Sounds good, Jack.
Alrighty, are we good to answer some questions here?
Yeah, actually. So I was giving you a hard time, Ian, but if you want to,
you're good. Alrighty, I'm looking back here in the queue. We got some from a little while ago. Chat's a bit of a fun time right now, so I'm just going to read from the older queue here. We got a good question here from they're asking from HPV asking why risk landing SN8 so close to launch assets, and that is a good question. So the landing pad is very close to the launch pad. It's very close to the tank farm, very close to all the other infrastructure they have at the launch site. But that is a good question. Why do they land it so close, and why do they risk all that by landing it so close? And so the reason is really probably just to keep everything close together. They really only have the launch pad property down there. They don't have much other in that area, much other property that they can use. So they're just going to keep everything close together, at least for right now. And then maybe as they expand out, move things around. But right now the launch complex is in like a testing configuration as they prototype things along. And even as we saw, if something does blow up on the launch pad, like we saw with SN4, knock on wood, they can rebuild really quickly and they can get back into action. So it's really not much of a risk. And another question here from Lucas from 2 hours ago asking, what is harder, landing a Falcon 9 on a drone ship or the belly flop maneuver? And I'd say right now, definitely the belly flop maneuver, because you're working with wings, you're working with completely changing the direction of flight with the vehicle, changing the orientation, and using engines to change the orientation as you go along. So it's definitely harder to do the belly flop because you're working with so much more compared with the Falcon 9, where you only have the grid fins, the RCS, and you're using the engines just to land. Alrighty. And another question here from Ray asking, how tall is SN8? So SN8 is the full height of a Starship, at least of the current design. And that is approximately 50 to 55 meters. I don't believe we have like a true number on the actual height of SN8. They have changed the height of Starship around a little bit here and there in the designs. I'm not sure about the prototypes, but it is around 50 to 55 meters last we heard.
And y'all, really, Ian, just real quick, I'll explain what's going on. It is a scrub. We've updated the overlay to show that it is a scrub, official scrub. Starship not flying today, not trying to lead anybody on, saying, oh, well, there's still a chance. There is not a chance that Starship SN8 will take off. That's straight from SpaceX on their live stream, standing down for the day. But over the course of this, we got so many great questions. We are so excited about what we were doing and all the things going on with Starship. And we just wanted to run out some of the questions in the queue. So we might not get to too many new questions here, but we do have an awful lot of really good questions that were asked. And Ian Atkinson here is actually answering some of those questions for us now. So Ian, take it away. I just wanted to do a brief recap announcement there real quick.
Alrighty, no problem. And just as a heads up to everyone asking, if you do have any questions about what's going on here, what we'll expect to see potentially tomorrow if they try again, anything about the Starship program, Falcon 9 in general, just leave them in chat, tag at NASASpaceflight, and we'll be able to see them much easier. And so right back into the questions here. Sorry, I lost my place there. A question here from Martin Smith asking, would SpaceX get more beneficial data if SN8 fails first time? And that is a good question. So that would really, it's kind of tough to look at like how beneficial different types of data would be. So it also depends on where it fails during flight. If it would, if knock on wood again, if it fails during early on in flight, they wouldn't get much extra data from that because they already have a lot of data on flying starships early on in flight. But if it were to fail closer to landing, they'd get a good amount of very useful data, and hopefully they'd be able to get it right the next time. But there's really not a yes or no kind of question, or yes or no answer to that question. It's really a gray area on what you would define as beneficial data, more beneficial data, and things like that. And a question here from Anthony Petrov asking, for the lunar Starship nose cone, do you think they'll put it on top of SN5 and paint it white too? That is a good question, and your guess is as good as anyone else's. Personally, I don't believe they'll put it on top of a Starship, because it seems like they're trying to use it as a sort of mock-up and a trainer to practice building lunar Starships. And for those who are unaware, SpaceX has proposed and is gaining, has been awarded funding for a lunar version of their Starship, and that would be without wings. It would be painted white, and it would have special landing engines on it to enable it to land on the lunar surface. So they have made a test article nose cone, and they're currently outfitting it with some of the hardware they plan to use on the lunar Starship. So it is a possibility they could stack it on top of SN5, but I would say probably not, at least for right now, because they'd probably want to do work inside of the nose cone. And there was a question here in chat. I just missed it because the panel updated, but they're asking, are they, a question from Ethan Quintero, asking, are they using Spot, the robotic dog? And I believe it's actually called Zeus is the name.
Yeah, so the robot type is a Spot. It's a Boston Dynamics Spot, and SpaceX has named theirs Zeus, the two different things, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I believe there's one named Zeus and one, I think there's one named Apollo? Is that the second one's name? I forget.
I think so, yeah.
Yes, I believe so. I think we've only really seen Zeus in the wild. Apollo's made like a small appearance, but I believe we did actually see Zeus walking around the launch site. Was that, I believe during the wet dress rehearsal, was it yesterday or maybe a few days ago? But there was someone did spot Zeus walking around the launch site, and what they'll use Zeus for is to have a moving camera on the ground. While it's great to have a drone, you can't really get a drone too close to the ground without risking the drone or some ground equipment. So Zeus is very useful to get some on-the-ground imagery without risking the health of any people. And a question here from Nicholas asking, why was Texas chosen instead of 39A? And I assume you mean that for Starship. So Texas was chosen instead of 39A because it seems like they chose it for that, I should say, because it's sort of a clean slate design and they have their own area down there. They're not constrained by anyone else launching, and they're able to prototype sort of in the middle of nowhere, and they don't need to worry about messing with any other infrastructure. So that's probably the reason why. Also, they had sort of a blank slate. They already had the land in Texas available. They were going to build a Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy launch complex, but they changed their plans, obviously, and have turned it into a Starship testing facility. They do have a launch stand they're building at 39A, as well as the start of a production facility. It's called the Roberts Road facility at Kennedy Space Center, but they have not worked on that in about a year now, and it seems like they're waiting to get a functioning and reliable Starship design out of Boca Chica before they move back to 39A. On a question here in chat from Leo that just came through, when is the next window for flight? So their earliest opportunity would be tomorrow. It'd be the same time, I believe, 9 to 15 Central Time, so that would be 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. if I remember
For
correctly.
the-
Oh no.
For the closure notices for tomorrow?
Yes.
Yeah, they run from 7 a.m. local time,
8
8 a.m. 8 a.m. local
wait.
time to 5 p.m. local time, correct?
For the TFRs, yes. Let me check.
Yes.
If they updated the road closure today, but not tomorrow yet. So the road closure today was updated last minute to start at 7 a.m. So they might do that again tomorrow. But the main thing, the temporary flight restriction, goes into effect at 8 a.m., which means the launch will be no earlier than 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Gotcha. And that is tough to remember those numbers because you'll see they post them in Central Time because they're in Texas. Then I have to translate it myself to Eastern Time to figure out when it is for myself. Then you'll see people throw out like Universal Time and it just gets a little confusing there. And I see another question here in chat. The panel update is sorry I got to get the name here. So they're asking what happened here exactly. So what we saw on the official SpaceX live stream was they counted down to T-minus 1.3 seconds. And right at that time, as they were about to ignite the Raptors, we saw a bit of propellant begin to flow through, and then they shut down and they called a hold. So they called that it was a Raptor abort, and so we assumed that was an issue with the engines themselves. We don't know any further details than that, but they did call off the launch attempt today. As you can see, the vehicle still has some propellants in it, so we expect that to be drained sometime soon, unless they want to perhaps do a wet dress rehearsal and get a little extra data out of this opportunity. But as of right now, the day has been called. There will be no other attempts today, and their earliest attempt will be tomorrow. So we'll be waiting to see if they try to attempt it again tomorrow, depending on what they would need to fix, whether it's software or they have to do a hardware swap on the pad. So we'll have to wait and see if the road closures and TFRs do hold for tomorrow. Another question here in chat, Lime 35 asking, when is the Starship SN9 launch? All right, for those who are unaware, Starship SN9 is essentially a carbon copy of Starship SN8. It is currently in storage, or no, not storage, in final processing back at the build site, which is about 2 miles away from the launch, about a mile, 1 to 2 miles from the launch pad. So they're currently doing final preparations on that there. It has its fins and its nose cone attached already. And so it seems like they're about ready to go when SN8's ready, when SN8 gets off the pad. So there's not really a target date for SN9 yet, since SN8 is still on the pad right now. But we'll have to see in the coming days after SN8's flight when they choose to roll out SN9. And also we'll have to see whether they choose to use Pad A, which you can see SN9 is on right there in that gorgeous sunset shot right there, or their new Pad B, which they have been doing final touches on, and that is just off camera to the right.
And hey, Ian, I just want to stop you real quick because there is a super chat I do want to put up on screen, especially in Ad Astra. My apologies for not seeing this an hour ago when it was sent as we were in the run up to this. A $200 super chat to us in honor of the memory of Jackson Abernathy, a kid who loves space travel and would be watching this with us right now. Yes, anyway, thank you so much. Especially in honor of Jackson, yeah.
Can we make a note to mention that tomorrow when we are in full swing? That would be really nice to do. Thank you so much for that extremely generous support, and definitely keeping Jackson Abernathy in our thoughts. Absolutely, thank you for the support, and life, right? But I digress. Thank you so much, Ad Astra, and we'll try and make a note to mention that on the stream tomorrow when we are in full swing there. Thank you so much, so much for the support, and from the bottom of my heart, I'm so sorry for your loss.
Yeah, absolutely, and no problem for interrupting. That was a very important cause, and that's very sad to hear. And I wish all the best to his family and friends and anyone else who may be grieving with his loss.
Indeed.
And we have another question here from, I'm sorry, I cannot read that name. I believe it says like something like Ray, and they're asking, are they using hydraulics or electric motors for the flaps? And that is a good question. Originally, with with Starship Mark 1, they were using hydraulics driven by electric motors, specifically Tesla Model S motors. But it seems like with SN8, they're doing a direct drive from the motors themselves to drive the flaps. So yes, it does seem like they're using just electric motors on SN8. However, we have not had that directly confirmed yet. Another question here from Lucas asking, is the nose cone going to be pressurized at apogee? And that is another good question. We really don't know. It doesn't look like there's any pump hardware on there, but then again, they could use just some pressurized gas that they have stored on board. We don't really know whether they need to pressurize the nose cone currently with this type of vehicle here, because obviously there's no one on board. They don't need to worry about having a sustainable atmosphere in there. So we really don't know, but that is a very good question, though. And I apologize that I cannot answer that one completely.
The question was specifically about the entirety of the nose cone or the header tank?
The whole nose cone. They're asking will it be pressurized to 1 bar at 12 kilometers?
Oh, I gotcha. Okay, help me out. 1 bar is sea level, right?
Yes, 1 bar is sea level. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, they would have to, because that's eventually what they would be. Okay. Eventually, I'm not sure if you could do it for this particular design, but eventually it'll have to be pressurized for the crew variants of this. What most vehicles do, though, if pressurization isn't required for structural rigidity on that nose cone element there, is they would basically have holes in the side of it so that it could equalize the pressure as it went up and came back down. That's a couple ways that they could do it depending on what the system needs. So yeah, what exactly this one is, uncertain, but those would be the 2 options for it. Yeah.
And there, I muted myself by accident, but we have another question here from Major. It's a more recent question asking, what's the white section on the nose? And I assume they mean the sort of white ring sort of towards the top of the nose, and that is the liquid oxygen header tank.
36,000 to 5.
I'm at 7,000 here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, huh? Not a.
That's weird.
Not sure what's going on. YouTube reports we have an excellent connection. Yeah, YouTube was saying we had an excellent connection the entire time. That was on YouTube's end. We didn't show any anomaly on our end. That was 100% YouTube.
So I know what happened. It was YouTube. It was YouTube's fault, but I did do something. All I did was change the stream title to Note to Scrub. That took the stream down. But I didn't do anything else. So it was some bug on YouTube's end.
Have you ever had an issue like that before with changing the title during a stream?
Nope.
Well, that is weird.
Interesting.
Oh, now we know not to do that tomorrow.
I was not even in the live control center. I was only in the other thing, which could not even stop the stream. So it was impossible for me to stop the stream.
Huh.
Great.
Well, now we know. We'll write that down and know for the future.
But I didn't want people coming expecting a test flight and then not getting one, so I figured I would put scrub in the title.
Yeah, I mean, usually people yell like, "Oh, it's a scrub! Oh, waste of time! Oh, clickbait!" And it's like, what? We updated it 5 minutes after the stream ended. What do you mean it's clickbait? Really? But that's we were trying to do it, and we paid for it. YouTube doesn't like that.
And I got a question here about my favorite rocket, and which I believe is one of the best rockets ever made, from David Winfrey asking, could a Saturn V's instrument unit have performed this version of today's T-minus 1.3 second abort? And yes, I believe it could. The Saturn V, there were, I believe that there were, apologies, I'm running out of words here. I believe that there were possibilities of having a scrub or an abort in the Saturn V, while its computers were much more primitive by far than today's computers and much less capable. I do believe that they did have a sort of monitoring system to check the health of the engines and if there was an issue to abort. However, I'm not 100% sure on that.
They did.
Okay.
They did. Saturn V could have aborted on the pad within a certain range. All of the human-rated rockets had to be able to shut down their engines.
Right, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Yeah. Yeah. What was a really cool thing? Not Apollo, but Gemini. Prior to it, the Gemini flight. I'm blanking on the number of it, but it was the one with Wally Schirra on board. The engines lit on the Titan and shut down, and it was basically the flight computer showed. Basically, the flight rules said that they should have pulled the manual ejection cords and jetpack rocketed out of the Gemini capsule because the count had gone to 0 and the vehicle should have been lifted off. But Schirra didn't feel movement of the vehicle, so didn't pull the ejection cord and at the abort. But yes, anyway.
Yeah, there's actually a video on that on YouTube. It's Gemini 6, for those who would like to look it up.
There we go.
In Gemini 6, the engine did ignite, but it did shut down on the launch pad, and it's very cool. There's a bit of a tangent here, but I love the LR-87. That was the first stage of the Titan. I love the sound of it start up. You can hear the turbo pumps coming to life. You hear them sort of whining, and then you hear them just screech to a halt like a brake, which is, that's pretty neat. Anyway, I digress. I love the sounds of... Yeah, I love the sounds of like whining engines, like the Raptor and Raptor vacuum tests and the early Merlin 1Cs, when you hear the turbo pump sound kind of screeching to life and then you get ignition. All right, and there's another question here from Gene asking, during tests we got to see lots of frost rising well before the engine firing. Today there was barely any at the time of test firing. Minimum fueling, or does the frost take time? And that is a good question. We do believe that they only had, or they're only planning on fueling the vehicle with a very limited amount of fuel. Even though there are 3 Raptors on SN8, and the Raptors are very powerful engines, Starship could not lift itself fully fueled. And according to some people in our members' Discord, it couldn't even lift itself halfway fueled. So yes, we do believe they only had a small amount of fuel, or propellants, I should say, inside the vehicle, and they only planned to have a small amount for the flight. So that is why you would not see a large amount of frost like you're seeing right now on the vehicle, because they would not have a full amount of fuel. They would only have probably enough to fill up the bottom bulkhead, maybe a bit further than that. That's all it seemed like. There's a question here from Ultima in chat asking, how would a Starship orbital refuel work, and how many refuels does it take to fully refuel a Starship in orbit? So that is a very good question, and we haven't heard anything very recently about refueling as the design has changed, but last we heard, which I believe was in 2017, they need about 4 to 6 refuelings in orbit to fully refuel the vehicle to send it off to Mars, the moon, wherever you'd like to take it. I believe Elon even said you could take it down to 3 in some limited scenarios, but I would definitely see them wanting to do, giving themselves extra margin by fully refueling it as many times as they could during early flights.
Indeed, and we were talking a little bit earlier in the which I have no idea which one of the 10 hours it was, but I just remember we were talking earlier about this, and it's that orbital refueling that gives Starship its ability to transport 100 metric tons of payload to any location within the solar system. Specifically because of that, because if you can refuel the entire vehicle with that entire mass in it, and you put a full propellant load, you've gotten back all of your delta V, and all of that velocity change potential that can really do a lot to send some really, really heavy payloads out into different parts of the solar system. So it's an incredibly important thing that, once they master getting Starship to orbit and back, then they're off to the next hard thing.
Yeah, exactly. And being able to refuel in orbit, something that's really never been done before. It opens up so many more possibilities, because while Starship itself is a very big rocket, by the time it gets into orbit, there's very little fuel left in it, even with the super heavy booster. So they'd be really limited without refueling, but refueling allows you to have pretty much your entire second stage back in orbit, which that is a major advancement because you don't need such a large launch vehicle. Starship is about the size of a Saturn V, but it doesn't have the extreme efficiency of the upper stages. with the hydrogen, liquid hydrogen. So Starship is able to make sort of compromises here and there, and the orbital refueling can make up for that. So it's very interesting to see what orbital refueling is able to unlock. And it seems so like trivial, just hook it up and refuel it, right? That seems very simple. But in space and with such large vehicles like this and dealing with cryogenic propellants, it is very tricky, and that's really why it's never been performed before, as well as there's never really been a need, because you just use a larger rocket like the Saturn V.
Exactly, and this is what we were talking about, right? Like with SLS, right? SLS is the more powerful rocket, but Starship is the more capable rocket, and that all comes down to the refueling effort. Because with SLS, you got to take it all with you on the launch pad, whereas with Starship, hey, another Starship could come up and give you the rest of the things that you need. And it's true that we haven't done on orbit or in space refueling to the degree that we're talking about doing here, right? With Starship, but we have done orbital refueling before. The Soyuz and Progress vehicles transfer propellant to the International Space Stations. Tanks and Canada, specifically Canadarm2 and Dexter, have been working on robotic refueling demonstrations outside of the International Space Station as well. So it isn't something, like I said, that we've seen on the scale we'll have to do with Starship, but it is something that we're not completely unpracticed at, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, there you go. And that was with hydrazine, right? Hydrazine and nitrogen, or hypergolic fuels in general, I believe.
Not cryogenics like we're talking about here with liquid oxygen and liquid, well, certainly not liquid methane, none of the cryogenics that we've been talking about before. When we're talking about the Soyuz's refueling the station, I do believe cryogenics have been demonstrated with the robotic refueling operations with Canadarm and Dexter, though, on very, very small quantities.
And I'm still seeing some people in chat as you're asking exactly what happened. So just to bring everyone back here up to speed, we did see a launch attempt of Starship SN8. They counted down all the way to T-minus 1.3 seconds, but right at the point where the Raptors were about to ignite, the vehicle, it seems like they automatically aborted. However, we do not know that for sure. I should just say there was an abort in general, and that caused the engines to shut down and a hold to be called on the net. And so the vehicle, they were unable to recycle the vehicle in time, or they decided not to, and so they scrubbed for the day. And as you can see right now, Starship is still on the pad. It does look like there are some sort of cryogenic fluids in one of the tanks. I'm unsure if that's a fuel tank or if that's just the tank has gotten so cold over time that it's now getting a frost line. But we did have a scrub today, and their next earliest opportunity would be tomorrow, and the window for that would open at 8 a.m. Central Time. On another question in here asking, the panel just updated, I lost your name, I apologize, but they were asking, are there any other Starships coming up after this? And yes, there absolutely are. There is one Starship, Starship SN8, that is almost completed or is completed at the build site. It seems like they're just doing some minor finishing touches on it right now. That is currently seemingly just waiting on SN8 to clear the launch pad. So we should see that rolling out sometime soon. But again, we're not entirely sure how far along they are with SN9. They could still have they may need some extra time to do some minor tasks on there, something we can't see maybe on the inside, but there is a vehicle that is almost finished. There's also Starship SN10, which is missing its nose cone, but that is coming along. They're doing finishing touches on the tank section inside the mid-bay. SN11 is currently in stacking. So part of it is completed, but there are other sections still lying around the build site. And then parts have been seen for SNs 12 through 16. And if you're wondering what SN means, it means serial number. So serial numbers 12 through 16 parts have been spotted. So they are flying ahead with their Starship production speed, or Starship production cadence. And so yeah, it's very exciting to see how quick they're going here. It's very fast prototyping that we've never really seen before.
Indeed, and I actually have a super chat here. That's a good question that ties into this. It's from Ryan S. It was from 2 hours ago. I'm very sorry. 20. It was an incredibly fast-paced day. But Ryan S. was asking, have SpaceX scrapped the Starship launch pad at LC-39A in favor of launching from Boca Chica or a possible offshore launch pad system? No, they haven't stopped. This is sort of going back to what you were saying, Ian, earlier about the Roberts Road facility as well. They haven't scrapped them, but they did move all of the development and all of the testing over to here and over to Boca Chica. In large part to consolidate all of those efforts into one location, but also to continue to allow 39A to be used for all of the things that SpaceX needs it to be. So no, it has not been scrapped. The equipment is still there. Part of the flame deflector is there already and already put together, but it's a good question. But no, they haven't given up on it. They've just temporarily shifted all of the focus over to Boca Chica. Yeah.
All right, I am going to start breaking my camera and everything down. I think it is about that time for me here.
Sounds good, Jack. Thanks so much for everything today, and I'm glad you got to track the WB-57. That was awesome.
Yeah, honestly, as much as I am enjoying the Starship testing, of course I am, that was a little bit of a highlight for me because not only was I able to catch the WB-57, but it went right over us, and with my fancy new camera, I was able to snag a nice sharp shot of it, even though it was at 41,000 feet. And if it was at 41,000 feet, and Starship will be at 41,000 feet, well, Chris, I would say that is a good test.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes.
You're clear
I'm going to start breaking down. Thank you, everybody, so much for your support. Thank you, everybody who super chatted. Thank you to all our members. I know you guys aren't wrapping up yet, but I'm going to jump off comms here and start breaking down. And yeah, what a great day. I can't even words.
Absolutely. Alrighty, so there's another question here in chat from Kay Eberhardt asking they thought SN was for Starship number and BN was for booster number. So SN, as far as we know, is serial number, and that is the SN is just for Starship itself. So for the first stage booster, also known as Super Heavy, one of which they're building right now at the build site, they seem to be using the title BN or booster number. That's sort of to differentiate it, because having Starship serial number and booster serial number will get kind of confusing really quickly. So they do seem to differentiate with that with serial number for Starship and booster number for the Super Heavy or first stage booster. And someone asking here, you can still see chunks of Martite on the SpaceX stream. So what could that mean? What Martite is, that is a covering, a thermal covering, or thermal coating on the launch pad, and that's just sort of protected from the heat of the Raptors. And we have seen before Martite getting ejected as the Raptors ignited, sort of breaking up the bottom of the pad and ejecting it all over the launch site. And we've even seen pictures of some people on Twitter picking up some pieces of the launch pad on the side of the road or in the wetlands. So that doesn't seem like it was a major issue. However, it did, a few weeks ago during a static fire test, it did cut a pneumatics line in the vehicle. So they lost control over SN8 momentarily because of a piece of shrapnel from the launch pad that was ejected. But they did seem to fix that. There was a bit of concern about fuel tank pressure increasing, but there was a built-in burst disc, which is essentially just a thin piece of metal that's designed to rupture at a certain pressure, and that burst successfully, and the vehicle was saved. So yeah, the Martite was a thermal protection that was ejected from the launch pad. Not a major problem, but it can lead to issues such as the pneumatics line being cut. And there's another question here from William asking, how can you, I believe he was saying, how can you do fueling in space? How does the fuel get transferred? And how does the fuel get there without a rocket? How do you place them between here and Mars? So I believe what you're asking is how does refueling, how is it performed in space? And so as far as we know, they will be docking 2 starships, one with the actual payload on board and one with nothing on board, just a full tank of fuel. They'll be docking them sort of back to back and transferring fuel using small RCS or reaction control system thrusters to sort of slightly push the vehicles and have the fuel just flow naturally with that very slight movement through the lines from the fueler to the actual starship with the payload on board. However, plans may have changed, and we don't know exactly how they're going to do it. So we'll have to just see and wait for a Starship update from Elon or from SpaceX. And there's another person here confirming that yes, refueling in orbit has been done with the ISS. With Progress vehicles resupplying the Zvezda the Russian service module Zvezda with fuel to reboost the station's orbit.
Indeed, and if you're joining us, we are just running through some of the questions that we were asked a bit earlier, trying to answer as many questions as we can here. SpaceX did scrub the attempt for this 12.5 kilometer test flight with 1.3 seconds remaining. It does appear to be an auto abort. What was called out over the director's net was that it was a Raptor abort. And we will see when they can confirm that they can go again. But vehicle safing and detanking operations are in work, and it is a gorgeous sunset, so we figured we would stay live and take some of your questions. Ian, you have been doing an epic job of answering all of these here. Many thanks, Ian. Many thanks.
Thank you very much. I find it very fun, and I like helping out people and answering their questions. And again, if anyone here in chat has any questions, whether it's Starship, SpaceX in general, what's going on the screen right now, anything like that, just tag us in chat at NASASpaceflight and type your question next to it, and I'll try my best to answer it as quickly as I can. There's another question here from Jane asking if SN8 goes vertically, how's it going to belly flop? How much horizontal distance will it cover before reaching the landing site? That is a good question. So it will turn horizontal around apogee, and what apogee is the highest point in its flight, which would be around 12.5 kilometers. And it'll do that using a combination of reaction control system, which is just little thrusters using compressed nitrogen gas, and it'll also use the flaps on board, the 2 top and the 2 aft flaps and the 2 front flaps to reorient itself. And then from there, once it transitions to being horizontal, or sort of belly flopping as people like to call it, it'll use the 4 flaps there to just slightly adjust and make sure it's facing straight down, and that it's oriented correctly, and that it glides in sort of to the launch site. We don't know exactly how much horizontal distance they're going to cover. The flight plan really hasn't been published. All we know is they're going up to 12.5 kilometers, turning horizontal, and coming back into land. That's all we really know. So it could cover maybe about 1 kilometer horizontal. I can't really see that being any more than that unless they go further out over the Gulf of Mexico. But again, we'll have to wait and see when they actually do go for the flight.
Yeah, I think the best educated plan that I had seen came from Declan at Flight Club, who did have it going just a little bit out of it. Like, it did pitch to get away from, like, to start itself on a downrange trajectory in case, like, the engines failed, so it didn't, come straight back down onto the launch pad. But other than that, being what we think would be the obvious is, there it is. Yeah, just barely out over the Atlantic and then back on in. Yeah.
Yep, there we go.
Yeah, that was a Flight Club on Declan. I will put up Declan's information.
Yes, absolutely.
Go to flightclub.io. That's the website if you want to check out rocket launch trajectories.
Yep, Flight Club, that's been very useful for me. Personally, where I'm up at, you can kind of see certain launches depending on the trajectory, so Flight Club's been a major help to see whether or not I can see a certain type of launch for where I'm at. So a big shout out to flightclub.io. There's another question here from Jane asking, thanks for asking, asking, is the landing pad near the launch pad or is it somewhere else? And yes, the landing pad is right next to the launch pad. I don't believe you could see it here on the stream, but it would be just to the left of Starhopper, which is the little bump to the left of Starship SN8. So the landing pad is really just a flat sheet of concrete, and so that's not very far from the launch pad. So they will be landing very close to where they launched from. Another question here from Devils asking, any insight on how people will disembark from Starship when on the Moon/Mars? The exit hatch will be around 100 feet off the ground, they suspect. And yes, it does seem like they will have a sort of elevator. We've seen that be used with the cargo Starship landing on the Moon as well as Lunar Starship. It seems to have a sort of elevator coming out of the airlock. So we believe that's what they will use to sort of ferry both people and cargo up and down from the lunar and eventually Martian surface. And another question here asking, they can't auto abort when doing the relight as it is coming down. Do you think they will just light when the sensors see something wrong? So yeah, that is a good point. They really cannot, there's no really way to abort during the landing. If the engines don't ignite, you're not landing. So it is probably best if there's an issue with the engines to have them when it's on the ground and on the launch pad when you can service them, than to have an issue with your engines reigniting while you're quickly approaching the ground. So yeah, it is a good idea to have your engines operating as best as you can if you see anything at all wrong with them, to just stop, check everything, and if needed to replace some parts of it. So it is good that they called an abort here and that they did not risk losing the Raptors with any issue that would have happened with the engines. Another question here asking, when will the next attempt be? So just to bring everyone back up to speed, the next possible attempt would be tomorrow. The window would open around 8 a.m. Central, so that is the earliest they can attempt again. However, we do not know if they're committed to that or if they're working towards that, and even then they would not fly at the beginning of the window because they would need to do fueling and any final inspections on the vehicle. So the earliest is tomorrow after 8 a.m. Central Time. But again, we don't know what the issue was with the Raptor. We do know it was an auto abort called by the computers, but we do not know if it was maybe a software glitch or if it was actually a hardware problem and they'll need to repair it at the launch pad. So depending on what the fix is, they may go for tomorrow or they may choose to go a little later tomorrow or even another day. So we will have to just wait and see. On another question.
I just want to real quick to Blue Sensei, $101 super chat. We were talking earlier a couple hours ago about a 300mm lens. I think Jack was talking about that, and it says, awesome, get another 300mm. Thank you so much. Just wanted to highlight that one.
Yep, no problem. And I'm watching here to make sure catch any super chats coming through as well. And once again, if you have any questions, just tag us in chat at NASASpaceflight. I'll try my best to answer them. There's another question here from Mateto asking, do we know the fates of SN5 and SN6 yet? And that is a very good question. We do not. Both of them are currently parked at the build site. They seem to be on semi-permanent display. They haven't moved in a long time and they're sort of tied down to the ground with chains. So it seems like they're really display pieces at this point. So we really don't know the fate of them. We have seen the fate coming up like earlier this morning, or last night I should say. Starship Mark 1's nose cone, which was a display piece up until a few days ago, we saw them beginning to scrap it. So they had a crane and they started to disassemble the nose cone, which was kind of sad to see because Mark 1 was the first sort of prototype of a Starship vehicle. So it does seem like SN5 and SN6 will be on display unless they choose to scrap them or potentially find another purpose for them. But it does not seem like they will fly again anytime soon, or ever, I should say. And another question here from Hagen asking, do we know what the issue was? We do not know what the issue was. While we're waiting on SpaceX, all we heard was that there was an automated abort of the Raptor engine on, or one or more of the Raptor engines on SN8 today. And we've got a super chat here from Desi asking, why is Starhopper still next to the pad? And that is a good question. So Starhopper was moved there after its final flight, the 150-meter hop. But it was moved there to sort of be a display piece, but we did see a few months ago, I believe, they plumbed up water pumps and pipes to Starhopper itself. So it seems like Starhopper is both a display piece as well as actually a water tower now. We don't know whether that's being used for actually for deluge, water deluge, which is water sprayed on the launch pad to prevent or it helps to press vibrations from the engine ignition. But yes, so Starhopper does seem to be a water tower now, and as well you can see on here just barely a spinning radar dish up on the top of Hopper. So they have installed a radar mount as well as a few cameras and a few lights. And you'll see, I don't know how long the live stream will be going tonight, but if we do go when it starts to get darker, you'll see the very, very bright lights on Starhopper light up. And so yeah, Starhopper is sort of like a multi-purpose piece of equipment now and a display piece at the same time to show how far SpaceX has come. And yes, as Jane did say in chat, we are coming up on the sunset, and you can see the colors are starting to get warmer here in Boca Chica. Boca Chicas have beautiful sunsets and beautiful sunrises, so expect the visuals to get even nicer as the night goes on here. And you can see Starship SN8, it does look like there's still some sort of propellant or some sort of cryogenic liquid inside the tanks, as there's still a very thick layer of frost on the side. We don't know exactly what they're doing. Maybe they have not detanked yet, or maybe they are doing a sort of wet dress rehearsal, but we do not exactly know what's going on. However, it does look like there is some sort of cryogenic liquid inside the tanks.
Or it looks like it actually might, of course, since we called attention to it, it looks like it might be starting to melt. The line doesn't look symmetrical at the top to me anymore. So probably a good indication that detanking is underway. Yeah.
I'm hopping back in the stream here to see, just to compare the different tank lines.
Yeah.
Gets you a little different angle there.
Yeah, and I think you can see it starting to go, yeah.
It definitely does look like it's detanking it. So that's a good sign that they've got the vehicle under control and they're preparing to safe the vehicle right now. And that's just another shot. Man, I'd say it's a beautiful sunset shot with the reflections on SN8 itself. There's another question here in chat asking, from Dane, asking, now that less people are here, they can finally ask a question.
This is true. It got hard to keep up with them.
That is a good point.
Even the automated system had problems keeping up with all the questions we were getting. Yeah.
And chat is a little calmer now, and it's kind of nice, like a sort of chill stream here with the nice ambient noise and just the birds flying around. But they're asking, what's the best guess for the next launch of SN8 and SN9? And when do you think SN10 and so on will be done? So we don't know whether SN8 will fly again. It seems like if they get it back, maybe they would want to fly it again. But then again, Starship SN9 does have some, while minor, they are some very important improvements over SN8. Like I said earlier, there was an issue with Martite, which is a thermal coating on the launch pad, breaking apart during a static fire and cutting the pneumatics on SN8. That occurred a few weeks ago. But with SN9, they have armored up the lines on there. They've also transitioned to using more 304L alloy stainless steel on SN9 compared to SN8. And that's just a more specific, better purposed stainless steel alloy for building starships. So SN9 the flight of SN9 is really anyone's guess at this point. They're really waiting for the launch pad, it seems like, to clear up. And then after the launch pad clears up, they need to wait for the landing pad to clear up. So it'll probably be a little while before we see SN9 roll to the pad, and then a little while longer till it flies. But it should be a much smoother countdown than SN8's was. And sorry, I missed a super chat here from Vincent a few minutes ago asking, are they going to launch tomorrow? And as of right now, they do have an opportunity to launch tomorrow. They do have flight restrictions up. And actually, apologies, 1 second. Das, could you switch the cameras if you're here? It looks like SN8 is venting a lot right now. And it will have to wait and see the road closures stay up and when beautiful sunset shot there. It's a little tongue twister. Sunset shot here from Immortal asking.
Occurred tree. Yeah, hang on.
It here is
do it up in
getting the full stream. That's like telling us that we're perfectly tube thing. Nothing happened
this to turn into anything big with this. But
what a lot of fun.
What are you doing tomorrow?
The sun gets soon, especially if there's. Well, I mean, I'm super chat queue in the from Ron Smith. I mean, yeah, gosh, YouTube is still getting the feed, but let's try that because then if we see it
I was
tomorrow,
just thinking while this is happening, it might be good to figure out if there's a work.
Let's see if that comes back online.
Hey, y'all.
Hey, Jack.
Hey, welcome back.
Then
Hey,
643.
I'm about to get on the road here in a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to thank everybody so much for their
You're
support
not talking
today.
to many. You're only talking to Twitch right now.
Yeah, you're just talking
That's-
to Twitch. There's a YouTube issue.
That's fine. I guess this is as much for you guys as anybody else. I didn't really want to put this on the main stream anyways. It's kind of a downer, but there were some people today that were extremely rude. And when we asked them to sort of give us a little bit of a 6-foot radius and maybe put a mask on, the response was, oh, I'm outside. I don't need a mask. I can set up anywhere I want. This is public property. And when I stepped away at one point to use the restroom and sort of get a snack, they were extremely rude to Lauren. And yeah, you know, we're all a family here, and I really like that we have such a cohesive community. And I just want to underscore, it's pandemic times, and please keep your distance from others when we're watching these things. And please wear a mask, even if you're outside. It's just safe, especially if you're coming from another state and out of town. And just don't be jerks. It's a real downer when people are jerks. So, you know, we're gonna have a great night tonight because we got so far in the testing window. We almost got to flight. We're gonna have a good time. We're not gonna let it bring us down. But you don't threaten other people with COVID by not wearing a mask and saying, "Ha, are you gonna get COVID now?" That is straight up not okay. That is not acceptable behavior from a launch photographer or anybody trying to be a launch photographer. So, I just wanted to throw that out there. I know it's not happy bubbly. Jack is happy-go-lucky. Look at him say goofy stuff right now, but you know, to me, that sort of behavior is akin to threatening somebody with a knife. And not only that, everybody that person comes in contact with. So I cannot be more serious when I say, please be safe out there. Please keep your distance from other people, and please don't be jerks.
Good deal. Jack, drive safe on the way home, all right? And thanks for being out there today. Sorry you had that experience. That's lame.
No worries. Thanks. Have a good night, everybody.
See you, Jack.
Yeah, take it easy, man.
And it looks like YouTube is back now.
Yeah, not sure what happened, but cycling the output offline and online resolved the issue on YouTube, but it basically, I mean, it looks like it kicks everybody off the stream. Huh. So the only way each individual user has to fix it by refreshing. So YouTube didn't report anything wrong to me the entire time. It was saying excellent connection until I forcibly removed the feed. So not sure what that was. We do have a path to resolve if we see it recur again. But, you know, that's, who knows? All the diagnostics that I can see on YouTube and on the Restream provider are showing that there weren't any issues that it could see. So I don't know what.
Tube.
Yeah. Oh, did it just come back up?
I don't know. I have the page open. It's still buffering for me, but
who knows if it works or not?
Oh. Wait. Yeah. Back for me, and Hoppy's lights are going nuts.
Huh? Yeah, Hoppy turned on over there while we were waiting.
There you go. We got the. I think she's angry at us.
I'm gonna tell Mary she's clear to pack up.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
That's funny. We finally tell YouTube we're gonna wrap up, and then hey, it comes back. Hey everyone, welcome back for like a few minutes. Yep, Hopper's awake and giving us a nice stare of death with the floodlights on there. It's a sight to see at night. If you'd like, you can actually go back into our some of our older streams. You can see a Star Hopper at night. It lights up the entire wetlands. That is like, it lights it up in the day there. Those are some very impressive lights there. But yeah.
Yeah. All right, folks. It looks like the stream may be online. The stream may not be online. I'm not even sure what's going on. Hoppy is not pleased about the stream. But we will go ahead and shut this stream down for now. And we will be back. We're going to look for SpaceX. We are going to look for SpaceX, and we're going to see if we get any information from SpaceX on what's going on there. But we are going to shut it down for now, and we appreciate everybody joining us today. If you can still hear us, we appreciate everybody. who hung out with us today, all the crazy support and everything. But I think we're all pretty beat, and we got to be back at it tomorrow. So we're going to shut this one down, and we're going to say later, nerds. Thanks
Have a
again
good
for
one.
joining us.
Chamber pressure looks good. Following up. Roger, roll, Atlantic. Water towers, fly! Flight downside, speed off. Off.
Yikes. You bet. Concur. We don't need any more of these.